Chapter 1: The Super Rich System. September, hot weather. People of all kinds are busy running around on the streets. A blind date is currently taking place at the Starbucks on Pedestrian Street. I'm Lilia, 172 centimeters tall, a PhD in economics from MIT, fluent in 4 languages, design team leader at LV, earning over $50,000 per month, and have no romantic history. What about you? Xiang Feng felt miserable. This was a blind date arranged by his mother. Look at the woman's face and figure. Enter the entertainment industry. A definite third-tier star to start with. Graduated from a prestigious university and has a high level of education. Working in a well-known bag company, you can live a luxurious life from head to toe. The key is, I have never been in a relationship. This is simply the dream goddess of all the losers. If Xiang Feng had known this would happen, he would have rented 2 formal suits. At least my leg hair, which has nowhere to go, won't be too noticeable. Xiang Feng, 171 centimeters tall, graduated from a professional school, fluent in various dialects, currently working as a courier, and has had 2 girlfriends. It would be foolish to keep it to himself, so Xiang Feng had to answer truthfully. Comparing the data, it is completely true that it has a critical hit. As soon as the words fell, across the round table, Lilia picked up the small bag on the sofa. She rolled her eyes coquettishly and pretended to leave. Is it cold already? In this situation, only a man can sit still. Xiang Feng picked up the coffee and raised his voice. Ms. Li, are you sure you don't want to know more about me? His acting skills immediately reached the peak. Lilia turned her head. Slightly stunned. The crossed legs and the confidence outlined at the corners of his mouth. Could it be that I was wrong? I heard that many second-generation rich people like to pretend to be poor when going on blind dates. If you really miss this opportunity. No, I'd better ask first. She sat down again and smiled awkwardly. In fact, my requirements for my partner are not that vulgar. I don't ask for him to be rich, but he should be worthy of me. When we have children in the future, at least we can have a good environment. It's actually very simple for 2 people to be together. We just need to have the same hobbies, be motivated, and be loyal to me. Well, you have money, ugh, do you have a house? Puff. Xiang Feng spat out a mouthful of coffee onto the table. It turns out that the last sentence is the key point. However, now that he had already started pretending, how could Xiang Feng stop there? Xiang Feng said seriously after sorting out an advertisement he had seen in a magazine. Kangjing Coast, I just bought a sea view villa, it costs about 80 million. The number that only existed in fantasy made Lilia blush. It turns out that he is really a hidden rich second generation. Sure enough, mother is the best person in the world. The voice couldn't help but become a little gentler. Do you have a car? Xiang Feng raised his head, counted on his fingers, and carefully counted the topics of conversation that the young men had had while drinking and bragging over the years. I bought a Ferrari 3 years ago and just picked up a Rolls-Royce last year. This year, oh, forget it, let's just buy a garage first. The words reveal the sadness and helplessness. In Lilia's eyes, it was the exclusive melancholy of the rich. When the dust settled, Lilia took a sip of coffee. I think we can try dating first. Xiang Feng shook his head, but I'm not as educated as you. It doesn't matter. What I value is your plan for the future. Academics are just a byproduct. Gold will shine wherever it is. But I'm not ambitious. I just like the job of delivering packages. I'm not worthy of you. It doesn't matter. Actually, I always think there's nothing wrong with a leisurely job. Not only can it exercise the body, but it can also cultivate one's mind. Don't those bald masters all like to sweep the floor and drink tea every day in the end? But height is a disadvantage. If you wear high heels, people might say we are in a relationship between an older woman and a younger man when we go out. Lilia's face flushed and she said shyly, actually, I quite like sister-brother relationships. Call 666. If there weren't other people present, Xiang Feng really wanted to give Lilia a thumbs up. Look, what is a PhD? This guy is very good at talking and can tell a lot of jokes. He put the cart before the horse and tried to make it sound perfect. So what? So? Xiang Feng understood that ambiguous look. You really are planning to come, right? Sorry, I chickened out. Actually, after hearing what you said, even I feel that I am quite good, so you are not worthy of me. That's it. Goodbye. After saying that, Xiang Feng turned around in a dashing manner. Under Li Lia's dazed gaze, he decisively stepped away. What? A full 3 minutes passed. When the waiter reminded her that it was time to pay the bill. Only then did Li Lia react. I was dumped? That guy actually still despises me? Since she was young, she was just the neighbor's child in the eyes of others. She is the center of attention and has everything she wants. After getting a PhD, every man would be very attentive to her. It can be said that as long as she makes a pinky promise, the people chasing after her could immediately fill up the entire Qinghai. I feel so angry, so wronged, and I really want to beat someone up. After pretending to be cool, if you don't run away, when will you run away? Thinking of Li Lia's dazed expression, Xiang Feng couldn't help but feel secretly happy. I tell you to be arrogant, and then be arrogant again. What do you think? My acting skills are a sadness that you cannot understand. Chapter 2, 10 yuan to buy Bugatti Veyron. If you meet a girl like this, if you don't say a few words to her, you really think that we migrant workers are easy to bully. In fact, Xiang Feng also longed for it. I am a rich second generation, but my parents have hidden my identity. Looking forward to the moment when I can wash off all the makeup and be handed the golden key of the house. But more than 20 years of civilian life made him face the reality. Young man, wake up, you are not the protagonist in the novel. Oh, it would be great if I really had a villa. Ding, the host has detected a demand, and the 10 yuan flash sale mall has been opened. What the hell? Whatever you wish for will come true. Damn, I'm rich. The system is very familiar to Xiang Feng, who has long dreamed of getting rich overnight. I quickly found a deserted place and opened the mall. Can't wait to see the system's capabilities. Flash sale mall, 3 items are automatically refreshed every day, and you can buy them at a flash sale price of only 10 yuan. The host should withdraw the purchased items within 3 days and make a profit. They are not allowed to be sold directly, otherwise they will be cleared the next day. The mall has been refreshed successfully, a Bugatti Veyron sports car, purchased for 10 yuan. Weather. Automatically clear? Who are you looking down on? No matter how poor Xiang Feng is, he can afford even $10. System, purchase. When the command was given, the phone in my pocket vibrated. WeChat deduction successful, 10 yuan. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a Bugatti Veyron sports car. At the same time, the phone rang. Hello, I am the manager of the VIP sales store of Sports Car Home. Mr. Xiang, I just ordered a Bugatti Veyron Kirin sports car. I would like to ask if it can be delivered to your door now, or if you want to pick it up in person. Pick up the car? The process will be cumbersome. Will they ask for a tip? Never mind, it's a hassle. Getting the car first is more important than anything else. Please bring it to me. I'm in. Ding, the Bugatti Veyron sports car has been extracted successfully, and the mall has been automatically refreshed. Items on the shelves, on the 18th floor of a building in the commercial street, flash sale price is 10 yuan, do you want to buy? Weather. Xiang Feng swallowed. As soon as the sports car was given as a gift, a house was immediately arranged for him. It's also a school district building. Life, how did you reach the top so quickly? Place an order easily. After giving an address, Xiang Feng waited obediently on the roadside. I now have a car and a house. A few minutes later, a Volkswagen stopped in front of him. The car window rolled down, revealing Li Lia's contemptuous smile. Just now, she called to find out. Xiang Feng's house, villa, sports car, how come I don't know about it? Isn't Xiang Feng a courier? You're overthinking it, he was just joking with you. The contempt in my mother's words. Finally, a reality that was hard for her to accept. She was a doctoral student, but she was fooled. IQ was pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly by Xiang Feng. I was furious on the spot. But I didn't expect to drive out. That familiar back, that arrogant face. This guy hasn't left yet. It made her happier than winning the lottery. A good marriage is a gift from heaven, and great revenge can be avenged. Hey, rich guy, you have a garage full of sports cars, why don't you drive them out? There was no rush to expose it. Don't you like pretending? I'll just watch you quietly. See how you round it. Xiang Feng shrugged. I'm waiting for the driver to pick me up. Hey, little guy, you are addicted to pretending, right? They are both people who know each other well. It's like no one knows who else. Driver? I'm afraid he's not a taxi driver. There was a smile in her eyes. I've never seen such a stubborn person. Xiang Feng did not explain this. Because he saw that the car that belonged to him finally appeared. The low roar is not outstanding. But that gorgeous body, perfect sports car curves. The moment he appeared on the stage, he immediately caused countless passers-by to exclaim. Wow, what a luxury car, take a picture quickly. Fuck, Bugatti Veyron, Kirin Supreme, this is more than 30 million. There are only 3 in China, and there's 1 in Shanghai. Although it is a first-tier big city. But wealth alone is not enough to afford such a car. At least there must be a purchasing channel. That net worth alone would put him on the rich list. The Bugatti Veyron slowly slowed down and passed FAW Volkswagen. It stopped steadily in front of Xiang Feng. Sir, your fully paid car has been delivered. Please sign for it. It's shocking. It is really the image of Xiang Feng, how can I put it? Too vivid. A casual outfit, paired with those eye-catching slippers, it's simply amazing. There is absolutely no sign of hidden wealth. Okay, I don't have my driver's license with me, so please take me to the commercial street first. With pleasure. Get in the car and start the engine. The low roar sounded again. In the thick smoke, he rode away in a cloud of dust. Cough, 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 cough. Just now, his head was stretched straight, and his head was right behind the exhaust pipe. Caught off guard, Li swallowed a mouthful of exhaust ash. It was intentional, definitely intentional. But she didn't intend to blame Xiang Feng. I took out my cell phone immediately. Hey, Mom, didn't you just say that Xiang Feng is a poor boy? Li's mother was stunned. Yes, we all live in the same neighborhood and often dance together. When we chat about family matters, Sister Feng always talks about what her son does. But why did I see Xiang Feng driving a luxury car? What? Chapter 3 Rich Second Generation. Li recounted what had just happened. Bugatti Veyron. Sports car. Driver. What's going on, Mom? Then. The other end of the phone. Li's mother was silent. Could it be that Xiang Feng is really a hidden rich second generation? It doesn't seem impossible. This wealthy family always has some inexplicable ideas. When going on a blind date, one is definitely afraid of meeting some gold digger girl. Li Ma's unique train of thought seemed to indicate she had realized something. Fei, his family must be low-key and not showing off. You must seize the opportunity. Li looked ashen. An opportunity to marry into a wealthy family. We were having a nice chat, but then he brought up the car or the house. There was still a chance, but unfortunately she laughed at me. That's all. I really want to slap myself in the mouth. Mom, why don't you help me make another appointment? It concerns my daughter's lifelong affairs. Mother Li immediately patted her chest and made a promise. The friendship built through square dancing is more than just talk. Hang up the phone. Li didn't know what to do. I'm not in the mood to go to the company. She felt like she had missed out on 100 million. But this person, no matter what he fears, it will happen to him. Louis Deng, manager Zhang's calls came one after another. Fei, come back quickly, something happened in the company. The manager, who was usually mature and steady, suddenly became anxious. What? When she arrived at the company, Li finally understood why the manager was so anxious. Nothing to do with business or products. But their company's lease contract has expired. It was actually a small matter. I just had to contact the previous developer and renew the contract. Just at this critical juncture, a mysterious person unexpectedly bought the entire floor. A whole floor of Shanghai's bustling commercial street. More than 10 million. The key is that we don't know who bought it. When the time comes, their company will have to move. The customers and channels that have been built up over several years will definitely fluctuate. Since this is a matter of life and death for the company, it's no wonder that the manager called everyone back. You have been in the company for quite some time, haven't you ever met the owner of this floor? Looking at the continuous shaking head symbols below. Manager Zhang was desperate. She didn't know how many times she made phone calls, but the original owner refused to even reveal who he sold the house to. Isn't this bullshit? Manager Zhang is already preparing for the worst and is looking for a place within the second ring road to use first. In the same building, Xiang Feng held the hand of the middle-aged man in front of him. It's been a pleasure working with you. After some handover, he finally managed to take over a floor that belonged to him. Where is the original place? It seems to be a company that makes bags. But he doesn't care about these. The main thing is to unlock and refresh items in the mall. Walking out of the meeting room, Xiang Feng came to an empty corner. System, open the mall. Ding, the mall has been refreshed automatically. A set of sea view villas in Kongjing Coast is on sale for only 10 yuan. Do you want to pay? Weather. After poking the finger several times, the payment was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning a sea view villa on Kongjing Coast, worth 60 million. Oh, it's so painful. Xiang Feng is actually quite annoying. The things in the mall are all cheaper than luxury cars, villas, and so on. These things are not easy to cash in. The system says that the things you buy must be used to make money. Although it didn't say how much profit it made, it's expected to make money using the Bugatti Veyron. Should he be asked to drive a taxi? Isn't this nonsense? Business floor, sea view villa, even more troublesome. Among the group of friends he knows, is there anyone who can afford a player at this price? Although he didn't think it was difficult to make money in 3 days. But the current poverty is real. Xiang Feng, why are you here too? As soon as I walked out of the elevator, I ran into Lilia head-on. I have to say, it's fate. It happens 3 times a day, it's unbelievable. The careful Lilia glanced at the property certificate in Xiang Feng's hand. Is he here to buy a house? My little heart suddenly trembled. All the doubts that I had before disappeared. Just on the commercial street, even if you only bought a toilet. The rent collected every month is enough to live on for a lifetime. What's the matter? Is this your home? Xiang Feng still didn't know what this woman was thinking. It's obvious that she is just greedy for his body. Then spend his money. Lilia smiled awkwardly and didn't feel embarrassed. We were talking about marriage after all, so the unpleasant things that happened before are my fault, okay? Phew. Xiang Feng almost laughed out loud. The parents of the two people organized a meeting. It can even lead to talking about marriage. It seems that this female doctor is not studying Japanese movies. Okay, forget about what happened before. I'm going back to rent it out. The girls took the initiative to admit their mistakes. If he continued to hold on to it, Xiang Feng would feel ashamed. The most urgent task is to find a way to rent out the house. You want to rent a house? Xiang Feng waved his hand and said calmly, no, just a whole floor. In this building? Lilia was obviously a little excited and grabbed Xiang Feng's arm. Rent it to me, I want it. The problem that was plaguing the company was solved by her in one go. This is definitely a good opportunity to get a promotion and a raise. Let go, let go. Xiang Feng pushed Lilia away with disgust. He's also a PhD. Just speak. He even touched me. Chapter 4: Renting a House. Sure enough, rich boys must protect themselves when they go out. Are you sure you want to rent it? Lilia blushed. Our company wants to renew the contract, but unfortunately we can't find the landlord. They just had a meeting and asked us to keep an eye out for rental information nearby. I went downstairs to have a meal, and then I met you. How could she afford to rent a commercial building? If I had a rich boyfriend, that would be fine. Hey, okay, let me go to your company with you. Press the elevator button again, 18th floor. Xiang Feng was shocked. We are still old customers. The 18th floor of this business building is in his hands. When I felt sleepy, a pillow was immediately brought to me. System, reliable. Walking into the company, I saw the second biggest news about LV today. The company's single goddess actually brought a man to the company? I have to say that Lilia is quite famous in the company. Women are jealous, men are envious. The moment I saw Xiang Feng. Take the men in the sales area for example. I couldn't sit still anymore. Hey, Feifei, is this your boyfriend? The rules say that we are not allowed to bring outsiders into the company. If they leak our company's fashion designs, hurry up and get him out, or else Manager Zhang will deduct your salary if he sees it. Well, whether it's a man or a woman. To Xiang Feng, the hostility was still the same. She is my friend. I invited her to help our company. When saying this, Li Lia's heart is as happy as a deer. He kept stealing glances at Xiang Feng's expression. Lukewarm, not angry. Oh yeah, our relationship has taken another step forward. This is not a question of whether to help or not, Li Lia. You know how important the company's documents are. He says he's your friend, but looking at his poor appearance, he must be a spy sent by another company. Call the security guards and arrest him first. As a team leader, Yuan Kai, who had always been at odds with Li Lia, would never let go of this opportunity. He immediately stood up and shouted at the top of his voice towards the office. Many colleagues advised me. After all, we have been working together for so long. But will Yuan Kai agree to it? It just so happened that Manager Zhang was upset. This is at the forefront of the storm. If the story is exaggerated, Li Lia might be kicked out of the company. What the hell is going on? The noise outside the door made Manager Zhang in the office unable to sit still. This just ended a meeting and they said the company was in crisis. When we agreed to work together, we actually dared to fight among ourselves. He simply didn't take her seriously. Manager Zhang adjusted his glasses and looked at the unfamiliar Xiang Feng. Stunned, who is he? Manager, he is Li Lia's friend, and he insisted on bringing him to visit the company. Seeing the manager's face turn cold, Yuan Kai immediately took the opportunity to speak up. Sure enough, the next moment, Manager Zhang frowned and looked at Li Lia coldly. Fei Fei, what's going on? How many times have I told you not to talk about love in the company? No outsiders are allowed here. It was the first time that everyone saw Manager Zhang get angry. After all, Manager Zhang usually speaks softly to everyone. A typical caring big sister. But it's true that if the house lease expires and the new rental fund application is not approved, then her career as a manager would be over. One carrot, one hole. If I go to other branches, I won't feel as comfortable as a manager. Li Lia was stunned for a moment and said aggrievedly, Manager, he has. I don't care what he has, but he can't enter our company without permission. Manager Zhang rubbed his temple. You haven't lost your temper in a long time, so you really think she has no temper, right? At this critical moment, you still dare to bring outsiders here. She waved her hand and looked at Xiang Feng. I won't ask who you are. Just get out of here. I won't hold you legally responsible. He. Xiang Feng sneered. His eyes swept over everyone around him. Not pampered at all. I go out? You are the ones who should get out. As soon as these words came out, the employees of Lewis & Company, they were all dumbfounded. This is the first time I have seen such an arrogant person. They are LV Lewis D. But it is an international brand, synonymous with luxury. A large group with a market value of trillions. No one has ever dared to act wildly in front of their company. Tell them to get out. You must be crazy. The next moment, Xiang Feng raised the notebook in his hand. He threw it on the table with a clang. I've seen that your company's lease has expired. Now, I have the right to take back the house. Get out of here right now, right now. With the last roar, Xiang Feng felt very refreshed. You really think he's easy to bully, don't you? This is his territory, how dare you tell him to get out? He would understand if we talked to each other in a nice way, but there were so many people in the room. Are you all fucking eating dynamite? That weird woman, did I have sex with you but you didn't pay me or what? I was young and ignorant. This is what everyone at Lewiston thinks. Who would have thought that there would be a new rich man who would buy a commercial building? So young. The only sound on the entire floor was Xiang Feng's heavy breathing. The rest of the employees didn't even dare to breathe. Anyone who can afford this kind of commercial floor with monthly rent must be worth a lot of money. Everyone looked at Yuan Kai. The look in his eyes was extremely strange. You are the one who caused the trouble. Tell me what to do. Manager Zhang's eyes narrowed. The dull face was forced to squeeze out a flower. Sir, no, master, we finally got you here. Our company has actually been wanting to renew the contract with you, but we've always. Before he could finish his words, Xiang Feng raised his hand to interrupt him. What do you mean? If you want to stay, you stay. If you want to leave, you leave, right? Although he wanted to rent it, he had to make it pleasing to his eyes. How can things be resolved without an explanation? Chapter 5 Sweet Kiss. Manager Zhang regretted it so much. We all knew that someone would definitely take over the house soon, but we were still so stupid. The sponsor who came to your door gave you a lot of criticism. Her eyes turned cold and she turned around suddenly. Looked at the culprit, Yuan Kai. You like talking nonsense, right? Yuan Kai, go to the finance department to collect your salary. I will approve an extra month's salary for you. Manager, please give me another chance. Yuan Kai's face turned pale. Although she had this premonition, she still couldn't accept it. Employees of LVS design team can enjoy discounts on luxury products released by the company. High salary, good benefits, and the ability to package yourself. You never know when you might be able to hook up with a rich second-generation guy. Where can I find such a good job? Leah, after all, we entered the company together. Please help me plead for your boyfriend. She knew it was useless to ask the manager for help, so she went to Leah to play the emotional card. After taking a quick glance at Xiang Feng, who seemed unmoved, Leah lowered her head. She is not stupid. Of course I know, if it weren't for Xiang Feng's status today. She is the one who will be kicked out of the company today. 5 minutes. If you're still here, you won't have to take the extra month's salary. Seeing that Xiang Feng didn't make any further statement, Manager Zhang dared not hesitate. In a word, Yuan Kai was sentenced to death. Manager Zhang raised his watch and started counting. Yuan Kai couldn't wait any longer. An extra month's salary would cost at least 10,000 yuan. She quickly ran to her desk and packed up her things. Those who know her say that she is resigning, but to those who don't, it looks like she is fleeing from famine. The matter was settled, and Manager Zhang apologized with a smile again. Young master, can we discuss the leasing now? In her opinion, Xiang Feng is so young. He must be a rich second generation. Otherwise, with 30 or 40 million, there are many things you can invest in. Anyone with a bag in his head likes to collect rent slowly. Xiang Feng asked doubtfully, did I say I would rent it to you if you fired her? The manager seemed to have misunderstood something. The person who just chased me away was not just one person. Whoever was shouting loudly just now, please step forward. Well. All the employees took a step back in unison. They were busy with their own tasks. An expression that looks as if it has nothing to do with me. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. Xiang Feng, it's okay, after all, they didn't say anything. Leah quickly pleaded. Those are mostly members of the sales team. Most of it is just talk. If they were all fired, the company would be empty. Xiang Feng, please help me. Most people can't afford to rent this commercial building. You might as well renew the contract. Leah held his arm in her arms and shook it. The feeling of warmth, fragrance, and softness is so refreshing. This is what it means to pay back. It's so difficult. What should I do if I can't bear it anymore? Xiang Feng raised the corner of his mouth and hooked his finger at Leah. This means there is something to talk about? Leah quickly put her ear close to Xiang Feng, wanting to know what conditions he proposed. Suddenly, there was a popping sound. In full view of everyone, Xiang Feng slapped Leah in the face. Crunchy. All around, Louis D'Antoni employees were stunned. Is this how rich people play? Just move your finger and the goddess will automatically offer herself to you? Ha, Manager Zhang, right? We can go in and discuss the contract now. While Leah was blushing, Xiang Feng had already pulled Manager Zhang. He ran towards the office in 3 or 2 steps. Leah was left standing there awkwardly, her ears burning. What should I do? I'm so shy. Being kissed, being teased. She turned her head. On the other hand, the female colleagues around me all look envious and jealous. Look at the relationship between the two, there is no escape. It's confirmed that they are a pair of bastards. Who would have thought that Leah would end up with such a rich young man? The company was previously bought by a mysterious person. Needless to say, it must have been the work of Leah's boyfriend. Some people have already started to have wild thoughts. Spend tens of millions to pursue a girlfriend. That's really generous. Confronting Coast Sea View Villa District is an exclusive retirement destination for the wealthy in Shanghai. Sister Zhou, the agent of Huayu Media, said earnestly. My dear aunt, what on earth do you want to do? You can even lose the contract that I have obtained. Opposite her is a second-tier star who is currently very popular. Zhang Yueyuan, known as the Little Fairy. At this moment, she had just finished taking a shower. Her black hair falls like a waterfall, and her skin outside the bathrobe is as pleasing to the eye as mutton fat. She was being intimate with her big teddy bear on the sofa. Hearing what Sister Zhou said, Zhang Yueyuan couldn't help but pout. Sister Zhou, who told that person to do that to me? Then you shouldn't just throw the leftover bones on the plate directly at people's heads. Sister Zhou's voice suddenly became louder. How many men don't like to be involved in fishy things? He is a director after all, please give him some respect. I gave you a leading female role, but you were so reluctant to even shake hands when we met. I asked you to drink a few glasses of wine and spend 200 yuan to call a waiter to fill the void. What kind of operation is this? A few hours ago, Sister Zhou was looking forward to life. As long as I signed the contract, the company promised to give me a 5% commission. You know, Zhang Yueyuan's signing fee was as high as tens of millions. But, after a drinking party, it's a bust. Not only was his salary deducted, he was almost demoted to the sidelines by the company. Chapter 6 Find a Landlord. I know Zhang Yueyuan is principled and keeps herself clean. But Sister Zhou really wanted to tell her that in the entertainment industry, you can't make a living just by following principles. It's no use saying anything now, pack up and let's move. Ah. Zhang Yueyuan stared with her two big eyes. She was confused by what was said before. When it comes to moving, I realize the seriousness of the problem. Sister Zhou, please don't. I like it here very much. Sister Zhou is very worried. This naive boy must have an IQ problem. He failed to make orders worth tens of millions, but he is still so carefree. Like nothing happened. Little girl, can you wake up? The company helped you build your image before. Half of the money for this villa was paid by the company. You took away tens of millions of dollars. You think it's okay if the boss doesn't scold you, right? The big bear in my hand suddenly didn't smell good anymore. Zhang Yueyuan really likes this villa. Facing the sea, the unobstructed view of the coastline is so beautiful. Who would want to change the bed they are used to? She grabbed Sister Zhou's arm and acted coquettishly. Sister Zhou, I still have some money on me, why don't we pool our money together and continue renting it? In fact, Sister Zhou doesn't want to leave here either. Although Zhang Yueyuan was hidden by the company, this is only temporary. Just to give an explanation to the director. If I move now, I might be targeted by some paparazzi. A piece of cool gossip that will definitely make you doubt your life. The landlord of this Seaview villa just called and said that the villa has been sold. If we want to continue renting it, we have to call the landlord again. According to a 1-year lease, it would cost more than 2 million yuan. Zhang Yueyuan was shocked. She has no idea about money. I always thought that the 500,000 or 600,000 yuan in my own piggy bank was enough. But with over 1 million, it turns out I'm not worth as much as a villa. Now if we want to continue living here, it depends on whether the new landlord is willing to talk to us. Sister Zhou sighed and didn't hold much hope. Confronting Seaview Villa is closely watched by many wealthy people in Shanghai. People are scrambling to live here, it's a symbol of status. The evening breeze hit my face. The gorgeous figure of Bugatti Veyron is driving on the road. Xiang Feng was enjoying the comfort brought by the sports car. A full 15 million. The Qinghai commercial building was leased to Louis Din for 5 years. This morning, he was still a loser pretending to be cool in front of girls. Now, he has transformed himself into a multi-millionaire. Life suddenly became boring. Beep, beep. While I was still sighing about life, a strange phone call came in. It's a nice number and worth a lot of money. Being in a good mood, Xiang Feng picked up the phone. Hello, are you Mr. Xiang, the landlord of the villa in Confronting Coast? I would like to rent your villa again. That delicate voice on the phone. 3 parts coquettish voice, 7 parts temptation. Xiang Feng almost made the steering wheel in his hand spin. Artificial synthesis, it must be something like beauty filter or something like that. Xiang Feng immediately became alert. Turn on the system, sure enough. If I remember correctly, it was the villa that I just bought today. Okay, tell me how much you want to offer. He also doesn't understand the market price of villas. The system will be refreshed the next day anyway, so it doesn't matter. I only have 500,000 yuan, and I want to rent it for a year. What did you say? Xiang Fang's voice suddenly became excited. This person must be thinking of him as a fool. Kongjing Villa is the gathering place for wealthy people in Shanghai. Given the location, surrounded by mountains and the sea, even if he didn't understand the market, he wasn't completely crazy. No, I mean a deposit of 500,000 first, and I will collect the rest of the money as soon as possible. Realizing that he had made a slip of the tongue, the person on the other end of the phone hurriedly explained. I'm Jiang Yuan. Don't worry, I won't owe you any money. Well, it's confirmed. It must be a setup. Although he is not a fan of celebrities, Xiang Feng also knows it. Jiang Yuan is a famous singer after all. How could you not come up with just over 1 million? The finger slipped and the call was hung up. Nowadays, scammers have no depth in deceiving people. Do you really think I'll be stupid if I hear some sweet music? Then several calls came in succession. It seems like he is determined to never give up. Xiang Feng picked up the phone and started talking nonsense. Are you sick? Jiang Yuan, if you can, sing a song for me. If you sing well, I will rent you the villa. After a brief pause. On the other end of the phone, a clear voice slowly opened. There is a beautiful sunset on the lapel. The afterglow sent me an old horse. I was passing by the house with the chimney. The voice is like a nightingale, melodious and graceful. Sounds good. Damn, I found a courier. Xiang Feng quickly opened the music browser in the car. This voice, the match is 100%. Could it really be him? Cough cough. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Xiang Feng interrupted quickly, I'm sorry, I thought you were an imposter. Tell me how you want to rent a house. After all, she is a star, but he ignored her for a long time and then yelled at her. Xiang Feng also felt a little guilty. Jiang Yuan said excitedly, I'm being hidden now. Can I rent it for a year for 500,000 yuan? When I get an order and make money, I'll pay you back immediately. Well, can openly say that he was hidden. This guy must be a fool. Okay, add me on WeChat first, and I'll find a time to come over. Chapter 7, Our Food Delivery Company. If it weren't for this misunderstanding, Xiang Feng actually didn't want to rent it. After all, I have tens of millions of dollars in my card. It's definitely not an option to go back to the community and stay at home. The car was bumped and bruised all over, which made him feel very sad for a long time. When he arrived at the most luxurious hotel in Shanghai, Xiang Feng directly asked for a presidential suite. Lying on the bed, Xiang Feng vaguely remembered the moment when I got off the car in slippers. The provocative glances of those girls were just short of writing a few words. Come on, have fun, handsome guy. Haha, woman. After waiting for a long time, I finally made it to 12 o'clock. Today's product refresh was successful. The legal representative of the part.If food delivery company, estimated value is 60 million, 10 yuan, whether to sell it in seconds. Whether. Long awaited. Pay 10 yuan. Congratulations, host, you have successfully accepted the part.If meal delivery company. Please accept it as soon as possible. What a simple and unpretentious life of rich people. Miss yesterday and look forward to tomorrow. Good night, this beautiful night view of Shanghai. It's Monday, and the sun is high in the sky. The ringing of the telephone next to my ear. It was a call from the manager of Xiangfeng Company. Still having a sweet dream, Xiang Feng answered the question in a daze. Xiang Feng, do you still want to do this? It's been so long and you still haven't come to work. My eardrums felt numb. Xiang Feng felt a sudden rush of energy when he woke up. Zhou Paopi, are you tired of living? How dare you yell at me? There was a moment of silence. Of course, that person definitely didn't expect that. Today, Xiang Feng has undergone such a tough transformation. Very good, don't even think about your monthly salary, just wait for me to pack up and leave. Followed by a sound of grinding teeth. The call was disconnected. In other words, Xiang Feng was in the wind and rain. I earned several thousand yuan delivering takeout for a month. That's all. Xiang Feng got up lazily. I plan to visit the company. Of course, he doesn't care about a few $1,000s. But when he thought about the money, he would definitely embezzle it. The big Simmons bed suddenly didn't smell good anymore. Outside the hotel, it was another sunny day. Xiang Feng drove his sports car towards the company. He works for a food delivery company called part.If. Take over some orders from ele.me and Mateone. Logically speaking, it is owned by a big company after all. 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund are a matter of course. But these have nothing to do with these employees who work so hard. They were all eaten up by the hateful Joe Popi and Wan Hai. If you ask why, it's very simple. The boss is his brother-in-law. But now, they are all just clouds. Brother-in-law, even if your grandfather was born, he couldn't save you. You bastard, wait and see how I deal with you. Run fast to the door of the food delivery company. Outside the huge gate, employees all in company uniforms stood at the bottom of the stairs. His eyes were sleepy and blurry. The fat man sprayed with hairspray. Wang Hai stood outside the company door with an indifferent expression and scolded loudly. Everyone, I have good news for you. We are running fast and are being acquired by a big boss. The chairman just said that the boss will come to inspect the company today. Everyone, cheer up. Today, we will give everyone a subsidy of 50 yuan. A passionate speech. The greasy face was full of anticipation. Shouldn't there be applause here? Below, there are 50 or 60 company employees. His face was full of disgust. 50. That's it? You called us out so early in the morning and made us stand there for the whole morning. Is he just doing this for the sake of putting on a scene? It's better for me to deliver takeout all morning than to stand here as punishment. Contempt with green eyes and white breath. But no one dared to stand up. Everyone understands that the heads of this company are all from the same family. Even after basking in the sun for a whole morning, no one dared to say a word. There is no way, their livelihoods are in the hands of Wang Hai. Wang Hai coughed twice and continued. You can also inform that those who are not present today will have their wages for this month deducted, and no sick leave or personal leave will be approved. Buzz, buzz. No one paid any attention to Wang Hai's words. Just because of the low roar of the engine at the corner of the intersection, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Smooth curves and domineering body. Why are you so domineering? Didn't I see the Bugatti Veyron logo that's worth tens of millions? Belongs to the Kirin and appears in the supreme form. Absolutely cool. When the Bugatti Veyron stopped in front of the company, the scene suddenly became restless. The employees present gathered around. Damn it, when did a wealthy person of this level appear in Shanghai? It seems like he is coming to our company. Could he be the big boss? Don't treat me as a fool, I can't see it. I have to say, sports cars are lethal. No matter male or female, it's awesome. When I saw the figure coming out, the employees gathered around were dumbfounded. I know this person. This must be fake. Xiang Feng actually got off the Bugatti Veyron. Wang Hai looked excited and quickly squeezed into the crowd. If you can get the attention of a big shot of this level, just anything can come out from between people's fingernails. I don't have to worry about anything in my life. Old Wang, what are you looking for? Seeing Wang Hai looking into the back seat of the car, Xiang Feng couldn't help but joke. That is true, except for people like Xiang Feng who become rich overnight. Most wealthy people have drivers to drive them when they go out. Xiang Feng was seen leaning against the sports car. Just think, he had just gotten into the company. Wang Hai immediately became angry. Xiang Feng, you want to die, right? The chairman of our company is in here. Chapter 8. Hello, chairman. Otherwise, at the critical moment, Wang Hai really wanted to strangle Xiang Feng to death. Don't you even look at your dirty hands? Can your paws touch a car of this level? There are some nail marks. I can't afford the compensation even if I sell you. Sure, you're late for work and not wearing work clothes. Who gave you the courage? Xiang Feng rolled his eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to this idiot. There will be plenty of time to clean up later. I took out my cell phone and asked the person in charge of running fast what was his name. It seems to be Yang. That's right. Yang Jianghe, right? I'm here, please come down. What? Wang Hai's round face was squeezed together in an instant. You are just a small courier, and you still need your boss to come down and greet you when you come to work. This guy is really pretending to be awesome. Come here, some people, get this idiot out of here right now. It just happened to be a special period, otherwise Wang Hai. How can you be so easy to talk to? 1 second, 2 seconds. Egon employees remained unmoved. Could it be that no one saw me waving? Just kidding, he is the man who got out of the driver's seat of the Bugatti Veyron after all. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. Seeing the strange look of the employee, Wang Hai immediately became angry. What I mean is, no one listens to me, right? Security, where the hell are they? Get them out now. The security guard came out from inside the company. Also coming along was the general manager of part.Reward company, Yang Zhanghe. As the legal representative of the company, Yang Zhanghe had naturally seen Xiang Feng's photo. Sweat dripped down. This brother-in-law, is he looking for death? At this moment, Yang Zhanghe took 2 steps at a time. He ran to Xiang Feng. Bend down and bow. Chairman, welcome to inspect the company. The scene was silent. Those employees who work on the front line with Xiang Feng day and night. Rubbing eyes frantically. You are not seeing things, this hairstyle, this look. And there is also that middle school slipper style. Is it really Xiang Feng who sleeps in the same dormitory with us? The one who was most shocked was Wang Hai. He didn't even notice Yang Zhanghe's blinking eyes. Brother-in-law, you're wrong. The chairman is in the car. This guy is just a delivery boy. Yang Zhanghe almost fainted. I call you brother? You delivery man, you really know how to talk. Don't you know that rich people like to do cool things? Throw it out to them. You are now in their territory. Xiang Feng put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, what do you think we should do now? Cold sweat flowed down Yang Zhanghe's forehead. Clear. He waved to the 2 security guards beside him. Throw him out, fire him from his position as vice president, and never hire him again. He who brings trouble upon himself will suffer the consequences. This kid usually has a very sharp eye. Why do I keep running into trouble today? It seems that now is not the time to joke. The security guard put his hands on Wang Hai's arms. Only then did he realize the horrible truth. Could it be that this sports car belongs to Xiang Feng? Brother-in-law, I was wrong, please don't fire me. If I leave, there will be no one to cover for you every day, and you won't be able to hide the fact that you went to the KTV to look for the ladies. Don't pull me, don't pull me. Looking at Wang Hai being dragged away, Yang Zhanghe wiped the sweat off his forehead. This guy is in big trouble today. Even though the person has left, the bill is not yet settled. Now the company is my own, so of course some foreign debts have to be settled. Xiang Feng said coldly, Manager Yang, you handled it well. Yang Zhanghe smiled awkwardly and said, that's right, that's right. The net profit of the company you manage seems to be much higher than that of other companies. They are all set off by their peers. Have you paid the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund for employees? Of course, of course. Wait, what was that question? 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund? Yang Zhanghe's heart skipped a beat. It's all over. He also heard about the welfare issues of employees. He had also heard some rumors about the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Just treat it as targeting individual employees. But now, the problem seems to be a little serious. Xiang Feng snorted coldly, do you think that the employees here have all the benefits they should have? He had been in the company for half a year, and now he recalled those years of exploitation. I'm so angry. Ask these employees, who have full attendance in the company, which month they failed to complete their work on time, and which month they received their salary. A few people have received the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund that were promised to them. Not to mention the good work, but if I get up a little late, all the work I've done in the morning will be in vain. What I said is exactly the voice of these grassroots employees. Without anyone taking the lead, they were of course intimidated by Wang Hai's tyranny. The person who can take the lead is Xiang Feng, the company's new chairman. The employees below immediately became outraged. A handful of bitter tears poured out. The situation was getting a little out of control, and Yang Zhanghe quickly asked the secretary behind him. What the hell is going on here? Now that the incident had become completely exposed, the secretary no longer dared to cover up for Wang Hai. He immediately said miserably, "General Manager, this is none of my business." It was Wang Hai who embezzled the employees' 5 social insurances and 1 cash. He also tampered with the company's contract without permission, so. Fuck, this son of a bitch. Yang Zhenghe raised his leg and kicked. He kicked the secretary to the ground. As the general manager, how could he not be aware of the seriousness of this problem? No one reported it, otherwise it would happen in an instant. The company would immediately become notorious. Chapter 9 Holiday. Only a fool like Wang Hai would do such a thing as digging his own grave. Chairman, don't worry. I will definitely pay back all the money that guy has embezzled over the years. If there's even a penny left, I'll sell my house to pay it back for you. After saying that, Yang Zhenghe turned his attack. He looked at the secretary he had always trusted. Aggressive. Sure. You dare to hide this from me? I'll give you 2 days to return all the kickbacks Wang Hai gave you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind. Following Yang Zhenghe's order, the secretary was dragged away like a dead dog. The matter is settled. Regardless of whether Yang Zhenghe knew about it or not, he did it after all. Whether it's a compliment or fear. Xiang Feng was too embarrassed to dismiss him. After all, he was used to being free, so he was suddenly given the position of chairman. He can manipulate shit. It's more satisfying to be a rent collector. 2 annoying people were kicked out of the company. The employees below cheered loudly. It has to be said that this wave of operations at least won Xiang Feng the hearts of the people. I've been delayed for the whole morning and it's not realistic to go to work now. Xiang Feng simply waved his hand. Brothers, this month's bonuses will be paid as usual. Starting this month, everyone's base salary will increase by 300. 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund are all arranged for everyone. Today, we are going to the Brilliant Bar, the Supreme Package, 14 building. Below, the employees who ran fast were so moved. The benefits of getting it in hand. 300, not much. But for employees who work under the scorching sun every day. An extra pack of cigarettes a day. A bottle of water. It comes in a real way. The boss is generous. Boss Xiang is awesome. From now on, we will never criticize our boss behind his back. Forget about this one. In response, Xiang Feng just waved his hand calmly. Low profile, low profile. After that, there were about 50 or 60 people. They all showed their magical powers. Small electric cars, shared cars, and motorcycle taxis. Marching forward with great momentum. A global chain hotel located on Qinghai Commercial Street. The Brilliant Bar is definitely the face of Qinghai. In the past, a meal in the hall would cost tens of thousands. The Supreme Bag, many people have only heard of it. This day was destined to be a terrifying moment for the Brilliant Hotel. Can you imagine? 56 electric bikes rushed into the hotel aggressively. If they hadn't been wearing delivery uniforms. The security guard called the armed police force within minutes. Until Xiang Feng came to the rescue in a Bugatti Veyron. This blunder finally ended. The manager looked at the group of people with a strange expression. Just eating a meal turned into a fight. Xiang Feng left the matter of booking a private room to Yang Zhenghe. After all, when it comes to eating and drinking, Yang Zhenghe must be better than him. He doesn't care about anything else, just tell him to pay the bill. Even though Xiang Feng was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he heard the price of the private room. The fingers that scanned the code couldn't help but tremble. A Supreme Bag actually cost 50,000 yuan. This doesn't include the food cost. In other words, just to book a room, whether you eat there or not, 50,000 yuan is gone. A meal here would cost at least 500,000. When collecting rent from a commercial building, I didn't even realize I had earned several $1,000,000. But when it comes to paying, it hurts just thinking about it. Lao Yang, take them up first. I'm going to answer a phone call. The hall was too noisy, and Xiang Feng then noticed the cell phone that kept vibrating in his pocket. Go to a quieter place. Look at it this way. Wow, 4 or 5 calls. But they were all calls from Zhang Yueyuan. What the hell? I almost forgot that I was going to talk to this girl about renting a villa today. Xiang Feng quickly picked up the phone and explained. Big star, I'm sorry, I really forgot about you. Why not another day? I can't leave now. What, you want to come over to see me? After a few words of communication, Xiang Feng was still confused. That's right, Jiang Yueyuan is coming to see him. It's not because Xiang Feng is rich and has the buff to attract goddesses. But Jiang Yueyuan herself is in a hurry and is now planning to take on a commercial. When I get really busy, I'm sure I'll be flying everywhere. I don't know if this girl is just simple-minded. After all, she is a small singer and is not afraid of being secretly photographed. Forget it, let us talk about it when we get here. At worst, we can find a few employees to look after her. For the financial sponsors, the service attitude must still be in place. System, open the mall interface. part.If company has successfully taken over. It's time for the system to refresh items again. Ding, the item is successfully put on the shelf. Thompson Ipin School District House, 10 units, Unit 2B1 floor 1053, Unit 2A3 floor 1542, Unit 1. The price is 10 yuan, is it a flash sale? Weather. Call. Calm. I'm rich now, I have to calm down. Calm down, these are 10 school district houses. Yes. Payment successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 10 sets of Tangchen Iping School District housing. A courier will contact the host later, please receive the property certificate in time. School district housing is in short supply. Moreover, Thompson 1 is the top real estate developer in Daxia. Any house in a school district costs 7 or 8 million. 10 sets. Nearly 100 million worth. Xiang Feng has already felt it. If the system continues like this, he would die of exhaustion on his way to collect rent. Chapter 10 Love Rival. I went to the bathroom and splashed some cold water. In front of the mirror, Xiang Feng began to fix his bad hairstyle. After all, he is a man worth over 100 million. Do you want to find some time to change this outfit? Hey, isn't this Xiang Feng? I meet you here. As soon as he walked out of the bathroom, Xiang Feng ran into his college classmate head-on. Zhang Lei, a famous second-generation dirty kid from Qinghai University. This nickname came from his habit of talking nonsense. Like to kick off other people as girlfriends. Over time, the men who were attacked by him gave him this nickname. Picking up broken shoes, a dirty second generation. Hey, Lao Zhang, long time no see. When the nickname was mentioned, Zhang Lei's joking face instantly turned cold. It's true that he likes to flirt. That's because he really enjoyed watching those losers suffer the misery of losing their loved ones. When I think of the woman in my bed, the group of losers who are kneeling and licking you behind your back, the feeling of pleasure is overwhelming every minute. And he usually chooses his target to attack. They are men and women who have just started dating and haven't gotten started yet. Is there something wrong? I am a love quality inspector. What a great profession. I didn't expect to see you here. How come you can't even wear nice clothes after leaving school? Zhang Lei chuckled. As his last group of quality inspection subjects. But it's Xiang Feng. It's quite impressive. For the past. If I think about it in the past, I still feel a little regretful. But today, Xiang Feng couldn't help but feel childish. Damn it, wouldn't it be nice for him to have one less gold digger spending money? There's nothing we can do. Even a wealthy and powerful young master like us, young Master Zhang, can't afford new clothes. How can an old classmate of mine dare to do that? Zhang Lei looked confused. What on me is not new? Xiang Feng lowered his head and glared at the floor. Follow Xiang Feng's gaze. Damn it. How dare you say I'm wearing slut shoes? Xiang Feng quickly covered his chest, he was so scared. You said that yourself, it's none of my business. Hold. Zhang Lei got angry when he saw that sarcastic look. In college, who would dare to say this to him in person? The arm was torn off that day. Security, get out of here right now. Is this how you entertain VIPs? It is unrealistic and embarrassing to take action against the brilliant hotel. However, Zhang Lei believes that based on his identity. If you want to kill Xiang Feng, it will only take a few minutes. The noise was quite loud and soon attracted the manager's attention. Of course, there is also a figure wearing high heels. After just 1 year, Xiang Feng's impression of Xiaomen has really changed a lot. I don't know what means this woman used. He was able to stand firm next to Zhang Lei, who changed clothes faster than he changed women. At this moment, she was carrying the limited edition bag of LV's 60th anniversary. On the ears, sparkling earrings. It should be inlaid with diamonds. As for clothes, there is no need to mention it. With a rich man like Zhang Lei on the list, how could he be short of money? Xiang Feng, why are you here? After just a glance at Xiang Feng, Zhao Min turned his head away in disappointment. Now thinking about it, I was really blind at that time. I actually followed such a bumpkin. Look at that weird outfit. He's just a clown. Manager Luo, I am also a frequent customer here. I am not saying anything bad about you, but the brilliant hotel is the face of Shanghai. How can they let in any beggars? The implication is obvious. I'm looking for trouble. Which side are you on? Manager Luo, who was very experienced in dealing with things, could see everything inside. If he were an ordinary person, he would certainly have these powers. Find a legitimate reason such as his disheveled clothes to ask Xiang Feng to leave. But in front of you. He's the big guy who just spent 500,000. The person in charge of the part.If takeaway company has to call this young man chairman. I am just a worker. Dare to offend? Mr. Zhang, why don't we just forget about this matter? I'll arrange a better private room for you. The best way is to reconcile. Don't offend either side. Better? Do you think I'm short of that little money? I always bring a supreme bag when I come here. In a word, kick him out. Eating in the same building with such a person is poisonous, understand? Oh. Xiang Feng was happy. Why don't you put on a glass cover? What about breathing the same air with others? After not seeing him for a year, this guy has become even more pretentious. Don't make things difficult for the manager. To be honest, the exclusive box you requested is already reserved by me. You can try another one. Although the brilliant hotel is a large and powerful company, most of the people who can be greeted are business tycoons. The master of the local people. I want to eat at the supreme bun which can accommodate 100 people. Such a shitty thing. Only Zhang Lei can do this. What? Zhang Lei's eyes suddenly widened. He knew the price of the private room here. 500,000, even if you go in. Just ordering a glass of water would cost at least 500,000 yuan. Xiang Feng is a poor loser. Where did he get all this money? You know, the person who can open a private room like this must be worth at least 18 million. If you click, people will just say you are an idiot. Spend your hard-earned money to fill your head. I really want to scold Xiang Feng for bragging without thinking. But the manager nodded silently at the side. Tell him that Xiang Feng today is different from before. Chapter 11, Making Trouble. His face instantly turned the color of liver. I can't believe, Xiang Feng, that a worthless person like you can actually turn things around. It's a bit embarrassing, at least in front of my girlfriend. I'm still unsure about my former younger brother. Of course, here. Zhao Min's tall eyebrows trembled slightly. I feel a little jealous inside. There are many benefits to marrying into a wealthy family. But it is inevitable that there are always times when we have to speak against our conscience. For example, in bed. You are so fierce. I am so scared. In front of the mirror. Brother Lei, actually you are the type that you don't look handsome at first glance. But the more I look at him, the more attractive he becomes. Ugh. Just Zhang Lei's fighting power in those 3 minutes. A skinny face. Every time I go out shopping, it affects my mood. Although Xiang Feng was wearing cheap clothes. But he has handsome facial features and a strong body. But it's not something that can be blocked by clothes worth dozens of dollars. What a pity. It would have been great if this guy had become successful earlier. Is it a turnaround? But I made 18 million from business, so that's not enough. Xiang Feng's positioning for himself is very simple. With a capital of $10, he is doing a business worth tens of millions. Isn't this a businessman? No matter whether Xiang Feng is bragging or not. Now, it is no longer realistic to kick Xiang Feng out. Manager, top floor, give me a supreme package too. Even Xiang Feng, a lazy guy, opened the supreme package. Zhang Lei was not willing to be outdone, so he threw out 500,000 yuan. Even though I was just accompanying a few clients. But face-saving projects have always been the good advice that Mr. Zhang regards as good advice. Just wait and see how long your luck will last. After saying a few words, Zhang Lei put his arm around Zhao Min's waist. He gave Xiang Feng a cold and contemptuous look and walked towards the elevator. The girlfriend I had been dating for 2 years ran away with Zhang Lei. No matter how you put it, I feel unhappy after a while. It would be good if this guy knew what was good for him. If there is any trouble again, light a stick of incense and wait for the system to refresh your company. Received a text message from Yang Jianghe. Just wait for him to come upstairs to eat. The largest room on the top floor has been booked. Exquisite dishes were served one after another on 6 carved revolving tables. Big lobster, red wine, and roasted whole lamb. Just looking at it makes people salivate. But since the chairman hadn't arrived, no one dared to pick up the chopsticks first. Walking to the middle, there are tables full of the company's top executives. The kind of person that Xiang Feng usually can't find a way to lick. Human resources manager, financial manager, including Yang Jianghe. Seeing Xiang Feng arrive, they all stood up. How to say it? First, he started by flattering him. Director Xiang, I know you are definitely not an ordinary person. Every time you take an order, the rate of favorable comments is 100%. Boss, I never thought that the person who bought the company was actually one of our employees. Don't worry, since you think so highly of our company, we will definitely work hard with you. In fact, I've long seen that the boss is not an ordinary person. The reason why the company can't grow big is because it has no money. In everyone's mind, things had already gone awry. A young man from a wealthy family who endures humiliation and bears heavy burdens stayed dormant in the company for a few months, just to make a living and acquire the company. What this shows is that our company has potential. Hearing this, Xiang Feng himself was confused. He has no choice when it comes to the things that are refreshed in the mall. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Just as we were enjoying our meal, we heard funeral music from outside the door. Yes, it's the kind of music used in the countryside to announce funerals. It really ruins the mood. What the hell is this manager doing playing this music? After slapping the table, Wang Hai stood up quickly. The big boss invited us to dinner today, and he actually dared to play such unlucky music. Hey, let's go out and take a look. Xiang Feng waved his hand. Stop Wang Hai, who wanted to rush out to seek justice. The supreme package is located on the top floor of the brilliant hotel. Don't forget, there is a fly on this floor. Outside the door, next to the small fountain, several beautiful girls were twisting their slender waists in the middle. Zhang Lei was enjoying this fashionable dance with a comfortable look on his face. How can you justify inviting clients to dinner without bringing a few girls along? After eating, I can also discuss Xiang Feng. This business can be profitable no matter how you do it. If it doesn't match the song, I have to say, just looking at the looks of the girls, there is actually something quite special about it. Yang Jianghe touched his chin and said doubtfully, why do those girls look so familiar? I know, it seems to be a very popular internet celebrity in Douyin. No wonder, I just seem to have seen it somewhere. After being reminded by several employees, Yang Jianghe immediately remembered. That's what love is. But even if you want to be famous, this is too shameless. Only these internet celebrities would think of bringing funeral music into a hotel. At this time, the hotel manager ran over, sweating profusely. Said with an embarrassed look, everyone, I'm sorry, we are negotiating with them to stop playing this kind of music. The manager knew that the two did not get along. Anyway, we are in a hotel, no one would dare to take action, right? What a cool thing to do is to bring the party directly into the hotel. My head hurts. Chapter 12. What is Zhang Yuan? What are you negotiating for? Don't you know how to just kick them out? Yang Jianghe is not an easy person to talk to. He also didn't know that the trouble was caused by their boss. Of course, even Xiang Feng. He will also make a decisive choice. First, assess the situation and make a move. The manager forced a smile out of embarrassment. Boss Yang, these girls are really hard to mess with. How to say it, the king of hell is easy to deal with, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. These internet celebrities are not big shots. But it can't be denied. In this era of flooding traffic, they all have their own fans. Just the 3 dancing ones have at least tens of millions of fans combined. Moreover, the hotel rules do not prohibit singing and dancing. If you really force it, the manager believes that the hotel he is in charge of will become famous tomorrow. Real photos of a certain hotel, bullying customers, please help. Reversing right and wrong and confusing black and white have always been the usual tactics used by these internet celebrities. You mean, we should just eat while listening to this funeral music? Yang Zhenghe's eyes widened. I really wanted to grab the manager by the collar and give him a beating. People in their 50s and 60s are still eating inside. Such a small matter can't be solved. Xiang Feng questioned his ability every minute. How about it, Xiang Feng? Knowing you're having dinner, I specially ordered a song called White-Haired Song for you. How about it? Pediatrics. Just when Zhang Lei was puzzled. Xiang Feng has already become one of those internet celebrities. To solve a problem, you have to focus on the key points. You three, I'll give you 500,000. Get out of here right now. What? The three girls stared at each other and stopped moving. His eyes were full of mistakes. It's just a dance, why is it so expensive? The three of them looked at Zhang Lei, who was not far away. Obviously, this is heartwarming. Zhang Lei obviously didn't expect Xiang Feng to play such a trick. What if the internet celebrity that I hired with my own money was poached by Xiang Feng? Then he would be really embarrassed today. Zhang Lei gritted his teeth and said harshly. 510,000, keep jumping. I'll give you 600,000. Without any hesitation. Everyone was stunned. This is a large-scale competition of wealth. Why are these three internet celebrities worth this price? A dance costs 500,000 yuan, which means each person gets 180,000 yuan. It's much better than selling goods. The eyes of those three internet celebrities are now full of stars. The dizzy feeling of a scratch lottery ticket hitting your head. My dear, let's forget it. Zhao Min tugged at Zhang Lei's arm, feeling a little distressed. 600,000. Enough for her to buy a car. Little did she know, in front of a man. A woman's exhortation is like a marching drum on the battlefield. I haven't even gotten out of bed, and you're saying I can't do it? 610,000. With a roaring tone, Zhang Lei shouted out the most cowardly price increase. Xiang Feng still downplayed it. 700,000. How the hell do you have so much money? Zhang Lei couldn't bear it any longer. 700,000, plus the 500,000 for today's box. It cost nearly $1 million a day. The box fee is easy to negotiate, after all, it is a task assigned by my father. But this is a waste of 700,000 yuan for no reason. My flesh hurts, my balls hurt, my whole body hurts. Hearing Zhang Lei's question, Xiang Feng just calmly took out a bank card. Come on, just brush it. The employees and senior executives behind Xiang Feng, including Zhao Min. They all looked at Xiang Feng with a dull expression. What does it mean to be so wealthy and so domineering? That ass about it. Those internet celebrities couldn't hold back any longer. Already started to conceive. I want to sell my body for free. Okay, you can do it. That's good enough. 710,000. At this point, Zhang Lei had no choice but to swallow his anger. I'm really going to get scared. There are three Douyin internet celebrities in front of him. If it really gets out, who knows what will happen? As a result, he also became famous. He has already planned it out. As long as Xiang Feng dares to add another one. I don't care about my face anymore. The person is gone. Even if he gets 700,000 yuan out of it, it will be enough to vent his anger. But Xiang Feng really doesn't care about these 1 or 200,000. He owns 10 school district houses and is looking for ways to spend the money. Just as he was about to bid. Spend money to drive these people away. The phone rang. Hey, are you here yet? It's downstairs. Then come to the top floor. Just come up and sign. That's it for now. I'm hanging up now. Looking at Zhang Lei, the three internet celebrities had expectant eyes. Xiang Feng said weakly. Well, why don't you just keep dancing to this ghost-attracting song? Don't stop. The person is yours. Puff. Zhang Lei vomited blood and almost suffered internal injuries. I've been planning this for most of the day, and you don't want to play anymore. Damn, so heartless. The employees behind Xiang Feng all gave thumbs up to their chairman. Rich people are indeed willful. Just when everyone was daydreaming, the elevator to the 18th floor has arrived. Zhang Yueyuan has long hair and carries a handbag. He walked out of the elevator humming a little tune. You seem to be in a good mood. It was just when I walked out of the elevator that the hall was strangely quiet. What is going on? Am I seeing right? Isn't she Zhang Yueyuan? It seems that one of her movies will start shooting soon, and I saw it on UC Mountain. Why would such a big star come here? Chapter 13 Cool. What a big singer. I can actually see him here. At this moment, Xiang Feng had already walked over. He extended his right hand and smiled politely. I've been waiting for you for a long time. It was simply shocking to everyone. Is this female star here to find Xiang Feng? Damn, the chairman is awesome. I'm so envious. The chairman is really an extraordinary person. I hate it so much. How does this guy know celebrities? This sentence, of course, is Zhang Lei's inner monologue. Hearing this familiar voice, Zhang Yueyuan asked in confusion. Mr. Landlord? Yes, you have brought the contract for the Seaview Villa on Kongjing Coast. Let's go in and sign it. Despite previous conversations. But when she saw the real person, Zhang Yueyuan still found it hard to believe. The landlord who bought the Seaview Villa. So young. Judging from his age, he seems to be about the same age as me. Of course, their conversation was clearly heard by Zhao Min. She flexed her fists under her skirt, and her fingernails were broken. Zhang Yueyuan came to Xiang Feng to rent a villa. The villa at Kongjing Coast. One set would cost at least 50 or 60 million. There is still a price but no demand for it. Ordinary people can't even think about winning the lottery even if they have money. What on earth did I miss? A group of people came out quickly and went in even faster. They were all busy following Xiang Feng and went in to take another look at Zhang Yueyuan. Didn't say a word, but Zhang Lei's face. It was a loud slapping sound. In the hall, there were only Zhang Lei and Zhao Min left. Guarding the gurgling fountain. Funeral music on the sound system. The scene has a strong cool style. Mr. Zhang, if there is no problem, we will continue dancing. The leading internet celebrity asked a very inappropriate question. Zhang Lei at this time. Dance, dance your sister, dance, if you can, give me a striptease. His expression was as if he was choking on shit. Xiang Feng brought a star into the room. Can you sing as well as others if you still sing now? He didn't want to give these hundreds of thousands. If it were just a person, he would just say a few harsh words and it would be over. But what if these three people in front of me really fall out? He felt the bitterness of the hotel manager. With the addition of Zhang Yueyuan, this already wolf-like gathering even started to howl. It can be said that many people can work in the takeout industry. After all, the threshold is not high. But most of them are college students who have just graduated and cannot find a satisfactory job. Keep up with the times. I have no resistance to stars like Zhang Yueyuan. Finally, at the call of the wolves, Zhang Yueyuan walked up to the podium with a blushing face. For big hotels, banquets for weddings, graduations, etc. are normal. Microphones, speakers and other things are all available. Zhang Yueyuan opened her mouth. It's like a small concert. The sounds of nature are everywhere and the lingering sound is around. Many employees took out their mobile phones to celebrate this glorious moment of the day. The lunch lasted until the afternoon. During this period, nothing unexpected happened. After all, he ate turtle twice a day, so Zhang Lei was in a good mood. He was too embarrassed to continue causing trouble for Xiang Feng. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiang Feng took Zhang Yueyuan away first. Speeding on the Bugatti Veyron along the Kongjing coast. You are a star after all, can't you be a little more reserved? Just sing when they ask you to. Blinking her beautiful eyelashes, Zhang Yueyuan lay on the passenger seat. She stretched gracefully. How could I know there were so many people here? And you're the landlord. If I really refuse, what if you raise my rent? After the meal, the two of them could be considered comrades in arms at the table. Without Sister Zhou to keep giving instructions by my side. Zhang Yueyuan is very relaxed today. What's the use of raising the rent? You can't afford it anyway. Xiang Feng rolled his eyes. It's like no one knows who is who. You're in such a hurry because you're afraid you'll have to rent the place out. Zhang Yueyuan's pretty face turned red. Damn, I was despised. She puffed out her cheeks, put her hands on her chest and snorted. Do you know how much I charge for singing a song? That arrogant look, coupled with that pouty mouth that is turned up to the sky. I have to say, it's really beautiful. I don't know, but it probably won't be enough to pay the rent. With just one sentence, Zhang Yueyuan was back to her original form. Bro, can we get around this? By the way, didn't a big director ask you to make a movie? How come you can't even pay the rent? According to Zhang Yueyuan's worth, let alone anything else. Just shooting an advertisement costs several million. How did it come to this? Besides, looking at her appearance, she doesn't seem like a big spender. Hearing this, Zhang Yueyuan couldn't help but feel a little depressed. This is also the reason why Sister Zhou cannot be with her recently. Because of the contract termination. She has suffered a lot of grievances. Even the previous wages were suppressed. I'll have to trouble Sister Zhou to get these things. After telling Xiang Feng the whole story, Xiang Feng chuckled. He leaned over the steering wheel and burst into laughter. You are also a talented person. Director Zhang is a famous director after all. You are blaming him for nothing. I hope you are not banned and exposed online. Wiped away the tears of laughter. It's rare that this girl can be considered a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. You know, many female stars before they become real big stars. But they all took off their clothes on their own initiative. The type that can't wait to get into someone else's bed. Chapter 14, Renting a School District House. Zhang Yueyuan was sent to Kongjing Coast. Xiang Feng actually wanted to go in and take a look. After all, he had never seen his own sea view villa. But this is a single man and a single woman. Zhang Yueyuan didn't invite him, and Xiang Feng was too embarrassed to ask. Plus there are 10 more houses waiting for me to sign for. Xiang Feng drove to Thompson Epine. The sports car led the way, and the railings were opened early from a long distance. Pull the car off the road. According to the room numbers given in the system, Xiang Feng found the properties one by one. After running around for more than half an hour, I finally signed for all 10 houses. Ding, 10 sets of school district housing have been signed for successfully, and the mall has been successfully refreshed. The familiar voice reappeared in my mind. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained an ancient painting, a genuine work of Tang Bohu, appreciating chrysanthemums in the east fence. It is on the way, please sign for it as soon as possible. What? Are there any antiques? Xiang Feng rediscovered his understanding of the system. System, how do you make money with this thing? Do you just sell it? All items refreshed in the mall can only truly belong to the host after they make a profit. Please use the items to make a profit within 3 days, otherwise the items will be cleared or destroyed. Oh my god, oh my god. Xiang Feng finally understood. The setting of the 10 yuan flash sale mall. You can refresh it as long as you make a profit from using the items of the day. But I want to get it permanently. You must make a profit within 3 days and you are not allowed to sell it. That is to say, now he owns it permanently. There are only companies, 1 floor of business offices, and villas. After all, this sports car hasn't made any money for him yet. This is a difficult situation. For a company of this nature, flash sales mean profit. But things like antiques. No, if you miss it, you'll lose a house. But it has to be used to make money. Take a look and buy one? Whether something is real or fake is still a matter of debate. It is certain that people will call you a psycho. Holding a mountain of gold, I dig out the grains of soil. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Today's refresh task has been completed. I can only pray that tomorrow's mall refresh task will be easy to complete. As soon as he reached the gate of the community, Xiang Feng couldn't help rubbing his eyes. I am not seeing things. This is a strange fate. The person negotiating with the security guard seemed to be Li Lia. At this time, Li Lia was explaining to the security guard anxiously. Uncle, please let me in. I mean no harm. I just want to rent a house for my sister, or you can give me the property management phone number. Half an hour. I'll just go in for half an hour, okay? But she said it out of the blue. The security guard just wouldn't listen. It's impossible to get in without swiping the card. Hey, pretty girl, can you help me? Is it you? Looking at that nasty smile. Leah got angry just thinking about it. Yesterday, in the company. He actually took advantage of me openly. And in the end, he just ran away without saying a word. This is the demeanor a man should have. After all, you're on a blind date, so you should show some appreciation. This also made Xiang Feng, the rich second generation, an image of a playboy in Lia's mind. How did he get in? Leah gritted her teeth, feeling very indignant. Why? Just because Xiang Feng is such a loser. T-shirt and shorts, and slippers on your feet. Why can't I go in by myself? Don't even talk to the security guard. Xiang Feng took out a bunch of keys from behind his back with a smile on his face. Well, that's the gap. Wow, there are dozens of them. The sound of shaking and crackling. Are you the owner of this place? Leah was completely confused. What on earth does this guy in front of me do? Office buildings, school district housing, he has a share in every aspect. Aha! Xiang Feng walked forward proudly and said, of course. Why, do you want to rent a house? Leah nodded helplessly. Right. Thinking of Xiang Feng having a house, Leah spoke again. My cousin is going to high school, and my mom asked me to help her find a house in the school district. That's a good feeling. Hearing this, Leah's eyes lit up. It turns out that this man is not so ungraceful. But his favorable impression of Xiang Feng only lasted for a sentence. I'll rent it to you. Don't worry. With our relationship, the rent is easy to negotiate. Haha, man. Holding such a bunch of keys in his hand. A rent of 7 million was signed yesterday. I even discussed with her about the rent of several thousand yuan a month. Leah immediately began to breathe heavily from her nose. I thank you and your whole family. After saying that, he stamped his feet, turned around and left. Xiang Feng was confused by what he saw. What's going on? I was helping out of kindness, so how could I have offended this heroine? After being stunned for a full minute, Leah in front of him walked up again. You are a piece of wood. You can't even find me after all this time. Straight, for sure. She stretched out her hand and said angrily, you said you would rent me an apartment. Xiang Feng said oh and then said uncertainly. Shouldn't you pay first? Leah. Brother, what does your family do? How did you develop this character of not doing anything without profit? Just follow me to get the money now, okay? Chapter 15, Special Habits. CCB, at the ATM machine door. Leah angrily handed the 30,000 yuan in her hand to Xiang Feng. Here, this is half a year's rent. I'm so happy, I earned enough money to buy a house in the school district. I have to say that this woman is quite materialistic. But he did help Xiang Feng twice. Xiang Feng also felt that he should express his opinion out of emotion and reason. How about I give you a ride? I really wanted to refuse, but after all, I haven't established a firm foothold in the company yet. After all, in the eyes of others, this guy is her boyfriend. It doesn't seem like a big deal to just give myself a send-off. Okay. Seeing that Leah readily agreed, Xiang Feng immediately said with a smile. That's a good relationship. With our relationship, just give me some gas money. The Bugatti Veyron was immediately found. Leah. His furrowed brows looked like you could squeeze water out of them. It seems like there is a fee for taking this bus? She couldn't imagine it in this life or the rest of her life. There are still such stingy rich people in the world. With a 9-digit net worth, the car fare is only a few $dozen. I just paid you 30,000. I even have to pay to ride in your car. Your conscience hurt? Roll. She roared angrily and kicked Xiang Feng with her leg. But, I was wearing high heels. I have difficulty in moving. Xiang Feng dodged it easily, and Leah lost her balance. He sat down on the ground with a thud. Tell me, what are you doing? How can such a beautiful woman just do it so easily? No, I forgot. You haven't been in a relationship yet. You can only be called a girl. There was a burning pain in my ankle. Leah picked up the high heels and took a look. The heel is broken. Plus red and swollen ankles. Sorrow and anger. Tears slipped out quietly. You bully people, you think you are great just because you are rich. If you want money, you only know money. Why don't you go after money? Get lost, I won't ride in your car anymore. Xiang Feng, who had never dealt with the girls crying. I was suddenly at a loss as to what to do. He was going to charge for the gas. But these are only 10 or 8 yuan, or 30 or 50 cents. Just some change. It's okay as long as you finish the system tasks. Look, this guy is really not kind. He has such a cheap girlfriend, but he is still not satisfied. He made her cry. Young man, why don't you coax your girlfriend? There is never a shortage of enthusiastic old men and women in Daxia. Seeing Xiang Feng's cheap clothes. And I can have such a beautiful girlfriend. It doesn't matter who is right or wrong. You are lucky enough that someone is willing to follow you. Xiang Feng's scalp tingled. He felt like he was going to stand there stupidly. He was criticized by everyone in every minute. Can we just leave first? At worst, I won't charge you any money. The more people there are. Lilia was too embarrassed to cry anymore. But there's no way I can forgive him just like that. She turned her head away proudly. Snort. An old lady carrying vegetables came forward, took Xiang Feng's hand and spoke earnestly. Can't you see that your girlfriend's shoes are broken? Why don't you carry her back home quickly? I'm not saying anything bad about you, young people, you just don't know how to cherish. Like my husband, even though he's old, he always plays with me on the swings, but he's not like you. Auntie, I was wrong. The aunt became more and more excited as she spoke. Xiang Feng quickly raised his hands in surrender. He quickly squatted down. Sister, I beg you, please come up quickly. He is really scared. If I delay any further, I might end up being considered a heartless person. When have I seen Xiang Feng like this? Lilia burst out laughing. Okay, promise to take me to work next time. Xiang Feng, no problem, I'll take you to the women's restroom. After thinking for a while, Lilia said again, don't accept money. Xiang Feng. Feelings are so offensive. Okay, I promise, come up quickly. Just like that, with the ant's eyes full of a sense of accomplishment. Xiang Feng carried Lilia on his back. Just walked out of the crowd in harmony. Ouch. After putting Lilia down, Lilia shouted out immediately. It still hurts. How about we go to the hospital? Lilia rolled her eyes and snorted coldly. It's not expensive to go to the hospital. Hiss. This was the first time Xiang Feng changed his opinion of this woman. Except for that pretty face. There is actually a virtue that shines. My high heels are broken and I definitely can't walk now. Lilia said worriedly, how about you go to the supermarket and buy me 2 ice cubes? She thought that applying a cold compress would heal her after the blood clots dispersed. That's fine. A few minutes later, Lilia was stunned. Xiang Feng walked over with a popsicle in his mouth. Brother, I asked you to buy ice cubes. They are for cold application, not for eating. Xiang Feng was stunned and said, I know. After saying that, he put the popsicle on his forehead and gestured. Look, you can use ice cubes to apply the cream, and you can also use popsicles to apply the cream. Why don't you just buy some popsicles? You can take a bite of them after applying the cream, how about that? Xiang Feng finished speaking with a proud look on his face. He asked curiously, what's that sound? It seems a little strange. Lilia, I want to bite the sound of people. Finally, after Xiang Feng's long speech. Under the persuasion of thrift and diligence as virtues. Lilia still put on the popsicle shamefully. Chapter 16 Bite You to Death. And Xiang Feng was eating a popsicle beside her. He totally ignored Lilia's murderous look. It makes a crackling sound when you bite it. After running for an afternoon, the sun was still as hot as ever. Lilia couldn't help swallowing. Hey, can you buy me a popsicle too? Xiang Feng, what? Lilia, I'm thirsty. Hey, it's no big deal. After saying that, Xiang Feng took out another bottle of mineral water from behind him. Ice cold. You bitch. Lilia couldn't help it any longer, so she grabbed Xiang Feng's arm and bit it. Accompanied by a scream from under the tree. Lilia felt frustrated the whole afternoon. Finally, I feel comfortable. What are you doing? Rubbing the teeth marks on his arm, Xiang Feng quickly struggled to break free. This woman must be born in the year of the dog. He bites people if they disagree with him. Xiang Feng, didn't you say you were thirsty? What's wrong with me giving you some water? Lilia became angrier and angrier as she spoke. You bought ice water early in the morning, why didn't you take it out earlier? Just pour ice water on it, isn't that good? Xiang Feng said righteously, love is not about using your money, you have a really big heart. Lilia. If you didn't know that the Bugatti Veyron behind him belongs to Xiang Feng. He even suspected that this guy was the reincarnation of a miser in his previous life. No, boiled chicken. The kind where you can't even find a hair. Get in the car, I'll get home and do it myself. She no longer wanted to stay with Xiang Feng. I feel like my intelligence is constantly being insulted. Oh. Press the car key and the door opens automatically. Xiang Feng walked to Lilia and put his arm around her ankle. With a tiger's lunge, he directly picked up Lilia. Two pairs of big eyes, just staring at each other. Lilia, what do you want to do? Xiang Feng, I'll carry you into the car. Lilia, didn't I reach out my hand and ask you to help me in? Xiang Feng, if you don't speak, how can I know what you want to say? Looking at the arm in front of her, Lilia's teeth started to itch again. Considering that both sides would suffer losses, he finally suppressed his impulse. Maybe next time, there's always a chance. Xiang Feng, otherwise, I'll put you down. You've already started to leave, why are you still asking me? It's not just the Bugatti Veyron. A characteristic that all sports cars have. That's the chassis, which is on the low side. Inevitably, Lilia was carried to the co-pilot seat. Xiang Feng's nose tip gradually moved towards Lilia's chest. I didn't feel that at first. Until a faint fragrance came into Xiang Feng's nose. Only then did he notice how indecent their posture was. Lilia protected her chest tightly. With a blushing face, he still did not forget to threaten. If you dare to mess around, I will definitely not forgive you. I didn't think much of this threat. Xiang Feng's stubborn temper immediately came to the fore. His palm slid and slapped Lilia's buttocks. There was a crisp sound. I really didn't say anything, the hand feel satisfaction is 100%. You're dead. Lilia opened her eyes wide, clenched her fists and prepared to hit Xiang Feng in the face. In a hurry, Xiang Feng was dragged into the car. The face just sank in. Warm and soft, nothing more than that. Oh, bitch, you bitch. Hit by the car headlights, Lilia collapsed. He was completely out of his mind and was only thinking about how to dismember the rapist in front of him. Xiang Feng shuddered all over and shrank back. Get out of the car quickly. Even so, 2 claw marks were left on the neck. Lilia, I really didn't mean it. Look, if it weren't for you. Lilia had a frosty face and gritted her teeth and said, how dare you say that? Well, I'd better shut up. Consider getting in the car now. The probability of a car accident with 2 lives lost is as high as 80%. Xiang Feng decided to wait and see. Wait until this woman calms down before getting in the car. After a few minutes, the incessant cursing in the car died down a lot. Xiang Feng then opened the driver's seat and sat in. Well, where is your home? Lilia folded her hands across her chest and pointed at Jihang. The meaning is obvious, I don't want to talk to him. Considering that a good man does not fight with a woman, Xiang Feng endured it. Open the navigation system and wait for Lilia's input. When I saw Lilia take out 100 wet wipes from her bag, Xiang Feng was completely furious. You can't be so disgusted with me. Lilia snorted coldly and pointed to the place where Xiang Feng had pointed before. Make sure to wipe it clean. Then he wrapped his finger and carefully poked the navigation. Damn it. This woman was humiliating him in disguise, and Xiang Feng already had the evidence. You're not going home? The location on the navigation is the address of LV Louis Vuitton Company. Now, isn't it time to get off work? Snort. Lilia turned her head away, her eyes blurry as she looked out of the car. In order to rent this school district house, she had to take a leave of absence. If I go back now, I will have to work overtime until the early morning at least. It's just a feeling of sadness. If you have the ability, who would want to rely on a man? Her request is simple, to find a man who is not worse than her. Is that too much? In a daze, Lilia seemed to dream of her true name, the Emperor. He drove a luxury car and dragged a villa to pursue her. In the astonished and envious eyes of countless people. Kneel down slowly. She took the ring under her mother's satisfied gaze. Under the church, the two began their vow kiss. Chapter 17. I'll pick you up. When she took a closer look, Lilia couldn't help but feel alert all over. Under the halo, there is actually that annoying smile. Open your palms and ask what you want to do. Wake up quickly. He was also convinced. In just 10 minutes, this woman was able to fall asleep. When she opened her eyes, Lilia saw Xiang Feng slapping her in the face one after another. She roared and stood up, trying to stand up with her teeth and claws bared. Fight with the bitch in front of you. However, the old injury recurred. He suddenly slumped in his chair. Tell me, what are you doing? Xiang Feng folded his hands over his chest and sighed. Since you are injured, then you should just stay and recover. Why are you working so hard? Can't you just take a leave and go home? Lilia rubbed her ankle aggrievedly. Hearing this, he immediately became unhappy and said, it's none of your business. Because Xiang Feng agreed to rent out the house. It's inevitable that she will get a promotion and a pay raise. Successfully became the design team manager. Some new information came in, and the pressure naturally eased. This is the cusp of the storm. If there is any mistake. There are quite a few people who take advantage of the issue to make something of themselves. Open the door, I want to get out. Seeing that Lilia insisted on getting off the car, Xiang Feng sighed. He got out of the car and opened the door for Lilia personally. Come, let me help you up. Ha! Lilia glared. He seemed as curious as if he had discovered a new world. This bitch, has she changed her character? She really wanted to ask if he wanted money, but it seemed a little awkward. Half believing and half doubting, he finally put his hand over it. This time, nothing unexpected happened. The two of them walked into the company building slowly, respectfully. Like many companies. Although it is a 9-to-5 job. But the Daxia company all has the same nature after all. A certain amount of work is assigned to a certain period of time. Many employees of Lewis & Company are still working overtime. I saw two figures pushing the door open. Everyone's eyes turned upwards. It's not just because of Lilia's popularity in the company. It's the posture between the two of them. Too ambiguous. In order to be careful about the impact, Lilia put one hand on Xiang Feng's wrist. This is what everyone sees. He looks like a little eunuch accompanying the Empress Dowager. I should add one more sentence. How many months? Okay, you can go back now. Seeing that everyone's looks were getting more and more strange, Lilia's face turned a little red. After all, I've never been in a relationship, so why would I be stared at like that? Xiang Feng said, okay, if you have trouble moving, I'll come pick you up in the evening. At this moment, all the resentment towards Xiang Feng disappeared. It just turned into a gentle voice. It's not that Xiang Feng has changed much. I just feel that Lilia's life is not easy either. It seems to be a single-child family, and he was raised by his mother since childhood. He is also very hardworking and has received many scholarships since he was a child. Compared to people like Xiang Feng who have been a source of worry to their parents since childhood. It definitely beats Xiang Feng by a wide margin. After leaving the company, Xiang Feng first went to a computer store. He still has 9 school district houses left, and he has to rent them out immediately. Although there is a property management company, Xiang Feng is not used to putting all his eggs in one basket. Well, the real inner monologue is actually, evil middleman, please get out of here. A luxurious sports car coupled with an alternative outfit. No matter where Xiang Feng parks, he is the most eye-catching presence on the street. Xiang Feng doesn't know how to configure a computer, but he still remembers some of the top brands. Alien dogs, plus brand name stores. Not afraid of being cheated. A mobile phone, plus a laptop, the host has a luxurious configuration. It cost a total of 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. After leaving a delivery address, Xiang Feng planned to return to the hotel. When he walked down the street, next to him was his sports car, the Bugatti Veyron. 3 girls in colorful clothes were standing nearby. Flash, camera. Greet with all your strength. Xiang Feng didn't disturb their interest. He leaned against the railing and stood aside waiting. how to say it. A feeling as lonely as the snow arises spontaneously. Brother, could you please take a photo for us? The girl with purple hair looks to be about 16 or 17 years old. Xiang Feng's eyes gave him a very friendly feeling, so he invited him. All right. Xiang Feng nodded and took the phone from the girl. Although these three girls have been acting pretentiously nearby, from their careful movements, it looks like just vanity at work. Everyone has gone through this age. With a click, Xiang Feng nodded with satisfaction. He thought he had found a good angle for this photo. Sure, little brother, you must have studied the major before. The purple-haired girl didn't mind the formality and put her arm around Xiang Feng. How about we go have a couple of drinks together as a thank you? No, I have to go back to renting the house. Rental house? The other little girl burst into laughter. Brother, you are really humorous. If you want to rent a house, then you should rent it. Why add the word rental to it? As he said that, he raised his phone and took a photo with Xiang Feng. I have to say, Xiang Feng is quite good looking. When it comes to teasing girls, just one or two humorous words are enough to make them laugh. Xiang Feng didn't explain and took out the car keys from his casual pants and shorts. Red lights flashing. Then, in front of the surprised gaze of the three little girls, the door of the Bugatti Veyron slowly opened. Chapter 18 Day 3. Xiang Feng walked slowly towards the car door. Throttle, roar. Only a lonely car shadow was left. After a brief moment of daze, the girl looked at the photo with Xiang Feng. Oh yeah, I've been with a rich guy. Naturally, she was looked down upon by the girls next to her. There is also a little jealousy. After waking up, Xiang Feng first washed up quietly. Wash your hair and brush your teeth. Just as comfortable as before. He put down the toothbrush and slowly closed his eyes. After taking a deep breath, he ran to the bed happily. The preparation action is completed. System, open the mall interface. Ding, the mall has been refreshed. 100 acres of land in Nanha district is worth 90 million. Do you want to buy it immediately? Weather. Familiar hand speed, payment. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Nanha and taking the 100 acres of land. Please accept it as soon as possible. Ding, sports car detected, Bugatti Veyron has not yet made a profit. Host, please complete the task as soon as possible. The sale was successful, and the land worth 90 million was successfully acquired. After the excitement, there was another period of depression. Sports car, land worth 90 million, how to make money? It's a headache, do I still have to build a house? 3 days is nothing. I stared at the ceiling and waited for half an hour, then there was a knock on the door. Get up and open the door. There was a girl standing outside the door. What's the matter? At Tailong Hotel, the waiter brought 2 large packages to Xiang Feng. Mr. Xiang, from yesterday to today, you have 2 parcels delivered by SF Express that you have not signed for. That's great, thank you. Xiang Feng finished speaking, under the waiter's stunned gaze. He took the package and closed the door. Completely ignored the waiter's palm asking for a tip. Unpacking a package is one of life's greatest pleasures. Even though we already know what's inside. But this does not hinder Xiang Feng's anticipation. Unpack them one after another. One is a painting that is framed and wrapped in film. Even with just a glance, Xiang Feng couldn't help but be fascinated by the artistic conception of the painting. Picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, I leisurely see the southern mountains. I am not educated, so I can't help but say this. Picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence, an authentic work of Tang Bohu. The other package is a land deed. Located in Nanha district, a piece of land waiting to be developed. It's difficult to handle, but the more difficult ones nowadays are sports cars. It's the 3rd day. Melancholy. We need to investigate carefully to see if there is any good solution. Pick up your phone. Display startup failure. This is out of power. Xiang Feng touched his chin. I always feel like I forgot to do something. Suddenly I felt a chill down my spine. Damn, Lilia. He remembered that he had promised to pick someone up yesterday. But after buying things, my phone was turned off. It's a sin, what a fucking sin. Xiang Feng quickly connected the data cable and pressed the power button desperately. Oh my god, this is a big mistake. After a while of relaxation, the phone finally had a little power left. The first thing that caught my eye was a dozen or so missed calls. From 12 o'clock to 2 in the morning. Xiang Feng smiled bitterly. Forget it, we still have to face what we have to face. He dialed the number back. The first time I called, I hung up directly. Second time, same as above. Just when Xiang Feng was losing his patience, Lilia took the initiative to call him. What's going on? In the restroom of a company, Lilia looked at the row of phone numbers with a ferocious look in her eyes. You are a liar who doesn't keep his word. You said you would pick me up. That's what you promised, right? How can you just disappear? If you don't want to come, then don't come. Why make me wait till midnight? Do you know how I got home last night? Xiang Feng said weakly, take a taxi? After saying that, I realized that this was not the time to talk about this. Just as I was about to explain, there was a burst of silent tone on the phone. Xiang Feng smiled bitterly and said, it seems that I have one more nickname. Dial again. But this time, it was a different number. A close friend of Xiang Feng. What a failure. I have become successful, but I have forgotten those brothers who are still eating coarse food. The phone was connected and a hearty laugh came from the other end. What are you doing, kid? You didn't even answer your dad's call. You bastard, do I have to tell you about the time I drove a Bugatti Veyron to pick up girls last night? Hey, that's enough. When it comes to showing off, I admit defeat. By the way, do you still have Zhao Min's contact information? Xiang Feng asked in confusion, what's wrong? Why would Luoli bring up this for no reason? You know, when I was dumped. But it was so painful that he still persuaded himself for a few days. Xiang Fengkai slowly came out of the trough. Luoli said, I don't know what Zhao Min has gone crazy for recently. He has been asking classmates around for your contact information, and he has even changed some of his status updates. Do you want to hear them? They're so disgusting. Oh, not interested. Xiang Feng knew very well about Zhao Min, that scheming bitch. When he had no money, he was treated as a backup by that woman. Now most people are thinking about how to turn Zhang Lei into a spare tire. We can't afford to offend with such means. You didn't call me just to say this, did you? Luoli chuckled, no, you're going to have another mother. Xiang Feng, speak human language. I'm going to propose today, will you come? Chapter 19, Proposal. Fuck, you're just saying that now. Xiang Feng quickly started looking for his pants. He also said that he was not loyal enough. It's such a big deal, and this bastard just informed him now. Luoli smiled bitterly, how many times did I call you last night? Count them yourself. If you didn't tell me about this kind of thing 10 days or half a month in advance, I wouldn't have been able to prepare at all. What are you preparing for? Preparation for the loss of a beloved son. Luoli. Forget it. I'm too lazy to compete with you. I plan to confess my feelings at noon. I've already bought the ring. If you want to come to our company and have a meal in the cafeteria. After hearing this, Xiang Feng still felt warm in his heart. After college, Luoli was one of his few good friends. But, since it is my brother's big day, how could he not be there at a time like this? Considering that Luoli's condition doesn't seem to be much better than his. Xiang Feng first drove to a jewelry store. I'm a straight man and I don't know how to choose. But when it comes to diamonds, it's always better to make them bigger. In the salesperson's mouth, which was big enough for an egg. Xiang Feng waved his hand. Brush it. A total of more than 1.2 million was spent. It is called the South African Angel Eternal Love Diamond 3-piece set. Earrings, necklaces, rings, pack them all. Do you feel sad? That's okay. For the sake of my brother's face, no big deal. The rent will increase in the future. In front of Qinghai Yanglinju Real Estate Agency Company, Ltd. Taking advantage of the time after get off work, Luoli prepared the flowers early. Under the 99 roses was the diamond ring he bought. It's only a few thousand yuan, although it's a bit shabby. However, Luoli believed that he would be able to make up for it to his girlfriend Wan Hui in the future. At this point in time, it's almost time for my girlfriend to get off work. It is worth mentioning that I stood downstairs for so long. Luoli is actually not boring. A Mercedes-Benz X6 parked on the side of the road. It has been vibrating at a very high frequency. I can only say that the boss really knows how to have fun. Seeing two patrolmen coming over, Luoli suddenly became anxious. So, being kind-hearted, he immediately stepped forward and knocked on the window. "Boss, wait a minute, the police are coming." The car window opened a crack, and the woman with disheveled hair showed a hint of panic. But when I saw that profile, Luo Lihuan almost lost half of it. My girlfriend, who I've been waiting for a long time, is actually having sex in the car with someone else here? Am I being cheated on? Wan Hui was slightly embarrassed when her embarrassing incident was discovered. Seeing that it was Luoli, she buttoned up her shirt neatly. The two walked out of the car one after another. "Wan Hui, tell me quickly, is this guy threatening you?" Deep down, he still hoped that the girlfriend he loved was not that kind of woman. The boss, whose surname is Ning, is already in his 40s or 50s. He is more than qualified to be Wan Hui's father. Boss Ning frowned and said unhappily, "Luoli, be careful with your words. It's your girlfriend who likes my money and is willing to be my mistress." As he said that, Boss Ning slapped Wan Hui on the butt. He said impatiently, "Hurry up and tell this idiot, did I force you to do this, or did you seduce me?" Wang Hui bit her lip and glanced at the rose in Luo Li's hand. The wavering gaze suddenly became firm. "Luo Li, do you think you can get married now just because of those flowers? Isn't it ridiculous? How can you support me with your monthly salary of just over 3,000 yuan? Hearing this, Luo Li couldn't help but shudder. Flowers were scattered on the ground. A box fell to the ground. "Hey, it seems you're not that stupid." Wang Hui squatted down and picked up the box. When she opened it, she almost laughed her teeth out. Judging from the size of this diamond, it is only about 3 carats. "Don't know which brand it is yet." "Ha, Luo Li, you are really something. You have the nerve to give such a small diamond ring to someone else?" Although she said so, Wan Haik was not polite at all. She threw the box away and stuffed the ring into her bag. "Just think of it as a breakup gift, or as this guy's tuition. In my memory, I thought my girlfriend was well behaved and charming. It's like a different person. Cold and mean." Every word he said was like a knife scraping at Luo Li's heart. He clenched his fist, unwillingly. Why, would you sell yourself out just for the fucking money? Since I was on the street, I naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. The poor boy's marriage proposal was rejected. What a great gossip topic. Many people were already whispering to each other. How strange it is to see a poor boy's failed courtship. The scene was a bit awkward for a moment. Boss Ning said unhappily, "Why don't you get him out of here right now? There are so many people watching. Do you want my wife to know? It is well known that he has a tigress in his family. Otherwise, you can find a lover in the company so you don't have to hide around." Wan Hui gritted her teeth and said, "Yes, I did sell myself. What's the matter? If you want to blame someone, just blame yourself for being poor and unable to afford a purchase." Buzz, buzz. At this time, a Bugatti Veyron attracted everyone's attention. Inside the car, there was a spirited young man in a suit. He came into the crowd holding a box. He bowed to Luo Li. "Master, the master said you are getting married today, and asked me to send a diamond set worth 1.2 million as an engagement." Reversal, a surprising reversal. Chapter 20, Slap the Green Tea Bitch. No one thought of the plain-looking boy in the crowd. He is actually a low-key rich second generation. Bugatti Veyron, the Kirin-shaped sports car, leads the way. This is not a treatment that ordinary rich people can get. The exquisite box was slowly opened, and the gorgeous diamonds shone brightly in the sunlight. Wan Hui's eyes widened when she saw this. Isn't this diamond the latest model on the shopping street? It must be worth more than 1 million. South African Angel Eternal Love Series, the ring has a red diamond in a matching color, it's so damn beautiful. If anyone proposes with this, I will accept it no matter how many people come. Passers-by looked at the infatuated girl with indifference. They all raised their middle fingers. Luo Li was confused when he saw the familiar face looking up. This is only a partial understanding. Item. Just as he was about to shout, he was immediately interrupted by a blink. "Master, the head of the family said that since you are married, he will no longer force you to marry other women. Please go home and inherit the family property." Gurgle. To others, it seems that only movies would dare to act like this. The green tea girl dumped the poor boy, But she didn't expect the poor boy's true identity, it turned out. Take a picture, you have to take a picture. At this time, passers-by were excited about this. Wang Hui's face was as ugly as it could be. If I could just endure it for another day. Waiting for Luo Li to propose. Then she could marry into a wealthy family immediately. The sports car and diamonds in front of her are all hers. Compared to being a mistress who is not presentable, it is better to serve an old man. The treatment is totally different. Regret, frustration, and discomfort. I regret it so much. Luo Li, actually what I said just now was just to irritate you. In fact, I still love you. You want to propose to me, right? I promise, let's start over, okay? Please, forgive me this time. This is what shamelessness is. The onlookers looked at Wan Hui, who had tears on her face. There was an immediate booing. But think about it. If so, just put down your face. You can spend the rest of your life in a sports car. It seems to be quite cost-effective. Xiang Feng chuckled, Master, what do you think? Helped me to achieve this. Luo Li still couldn't see the true face of this woman. He really wanted to kick himself in the face with a slipper. Pushing Wan Hui to the ground, Luo Li said coldly. Don't you know how dirty you've been played? It's broad daylight. It's a good thing you two dogs have the interest to do this. Humph. After saying this, Luo Li felt unprecedentedly refreshed. This breath of anger was so satisfying from beginning to end. Then, under Xiang Feng's service, he got into the sports car without looking back. Gallop away. And Wan Hui knelt on the ground. He cried with an unwilling look on his face. Luo Li, I was wrong. Please, don't leave me. No one will pity her ending. I have to say, I wore it myself. In a small stir-fry restaurant, Xiang Feng was grinning evilly. Son, tell me, how much is Dad's acting worth? Luo Li took a big gulp of his iced cola and gave Xiang Feng a contemptuous look. You are such a big shot, but you don't know your limits. Tell me, where did this car come from? Don't be fooled by how calm he was when he got in the car just now. In fact, cars of this level can only be seen in magazines. It's like sitting on a pile of money. Xiang Feng waved his hand. Don't worry, I rented this car, and I was planning to come to help you calm down today. I never thought that you would fall for that kind of green tea bitch. Luo Li's eyes dimmed, as if he was remembering the past. How should I put it? Actually, when we were together, she was quite nice. She cared about her family and me. Xiang Feng glared. Brother, you are not still thinking about the old relationship, are you? What did you say when I was dumped? Fuck those gold diggers. Why should we waste the sweat from the more than 30,000 pores on our bodies on those gold diggers? Looking at Luo Li's expression, it was obvious that he still had feelings for that woman. Rolling his eyes, Luo Li said as a matter of course. It's not that a bystander sees more clearly. I didn't expect that this kind of thing would happen to me. Well, you said it in a grand and majestic way at the beginning. It's because the knife didn't cut you, right? Beep, beep, beep. The phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Just look at Luo Li's dying expression. Even if he used his but to think, Xiang Feng knew who was calling. Aren't you still thinking about that woman? Why don't we give it a try and see whether this woman is after your money or your body? Luo Li was confused and asked, how do I try? Sure enough, a man who falls in love. They are all idiot level. In order to make Luo Li give up completely, Xiang Feng began to confess. After a moment, Luo Li picked up the phone again. He called Wan Hui again. As soon as I picked up the phone, I heard a heart-wrenching cry from the other end. Luo Li, believe me, I really love you. But I really had no choice. My brother was sick, so I had to agree to go with Boss Ning. Please, forgive me this time. Just hearing this crying sound, any man would feel compassion. I have to say, this woman's acting is really good. Luo Li let out a long breath and said. Wan Hui, just now, they actually recognized the wrong person. Chapter 21 Sports cars are profitable. My family's situation is actually just as you said. I'm not a rich second generation at all. The crying sound on the other end of the phone suddenly disappeared. Maybe the amount of information was too much for Wan Hui to react. Finally, after a few seconds of silence, Luo Li said weakly, are you still willing to come back to me? Stupid. The phone was hung up with a click. All that was left was Luo Li's bitter smile. Damn it, my sincerity was wasted. Seeing Luo Li's playful smile. Only then did Xiang Feng feel relieved. I have finally let it go. The two of them drank one cup after another and gradually became more drunk. Speaking of which, you are doing so well that you can even afford to rent a Bugatti. It's not cheap, is it? Xiang Feng raised the beer bottle and took a big gulp. It's okay. This thing is cheap, only about 3 to 5,000. Puff. Xiang Feng spat out the beer he had just drunk. Brother, did you really rent this car for 3 to 5,000? I just answered it casually, but I didn't expect this guy to react so strongly. Xiang Feng wiped the wine off his face and clothes and said with a look of disgust. Be careful, I rented this dress too, so I have to return it to the owner. This statement is serious. After all, he is not the protagonist. Xiang Feng had no intention of taking over the show. I just found a place to rent the suit at the last minute. If you can find someone, it'll be 3,000 yuan a day. I'll rent it to you on behalf of my boss. Luo Li slammed the table and said excitedly. Real? Xiang Feng, really? He was worried that he couldn't find anyone to go out with. After all, it's too low, and if it gets scratched and rubbed, it would be difficult for me to get angry. As for the exorbitant price, to be honest, Xiang Feng is just a delivery man. I don't know any high-end people. Acquaintances, insurance, low prices. Isn't that just perfect? He is not worried that his brothers will betray him. Okay, I'll rent it. Xiang Feng, okay. Luo Li was already thinking about Wan Hui's expression when she went to work in the afternoon. Damn it, I have everything I want for you. You take me as an idiot? At the same time, a video went viral online. It is refreshing the top charts of major browsers, including Douyin, Kuaifang, and other short video websites. They are all soaring at a rocket-like speed. A reversal for the loser guy. The dumped guy is actually a rich second generation suddenly appeared in Shanghai, hiding his identity and proposing to his girlfriend, but unexpectedly. The green tea girl will cry bitterly. What is behind all this? There are endless thought-provoking titles of all kinds. When you click on it, you will see the video of what happened today in front of Yang Linju Company in Shanghai. Pictures speak louder than words. You thought he was a loser, but no, he was just low-key. Scarlet diamonds, luxury sports cars, these are all punctuation marks that come with their own traffic. Maybe Xiang Feng himself couldn't have thought of it. I became a little famous with another profession. System, open the interface. After leaving with Luo Li, Xiang Feng opened the system interface. System, how do I know that I have successfully completed the task? System, just turn on the voice prompt. Xiang Feng, why didn't you say so earlier? System, turn on the voice prompts. Ding, voice prompts are turned on. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully completed the Bugatti Veyron mission and have obtained the sports car permanently. Remaining profit tasks. 100 acres of land in Nanha district, remaining mission time, 69 hours. 9 sets of Tangcheniping school district houses, 52 hours. Tang Bohu picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence, 69 hours. The flash sale mall has been successfully refreshed, and another piece of 100 acres of land in Nanha is available at a flash sale price of 10 yuan. Is it a flash sale? Clear at a glance. School district housing is easy to get, after all, the market is there. Just go back and put up an ad for 2 days, and it'll be fine. The difficult part is the land and the ancient paintings. Now there are 2 pieces of land. How can this thing make a profit? He shook his head and put all these aside. Xiang Feng had to find someone to explain. After all, I left him alone for so long, it would be a bit unreasonable not to apologize. In the LV Louis D's office, Lilia was sorting out meeting documents. She quite likes the working status of the past 2 days. Although I know that this is all due to Xiang Feng. But when I think of that guy's despicable look, I get so angry. Grown man, you don't keep your word, huh? Not even a phone call to apologize, huh? I asked you how I was going to get back, and you told me to take a taxi. Humph, humph. Beep. As expected, a friend request with the note Dashui by Xiang Feng came over. Let us add it first and see how this guy explains it. Thinking about it, Lilia nodded her agreement. Xiang Feng, are you okay? Does your foot still hurt? It's my fault. My phone is out of battery. I'll pick you up tonight when you go back a few days. Under normal circumstances, a rich second generation would call Lilia like this. Then she will definitely follow the example of those colleagues who are in love. Be sick of it. But as for Xiang Feng's words, forget it. I just typed get lost and ignored him. I took my computer and went to the meeting. The moment the door of the meeting room was opened, the employees who were still slacking off suddenly quieted down. In the company, Lilia is one of those people who makes a living by her abilities. Ahem, let me first take a look at the types of orders that Shanghai has placed recently. Turn on the projector and connect it to the computer. Suddenly, a row of pop-up windows popped up abruptly. On effective methods of preventing rabies with vaccines. XXV Veterinary Hospital specializes in treating dog bites. Leave a message below. Marshal Xiang Feng, see how good I am to you. I have found a treatment plan specifically for you. Chapter 22 Zhang Lei's counterattack. What happened to the deputy manager? Was he bitten by a dog? It should be. I noticed that she was walking strangely today. She must have bitten her foot. This guy cares so much about the manager, he must be Manager Li's boyfriend. Looking at the unusual eyes below, Lilia almost collapsed. I left my phone in the office and didn't T-log out of WeChat on my computer. A pop-up window appeared directly on the home screen. Finished. The good image that was created was destroyed in an instant. On the other side, after sending waves of messages with still no results, Xiang Feng gave up temporarily. At least I was bitten, so there's no point in being stingy. How can the boat of friendship capsize so easily? I was bored and still walking around the street. Yang Jianghe called. Chairman, something happened, can you come back and take a look? When he returned to the company, Xiang Feng finally found out the reason. Starting early this morning. As always, the fast-running staff delivered meals as usual. But somehow, I encountered some strange things. Order cancelled, bad review, owner cannot be found. Anyway, there are just some small problems that occurred during food delivery, all of which happened today. It would be fine if a person was like this. But without exception, as long as it is an order sent out by their employees, nothing goes smoothly. And Yang Jianghe had asked about it. This kind of thing only happens to their employees who run fast. This is no trivial matter. A bad review may be small, but it can affect the company's reputation. And everyone worked diligently throughout the day. After working for a long time, not only did I not earn $1, but I didn't even have any deductions. Xiang Feng understood. It was obvious that someone was targeting their company. Handing a stack of information to Xiang Feng, Yang Jianghe said with sweat on his forehead. Chairman, I've looked at these orders, they're all for the same location. The one marked above is a building. Nanha District, Jinshan Real Estate Development Company, Ltd. A truly big company. Why does this name look so familiar? Xiang Feng suddenly thought, damn, isn't this Zhang Lei's father's company? It's clear who wants to get him. Zhang Lei. With Zhang Lei's ability, he wanted to get the information about their team building activity in the hotel that day. It couldn't be simpler. 4 food delivery companies. This bitch chose the dirtiest way. Play disgustingly. Chairman, what should we do now? Xiang Feng folded his hands over his chest and thought, call all the employees back and stop first. This is the only solution for now. After all, as long as you do it, you can only take orders from merchants. And as the basis for running fast, basically all businesses. They are all their franchisees. Once you accept the order, you can't say no just because you see the address. That will cost you money. You can only stop the loss first. Yang Jianghe said awkwardly, it's okay today, but chairman, what about tomorrow? We can't just keep asking everyone to go back. Every day less of work is a loss. And as long as you dare to stop, many employees will definitely run to other food delivery companies. It has nothing to do with interests, after all, they are low-level employees. You have to eat too. Xiang Feng smiled and said, don't worry, it's only for today. After tomorrow, everyone can send as many people as possible to Nanha. I'm afraid we won't have enough manpower. I don't know where Xiang Feng got the confidence to say this. But the thought that Xiang Feng could buy a company out of thin air. Yang Jinhe then felt relieved. It seems like the big boss is going to use his connections. By the way, Lao Yang, do you know of any scrapyards or something like that? One that recycles garbage would be even better. Yang Jinhe was puzzled and said, I know him, what's the matter? Contact them quickly and tell them that I have found a good piece of land just for them. He didn't understand what the big boss was thinking, but he had no choice but to do it. All the employees who were delivering meals were called back and promised that the company would compensate everyone for their losses. Just use the misappropriated money to fill the gap. Of course, the employees have no complaints about this. You get free money and you can also rest. Delicious. And then there's reputation. It all depends on what the boss does. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Xiang Feng returned to the hotel exhausted. This is my first time getting involved in company affairs, and I have to say, it feels great. Shouting at a bunch of 211 and 985 students. I never dared to think about it before. But it is definitely tiring. What you output is spirit, so you have to act mighty. Lying on the big Simmons bed, Xiang Feng was too lazy to even move a finger. Suddenly, Xiang Feng felt like something was missing. With a start, he immediately jumped up from the bed. Oh my god, my flash sale mall. 3 refresh opportunities per day. 2 plots of land were given to me today. He picked up the phone and quickly called the hotel customer service. As for express delivery, yes, but it's just left downstairs. No one contacted you? I don't know about that. Can you go downstairs and get it yourself tomorrow? Xiang Feng was too lazy to listen any further and immediately yelled. Stop talking nonsense and bring it up to me quickly. After hanging up the phone, Xiang Feng's face turned dark. Deliberate, absolutely deliberate. Just because I didn't give a tip, no one contacted me? What attitude? Grand Hotel. Responsible for receiving and delivering packages for customers. Isn't this every employee's job? Chapter 23 Apology does not exist. The anger from the financial backers is still useful. Still the same girl from this morning. Standing outside the door holding an envelope. Mr. Xiang, your express delivery. As the waiter said this, he actually felt contempt in his heart. She knew the courier address above. This is clearly a real estate transfer document. After paying a month's hotel rent, real estate agents came to my door every day. After all, he is a big shot. I can't even afford a tip. After taking the express, Xiang Feng looked at the girl who was still refusing to leave the door. Why are you still here? Do you want me to treat you to a meal? Snort. The waiter rolled his eyes and left. I will apply for a job transfer tomorrow and never care about this again. Xiang Feng walked in happily holding the express package and quickly opened it. A red real estate certificate is in hand again. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully receiving the 100-acre land in Nanha. The mall has been automatically refreshed. The mall has refreshed items. A piece of land worth hundreds of millions of acres in Nanha is now available at a flash sale price of 10 yuan. Whether it is a flash sale. What? 1 piece, 2 pieces, it's not enough. This is the 3rd piece of land. System, can't you take it out at once? Cannot. Xiang Feng looked miserable. 300 acres of land, just based on this. His foray into the real estate industry was a sure thing. But now, he only has about 5 million in his hands. For real estate developments that cost billions of dollars, this is definitely a drop in the bucket. Even if you succeed in making a profit from the land, he won't be able to operate this land in the short term. What should I do? Should I sell it directly? It's a precaution, but if you do that, your identity won't be revealed. Forget it, it seems that this system is not only about giving money, but also about cultivating your ability to make money. There was no conversation that night, and Xiang Feng continued to bury his head in the pillow. Fell into a deep sleep. The next day, it was noon again. Commercial office building in Nanha district. In the office lobby of Jinxiang Real Estate Development Group. Zhang Lei was standing in front of his employees with an excited look on his face. Dancing and jumping with extreme excitement. Let's continue today. Remember, if you see an employee who runs fast on an order, you should smear him to death. 1 screenshot costs 50 yuan. If you take more than 10 screenshots, your monthly salary will be increased by 10%. As for lunch, I've already ordered it for you. Just work hard. Upon hearing this, the employees below immediately became excited. They all shouted loudly. Mr. Zhang is very generous. We will definitely help you teach that blind guy a lesson. Don't worry, I've made inquiries. Now all the merchants who have joined part.If have started to have opinions about part.If. They don't care who offended Zhang Lei. The key is noon. I'm worried about having nothing to do, so I can earn 100 or 80 yuan by giving a few bad reviews. Why not? The group was ready to go and started to continue yesterday's routine. How about it? Zhang Lei stood with his hands behind his back, inspecting the battle results. Mr. Zhang, look, the employees are taking orders when they run fast. He. Zhang Lei sneered. If Xiang Feng continued to stay indoors, then he really would have no choice. But this guy actually dares to work. They simply don't take him seriously. When I think about the last time I spent 400,000 yuan for no reason to shut up 3 internet celebrities. He felt very angry. I lost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it's unreasonable for you not to bleed a little. Just like yesterday, when we were almost outside. The dirty tricks began. Or they lie about their address and say they are not there. Or just refuse to take the meal. Anyway, they just find all kinds of ways to give bad reviews. As for the money for ordering food. Ridiculous, I didn't even receive lunch. Why not just contact the app's online customer service and get an early refund? In less than a moment, more than 30 screenshots were uploaded to the small group. Zhang Lei was very satisfied with this. Aren't you Xiang Feng so awesome? You even became the chairman of a franchised food delivery company. I'll ruin your reputation and see how you can make money. When it is in full swing. Zhang Lei's phone suddenly rang. Dad? It was very strange that my father, who had always ignored me in the past, would call me today. You idiot, what are you doing? You have to kill your father before you stop, right? Just got a relieving phone call from the chairman of Nanha Jinxiang Real Estate. Zhang Lei's father's scolding suddenly rang out. Zhang Lei looked confused. Dad, what did I do? Zhang Hanliang, you beast, let me ask you, have you offended the chairman of the part.If food delivery company? I still don't understand, it's just a food delivery company. Why is Dad so angry? Yeah, that guy cheated me out of hundreds of thousands a few days ago, so I just wanted to get him a taste of his own medicine. You taught me that when people of our status take revenge, they should get it when it's due. I'm so lazy, but I still remember what my father told me. If it were any other day, Zhang Hanliang would probably have sighed with relief. But now. Don't you know that our company is developing the land in Nanha? Now the 3 plots of land are in their hands. Teach me what I should do. Ah. Zhang Lei suspected that he had heard it wrong. Xiang Feng, it's only been 1 year since you graduated from university. No matter how capable you are, earning a company is already the best you can do. Now he was told that Xiang Feng still had 3 pieces of land. How can he believe it? Chapter 24, Talk, Don't Do Anything. Dad, it's not a coincidence, I know that kid, there was only a little commoner in his family before. You are a commoner, you are already short of paying for the land, and now someone calls me and says I am deliberately making trouble. Do you know what he is doing? He got 3 plots of land in Nanha and plans to develop them into garbage pools and recycling stations. If he really does this, do you think we can still sell our house? I don't care how he provokes you. In 10 minutes, if Xiang Feng can't forgive you, you'll have to go back to the countryside and raise pigs. The call was hung up with a click. One can imagine the angry expression on the other side. Zhang Lei was still in shock and was sweating coldly. Originally, he thought he was paying for the screenshots. It's already quite grand. Comparable to Xiang Feng. It's like a firefly compared to the sun. Take 3 plots of land in the city and use them as recycling stations. It's not something that can be solved just by having a mine at home. This move is simply putting his family to death. What else can we do now? With a sad face, Zhang Lei picked up the phone and called Xiang Feng. From the other end, Xiang Feng's indifferent voice came. How is it, Mr. Zhang, is the lunchbox delicious? Zhang Lei said awkwardly, Xiang Feng, after all, we are still alumni of the same university, right? Xiang Feng, what are you studying? Zhang Lei, alumni. Xiang Feng, what did you say? Zhang Lei. Can you still speak properly? Well, please help me, I'm sorry I didn't recognize you, please take away the garbage. Hey, it's easy to withdraw, it depends on whether you are willing to do it or not. Hearing Xiang Feng's sinister laughter, Zhang Lei suddenly had a bad feeling. For some reason, I felt a creepy feeling. Zhang Lei had no choice but to continue. Fuck, I'll take whatever you say. If 3 garbage recycling plants were really built in Nanha, then his family's business would definitely suffer a serious blow. The houses he built are all residential houses. If there were really 3 recycling stations next to it, it would smell like that. Not to mention buying a house, just taking a look at it is enough to drive people away. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Look downstairs. Curious, Zhang Lei looked downstairs. Wow, dozens of employees in work clothes running fast. All of them stayed downstairs. This quantity is about the same as the amount they ordered today. What do you want to do? He was really afraid that Xiang Feng would give an order and ask those people to come up and beat him up. Xiang Feng continued, don't worry, you won't say anything. We are all educated. We can solve problems with our mouths, so why would we use our hands? Hey, I hope your teeth are in good condition today. Half an hour later, employees rushed into the hall. Lunch was constantly distributed in everyone's hands. Everyone, please don't be polite. You all ordered this. Let's eat it quickly. Our boss has told us that we won't leave until we see you finish eating. Everyone smile, why are you looking so sad, where is the video? Not far away, an employee who ran far away was using his cell phone to take pictures of them eating lunch in front of me. These are all orders they placed. It's just that at this time, the boxed lunches, rice noodles, and fast food. Coincidentally, there were a few more seasonings. Had given a bad review. There is dirt in the box and hair in the rice. The food is expired. At this moment, everything came true. Completed beyond the target. Mr. Zhang, right? Our big boss has ordered that your portion must be carefully made. The employees of part.If company naturally have not forgotten that they were the instigators of this incident. Hand a serving of instant hot pot to Zhang Lei. The moment he opened it, Zhang Lei felt his internal organs churning. Wilted vegetable leaves and yellowed pork. It's obviously expired. There were also a lot of mud stains in the rice. Where did it come from? When Zhang Lei looked down at the employee's shoes, he almost vomited out his lunch last night. Remember to give a good review. Zhang Lei's teeth were clenching. Now he understood the meaning of talking but not doing. Xiang Feng, you are so cruel. What can you do if a knife is rolling on your head? Zhang Leiqiang perked himself up and said weakly. Everyone, eat first. I will pay you 5 times your wages for today. The staff below? Do we want 5 times your salary? This is food poisoning, please understand. There is no way, due to Zhang Lei's authority. You have to bear the consequences of your own sins. This was a lunch at the Jinshan Company branch, which we had with tears in our eyes. On the other side, in the boss chair of part.If company, Xiang Feng was already laughing so hard that he was out of breath. Look at Zhang Lei's expression as if his parents had died. One son, cool. Ding, congratulations to the host, the 3 pieces of Nanha 100-acre land have become profitable and have been permanently taken over. There was a knock on the door. Xiang Feng called out, come in. Yang Zhanghe said excitedly. Chairman, the rents of those merchants have already been paid. They said that we can still cooperate with them for a long time and accept their garbage. The price can still be increased. Xiang Feng waved his hand calmly. No need, Jin Xiang admits defeat. He couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. Land is really hard to rent. What can you do with the bare land? But after all, it is a few hundred square meters. Chapter 25 Attitude is everything. It is perfect for storing miscellaneous items, such as garbage. Although the money is little. But does Xiang Feng care? If you can complete the task, you can earn tens of millions directly. Yang Jianghe scratched his forehead awkwardly. Chairman, what should we do with the garbage? Xiang Feng rolled his eyes. Such a grown man, but he doesn't even have this much brains. As a younger brother, don't you like to use your brain? You don't think I really intend to use those 3 plots of land as a garbage dump? Isn't it? In the eyes of Yang Jianghe, Xiang Feng is a second-generation rich man who is extremely wealthy. I smashed 3 pieces of land just to vent my anger. Xiang Feng was speechless and continued. Why not just spend some money to throw the garbage to the recycling plant? We have already collected some rent, so we hired a few trucks. Are we still worried that we won't be able to transport the goods? What we should do now is to clean up the land and wait for Zhang Hanliang, the boss of Jinshan, to pay the bill. After hearing this, Yang Jianghe understood instantly. It's high, and the trick is to play a roundabout way. It's disgusting and it hits the opponent's vital point. Zhang Hanliang naturally couldn't bear to see the reputation he had worked so hard to build being ruined by 3 garbage recycling stations. He was still thinking about getting to the ground and continuing to build the building. Even if there are some conflicts, it will not affect his decision. Let's do this for now. Remember, if Zhang Hanliang wants to see me, tell him I'm not here. Don't call a tow truck yet. Wait until he's ready. Remember to factor in the wages our employees received yesterday into his attitude. Damn it, don't you know I'm poor? How dare you mess up my business? These were originally just a few words of complaint. When Yang Jianghe heard it, it instantly changed its meaning. Look at what a rich person is. Every word he says has an attitude, and that's all money. Moreover, 3 pieces of land, 1 company. The boss is actually still thinking about this little money. No wonder the rich get richer, there is a reason for that. After resolving the company's affairs, Xiang Flinka had no plan to stay in the company forever. It's really boring. The 10 yuan flash sale items should have arrived this morning. Have to go back to the hotel. It was quite inconvenient to travel back and forth, and Xiang Feng thought that he should find time to buy himself a house. There are school district houses, villas, and places to live. But I have to make money, so I can't think about it for now. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully received an International Master Level Treasure Appraisal Certificate. The mall has been automatically refreshed. Refreshed item in the mall, a Magic City entertainment company, estimated to be worth hundreds of millions, flash sale price of 10 yuan. Is it an instant kill? That's right, the things that appear in the system are becoming more and more weird. Before it was an ancient painting, now it's more direct. Just get a treasure appraisal certificate. What's the use? If it weren't for the goods to be received later, Xiang Feng would not even bother to accept it. Unpack the package. A certificate with gold marks on it appeared before my eyes. At this moment, Xiang Feng actually felt a little dizzy. It was as if many things from the treasure appraisal certificate went directly into my brain. Ancient painting identification technology. Jewelry identification technology. All the methods of appreciating antiques appear in my mind. When he gradually regained consciousness, Xiang Feng was already sweating profusely. However, at this moment on his face. But it was full of excitement. Fuck, is this a skill buff given directly by the system? He admitted that he was ignorant. How could something produced by the system be useless? Take the various treasure appraisal techniques for example. These are sounds that cannot be fully studied even in a lifetime. Speaking of which, academics and knowledge. Can this be measured in money? It's cent. Xiang Feng has already started to think about whether he should go to the antique market to make a fortune. Hey, it's cent, it's cent. Xiang Feng lay on the bed and began to grin foolishly. If the previous things still confused him. Now, he feels that he is definitely a member of the wealthy generation. The kind that supports itself. Beep, beep. The vibration from the phone interrupted Xiang Feng's reverie. It was Luo Li calling. Hey, what's up? On the other end, Luo Li's tone was full of excitement. Son, check the news, check it quickly. After saying this, he hung up immediately. Who is this? After all, he has driven a Bugatti, but he is still so impatient. I opened WeChat and saw the link sent by Luo Li. A video of him bowing to Luo Li. Hot on the internet. Xiang Feng was dumbfounded. What's going on? His assist seemed to have become famous. You don't know, when I was driving to work today, one Huey's expression was like she almost knelt down to me. And you know what? When our boss, Fatty Ning, came today, his face was pitch black, covered with claw marks. What a sin! The tigress at home went berserk. He chased her straight to the company and kicked Wan Hui. It made me laugh to death. Xiang Feng, is it really that funny? Of course, you don't know that this woman is a brother-supporting demon. She has cheated me of a lot of money for her bastard brother. What were you doing then? Luoli, I bought a watermelon and am eating it now. Chapter 26 Early Startups. The old saying is true. Never try to challenge an honest person's bottom line. A kind person like Luoli. I didn't expect that one day I would end up being so treacherous. I have to say, well done. Hey, you should think about how to explain your identity. Excuse me, you must have a lot of friends calling you, right? Xiang Feng is very miserable. As soon as this video was released, everyone knew about it without them saying anything. But if you go out on the street recently, you have to be cautious for at least a while. How do you know? Luoli was also a little surprised. Now, there are still classmates who keep poking me, asking me to go out and treat them, introduce them to jobs, etc. Are they idiots? It's not like they didn't see you here, and you're inheriting the family business. I only have a bunch of Huabei to leave for you. Xiang Feng. Compared to the protagonist Luoli, Xiang Feng is much more low-key. Actually, it's better this way, at least I can explain it to my parents later. It's not too strenuous. By the way, when are you coming to pick up your car? I didn't realize it when I was pretending to be cool, but now I feel uncomfortable driving this car. Just give it back to your boss as soon as possible. Xiang Feng thought for a moment and said, send it over here. I'll take you to a good place later. From Luoli's words. Xiang Feng knew about this. This guy is now venting his anger. But he must be depressed now. After all, it would be very unpleasant to lose a good job. It just so happens that this guy is an agent. It seems like I can pull him in to work for me. First, the so-called Moto Entertainment Company was killed in seconds. Xiang Feng then waited for Luoli to pick him up. Finally they arrived, and as soon as Luoli got off the car he started asking a lot of questions. You can do it. You actually live in a restaurant. Tell me the truth, how much money did you make? Xiang Feng didn't explain. Without saying a word, he gave Luoli an address. The two went straight to Nanha district. Look, that's Zhang's kingdom. On a hill in Nanha district. Luoli looked at the bare ground. The whole person froze in place. Even though he was mentally prepared. I didn't expect that we wouldn't see each other for just 1 year. Xiang Feng has become so awesome. 3 plots of land of 100 acres, what does this mean? In the construction industry, big bucks are beckoning. Don't ask me where I got all this money. If you ask, I'm just a rich second generation, but my father only told me recently. Xiang Feng made a joke. The existence of the system is something that cannot be explained. Since Xiang Feng said so, Luoli didn't want to ask any further. For him, Xiang Feng once preserved his dignity as a man. Now, take me to see these 3 pieces of land. I am definitely willing to bring myself along. Luoli breathed a sigh of relief. The amount of information received in these few minutes is simply too huge. It was a little hard to accept for a while. After sorting it out, Luoli pondered. Are you planning to develop these 3 plots of land now? Xiang Feng nodded. Of course, real estate, you know how horribly the housing prices in Shanghai have risen in recent years. It's better to cooperate with others than to sell to others. Why cooperate with others when you can do it yourself? Although I don't have much money on hand now, I have to build up this momentum. After saying that, Xiang Feng put his arm on Luoli's shoulder. A face full of responsibility and a long way to go. From now on, you will be the general manager of a certain real estate company. Gurgle. Luoli swallowed his saliva. An hour ago, he was still worrying about his next job. Now, he immediately owns the right to use 3 pieces of land worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The ups and downs of life come too fast. Xiang Feng, don't worry, I will let you know that the decision you make now is definitely correct. It's like a commission in a movie or TV series. Luoli promised resolutely. If you regard me as a national hero, I should serve you. Xiang Feng curled his lips and said, you're overthinking. I just want to find someone who won't cheat me out of money. Whether I lose money or not is not the point. At least I can't lose money to no avail. Luoli. Why does it feel like this land worth hundreds of millions seems to have no significance to you? And just like that, a conversation on the dirt hill. A real estate company that was later regarded as a giant suddenly emerged. Its real estate industry tycoons are spread all over the world. No one could have imagined that he was just a young man who was dumped in the street. The negotiations are concluded and the land issue has been dealt with. Xiang Feng first gave Luo Li 5 million as startup capital. Poor again. The money I have is mainly used to pay for the office building I rented for half a year. As for the villa, Zhang Yueyuan is that poor guy. Now I can't even come up with $1 million, what should I do? Maybe what you think will come true while you are hesitating. Zhang Yueyuan called in a hurry. Mr. Landlord, are you free? Xiang Feng was worried because he had already introduced himself. But it seems that in this girl's eyes, her role is that of a landlord. Chapter 27 Auction. What's the matter? Tell me. Zhang Yueyuan said weakly, well, I have something to think about. This. Without even listening to the end, Xiang Feng decisively hung up the phone. Xiang Feng had heard this tone before. That's generally what people say. Most of them are asking for favors or borrowing money. Although the other person has a nice face and a nice figure. But can a good figure and a pretty face be used to make a living? I don't care about it anymore. The phone rang again. This is the rhythm of never giving up. Xiang Feng thought that his attitude of refusal was appropriate. Is it really an emergency? Tell me what's the matter. Forget about borrowing money or a house. The amount you borrow will be counted as interest you owe me. On the other end, Zhang Yueyuan was obviously having trouble thinking straight. I just want you to accompany me to a party. Xiang Feng. I am a villain. How can you think of our fighting stars like this? Banquet, what a good thing, why do you have to make me go? Zhang Yueyuan, Sister Zhou did say that. She said if I'm afraid of trouble, I should find a male companion to accompany me. Xiang Feng was puzzled, then why are you looking for me? He understood what it meant. This is the rhythm of looking for a shield. But with Zhang Yueyuan's conditions, shouldn't there be a lot of male stars chasing after her? Could it be that Zhang Yueyuan, as the landlord, values her so much? Obviously, Xiang Feng was just wrong. Zhang Yueyuan's angry voice followed. It's all because of that stingy director. Now many people don't want to talk to me. After thinking about it, it seems that you are the only one who is fine. After all, in her impression. Casual pants with slippers. It's obviously the standard for being idle. Xiang Feng was speechless. He knew what happened. The tragedy of a plate of chicken bones. It's not that the director is stingy. Don't they have any face? It's already very good that it hasn't been banned across the entire network. Sorry, I'm busy right now. If it were in the past, Xiang Feng would definitely follow him happily. But now, the so-called upper class. Does he need it? Are you uncomfortable collecting rent every day? Seeing Xiang Feng's refusal, Zhang Yueyuan's mood instantly dropped several levels. This was the first time she took the initiative to invite someone. The first time was unfavorable. Met a straight guy. Well, I'll find someone else to attend this antique auction. I won't bother you anymore, Mr. Landlord. What? As soon as I heard about the antique auction, Xiang Feng's interest immediately came up. You mean antique auctions? I'll go. Banquets and the like are what I'm best at. I was worried that I couldn't find a place to use my pair of sharp eyes. Now is a godsend opportunity. The sudden change made Zhang Yueyuan stunned. She said faintly, it seems that you want to go there to see antiques. Of course, I have a good thing on hand that I can't find a place to sell. Well, come on then. It would be best if you turn yourself into an antique first. Sudden temper. Xiang Feng was unable to react for a while. He looked at the beeping phone. A little confused. What's wrong with this woman? Didn't you ask me to go? Now I agree. Why are you angry? Don't know. Fortunately, the suit I rented last time has not been returned yet. After dressing up a little to look like a decent person, Xiang Feng drove away happily. At a banquet of Zhang Yueyuan's level, there should be a lot of good things. Suddenly I feel a little excited. Kongjing Coast, in front of the highway. Jiang Yueyuan wrapped herself tightly. The charming face is hidden by frog eyeglasses and a silk scarf. But even so, when Xiang Feng saw Jiang Yueyuan, he couldn't help but be shocked. Just fall on the outside body. That gorgeous white dress. With the background of blue sky and coast. She's just like a princess from a fairy tale. It's so hot, why are you doing this? You're making yourself look like a thief. Opening the car window, Xiang Feng looked at Jiang Yueyuan with a puzzled look on his face. Kongjing Coast is a gathering place for successful people in Shanghai. People are busy making money every day. You little B-list star. It's just a signboard in the eyes of ordinary people. Seeing Xiang Feng's contemptuous look, Jiang Yueyuan understood everything. I feel like I'm being looked down upon. She lifted the veil from her face and raised her fragile little fist. It's none of your business. That cute expression is full of energy. Okay, stop showing off and get in the car. The car door slowly closed, revealing Xiang Feng's outfit. Those beautiful eyes widened instantly. You're just going to wear this? Xiang Feng, yes, is there any problem? Oh, no. She covered her forehead in despair. Oh my god. It was the first time she saw it. Some people wore business suits to attend the party. You know, many big stars from the entertainment industry were present. Many wealthy people from the business community will also show up. This is what Xiang Feng wore. Just look at it from Jiang Yueyuan's perspective. I feel like the waiters are dressed better than Xiang Feng. Don't worry about these details, just go. He gave Xiang Feng an address with a wronged look on his face. Jiang Yueyuan was too lazy to persuade her. She felt a little regretful for hooking up with such a straight guy. The banquet was held in the suburbs of Shanghai, and I heard it was organized by a rich man from Shanghai. It is called the suburbs, but it depends on where it is. Chapter 28, All Big Shots. Shanghai is a first-tier coastal city. I can get a piece of land in the suburbs and build a villa. At least someone in the family wears a tall hat. By the time Xiang Feng and his companions arrived at the southern suburbs of Shanghai, it was almost 6 o'clock in the evening. The journey was not far, but the key point was that it was rush hour after get-off work. Anyone who runs on the ground must read the traffic lights carefully. Although it is a gathering place for celebrities. But when Xiang Feng's Bugatti Veyron, Kirin Supreme model arrived, it still caused a lot of cheers. Limited to the world, out of stock. How to say it? This is an identity with a clear price tag. Of course, in Xiang Feng's eyes. Other luxury cars were displayed on the lawn. The shock it brought was quite great. Ferrari, Rolls-Royce, and other sports cars. It dazzled him. Under normal circumstances, this is where Jiang Yueyuan would appear. More or less, it will cause a commotion. But today, there are too many big names gathered here. Even during the few minutes of parking, Xiang Feng met several protagonists from the movies. I have to say, this rich young man from Shanghai is really capable. We are able to invite so many people to attend. With Jiang Yueyuan's situation, she can only become familiar with others. Xiang Feng didn't feel restrained at all. He took the initiative and led Jiang Yueyuan into the villa. Hurry up, why are you walking so slowly? Behind him, Jiang Yueyuan was holding the hem of her skirt. The silver teeth were squeezed together tightly. I really want to bite this unromantic guy to death. She is wearing high heels, how can she walk? In such occasions, everyone wants to protect their own image. Afraid of any mistakes. You're walking so fast, are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? Jiang Yueyuan leaned close to Xiang Feng's ear and twisted her fingers around Xiang Feng's arm. After all, I am a great beauty. Can't you show some gentlemanly manners? What are you doing? Xiang Feng quickly struggled to break free from the pair of claws. This looks like a fragile wrist. It hurts so much when I pinch someone. You came here with me, why can't you just stay by my side? Sorry, I was so excited that I almost forgot. Xiang Feng smiled awkwardly. Then he coughed twice. I thought about some of the domineering novels I read in certain years. Immediately put on a cold expression. The sudden change even stunned Jiang Yueyuan, who wanted to enter the entertainment industry. Xiang Feng has sharp facial features and can be considered a standard handsome guy. In addition, the temperament that has been cultivated from the strong confidence over this period of time. At first glance, people would believe he is a third-generation rich man. But what can we do about Xiang Feng's coldness? Just continue until the hall door. Sir, the driver will just wait outside. Looking at Xiang Feng, who was stopped outside the door, Zhang Yueyuan's stomach hurt from laughing so hard. If she wasn't concerned about her image, she really wanted to give the security guard a thumbs up. On the other hand, Xiang Feng's forehead was already black. Damn, a suit that costs more than $1,000. He actually thought I was the driver. Looking at Zhang Yueyuan, who was trying hard not to laugh, Xiang Feng had an idea. He stretched out his hand and held Zhang Yueyuan in his arms. I didn't hear what you just said. Seeing this, the security guard was stunned. Who would have thought that he was wearing a cheap suit? He is actually the protagonist. Sir, I'm sorry, I looked down on you. Please come in. Next to him, Zhang Yueyuan's pretty cheeks were suddenly flushed. The finger fell on Xiang Feng's arm again. I told you not to take advantage of me. In response, Xiang Feng smiled faintly. Feeling happy and in pain, he walked into the hall holding the beauty in his arms. What comes to your face is an air of wealth and luxury. Western European minimalist style. Take advantage of the famous paintings hanging on the wall. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. Food placed on the living room table. There are various styles, all of which are carefully crafted. So fucking rich. With a quick glance, all the famous paintings on the wall flashed through my mind. Xiang Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Among the 10 paintings on this wall, 5 are works by famous artists. Although there are no famous ones, it is still extremely rare. It can be said that just the paintings in the hall, it's enough to buy him a house in the school district. Zhang Yueyuan, what's wrong? Can't you afford an agent? You even brought a driver in. Several artists with light makeup on were sighing. He walked over with a proud look on his face. Looking at Zhang Yueyuan's ugly face, it seems that they know each other. Artists from the same company, Huiyu Media. If it were usual, Zhang Yueyuan would be in control. They think it depends on Sister Zhou's mood. Now, no matter whether it is true or false. Anyway, it was Zhang Yueyuan's low period. Of course, a few young people would want to show off their power. Who are they? Before Zhang Yueyuan could get angry, Xiang Feng was the first one who couldn't help it. Regarding the relationship with Zhang Yueyuan, he didn't want to pay attention to it and didn't have the intention to do so. But just half a sentence directly made him the driver. What? Are you looking down on the driver? The leader was called Wei Shuang. In Huiyu Media, Zhang Yueyuan has always been superior to her. Even though it's just a small difference in status. But for Huiyu Media, the treatment of the two people is very different. There are limited resources, so of course the inclination will be towards potential stocks. Because I used to be a host selling sex on a small website. Of course, the company's first choice is Zhang Yueyuan, who has never been involved in any scandal. Zhang Yueyuan, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but things are different now. How dare you, a little driver, say such nonsense? Oh shit. This is inseparable from this meme, right? Chapter 29. This is the boss. Xiang Feng was once again innocently caught in the crossfire. Just a slender neckline. I wanted to wear a suit and become a wealthy businessman. But some people force me to be a gangster. Are you f***ing blind? Can't you see that I brought her here? Driver, is your driver so handsome? He pointed at Wei Shuang's nose and started scolding him. No one expected this kind of occasion, this kind of gathering. Some people actually started cursing directly. Even if there are any contradictions. Shouldn't we suppress it a bit and then resolve it later? The celebrities and wealthy businessmen walking in the hall all turned their heads. Young man, I admire your courage. In public, he was pointed at and scolded. Wei Shuang, who had a hot temper, exploded on the spot. You dare to scold me. Look at you, you cheap commodity. How can you get in? It's only because Zhang Yueyuan is blind that she would be with a poor guy like you. The scene suddenly intensified. What's wrong with me scolding you? You're the driver. What are you planning to do with those weird talismans on your face? Are you going to bring goods to the scene? You know you smell bad, but you still try so hard to get close to me. It's better to scold you a few times. If it were a different situation, I would think you were here to stand on the street. The vulgar words were like a barrage of cannonballs. It never ceases to be heard. If before, the others were just watching the show. Now, this is the feeling Xiang Feng gives people. It was so beautiful that it shocked everyone. As for Wei Shuang, his face was already red from holding it in. Xiang Feng doesn't care about his image. But she can't. If she were in another place, she could curse Xiang Feng's entire ancestry. But now, what to say? Swearing at each other? I believe she will be interviewed by her boss tomorrow. Zhang Yueyuan, you can do it. Remember this. Finally, a ton of anger. Can only be replaced by a harsh word? Looking at the backs of Wei Shuang and others as they walked away angrily, Zhang Yueyuan felt like she was the one being blamed. It seems, from the beginning to now. She didn't say a word. It seems like I am the culprit. How is it? Is it fun? After a lot of cursing, Xiang Feng did not forget to take credit from Zhang Yueyuan. Zhang Yueyuan was hard to say about this smiling face. After all, in her opinion, Xiang Feng was doing this entirely for his own benefit. Subconsciously, Zhang Yueyuan said something. Cool. You know, a fresh beauty. I whispered this to you in a dull tone. What does it feel like? My heart is beating fast and my ears are scratching like mosquitoes. This made Xiang Feng a little distracted. Can you say no again? Zhang Yueyuan thought of another level and her face immediately turned red. Roll. The matter of the little artist was just an episode. Or in the impression of other people, they remember the driver deeply. Can't mess with him, can't afford to mess with him. The people present were all well-known stars and famous directors of daxia. I was really scolded by a kid. Is this the time revenge can solve? After eating for a while, he became the initiator of today's banquet. The rumored young master of Shanghai finally arrived. From Zhang Yueyuan, Xiang Feng knew the rich man's name. This guy doesn't look that good. Said something sour. Dong Shang, the person on the main stage, had a graceful smile. The clothes she wore were not any luxury brand names. But even so, people can feel an extraordinary aura. It is said that Shanghai is home to beautiful women, and it seems to be true. A joke to warm up the atmosphere. The rich young man told the purpose of holding this banquet. As a large group in the Magic City. Dong Shang was one of the young men of this generation who was sent to Shanghai to work hard. As for the project, funding, all of this is unknown. And Gong Shang had no intention of taking the usual path. He took out some of his treasured toys, plus some antiques sponsored by wealthy businessmen. Organized such an auction. The proceeds from the auction will be donated to Qinghai Railway construction. It was a big deal, but Xiang Feng had to admit it. This guy played a great game of chess. The items in hand for auction, plus some sponsorship from wealthy people. Everyone knows how much real and fake is mixed. It can make you famous instantly and also win favor from the Qinghai government. It's a sure win business. Soon, the collection was carried out one after another. From calligraphy and paintings, antiques to famous wines, everything is available. Just probability. In Xiang Feng's opinion, it was even much lower than the one on the wall. The host of this auction is an old man from the Qinghai antique market. Over 60 years old. There were some shouting when he came out. It seems that there is some foundation. The first item is a national wine that I have treasured since 50 years ago. The auction price starts at 1 million, and each bid must not be less than 10,000. The auction starts now. True or false depends on the eyesight, and a sharp eye can pick out the pearls. Whether it is true or not depends entirely on your ability. As the hammer sounded, the old man's powerful words fell. The people present began to shout. For national wine, look at the seal of the bottle. The feeling of the firing age. Real. But in just a few minutes, the bid reached over 3 million. This is something Xiang Feng cannot accept. He came here with the idea of picking up a bargain. After this, damn, the more than 1 million yuan in the card is nothing. Couldn't he even make it through the first wave? Chapter 30 Picking Chrysanthemums by the Eastern Fence. I watched helplessly as some treasures were bought by others. Xiang Feng couldn't sit still anymore. Hey, I want to buy those things, do you have any way? just when Jiang Yueyuan was curious about why Xiang Feng asked such a question. Xiang Feng is here again. Let me make it clear first, I have no money. Jiang Yueyuan. The mentality is directly destroyed. I have no money but still want to buy things. Moreover, in her opinion, Xiang Feng was the big boss who directly bought Kongjing Coast Villa. There is another company under my control. How is it possible that you can't even come up with a few million? To be honest, I came here today to make money, and I didn't bring any money with me. Make money? Zhang Yueyuan shook her head in thought for a while. I remember that the items auctioned here can be paid for in arrears, but these require you to have fixed assets. After hearing this, Xiang Feng felt relieved. It's okay, although poor. At least there are 10 school district houses behind me. It converts to hundreds of millions. When the time comes, just get the things and sell them. The middlemen are very happy and are making a lot of money. Another jade stone was carried up. A white marble sculpture of a Kirin from the Qing dynasty. The starting price is 5 million. Each bid increase must not be less than 50,000. A new round of auction begins again. After going through the marks of time, the jade unicorn appears sacred and ancient. But this time, few people dared to shout. The official kiln of the Qing dynasty actually did not produce white marble. What's more, the qilin is a jade shape that is extremely demanding on the carving skills. The old man said it before, whether it is true or not. It all depends on your ability. It's okay to spend some money, pretend to be cool and date celebrities. If you really break a bone, it will hurt. Xiang Feng narrowed his eyes. Scanned the surroundings. A feeling of fortune falling from the sky. That's because he saw it. The things on the stage were not produced in the Qing dynasty at all. That was the firing technology from the Shang dynasty. Extremely rare and almost lost. Few people can see it. The word Qing above is not the symbol of the Qing dynasty. Instead, it is a prayer used to pray to heaven. Generally, it is only used when appointing a crown prince or queen. It's the symbol of the Shang dynasty. Even if it's just a piece of stone with words on it. It costs around tens of millions at any time. Xiang Feng felt his breathing became heavy. 5 million first time. 5 million the second time. Just as the old man was about to bring down the hammer, Xiang Feng called out softly. 5,100,000. Is there really anyone who dares to do this? All the celebrities and wealthy businessmen in the hall looked over there. This is the kid who doesn't know how to live or die. He is so brave. At first glance, I saw it. He looks familiar. Isn't he the guy who was scolding others before? The scene of him scolding others before is still vivid in my mind. Someone who was already undecided. They all gave up the idea. I have never seen such a thing. He was scolded like that just because he offended his female companion. If it really were millions. Wouldn't it be possible to draw the sword in any minute? 5 million the first time, 5 million the second time. The old man sighed sadly. Actually, this antique. He didn't see it clearly. But his long-term sense of smell told him that this thing must be worth more than 5 million. If this fails to sell, then at least he has one more chance. Now, ugh. 5 million for the third time. Congratulations to that gentleman for winning the white marble qilin statue. The highest bidder wins, and you get it successfully. Xiang Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even it didn't expect it to be so easy. Although he knew that this qilin statue could only be recognized by those researchers. But you can't guarantee that there might be some young and foolish person there. A person with too much money but no place to spend it. Stand up and pay your own price. He could never have imagined that he would show such a domineering attitude just now. I managed to get him such a sky-high order. As for the rest of the things, there are not many to look at. You can earn, but little. After buying a few more pieces, Xiang Feng no longer had any interest in them. He took the lion's share today. I really don't like the rest of the stuff. I believe that after seeing so many treasures, you will feel bored, right? Hey, now I'll show you our finale antique. Tang Bohua's authentic work, a picture of picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence. As the old man opened his palm, the covering curtain was lifted. A scroll sleeping in the glass window was revealed. Wow! The hall suddenly exploded. Tang Bohu was the greatest talent in the late Tang dynasty and early Song dynasty. Make a living by painting. What he wrote was nothing more than random scribbles. Those that have been circulated in the world are all priced at sky-high prices. Tang Bohu's true love was painting flowers. Plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum are all meticulously crafted. The picture of picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence is not just a simple picture of flower appreciation. But it was mixed with Tang Bohu's own mood in the garden. Write poems to suit the scene and express your feelings through paintings. The arm should be used as a representative. Xiang Feng was also shocked. When I heard the song Picking Chrysanthemums by the Eastern Fence, he spit out his drink in one gulp. He quickly touched his chest. The things are still there. It wasn't stolen. The one above. It's undoubtedly a fake. This is a big joke. I just heard the sound of people making phone calls to borrow money around me. Xiang Feng could already predict it. The next auction is about to reach its climax. Chapter 31 Auction. That's indeed true. The voice of 5 million finally fell. The wealthy people below immediately began to drive up the price. In just 1 minute, the price of this painting of picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence soared to 8 million. It's just horrible. All I can say is that there are too many wealthy people hidden in Shanghai. After the price reached 10 million, the number of bidders gradually decreased. The remaining ones are a few first-tier celebrities and local tycoons in Shanghai. They are all wealthy people in Shanghai. There was still excitement on his face. In this regard, Xiang Feng only wants to say one thing: idiot. The old man had already said it at the beginning. Whether it is true or false depends entirely on your vision. Is it because something is the finale that you think it must be true? All I can say is that money can move people's hearts in the face of huge temptations. It can make people lose their minds. Humph, you were yelling loudly just now, why are you silent now? It was Wei Shuang who had been paying attention to Xiang Feng. At the beginning, Xiang Feng had a loud voice. Things are requested one by one. She didn't dare to show her head out. But now, there is a really rich man. Now Xiang Feng is fighting for the authentic painting of Tang Bohu. It can be said that there are still few people who dare to speak out now. This is the real boss. Are you still looking for trouble? Excellent as always. The first words were bombarded. Wei Shuang suddenly fell silent. Look at him, dear. Unable to deal with Xiang Feng, Wei Shuang hung his arms on his male companion. Rubbing hard. This is the tycoon real estate businessman from Shanghai who just collapsed in the last round of price increases. Yu Pan, who is in his 50s, has a Mediterranean hairstyle. He must have at least hundreds of millions of assets under his control. Although it was just for fun with Wei Shuang. But this kind of scene. What Xiang Feng was scolding was his face. As a man, it's impossible to pretend nothing happened. Boy, do you know who I am? He ignored Jiang Yueyuan's careful pulling. Xiang Feng folded his hands over his chest and looked around. After a long while, he spoke silently. Her father? Phew. With just one sound, many people's attention was instantly diverted. This sentence is so heartbreaking. After all, in this circle, rich people play with lovers. It is common for big bosses to keep secretaries. And Xiang Feng said this. What a mockery. Kid, you can, just don't let me know what you do. Yu Pan covered his chest. Xiang Feng was so choked that he almost had trouble breathing. It has been so many years, and I have never met such an arrogant person. In the past, we had conflicts. At least consider your identity. Are they capable of doing such a thing as cursing people in the street? But in such a big occasion, Xiang Feng didn't give any leeway at all. Can be given to the plate. Get rid of him. Find someone to kill this guy right away. Old man, your lips are trembling as you speak and you're trying to be the best. My family runs a bank. What? You still want to rob me? Just take care of your own girl, and don't let her out to bite people for no reason. It would be better if this guy would just shut up. But he knew that the one who caused the trouble was his mistress, yet he still dared to threaten her. It's no wonder that Xiang Feng is so unreasonable. His property was calculated by the day. I'll take your threats. Ahem, now is the auction time for the painting of picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence. Everyone please be quiet. Seeing that something was wrong, the initiator of this auction, Gong Shang, also felt a little embarrassed. He glanced at Xiang Feng with cold contempt. Sir, please be careful with your words. This is not a street full of people of all kinds. Hiss. The big shot has spoken personally. The person named was the violent young man. Some people looked like they were enjoying a good show. They really want to know about Xiang Feng, who has always been defiant. Do you still dare to speak rudely like I did before? Sure enough, Xiang Feng did not disappoint them. He just narrowed his eyes and spoke without any excitement. Oh, you mean to say your place is high-end? You have the nerve to call it high-end when you bid a high price for a fake. Gong Shang's face turned red and white with anger. He himself spoke. This person is still so arrogant. And he even dared to say that the painting of picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence that he showed was fake. This thing is his exquisite collection. If he wasn't short of money, would he be willing to put it up for auction? Boy, you are talking nonsense, don't blame me for tearing your mouth apart. Even though Gong Shang was a man of noble character, he couldn't help but get furious when he heard this. Who can tolerate antiques that they despise? People pointed fingers at it and said it was a fake. It would be fine if this guy didn't speak. But he is the same as you, Pan. Xiang Feng, that's up to you. Not at all timid. Excuse me, I have the original copy of this painting. The hall fell into deathly silence, with only the sound of light breathing being heard. He stared at Xiang Feng, who was wearing a cheap suit. This young man is not only invincible in talking. His ability to show off is unmatched. Tang Boho left behind many paintings. Why are all of them sold at sky-high prices? Isn't it because Tang Boho has such wild and imaginative ideas? I have painted countless paintings, but no two are the same. You are talking about a young man from a prominent family in the Magic City. Would you collect a fake? It's absolutely ridiculous. Xiang Feng was too lazy to explain. In this situation, no matter how much you talk, people will think you are bragging. Directly grasp Jiang Yueyuan's hand. Chapter 32. Please rent it to me. In Jiang Yueyuan's big, fluttering eyes, the two of them stepped onto the auction stage together. Why did you pull me up? Xiang Feng whispered, didn't you ask me to take you with me? I felt the presence of countless big names and celebrities in the audience. The strange looks from me. Jiang Yueyuan's heart is as happy as a deer. On ordinary days, it would be difficult to see each other. Now, let others get to know him directly. Don't block them, let them come up. Gong Shang waved his arm and drove the security guard away. He also wanted to see what tricks Xiang Feng was going to play. If he is not satisfied, the driver will have to worry about having a good night. Old man, you are also an appraiser of treasures. You can't tell the fake things, but you can't make mistakes with the real things. As he spoke, Xiang Feng had already taken out a scroll from his arms. Jiang Yueyuan was stunned by this operation. I really can't tell. Xiang Feng's exaggerated suit actually hides a painting. The scroll unfolds, showing the scene of picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence as described by Tang Bohu, gradually revealing its true face. At this moment, the spotlight suddenly covered it. It forms a sharp contrast with the fakes in the cabinets. How to say it? Appearance-wise, both remain the same. Even the painting in Xiang Feng's hand looked a little old. But the feelings they bring are completely different. It's just this kind of artistic conception. Even if it is fake, it is the work of a famous artist. It's worth a lot of money. The old man took a deep breath and stared at the painting in Xiang Feng's hand. No wonder, no wonder. Without a reference, he could only find comparisons in other paintings. Lifelike mountain chrysanthemums and natural falling light. Of course, there is a slight difference. Now that the genuine product has come out, he will take a closer look. The differences in details emerge before our eyes. The old man was filled with excitement, and his fingers were shaking constantly. I was afraid of damaging an inch of the drawing paper. I never thought that I would be able to see such an authentic work in my lifetime. This old man has lived a very fulfilling life. The story ended with the old man's words. The scene was completely silent. This means. Could it be that the painting is real? Even Gong Shang had a dull look in his eyes. Although he liked the painting, he also knew something seemed to be missing from the painting. Although I cherish it, I am not obsessed with it. But the painting of picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence in Xiang Feng's hand was displayed. Then he realized what was missing. Artistic conception, soul. Although it has some shortcomings, this was written in one go by Tang Bohu, who realized the ups and downs of the world. Your painting is worth 20 million. Can I have it? Gong Shang spoke to Xiang Feng shamelessly. He really likes it, otherwise he wouldn't have organized such an auction. Now that I have seen the original, I naturally want to let it go. If you don't have money, you can earn it again. If you miss out on such a treasure, you will regret it for the rest of your life. 20 million, that's a huge sum of money. With this money in hand, the money from the previous auction was immediately settled. Xiang Feng's eyes lit up. System, can we negotiate and just sell it? I only need 10 million. System. Host, you must be ambitious. Making money is the way to become rich. Well, the system is a bit shabby and the bribe was not successful. This picture may be a treasure in the eyes of others. But in Xiang Feng's eyes, it is not as valuable as the Qilin statue. No. Why? Gong Shang's eyes couldn't help but dim. Sure enough, this guy is wearing cheap stuff. But as expected, he is also a person who keeps his true colors hidden. Of course, he didn't see it. The corner of Xiang Feng's mouth twitched. That's an expression of pain. But, although I don't plan to sell it for the time being, the lease is still negotiable. After Xiang Feng finished speaking, he couldn't help but look at Gong Shang's reaction. This was the best solution he could think of. Make money and then sell it. Witty. No need. Since I can't get it, forget it. Gong Shang shook his head. If you want something but can't get it, it's better not to have it. Spending money to show off is not his style. Just when Xiang Feng was secretly regretting, the old man next to him immediately shouted. Do you really want to rent this? Xiang Feng covered his little heart. Yeah, what do you want to do? I want to rent it, sir. Please name your price. Is 100,000 a day enough? Planting flowers intentionally may not grow into willows unintentionally. Xiang Feng's current mentality. It's really holy crap. Do you really want to rent it? The old man's eyes were burning, yes. He runs an antique shop. If I really buy it back at the auction. This is not in keeping with his profession. How to say it? Pick up bargains at low prices and sell them at high prices. Which colleague doesn't like to play this game? I can't afford to buy it, but I can rent it instead. Think about it, and then buy a window display and put it in front of the store. It is definitely the treasure of the store. Simple, crude, a good opportunity to harvest customers and advertise. $100,000, worth it. The two hit it off immediately. Okay, 100,000, I'll rent it to you for a week. Xiang Feng looked painful. It seems that he was very reluctant to earn the 700,000. Things have progressed to this point. The finale auction was completely silent. Yu Pan, the wealthy businessman who had been complaining before and shouting that he wanted to teach Xiang Feng a lesson. I don't know where he disappeared to. Are you kidding? He even dares to confront Gong Shang. Things worth tens of millions are just kept on you. Is this an average billionaire? Moreover, he is so young and it is hard to say that he has no big family to rely on. Yu Pan didn't believe it at all. However, Yu Pan slipped away quickly. Chapter 33 Robbery. As for Wei Shuang, he can't just leave. She was waiting in the audience with a sad face and feeling aggrieved. We are in the same company as Jiang Yueyuan, so the monk can run away but the temple cannot. And that gentleman is so rich. And so rich. If I could get a contact number. It seems that an apology is not unacceptable. So, when Jiang Yueyuan came down holding Xiang Feng's hand, Wei Shuang took the initiative to move forward. Attitude, and the ferocity before. Completely two different people. Handsome guy, I was wrong. I didn't know you weren't the driver. After saying this, he ignored Jiang Yueyuan's surprised look. He stuffed a sticky note into Xiang Feng's hand. Clear waves flow between the eyebrows. I don't know why. Even the ridicule before. Jiang Yueyuan wasn't very angry yet. But now, seeing Wei Shuang's nasty look with those eyebrows raised. If you are angry, you want to fight back. If you have something to say, please stop using your hands. Mu said so. Even Xiang Feng couldn't help but turn his head away. Is this still the gentle and tactful little star? He was about to get angry, but then he saw Xiang Feng was beside him. Wei Shuang swallowed the greeting that was about to come out of his throat. She squeezed her tears, pretended to be wronged, and tried to gain sympathy. Many men fall for her trick. Of course, Xiang Feng, who is in the advanced stage of straight male cancer, is an exception. If you have an eye disease, just stay away from me. Why are you getting so close to me? Holding Jiang Yueyuan, Xiang Feng retreated with a look of disgust. But Wei Xuan was very angry. He snorted and turned away. I forgot that she came here to apologize. Seeing Wei Xuan leaving, Xiang Feng chuckled. He put his mouth close to Jiang Yueyuan's ear. Were you jealous just now? Whoosh. Jiang Yueyuan's face flushed red. She didn't even know what she had just said. Subconsciously, he treated Xiang Feng as his own property. No, I just want to remind you that you are here with me to attend the banquet today. As for admitting it, that is impossible. Look what this guy did all night. The original intention of bringing Xiang Feng here was to use him as a shield. The popularity will pass. But now it's better. Suddenly he became the protagonist. The most important thing is Xiang Feng's performance today. How to say it? He starts swearing and scolding people. She felt that she was going to be famous. Of course, this was exactly what he thought. The two of them walked down from the auction stage. Just a few minutes. Many seniors have come up to her and handed her their business cards. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Yueyuan's eyes would be full of stars. Wow, the big singer Neji. This is the protagonist of the Legend of Sword and Fairy, Hugu. But now, when their eyes swept over Xiang Feng ambiguously, Jiang Yueyuan finally came to her senses. All of this was given out of Xiang Feng's face. As a celebrity, it's always a good idea to make friends with some rich people. The key is that Xiang Feng is so young. If you really want to invest in the entertainment industry, then you will immediately become a financial sponsor. So, the current scene came into being. The celebrities who came to hook up with her all handed Jiang Yueyuan their business cards. Then he shook hands with Xiang Feng and talked to him. Hello, I'm from a certain group in Shanghai. Our company has great prospects. Please come and have a look when you have time. Mr. Xiang, I seem to have heard of him. He seems to be a great family in Shanghai. This is my business card. If you have any other antiques, I'm very interested. This made Xiang Feng look confused. These people. Come on, I don't mean any bad things. Even if someone is friendly to you, you can't just confront them. He really wanted to offend the entire high-level circle in Shanghai. Then why will he be a boss in the future? Helpless, looking for some free time, Xiang Feng quickly pulled Jiang Yueyuan and ran out of the house. When coming out, the moon has already fallen. The manor is very large and has an elegant group of rockery. Jiang Yueyuan looked at Xiang Feng, who looked flustered and couldn't help laughing. What's wrong with you? They are all big stars and wealthy people in Shanghai. Many people want to meet them but can't. Very unexpected. In Jiang Yueyuan's imagination, who doesn't want to be the focus of that party? Although Xiang Feng's way of becoming famous is very unconventional, but it cannot be denied that Xiang Feng's strength allows him to do so. I have never seen a family member who even came from the Demon City. Isn't Gongshang also in a pleasant mood? Xiang Feng took a deep breath and cursed. Damn it, these people must have planned this. They come in waves, and they are more disciplined than the people queuing in the supermarket. What kind of people are they? Also a great family in Shanghai. Even it doesn't know how famous it is. What are you laughing at? I came here today just for you. Jiang Yueyuan smiled beautifully. Okay, I'll find time to sing a song just for you. After saying this, as if subconsciously, the little hand was placed on Xiang Feng's arm. Getting ready to go home. Even Xiang Feng didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, this is not the first time this has happened that day. Humming a distorted song. Get in the car and go home. Jintai Hotel, just finished taking a shower. Xiang Feng was wearing a bathrobe and he began to worry. I was quick today and bought something at the auction. A white marble statue of a Qilin, several authentic calligraphy and paintings, and a ring. It cost about 13 million. We have to find a way to earn back this money. I left my address and the item should be delivered tomorrow. Chapter 34. Lilia's Troubles. Still anxious. My mother called. Suddenly I had a bad feeling that he was here to call me to task. Xiang Feng picked up the phone and said with a grin. What's wrong with you lately, kid? You used to call home every day, but what's wrong now? Did the phone bill go up or something? Xiang Feng smiled and said, Mom, I've been busy with work lately. I'll buy you the massager you like right away. Xiang Feng's mother, stop talking nonsense. I want to ask you, Miss Li said that you drive for the young master. Is it true? What's real? It's the one on Douyin. I saw it clearly. Don't tell me it's not you, little bastard. It's here again. Xiang Feng had thought about it. There are many signs of exposure. Sports car, school district housing. But I didn't expect that I would lose to Lilia. There was no point in arguing, so Xiang Feng had to explain. Yes, Mom, isn't that guy my classmate? I just found out recently that he is a rich second generation. Xiang Feng's mother continued to give him earnest advice. Fengzi, don't blame Mom for being nagging. What others give is always others. Your father and I just want you to find a wife, have children, and live a down-to-earth life. It's best not to get in touch with those rich people. You can't just take their money for free. It will be hard to pay it back in the future. Xiang Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. My mother is still so straightforward. If he really relied on Luoli, Xiang Feng might really feel embarrassed. But now, the real rich man is him. Mom, don't worry, my brother and I are good friends in bed, he won't cheat me. Hearing this, Xiang Feng's mother was shocked. Son, you wouldn't do that to someone just for money, would you? Xiang Feng was a little confused. What is that? Yeah, that's what I often see on Douyin. I make money by selling that. Xiang Feng. Douyin is indeed a cancer for the elderly. Someone as simple as my mom used to be. He actually knows some tricks to make money. His forehead instantly turned black. Mom, do you think your son is a gigolo? Xiang Feng's mother was silent for a moment. Son, although we don't have anything else to give you, your father and I have not treated you unfairly for your looks. It's hard to explain. Xiang Feng said with a sad face, Mom, don't worry about these things. I will bring my classmate to you to see next time. No matter what you say. Finally, I put my mother's worries to rest. Of course, in the end, she is worthy of being a mother. Xiang Feng's mother also issued a death order. It is necessary to bring Lilia home. It seems that in the minds of the two elders, Lilia is the most suitable candidate to be their daughter-in-law. Little did she know that Lilia's mother sent greetings and gifts every day. The woman in this family took the initiative. Xiang Feng dared not disobey his mother's orders. I'm going to buy a car tomorrow and explain it to Lilia. As a person, you still have to be low-key. System, check unfinished tasks. The 5 school district houses have not yet made a profit, and Magic City Tanyu Media Company has not yet taken them over. I was having so much fun that I forgot about it. System, what will it do if it doesn't receive it? System, for goods that have not been received, it will not affect the completion of the task. Just when Xiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The system continued, it will only affect the refresh of the mall tomorrow. If the goods are not signed for on that day, the items on the shelves cannot be refreshed. Xiang Feng was desperate. This is more than a loss of 100 million. It can be said that the current task has been completed, except for the remaining few school district houses. Xiang Fengdu completed it successfully. Who would have known that it would be such a simple task? Tripped and fell. Company, can we only go to the site to receive it? Xiang Feng still didn't give up. If there is still a chance. He immediately spent 1 million and asked the courier to run himself to deliver it. Yes, as the owner of the company, an in-person handover procedure must be carried out. That's right. Xiang Feng's depressed mood instantly felt much better. According to this, he must go to the Magic City to take a look. There is still a long time to go, so take your time. Even God-level skills like treasure appraisal certificate can be obtained by yourself. Xiang Feng is still full of expectations for the system. Early the next morning. This was the earliest time Xiang Feng woke up this week. What can I do? Time is money. Since Xiang Feng was planning to buy a car, he naturally couldn't go alone. He took out his cell phone and called Luoli first. Of course, when buying a car, you have to buy it in pairs. Xiang Feng, what, you've already bought it? Luoli, yes, what's the problem? Xiang Feng, this is public money. I wanted to take you to buy a car, but you were so heartless that you didn't even ask me. Luoli said disdainfully, I bought it in the name of the company. Besides, you have a car, how about I trade with you? There was no other choice, Xiang Feng had to go to pick up the car alone. I haven't driven a Bugatti Veyron yet. Took a taxi. I just paid $100 in front of the car. Master, this is the largest 4S store in Shanghai. Let's go. Driver, not enough. Chapter 35 Meeting. Isn't this because you are too arrogant? Explanation from the driver. Not long after, Xiang Feng came to the largest 4S store in Nanhao alone. Plus the 700,000 raised from that old man. If we scrape together some, we can still have 1 or 2 million. Don't worry about the car. As the largest 4S store in Nanhao, the service attitude is still very good. At least, it wasn't because of the clothes that cost less than 100 yuan on Xiang Feng's body. He looked down upon Xiang Feng. There is a car dealership behind the 4S shop. There are many brand new vehicles parked on the huge mining site. Without bothering the waiter, Xiang Feng walked to the public area. A very strange figure. I didn't expect to meet this woman here. Xiang Feng, are you okay? Looking at old acquaintances. Zhao Min looked bitter. Ever since that incident with Xiang Feng, Zhang Lei's father personally went to question the culprit. She, of course, became the culprit. And Zhang Lei is so cowardly. Afraid that his father would be angry. So the two broke up briefly. For Zhao Min, who relied on Zhang Lei and was used to spending lavishly, it was tantamount to a devastating blow. Although Zhang Lei agreed to help him plead for mercy after 10 days or half a month. He also found Zhao Min a leisurely job with a basic salary of over 10,000 yuan. But even just 1 day was enough for Zhao Min to bear. She was planning to become a wealthy wife, but now she has to work under such a scorching sun. What's even more incredible is that he actually met Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng glanced around and made sure that it was correct. Zhao Min really became a car salesman. That standard uniform of the 4S shop seems to fit him quite well. Xiang Feng waved his hand, it's okay. After graduation, I opened several companies, bought a car, bought a house, ate well, and slept well. Zhao Min heard these words. Taunt value maxed out. After all, that was the day she graduated from college. Dumped Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng, please forgive me for what happened in the past. I had some ideas before that. Seeing Xiang Feng now, Zhao Min's thoughts became even stronger. How to say it? Compared with Zhang Lei, Xiang Feng built his business with his own hands. Just like those protagonists who work hard to become stronger after a breakup. If only I could go back to Xiang Feng. But Zhang Lei, a rich second generation who relies on his father in everything, has a very different status. Xiang Feng frowned, forgive me, when did I say I didn't forgive you? What he said was really not directed at Zhao Min. Isn't it good to do a favor for a scheming bitch in advance? Tell me, how do you buy these cars? The scene was awkward. Xiang Feng turned to the new car next to him. They are all good cars from Audi and Mercedes-Benz series. It's not expensive and might make my parents proud. Why not? Wait a minute, let me check the price list for these cars. Zhao Min suddenly became excited. In his opinion, Xiang Feng was still buying a car from her. It must be a commission to take care of her. What does this mean? He is helping her in disguise. This is promising. Holding the price list, Zhao Min began to copy Xiang Feng. The exquisite curves rubbed against Xiang Feng intentionally or unintentionally. Look, this is the price of this car. It was almost sent directly into Xiang Feng's body. I was quite resistant at first. But Xiang Feng changed his mind. If he is not afraid of this woman, why should he be so pretentious? I used to work so hard and do part-time jobs to buy Zhao Min a mobile phone and a bag. But even holding hands is difficult. Now not a single hair will be lost. What are you afraid of? Before I knew it, buying a car was no longer important. As for the price that Zhao Min was talking about, we'll discuss this later. What are you doing? While they were still being affectionate, a roar was heard in the distance. Before, I was restricted by my father's authority. Zhang Lei felt that Zhao Min was wronged. I was thinking about finding a time to compensate Zhao Min. But when I came in, I saw this scene. It instantly made his eyes bulge. Okay, Xiang Feng, I was wondering why you used 3 pieces of land to mess with me, but it turns out you were planning to continue pestering Zhao Min. That's incredible. Zhao Min is my girlfriend, and you dare to touch her. Xiang Feng narrowed his eyes. This guy, what kind of look is that? You didn't see that I was not moving at all, I was just passively accepting it. It's all this woman's fault. It's none of my business. Are you blind? That I saw me move. What does it have to do with me if this woman wants to put a hat on you? Zhao Min's face turned grim. Was the tenderness just now all fake? Feelings for myself are just wishful thinking now. She snorted and immediately pushed Xiang Feng away. His expression changed rapidly, like the wind and clouds in June. Brother Lei, you know that I have been working here all the time. It was Xiang Feng who wanted to come and see me. The aggrieved acting is online again. Don't worry, I know that it must be Xiang Feng who wants to make a comeback. I won't blame you. Zhang Lei was severely cured. Zhao Min's few words immediately made him forget everything else. Xiang Feng, you are great, but don't think you are so great just because you have a few pieces of land. At worst, we don't want those pieces of land anymore, and no one will have an easy life. Brainless man. Xiang Feng put his hands behind his back and shook his head, idiot. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. But Zhao Lei wouldn't agree to that. It's a matter of dignity. Chapter 36 Monitoring. At the command, the 2 bodyguards surrounded Xiang Feng. Do you think it's justifiable not to give me an explanation? Zhao Min was still crying in his arms. If only it were revealed like this. You will be too embarrassed to face it in the future. Xiang Feng said carelessly, are you looking for trouble? If he were in some other place, Xiang Feng might still worry about his personal safety. But this is a store after all. There is surveillance everywhere. If you dare to start trouble first, will you have a good ending? Of course, Zhang Lei is just a tough guy. If he really had to take action, he would certainly know. I am definitely not as good as the president of the car dealership. As long as Xiang Feng gave in and apologized, the matter would be over. But why can't I understand this guy? Pay him money. He molested my girlfriend. He should be given at least 1,800 yuan in mental compensation. Say this. Even the bodyguards were shocked. After all, he is a young master worth hundreds of millions. I'm actually entangled with 1,800. Nowadays, even kids fighting over something cost more than this amount of money. Making trouble. Everyone present understood. I can't afford to offend Xiang Feng, so I'm looking for a way out. If there is one person except for me, it would be Xiang Feng. He looked disgusted and spoke angrily. You are AF King Robber. You want to charge me 1,800 for this kind of stuff? Fuck, you might as well call the police. Don't say I didn't do anything. Even if I did, I'd rather go to jail. You are such a young master, asking for so much money all the time. Why don't you let your girlfriend sell herself? The angry look on his face left the bystanders dumbfounded. Brother, is it necessary to go to jail for such a small amount of money? People just want to save face. Do you have to take off your slippers and slap people in the face? It's a complete uproar. Xiang Feng started yelling. Security, security, where are you? If money is so easy to make, Xiang Feng would have to talk about it. At that time, the monitoring will be exported. Can I make some money by turning the tables? After a while, the person in charge of the car dealership came over quickly. After all, it's rare to encounter people causing trouble. When I saw Zhang Lei, I immediately greeted him. Mr. Zhang, what's going on? He knew him, the young master of Nanhe Jinxiang. Before Zhang Lei could speak, Xiang Feng next to him started talking slowly. That's how it is. After hearing this, even the manager's face turned green. Just the person next to him. Everyone knows that Zhang Lei just cares about his reputation. Now that I have said this big shot in slippers when it comes to love. I can't even afford to offend Jean Lei. Boss, why don't you come over and take a look? With a sad face, the manager simply called the boss. I feel very frustrated because I have to trouble my boss at the headquarters. After a while, the boss of the car dealership came over. After all, that's what he meant. Both of them are young masters from Shanghai. The car dealer is not afraid of trouble. But these financial backers are the guarantee of the car dealership's annual performance. The moment he saw Xiang Feng, the car dealer Long Wei's eyes lit up. At yesterday's auction, he looked for Xiang Feng for a long time. I was just feeling depressed that there was such a young master hidden in Shanghai. He didn't even recognize him. I didn't expect that someone would bring it to my door naturally. What do you want to do? Stay away from my guests. Under Xiang Feng's puzzled gaze, Long Wei strode forward. Hello, Mr. Xiang. I am the president of this bank. I wanted to invite you for a drink yesterday. These were standard polite words, giving Xiang Feng enough face. At least Xiang Feng knew about it. This guy was also at the banquet yesterday. I chatted with quite a few people yesterday. Xiang Feng was not curious about the fact that Long Wei knew him. Let's drink first. I have a lot of troubles that I haven't solved yet. Hearing this, Long Wei, whose eyes frowned. What's going on? The manager stepped forward hastily. At the same time, I feel fortunate. Fortunately, I thought quickly and didn't offend him easily. Manager, this gentleman wants to see the dealership surveillance. Normally, the car dealership's surveillance is not open to the public. Unless something important is lost. Things like stealing. Otherwise, it will be difficult to open. This is also to prevent peer threats. If it were someone else, Long Wei would at least consider the pros and cons. But for Xiang Feng, a potential stock. Long Wei made a prompt decision and said, "Bring the surveillance camera to me." After a while, the waiter brought over the USB drive with the video. In full view of everyone, turn on the play. Nothing could be more humiliating than this moment. My girlfriend is actually paying for me. Those pictures of them being filled with amorous feelings made even Jean Lei angry. That's what you call physical manipulation. There is indeed such a scene. But that was obviously Zhao Min, who kept teasing Xiang Feng. Okay, I won't blame you anymore. Just compensate me with 10,000 or 8,000 yuan. Xiang Feng waved his hand. The matter is over. Xiang Feng drove slowly into the residential area. Passers-by looked at him sideways, and even the security guard took a second look. Chapter 37, Surface Relatives. Xiang Feng's home is in an ordinary residential area. People who live here generally drive economy cars such as Chery and Lifan. Toyota is considered a relatively high-end brand here. What's more, the Audi under Xiang Feng's seat can only be considered a B-class car, which is rarely seen in such communities. In addition, it is a newly purchased car, and the spotless black paint contrasting with the sunlight adds a sense of luxury. Ha! Whose broken Passat is this? Why doesn't it stop in the parking space? When Xiang Feng drove to the downstairs of his house, he suddenly frowned. A brand new Passat was blocking the intersection of the parking lot. It didn't look like it was done by someone who didn't know how to park. Instead, it looked like the owner deliberately parked in such a conspicuous position to show off, without considering the inconvenience it would cause to others. Damn, what's so great about a Passat here? Can't you see that the Audi is parked obediently at the back? A car owner in the parking lot muttered and stuffed a brick under the tire of the Passat. Xiang Feng found it funny but had no intention of stopping it and went straight upstairs and home. He rang the doorbell, but the person who opened the door surprised Xiang Feng. Uncle, why are you here? Xiang Feng looked into the room and found that his aunt and his cousin Tian Dalong were also there. Why, you don't welcome our family, said my cousin in a sharp tone. Xiang Feng did not reply. He greeted his uncle, aunt, and cousin politely and went to the kitchen to get some water for himself. It was obviously a common joke among relatives, but my cousin made it sound like he was trying to stir up trouble. Xiang Feng felt deep sympathy for his cousin's emotional intelligence. Moreover, Xiang Feng had never been very close to his cousin's family since he was a child. It wasn't because Xiang Feng had a bad personality, but his cousin's family was somewhat weird. His family has not been very wealthy since cousin Xiang Feng was a child, but the three members of the family are very particular about appearances. They always put on airs when relatives get together, and his aunt likes to flatter the powerful and look down on the weak. Among the relatives, no one had a good impression of this family, but Xiang Feng's father was too kind, so the two families would occasionally interact with each other and would not become strangers to each other forever. Son, I know you don't like your cousin's family, but guests are guests, so we still have to treat them well. Xiang Feng's father also walked into the kitchen and lowered his voice to persuade Xiang Feng. Hey, what are you talking about? I'm not a child anymore, how can I not understand this? Xiang Feng said perfunctorily with a grin. Okay, then I'll believe you this time. Xiang Feng cut a plate of fruit and brought it to the coffee table in the living room. His father secretly gave him a thumbs up. While his aunt was chatting with his mother, Xiang Feng began to observe Tian Dalong. Tian Dalong has liked to compare himself with his relatives' children since he was a child. Although his family conditions are very ordinary, he would cry and make a fuss if he was not given the toys that other children had. When he grew up, he was still wearing branded clothes, and you couldn't tell his family's real living standard at all. Xiang Feng still remembers that when he was in high school, Tian Dalong bought him a Cartier watch. He treasured it so much that he always rolled up his sleeves high, and even when wearing a down jacket, he had to show the watch. Xiang Feng once read some techniques for identifying famous watches and practiced them on Tian Dalong, immediately revealing that the watch Tian Dalong was wearing was a high-end imitation. Tian Dalong, who was enraged and humiliated, immediately started fighting with Tian Feng. Then Tian Dalong was pinned to the ground and beaten by Xiang Feng. After that, Tian Dalong didn't speak to Xiang Feng again for 3 years. Xiao Feng, how are you doing recently? Have you found a job? Tian Dalong took a sip of tea in a pretentious manner, looking concerned. Xiang Feng frowned. Although it was normal for a cousin to ask about this kind of topic, Xiang Feng could feel an inexplicable sense of superiority coming from Tian Dalong's mouth. Sure enough, Xiang Feng caught a glimpse of pride in Tian Dalong's eyes. Could it be that this Korean cousin found a good job and wanted to show off to me? Thinking about his father's instructions to build good relations with his family, Xiang Feng naturally couldn't confront him directly and could only respond perfunctorily. I do have a job, but it's just enough to support my family. As soon as Xiang Feng finished speaking, his aunt quickly took over the conversation as if the lines were hot on her lips. The economy is developing slowly and the talent pool is saturated, so it's not easy to find a job. My aunt said, showing a sense of pride on her face. After all, Xiaofeng's education is not good. Unlike Dalong, who has been studying hard since childhood, it's normal that he can't find a good job. Xiangfeng's parents both looked unhappy. When visiting someone else's home, they still said that the other person's child was not good enough. What's the difference between this and scolding a bald person in front of a monk? The corner of Xiangfeng's mouth twitched. He had never seen such a person. I know you want to show off, but there's no need to be so low in EQ, right? Do you have to trample me down to be worthless in order to show how great your child is? Chapter 38 Boss. Yes, this bad boy Xiaofeng has never liked studying since he was young. Unlike your Dalong, he has always had good grades and is worry-free. Xiangfeng's father's good-natured nature came back. Seeing that his wife and children were about to curse, he quickly took over the conversation. Yes, Dalong has been so sensible since he was young. Xiangfeng's mother also echoed casually, and the arrogance on the faces of his cousin's family became even more pronounced. Tian Dalong knows nothing. Xiang Feng added with disdain in his heart. Others may not know, but how could he, who went to the same junior high and high school as Tian Dalong, not know? Tian Dalong's monthly exam scores were always in the top 30 in the grade. Only in the junior high school entrance exam and the college entrance exam did he perform poorly, basically only being considered average. As for the reason, Xiang Feng knew it clearly. Isn't it true that every time he takes an exam, Tian Dalong always manages to bribe his classmates and earn the title of a top student by just copying? Why did Tian Dalong fail in the middle school entrance examination and the college entrance examination? The cousin's family said that Tian Dalong was affected by the small movements of the students in the same examination room, and he had a stomachache, so he did not do well in the college entrance examination. But in fact, it's just that you can't copy other people's answers for the middle school entrance examination and the college entrance examination. You guys chat first, I'm going to cook. Xiangfeng's father finally couldn't stand this atmosphere and fled into the kitchen. Old Xiang is good at both housework and cooking. My cousin made an unfunny joke. My aunt's eyes lit up, and she seized the opportunity to show off. Xiaofeng, although loving women is a good thing, you can't learn from your father. It's useless for a man to cook well. He must have a good job to make people feel at ease. Just like my son Dalong, who gained the trust of his boss at a young age with his work ability and became a manager in a newly opened company. Dalong, you too, you've become a manager, you have to think about your family. Auntie complained to Tian Dalong in a pretentious way, seemingly blaming him. You're a manager now, can you still bear to watch your brother do those low-level jobs? Arrange a job for Xiaofeng in your company later. I understand, Mom. Tian Dalong also picked up the conversation very skillfully. Xiaofeng, although your work ability is definitely not that good, it's still okay for me to arrange a job for you. The salary may not be high at the beginning, but as long as you are willing to work hard, I will definitely promote you. This is simply too much. Judging from the expressions of these mother and son, they have determined that Xiang Feng is just an inferior person doing a low-level job, right? Xiang Feng almost couldn't help but slap the Audi key in his pocket onto the smug faces of the mother and son. The cousin didn't say anything, but Xiang Feng didn't think he was a good person. Maybe he just had low emotional intelligence and couldn't find a chance to interrupt. Actually, Xiaofeng's job is not bad, and his boss has a good relationship with Xiaofeng. Xiang Feng's mother finally couldn't help but make a move, and turned to look at Xiang Feng. I heard that your boss is going to visit you someday, isn't he? The visit was naturally a lie made up by Xiang Feng's mother, but her cousin's family could not verify it. Moreover, she had watched the videos on Douyin and knew that her son was not a loser. Impossible. How could a boss visit his employees? My aunt retorted immediately. She would never believe that Xiang Feng could find a good job, let alone that Xiang Feng could have such a good relationship with the boss. That's right. No matter how much our boss thinks of me, he only gave me a new Passat. It's impossible for him to come to our house. Tian Dalong also echoed. So it was you who parked that show-off car. Xiang Feng couldn't let his mother lose face, so he sent a text message to Luoli on his mobile phone, and then pretended to be surprised. Our boss said he will come to visit later. The cousin finally spoke up. Xiaofeng, you didn't deliberately ask some friends to come over to make up the numbers, did you? Xiang Feng was surprised. He didn't expect that he, who had the lowest EQ, would be the first to guess the truth. But unfortunately, Luoli was indeed his nominal boss. Uncle, this is a photo of our company's personnel. Please take a look at it yourself. If the person who comes later is not the boss, you can do whatever you want with him. Xiang Feng handed the phone to his cousin's family. The three of them looked at it carefully with a strange look, as if they were determined to find mistakes. Luoli was very helpful and arrived in less than 20 minutes. Uncle, Aunt, I'm Luoli. I'm sorry to see you so late. I hope you can forgive me. Luoli greeted them a little stiffly, carrying a bunch of high-end supplements. After all, in name he was the boss visiting, but in reality he was visiting as a friend and employee. If he was not careful, he would be scolded to death by Xiang Feng. It really is the boss himself who came. My cousin's family of three was shocked, especially my aunt, whose eyes turned red when she saw the pile of high-end beauty supplements. Boss, why are you being so polite? Just treat this place like your own home. Xiang Feng pulled Luoli in and took out the Audi key. By the way, boss, thank you for the new Audi you gave me. It's so comfortable to drive. Everyone was shocked again. Audi? Tian Dalong exclaimed, impossible, as a manager, I only gave him a Passat. Manager? Luoli put on a dramatic performance. What's a manager? The most valuable thing in our company is the 3 pieces of land, but the most important thing is that Xiang Feng is an employee. Let alone an Audi, I will give him a house later. Chapter 39 Looking for Lilia. After the family finished their meal, Xiang Feng's father cleared the table and started washing the dishes. Skillfully distressing. Although Xiang Feng likes the harmonious atmosphere among his parents. But I definitely don't want to be dominated by my wife in the future. Mother started to make tea. There is no such thing as drinking tea after meals. Xiang Feng guessed that his parents must have something to tell him. Xiaofeng, do you still remember your cousin from your aunt's family? As soon as Xiang Feng's mother opened her mouth, Xiang Feng thought of a little devil-like figure. Xiang Feng's little cousin, Sunsini, has a name that sounds quiet and gentle. But in fact, that's a little devil. Normally speaking, children of relatives. Either the smaller ones are loved by the larger ones, or they are bullied by the larger ones. But Sunsini is different. She has been a quirky person since she was a child. She relied on the fact that she was the youngest among the children and was a girl. Xiang Feng and other older people would dare to provoke Sunsini. That would be earth-shaking. After discovering her own advantages, Sun Sini turned around and bullied Xiang Feng and the others. If anything he wants is not met, he will definitely make a false accusation. Even the silly Tian Daolong is the same. When he meets Sun Sini, he will definitely take a detour. Sini, of course I remember. How could Xiang Feng forget such a deep childhood trauma? Sini is old enough to go to high school. She has been good at studying since she was young. It would be a waste to let her go to high school in her hometown. Your aunt's family and us elders all want to send her to our city to attend high school. Xiang Feng had a bad feeling in his heart. So, what does this have to do with me? Xiang Fenghe tested cautiously. At the same time, I was praying constantly in my heart. Please don't send this little devil to my house for boarding. Xiang Feng is a winner in life who has a system and is worth a lot of money. I was actually afraid of a little girl who had just entered high school. Who would dare to believe such a fantastic thing? Xiang Feng believed it. If Sun Sini really moved into his house, the two of them would still have conflicts. No matter who is right or wrong, Xiang Feng's mother will definitely give him a good beating first. Xiang Feng was mentally prepared. If Sun Sini really wants to move in, then he can only run away from home temporarily. Who gave him a system? We have lots of houses and lots of money, so we can live wherever we want. What are you thinking about, kid? Xiang Feng's mother glared at him. Mom knows that it's hard for you and Sini to get along, but Sini has grown up and is no longer the same as before. What's more, I just asked you to arrange for your aunt's family to rent a house in the school district. Call. Xiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It's not enough to just move in. But when he saw his mother's unfriendly expression, Xiang Feng's tone immediately changed to one of regret. Oh, I thought we were going to take her to live with us. What a pity. Stop talking nonsense here and take a look at which house in your company is suitable, said Xiang Feng's mother. Xiang Feng pretended to think, but he was actually checking the system panel. As a result, according to the system, all the school district housing has been rented out. Mom, to be honest, our company has no vacant school district housing. Why do I feel like you're acting? Xiang Feng's father came out from the kitchen and stabbed him again. Xiang Feng's mother's eyes were suddenly filled with suspicion. Well, I shouldn't have acted just now. Now I've got myself into trouble. To be honest, the old couple didn't believe it. Do I have the bother to tell you two such a lie? Xiang Feng began to complain. Then let Sini live in our house for a while. As soon as Xiang Feng's mother opened her mouth, Xiang Feng immediately quit. Don't worry, Mom. Please listen to me first. Just because our company doesn't have it now doesn't mean it will never have it. Xiang Feng patted his chest and promised. How can we, who work in real estate, let our cousin be without a place to live? Just wait and see. I will definitely be able to find a school district apartment for Sini today. After saying that, Xiang Feng picked up the cup, drank it all, and then hurried out of the house. In the parking lot, Xiang Feng sat in the car smoking. What we did just now was just a delaying tactic. It's easy to say, but how easy is it for Xiang Feng to find a house in the school district? You can't just buy a new house, can you? Although I haven't seen her for more than 3 years, I wonder if Sun Sini has changed her personality. But judging from the past, his relationship with Sun Sini was not really deep. Although I no longer hate a child. But I definitely don't feel any good about it. To be honest, Xiang Feng was just too lazy to help. But since the old couple and his family were on the side of this little devil, Xiang Feng could only find a way to get this done. System, how about we have a discussion? How about you do something behind the scenes and immediately give me a flash sale for a school district house? It doesn't need to be many, just one that's far away from my house will do. Xiang Feng asked the system for help somewhat shamelessly. The system has no response. I don't want to deal with this guy. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. Xiang Feng began to think of other solutions. Suddenly Xiang Feng's eyes lit up. Chapter 40, Going to the Magic City. He thought of the apartment he rented to Lilia. Isn't at a school district house? Although there was a somewhat embarrassing story between me and Lilia. But compared to Sun Sini, Xiang Feng still prefers to fight against Lilia. He drove the car directly to Lilia's company and Xiang Feng looked up. A 20-story office building is not very large compared to other properties in the area. But the company's inside are very valuable. Just take Louis Vuitton, the brand where Lilia works, as an example. It is an internationally renowned brand. When Xiang Feng entered Louis Den Company, his eyes lit up. The entire company is basically full of handsome men and beautiful women. Moreover, everyone's clothes are unique. It doesn't have the rigid atmosphere of other companies at all. It is indeed a fashion design brand. Just talking about the aesthetic level of the employees, it is far behind other companies. Xiang Feng was considering whether he should order a batch of higher-end work clothes for his company. Hello sir, welcome to the Louis Den Big Brother, please write this city branch. May I ask what I may need? The lady at the front desk is pretty. The voice is as beautiful as a lark. Xiang Feng almost wanted to poach the receptionist to his own company. Hello, little sister. I'm looking for your team leader Lilia. Xiang Feng also deliberately made his voice gentler. Excuse me, sir. What's your name? Do you have an appointment? My name is Xiang Feng. Do I need to make an appointment for my relationship with Lilia? Xiang Feng's face was full of disbelief, as if the receptionist had said something extraordinary. Let me tell you this. The house where your team leader Li lives is mine. Xiang Feng said these remarkable words calmly. From a literal point of view, there is nothing wrong with this statement. After all, Xiang Feng is Lia's landlord. But when the front desk clerk heard it, the meaning of these words became slightly different. His face turned a little red, and the front desk clerk called Lilia and asked if Xiang Feng should be allowed in. Lilia didn't know what Xiang Feng said, she was just curious about why he came. Let him in. Lilia didn't notice anything wrong in the receptionist's tone and agreed directly. Mr. Xiang, right? Team leader Li's office is inside. Please come in. Xiang Feng thanked him and walked straight in. Lilia was holding a tablet and looking at the design draft, wearing a white OL outfit. Her long black hair is tied into a bun, with a neat and clean style, and she looks like a proud white swan. Mr. Xiang, you took the time to come here, so you're not here for a blind date with me, right? Lilia said without raising her head. Even though Xiang Feng was thick-skinned, he felt somewhat embarrassed at this moment. Miss Li, what are you talking about? Do you need any special reasons for a beauty of your level? Xiang Feng is the one carrying someone in a fancy sedan. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Even if I ask to check out later, I think Lilia won't be too difficult for me, right? Xiang Feng was also a little unsure. A look of joy flashed across Lilia's face. After all, she is a woman, no matter how old she is or what position she holds. Everyone would feel happy if they are praised for being beautiful. What's more, Xiang Feng was the one who had teased her on a blind date. Even Xiang Feng praised her, how could she not be happy? However, Lilia also felt some resentment in her heart. You knew I was pretty, but you still teased me like that during the blind date? I went there wearing only a sweatshirt and shorts. Isn't this too little attention? Later on, there was a big drama about the real and fake rich second generation. Every time I think of that blind date, Lilia felt like she was about to get embarrassed. It's so embarrassing to be played like that by Xiang Feng. Don't talk to me. If you have anything to say, just tell me now. I have a lot of work to do. Lilia's tone was unfriendly. Xiang Feng was speechless. How could this woman's face change so suddenly? Hey, Miss Li, I'm here to give you some benefits as a landlord. Xiang Feng shamelessly began to change the concept. It was obviously he who wanted Lilia to check out. As a result, it now sounds as if Lilia is taking advantage of him. You rented me a school district apartment. Now I'll give you a chance. As long as you check out. Refund all the rent, I'll pay for the water and electricity. Next time you rent my house, I won't charge you a deposit and I'll waive 1 month's rent. How about that? In order to get Lilia to agree, Xiang Feng was prepared to bleed heavily. He. Lilia sneered. How could she not see Xiang Feng's little thoughts? So you want to use the house and come to me for help, right? Look at you talking nonsense, do you think I'm a young girl who has just started out? Xiang Feng's eyes widened. Look at your appearance and skin, aren't you just a little girl? Lilia was so angry that she laughed. Okay, I'm also quite tempted by your offer. But I'm going to Shanghai soon to meet a client who just returned from overseas, and I'm in need of a driver. Lilia hinted. Xiang Feng thought about it and decided that he had to go to the Magic City anyway because of the system task. This kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Xiang Feng immediately agreed. I will be your driver and take you there in my Bugatti Veyron. Lilia was very satisfied. Xiang Feng's Veyron is considered high-end in the world. It will definitely be very effective when used to show off in front of customers. Chapter 41 The Big Boss Appears. Magic City, Shanghai Tianyu Entertainment Company Conference Building. All the signed stars and internet celebrities. They were all called back today. There was an uproar at the conference table. And unexpected news. The previous major shareholder actually sold the company. And listen to the manager. The new buyer of Tianyu Entertainment Company seems to be quite young. This made many young stars interested. He bought a company at a young age. It feels like it was designed specifically for training a harem. The whispers of those crazy girls naturally spread slowly. As the company's focus on training, he is now a big star famous all over the country. Kagom's two pretty eyebrows couldn't help but frown. Manager Kong, do you know how much loss the company will suffer if you call everyone back so early in the morning? She really didn't understand. For the sake of a rich young man, all the company's artists were called back. I waited for the whole morning. And it was just for a rich young man. It's not worth it at all. If it were someone else, Manager Kong might have just scolded them. But in Tianyu Entertainment, Kagome is the face of the company. The so-called big sister is not easy to offend. Kagome, I know you're annoyed by this, but today is the first day the new boss takes over the company, so we have to give him some face. I understand the matter of face, and that's understandable, but it's another matter. In your opinion, directly by an entertainment company. Is there any need to think about what this person is thinking? Vulgar and mean. Even before she met him, Kagome could already imagine how well dressed her boss would be. Hey, everyone, have you eaten? With a thud, the door of the conference room was pushed open. Wearing flip-flops and cheap clothes, Xiang Feng sniffed and poked his head to peek into the house. The atmosphere seems a little off. Who are you? Although I have heard Xiang Feng's voice. But Manager Kong still couldn't connect Xiang Feng with the image of the boss. But Xiang Feng is different. It's this guy, yes. Xiang Feng walked up to the conference table on his own. Well, let me introduce myself first. Cough alone. My name is Xiang Feng, your boss. Simple and crude. But it scared the people below. What, our new boss? It's actually this guy in front of me? Where is the rich second generation and rich young man? What's the problem? No. Kong Lingwei explained first. Sir, can you verify my ID? Legal representative, this is directly certified after the legal representative is changed. As long as the ID card matches, there will be no problem. Kong Lingwei didn't know why Xiang Feng was dressed so simply. But it has been confirmed that he is the new boss. That must be the rich man who didn't run away. Maybe it's just that the rich young man has a different personal aesthetic? Is this our new boss? I didn't expect the taste to be so unique. I like it. I think you just like other people's money, but so do I. A group of little stars were whispering to each other. Although this rich young man was not quite the same as they had imagined. But who cares what he's wearing? As long as you are rich, that's enough. Not to mention, although Xiang Feng was not well dressed, but he is not ugly and has a manly demeanor. Quiet. Kong Lingwei picked up the microphone to organize discipline. Let's give a round of applause to welcome the new boss, Mr. Xiang Feng, to speak. There was a burst of applause, but Kagome did not move. Xiang Feng waved and walked onto the stage. Hello everyone, I am your boss Xiang Feng. I am 28 and unmarried. Gender, male, hobbies, female. Since I bought the company, you are mine from now on. I will be responsible for you. The little stars cheered. The new boss seems rather shady. Just happens to be their favorite type. Men like this are the easiest to hook up with. They are all confident about their looks. Just give up your face. Climb into the boss bed. Don't expect to be a rich wife. But it is not difficult to be a lover and have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Kagome frowned, very dissatisfied with Xiang Feng. She thought the new boss was a beast in human clothing. What I didn't expect was, the new boss may not be well dressed, but he is indeed a beast. She wasted her working time just to meet such a person? As soon as Xiang Feng stepped down, a group of beautiful women immediately surrounded him. Xiang Feng never refused anyone who came to him. Anyway, he is the boss, and these people took the initiative. Going to bed is impossible, but touching her is definitely okay. Mr. Xiang, you are so bad. Mr. Xiang, would you like to add me on WeChat? Boss, I know yoga. After a while, Xiang Feng's face and body were covered with many lipstick marks. Suddenly the phone rang. Xiang Feng took a look and saw that it was Lilia. The girls around are all very sensible. It was very lively just now, but now it has suddenly become quiet. Xiang Feng originally wanted to go out to pick them up, but he didn't expect them to be so cooperative. He gave a thumbs up and picked up the phone. Xiang Feng, a rich second generation like you must have a lot of resources with internet celebrities, right? Lilia's voice sounded a little anxious. Xiang Feng was extremely angry. What do you call a rich second generation like me? Why do you slander me for having such resources? Chapter 42, Eye-Catching. Wait a moment. Xiang Feng looked around at the beauties around him. We really have it. To be honest, I don't know any internet celebrities. But, I have an entertainment company. I don't believe you. Still an entertainment company? Why don't you say that the big star Kagome is your employee? Lilia subconsciously wanted to say a few words. But she reacted immediately. It seems that it is not really impossible. During the blind date, Xiang Feng said he was a rich second generation. Lilia didn't believe it. It turns out that he is really rich. Could this guy really be the owner of an entertainment company? Then I have a favor to ask of you. Lilia said hurriedly. Can we get some celebrity kids over for dinner? This was a euphemism, and Xiang Feng understood. To put it bluntly, there are clients who like this and need celebrities to drink with them. Of course I can if you want to, but only drinks. Xiang Feng's attitude was also very clear. It's okay to accompany drinking, and this is also one of the sources of income for celebrities. Moreover, because of the school district housing issue, he owed Lilia a favor. Although some preferential conditions were given. But moving is time-consuming and labor-intensive. For a design team leader in a large company, those preferential conditions cannot be compared with the time and energy. However, our employees at Xiang Feng cannot be traded to bed. Also, little star, you can't do that. I'll bring you a clue. Xiang Feng said generously. Lilia really didn't believe it this time. As a top star, can he just drink with others so casually? Little stars need extra money and investment. Why do some celebrities want to drink with others? But she didn't expose him. She just thought Xiang Feng was joking, so she joked back. If you can really find a frontline worker, you can set any conditions you want. Who is that? Xiang Feng waved his hand. Mr. Xiang, you can just call me Xiao Kong. Kong Lingwei keeps a very low profile. Although he is also a senior executive of a large company. But, in front of a rich young man of unknown family background, there is no reason for Kong Lingwei to be proud. Xiao Kong, I'm new here and I can't recognize everyone. Tell me how many first-line celebrities our company has. Kong Lingwei thought Xiang Feng was going to start playing with the unspoken rules. I couldn't help but smile bitterly in my heart. The new boss's appetite is a little too big. First-line stars are the face of entertainment companies. How can you just dive in so easily? Mr. Xiang, why are you asking this? Kagome quit, even though she was a famous actress in the country. But strictly speaking, she can also be classified as a first-tier player. If Xiang Feng wants to play, she is also on the list. Xiang Feng realized that the two had misunderstood each other and scratched his head. Am I such an impatient person in your eyes? There's a banquet tonight, and I'm going to take a few first-tier girls to eat at a grand table. Kagome became even angrier. Mr. Xiang, how could you? Xiang Feng waved his hand. Don't think about it. It's just a meal and a drink. If anything else happens, I, Xiang Feng, am not a man. Of course, if both parties are willing. Xiang Feng had no choice. He can only prevent his own stars from being bullied. Looking at Xiang Feng's serious expression, Kagome suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart. The boss looked quite manly. Could it be that I misunderstood him? Mr. Xiang, there are 13 first-line celebrities in our company. Among them, there are 9 female stars. And there is also the top-tier superstar Kagome, who is the one in front of you. Then take them all. At night, Jinhai International Hotel. Lilia was waiting for Xiang Feng anxiously. This guy, he won't bring any stars from a rural TV show with him, right? Lilia always felt uneasy about Xiang Feng's erratic appearance. Suddenly, a convoy of 10 Audi A8s stopped in front of the hotel. Look, there are so many celebrities. Wow, it's Jin Yuaner. Isn't that Kagome? Why is she here? Is there any large-scale event being held in the hotel? Xiang Feng got off the bus last. With a wave of their hands, a group of burly men in suits came to protect the stars, so as to avoid being hurt by the commotion of passers-by. Lilia was stunned the moment she saw Xiang Feng. Xiang Fengta. Did they really bring top celebrities with them? And there are so many first-line ones? Lilia has been following 3 dramas recently, and the leading actors in 2 of them are among these stars. Who is Xiang Feng? The hotel staff also stepped forward to maintain order. Xiang Feng and his party finally met up with Lilia. But whatever conditions you say are fine, and you are not allowed to regret it. Xiang Feng saw that Lilia was still a little dazed. I couldn't help but tease her. Lilia's face turned red instantly. She was beginning to regret having made that joke. God knows if Xiang Feng is really that capable, and he actually found so many big names. Kagome spat inwardly. This new boss is really not a good person. As soon as I entered the private room, I saw 8 or 9 men in suits sitting inside. See the beautiful girls behind Xiang Feng. The eyes of all the men present lit up. He stood up in a flash. Chapter 43, Taking Advantage. You are not Kagome. Their person in charge in the northwest, Wu Hui, suddenly began to stutter. Just looking for 2 hostesses. Who knows, that's good. Lilia called Kagome directly. You know, they are the spokesperson for the northwest of Lewisden. But it was Kagome herself. It costs a huge amount of endorsement fees to support him every year. Such a big shot was actually invited to drink with us today. What's more, let's not talk about the big star Kagome. The others who came with them are also first-line stars. It's not like Wu Hui hasn't seen first-line celebrities drinking with friends before. But the level of first-line stars is very particular. They usually appear at the dinner table and often claim that they are there to accompany their friends, boyfriends, etc. But with so many top stars appearing together like this, that excuse no longer works. We were able to invite so many big stars to drink with us without caring about the impact. Who is this team leader Lilia? Moreover, Louis Dennis was very sincere in order to make the deal a success this time. Kagome saw Wu Hui in a daze. Without even a word in reply, he walked straight into the private room with a cold expression. She didn't want to come to this kind of occasion at all. However, this was the first task assigned by the new boss on his first day in the company. No matter how dissatisfied she was, she couldn't jump out and go against Xiang Feng at this time. Wu Hui was about to find Lilia to ask about the situation. But I found a young man wearing cheap clothes and a pair of flip-flops also trying to go in. Lilia's colleague at the door suddenly looked serious. Stop, what do you do? My colleagues think he might be a loser who was just chasing after a celebrity. I'm going in to accompany you drinking, why are you stopping me? Xiang Feng acted as if it was a matter of course and looked at his colleague with a questioning look in his eyes. Are you crazy? Didn't you ask me to bring people here to drink with you? My colleague almost choked. Drinking companion? Are you just like a street vendor? I'm afraid it's not some fanatical fan who is going to chase in and cause trouble. Just as the colleague was about to ask him to leave, Lilia suddenly introduced Xiang Feng. His name is Xiang Feng. I am here to accompany you drinking. Those stars are all from his company. My colleague immediately put on a smiling face. Hello, Mr. Xiang. I am sorry for my poor eyesight. Please come in. Luxury goods companies have always had an ambiguous relationship with the entertainment industry. Companies engaged in this field must establish good relationships with various celebrity teams and entertainment companies. What else more, for a company to have so many big stars, can the identity of the boss be simple? Could Wu Hui afford to offend such a person? This is my colleague named Guanzhe, who is responsible for helping me receive customers. When we entered the private room, the stars and customers were already sitting together. They all climbed up step by step, and this is not the first time these stars have experienced this. Only Kagome was sitting alone in the corner with a professional smirk on her face. Xiangfeng sat directly next to Kagome. Relax, it's just a meal. Nothing will happen as long as I'm here. Kagome rolled her eyes at him. She found that the new boss was quite easygoing. Unlike the bosses of other companies, who are all very dignified and serious. During the dinner, Wu Hui was always guiding the topic and keeping it hot. Guanzhe also did his job well, accompanying Wu Hui, a big customer, like a supporting actor to create a good atmosphere. Lilia is just a design manager and doesn't know how to use words at the dinner table. He could only occasionally stand up and toast with a glass of wine at Guanzhe's suggestion. Xiangfeng really came here purely to eat. The bones and fish bones in the bone dish alone have been knocked out 3 times. He also recommends delicious dishes to Kagome from time to time. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, we have talked about everything that needs to be talked about. Lilia came over quietly and thanked Xiangfeng. I'm sorry, I have to go back to the company with my boss later, so I can't go with you. Actress Zhang Yan, who has played many big IPs, has a high-pitched voice. Everyone looked sideways. Wu Hui, who was next to Zhang Yan, looked a little embarrassed. Those who understand will understand. This was to take Zhang Yan to the hotel, but failed. Sweat broke out on Guanzhe's forehead. The thing he was most worried about happened. It's prestigious for first-line actresses to serve as drinking companions. But at the same time, it also means that it is difficult to engage in activities other than drinking with the person who is accompanying you. After all, these clients are not particularly big entrepreneurs. Why would a first-line celebrity want to sleep in a hotel with you guys? But Zhang Yan cannot care, but Guanzhe cannot. These are his big clients, and what if this little thing ruins their business? That would be the end of his career. Zhang Yan picked up her bag, walked to Xiangfeng's back and stood obediently. It's like a little girl hiding behind her parents. Mr. Xiang, I think Mr. Wu and Miss Zhang Yan are indeed destined to be together. Otherwise, you can go back with the others and let Zhang. Guanzhe subconsciously wanted to persuade Xiangfeng. At worst, you can just give more money. But, I couldn't continue. Because. Xiangfeng's eyes made him a little scared. Lilia glared at Wu Hui, as they had agreed before the banquet that she would only accompany him for drinking. As a result, when something happens now, I want to regret it. Is this still a man? Chapter 44 Devil Cousin. What's more, Xiangfeng and the celebrities were all invited by her. Guanzhe is also slapping her in the face. But as a member of Lewiston's party, she couldn't say anything. I can only pray that Xiangfeng calms down. Mr. Wu, right? Xiangfeng smiled kindly. What advice do you have, Mr. Xiang? Wu Hui asked indifferently. He knew that Xiangfeng was the boss of Tianyu Entertainment and must have some power behind him. But he is not afraid. Who doesn't have a company? Even though I don't make as much money as Tianyu, and even though I can't compare to Tianyu in terms of resources. But Wu Hui can't just give in, right? This is the key to my favorite car, the Veyron. Xiangfeng put the key on the table and started talking to himself. Don't underestimate me because I'm young, but I have quite a few cars and countless houses under my name. We have opened several companies, some of which are involved in real estate and some in entertainment. The expressions of several customers from the Northwest, especially Wu Hui, became serious. If it was just an entertainment company, he wouldn't be afraid. But it sounds like this young man's background is far from simple. Xiangfeng smiled and said, Don't be so serious. I just want to say that the reason I have so much at such a young age is that I never let sex, such a shitty thing, affect my business. It's more that I always treat my employees as my own family. I guess you all have a pretty good business, and you all have similar principles to me, right? Wu Hui understood. He first explained his own worth, which told these people that he, Xiangfeng, had the capital to fight with them. Then he hinted that they should not provoke his employees because of things below the waistline of their pants, otherwise they would offend him. Don't cancel the order just because of this. That would be tantamount to slapping Xiangfeng in the face. But the conversation was not opened. This saves face for both parties. Mr. Xiang has achieved so much at such a young age. He is indeed extraordinary. I will go back to my room alone tonight and reflect on myself. When Miss Xiang Yan releases a new song, I will definitely buy thousands or tens of thousands of copies to show my support. And Miss Li, let's sign the purchase contract tomorrow. Wu Hui also started from scratch, so he naturally knows how to bend and stretch. At the moment, this is considered as a surrender and apology, and it also expresses an attitude. What happened tonight will not delay this business. Li Lia breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect Xiang Feng to be able to use conversational skills and not get carried away and start a fight. There was also a lot of excitement in Kagom's eyes when she looked at Xiang Feng. She found that her new boss didn't seem that bad after all. Zhang Yan massaged Xiang Feng's shoulders. Girls, let's fight and go back to the palace. Xiang Feng saw that there was nothing else for him to do here, so he simply waved his hand and stood up to leave. A group of beautiful girls responded softly, gathered together and surrounded Xiang Feng as they walked out. The men at the table were jealous. This is the real red sleeves gesture. Unfortunately, I can't envy you. At the hotel entrance, Li Lia expressed her gratitude profusely. Don't thank me. After we sign the bill tomorrow, we'll go back. I'll pick you up then. Mr. Xiang, what happened just now? Guanzai came over and stretched out his right hand from a distance. Xiang Feng didn't even look at him, turned around and got into the car. Guanzai held his hand awkwardly in place, watching Xiang Feng and his group's car disappear on the street. Okay, stop holding it up. Li Lia said with disdain. I just don't believe that if he had really shaken your hand in a friendly way just now, you would not be able to sleep peacefully tonight. Ignoring him means you don't take Wu Hui seriously. But if Xiang Feng really shook hands with him in a friendly manner, it might mean that the matter is not over yet. It is to choose to make friends with the boss of Tianyu Company, the mysterious rich young man. Or he chose to keep Guanzai, who was just doing reception work. Louis Den would not choose the wrong answer. The next day, Xiang Feng picked up Li Lia and drove all the way back to Qinghai. Xiang Feng, choose a place later and I'll treat you to a meal. You really helped me a lot yesterday. No, I have to go to the train station. Xiang Feng shook his head. Today is the day that little devil Lu Xing arrives in Shanghai. According to the orders of his master. He has to go and protect the emperor. I waited at the exit for more than half an hour. Xiang Feng was getting a little impatient. Why should I waste my precious time waiting for that little devil? If I wasn't afraid of my mother's scolding, there would be many pretty girls near the train station. Xiang Feng must have turned around and left. Guess who I am? A pair of cold little hands covered Xiang Feng's eyes. Do you want to guess? Xiang Feng said helplessly, then pulled the hands apart. He saw a youthful girl standing in front of him. Lu Xing pouted slightly, very dissatisfied with Xiang Feng's attitude. Lu Xing started school late and only entered high school at the age of 18 this year. So her height is very different from what Xiang Feng saw a few years ago. When he stood up straight, he was almost as tall as Xiang Feng's shoulders. Lu Xing, why are you running so fast? Didn't I tell you to wait for me? A young man dressed in designer clothes ran out carrying a suitcase. Although he complained, his face was full of smiles. Xiang Feng was a little surprised. Did she bring her boyfriend here too? Chapter 45 Pillow. Who is this? The boy asked with a hint of hostility. Xiang Feng frowned. He is so young and yet he is very naughty and jealous. This is my cousin. Aren't you going to your uncle's house? We'll leave first. Hello, cousin. The young man smiled and said, My name is Chun Han, and I'm Lu Xing's junior high school classmate. The young man knew how to climb the pole. Even my cousins were called. However, he doesn't seem to be Lu Xing's boyfriend. While Xiang Feng was looking at Chun Han was also observing Xiang Feng. Although the clothes are clean, they are obviously from a street stall. It seems that it is not difficult to shock them with money. Although Chen Han is not very old, he already knows how to use money to get what he wants. Why do you call me cousin? Brother, let's go. Lu Xing didn't seem to like Chen Han very much. No, my uncle will come to pick us up in an Audi later. It's so hot, you must take the subway. It's so crowded. Xiang Feng sneered in his heart. Ha, this method of showing off wealth is too crude. No, I still prefer the subway. Isn't it much more expensive than the Audi? Lu Xing had no intention of acknowledging the favor and turned away. Xiang Feng held her back and said, I think Chen Han is right. It's better not to take the subway on such a hot day. Brother, what are you talking about? Lu Xing's eyes were full of confusion. In her impression, Xiang Feng was not such a spineless person. Back then, a boy from a wealthy family took out 500 yuan and asked Xiang Feng to be his younger brother. Then Xiang Feng beat up the boy and his younger brothers. But today, Xiang Feng could definitely see what Chen Han meant. But he still spoke according to Chen Han's meaning. Chen Han laughed. It was obvious at first glance that this cousin was a poor guy. But I didn't expect it to be so easy to deal with. Cousin is right, let's. Chen Han's voice stopped abruptly. Because Xiang Feng took out a uniquely designed key and pressed it lightly. The door lock of the Bugatti Veyron not far away was opened. Student Chen, please continue to wait. My car is faster than the Audi, so I will go first. Xiang Feng pulled the still dazed Lu Xing into the car. On the way, Lu Xing didn't say anything. She still hasn't figured out how Xiang Feng could have such a nice car. But she knew one thing, that she and Chen Han had been fooled. Xiang Feng specially found a 5-star hotel to accommodate Lu Xing. First of all, I didn't want her to go to my house. Secondly, Lu Xing didn't say much along the way and his eyes looked very dangerous. Xiang Feng always felt that she was waiting for an opportunity to trick him. Xiang Feng? Lilia suddenly appeared beside him with a bad tone. You told me you had something to do, so you brought a girl to the hotel? Feng, who is this? Before Xiang Feng could say anything, Lu Xing suddenly hugged his arms. Xiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. Broken. This little devil is going to cause trouble. Lilia, don't mess around. Xiang Feng, who is this old woman? Didn't you say that I'm your only girlfriend? Lu Xing interrupted Xiang Feng's explanation again. Old woman? Lilia's eyes were full of fire. Ah! Xiang Feng cried out in pain as his foot was severely crushed by Lilia's high heels. Lilia's figure quickly disappeared at the hotel entrance. Looking at the smug look in Lu Xing's eyes, Xiang Feng's heart was filled with excitement. Wasn't this little devil too ruthless this time? Lilia returned home angrily. Xiang Feng is such a bastard. Back home. Lilia slammed the door shut. Then, she threw her delicate body onto the bed. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. How could there be such a shameless guy? Being with such a beautiful woman like me, he actually went to look for other people. I found her, and she was a little girl who looked like she was still in school. Are all the young girls nowadays so depraved that they were deceived by that guy with just a few words? With his slender fists, he punched his pillow again and again. Lilia was venting her inner dissatisfaction. After thinking about it, she still felt unhappy. I simply got up and picked up the phone. She planned to call her best friend. Order a head pillow. As for the avatar, just use that bitches. Hey, Xiao Chang, make me a doll. The bigger the better. Question from a best friend, why do you want a pillow? Didn't I give you several for your birthday? Lilia gritted her teeth and said, I was so angry today by a bitch. I didn't say anything. Get me one to use as a sandbag. Oh, I seem to have discovered some adultery. It seems that our Miss Li has also started to go astray? Hearing this ambiguous voice, Lilia had no idea what her best friend was up to. She quickly explained, you think too much, he is just a bitch. I will send you his photo later, and you can order a tortoise for me. Yes, a tortoise. Okay, I'll keep it for you. Although my best friend agreed with confidence. But Lilia still felt something was wrong. After all, my best friend has never been reliable, and the making of this doll feels a bit like conspiracy. Never mind, I'll just have a pillow. Chapter 46 Oolong. This guy will make me mad at you in the future. On the other side, Mercedes was driving on the way home. Xiang Feng looked at his little cousin with a reproachful look on his face. Now you are satisfied, right? I really don't know what's going on in this little guy's head. I called my brother dear. It's so corny, it's a good thing you can say it. Lu Xing shook her hair, and her pair of star chain-like eyes looked very innocent. Brother, you don't like blind dates, right? Now I help you dump that woman, isn't that good? Get lost. In other words, Xiang Feng is not worried about future family planning. If it were usual. Such a great beauty. The plan was ruined abruptly, and Xiang Feng had no place to cry even though he wanted to. She's not bad looking and has a good figure, so how could she not be worthy of your brother? To be honest, if it weren't for that woman Lilia being so materialistic. Xiang Feng actually thought about whether the two of them should just make do with each other. Lu Xing said indignantly, "Don't I have a good figure?" Well, I have to say, I remember the feeling when my cousin came up to me just now. Xiang Feng had to admit that it was quite informative. You have no shame. How could such words come out of the mouth of a little girl like you? Lu Xing said carelessly, "What little girl? When I was in junior high school, many of my classmates were in love. For a cousin of this age. This is the awareness of love." Xiang Feng didn't even think about it. His hand slipped away and a slap hit Lu Xing on the head. Those are all bad students. Why don't you learn this if you are good? Humph, you still have the nerve to finish your sentence. Auntie said that you started lifting your classmates' skirts when you were in elementary school. I heard my cousin talk about the embarrassing things that happened in elementary school. Xiang Feng couldn't help but blush. He snorted coldly to reveal the truth. It was impossible to stay in the hotel anymore. Xiang Feng was really afraid that Lilia would lose her mind. Just give it a call. By then, this stain will be enough to make this cousin laugh for the rest of her life. Sent Lu Xing to his parents. Xiang Feng found a hotel by himself. Don't be fooled by his current wealth of real estate and cars. But family members know their own business. I gave Lu Oli several million, and now it's in his pocket. When it comes to cash, it is really at risk. Buying a car is to keep a low profile. But Xiang Feng had never thought about the maintenance cost of the sports car. It's too expensive. Sure enough, what the system said was the correct answer. Making money is still king. There was no conversation that night, and Xiang Feng slowly fell asleep. But Lilia received a call from her mother. Still the same question, why has it taken so long? The relationship between the two is still lukewarm. Mom, don't mention it. That guy is just a playboy. I really have nothing to say to him. Lilia's mother, my girl, men are bound to be a little unfaithful when they are young. He will know who treats him well. My mother has always educated me with serious ideas. In an instant, he was on the same camp as Xiang Feng. This was something Lilia never expected. Mom, you don't know, that guy actually brought a little girl to the hotel. After saying this, Lilia felt embarrassed. She thought she had put it very tactfully. What? If that's the case, then I have to talk to my mother-in-law. After saying that, he hung up the phone in Lilia's suspicious ears. Mother-in-law, you were sold at some point. My mother's temper isn't that hot-tempered anymore. Because I am worried about my daughter's lifelong affairs. How could Lilia's mother possibly sleep? After thinking it over, I still feel that I need to ask clearly. Hey, Sister Lu, are you asleep? Xiang Feng's mother, what's wrong? You're calling me so late at night. The two families were very familiar with each other, so Xiang Feng's mother didn't think much about it. I just thought he was looking for me to dance with him tomorrow. No, I heard from my yaya that your Xiang Feng took a little girl to the hotel. If this is true, you as a mother must take good care of it. Ah. Xiang Feng's mother was stunned for a few seconds. He recovered instantly and laughed. You think too much. That's my niece. She also came to Qinghai to study. She's my son's cousin. I was worried that she wouldn't be used to living here, so I thought of taking her to a hotel and getting a room. After this explanation, Lilia's mother finally felt relieved. It feels like such a misunderstanding. If this is not made clear, it will directly affect the major events of both people. I quickly called my daughter and explained everything to her. And regarding Lu Xing as farce. Only then did the truth come to light. The next day, Xiang Feng opened his eyes in a daze. I didn't expect that there were already missed calls on my phone. Why would this woman call me? For the high-heel prints on my feet. Xiang Feng has still felt aggrieved about it. After opening WeChat, Xiang Feng sent a smiling emoticon. Of course, this time it was not ruthlessly ignored. Would you like to come to eat at noon? I'll apologize to you. Xiang Feng had a puzzled look on his face. What are you apologizing for? Why don't you make it clear, she is your cousin? Xiang Feng, big sister, did you give me a chance to speak? You stepped on me with your shoe. You know I wear boots. Chapter 47 Housewife. Lilia said angrily, "You are a grown man, but you can't stand being stepped on. How shameful." "Hey, big sister, why don't you stick a knife in your foot and try stepping on it? Will it make the same difference?" Lilia snorted, "I'll teach you a lesson. If you do it again next time, I'll definitely bring a knife with me." After saying that, Lilia couldn't help but spit twice. This statement is ambiguous. Even Xiang Feng, a straight man, smelled something else. TSK, sure, it's fine. It's just a blind date, and it also involves taking responsibility for my lifelong happiness. Even though it was a phone call. But Lilia could still feel Xiang Feng's provocative look. "Remember to come for dinner." After playing one game, he couldn't wait to hang up the phone. As soon as the quilt was lifted, he couldn't wait to get in. Why should I care about that damn bastard? Didn't he just hook up with a rich guy? On the other hand, Xiang Feng had a nightmare all night. In the dream, Lu Xing was holding a firecracker in his hand. She walked towards him with an innocent smile. And he had just finished taking a shower and was sleeping soundly. The next moment, Lu Xing lifted up his quilt and stuffed the firecrackers inside. I was scared to death. The scene ends at this moment. Fortunately, Xiang Feng woke up smartly, otherwise he would have been haunted by that little girl for the rest of his life. First thing when you wake up. System, open the mall. Finally returning to normal refresh, Xiang Feng is looking forward to seeing how far he is from becoming a rich man. Ding, the mall has launched an item, Lamborghini Super Limited Edition, estimated value 80 million, selling price 10 yuan, do you want to buy it in seconds? System, don't do this. I was just trying to keep a low profile, but then you gave me a sports car. I feel really stressed. Oh, is driving a taxi my only way out? Instant kill. Although he said so, Xiang Feng was not at all dissatisfied with the order. Ding, the Lamborghini Supremacy Limited Edition sports car is sold out immediately. Please receive it as soon as possible. On WeChat, a message came saying that 10 yuan had been successfully deducted. Safe. After washing his hair, Xiang Feng changed into 2 sets of clean clothes and went. Eating for free is never a loss no matter how you think about it. As for image, this is really not something Xiang Feng should worry about. There was no point in dressing up before, and there is no need to dress up now. That's about it. Driving his own little Mercedes, he followed the address given by Lilia. After finding an exquisite residential area, Xiang Feng went upstairs. Boom boom boom. After a few knocks on the door, Lilia opened the door holding a spoon. It is very different from the previous image. At this moment, she looked more like a housewife. Now that you are here, please come in. The house has 2 bedrooms and a living room, and is fully furnished. There is no luxurious furniture, but it looks particularly warm. Looking at the other room, Xiang Feng frowned. You're the only one here who wants to be alone. Lilia, of course. Seeing Xiang Feng pointing to another room, Lilia couldn't help but roll her eyes. That belonged to my best friend. She found a boyfriend and moved out to live with him. What on earth is this man thinking? I'll go cook first, you wait here. Xiang Feng found a sofa, lay down like a master, and asked casually. Do you need help? Lilia suddenly became curious. After all, Xiang Feng's identity was revealed. But no matter how you look at it, this guy doesn't look like someone who can cook. Come on, I don't want you to mess up the kitchen. After saying that, she turned around proudly. Lilia ran to the kitchen and started busying herself. Xiang Feng looked at the figure cooking in the kitchen. It's funny to think about it. This should be the first peaceful conversation he had with this woman. The rest of the time, the two of them were either arguing or hurting each other. Not long after, the bell outside the door rang again. Xiang Feng got up and opened the door. He's a courier boy. Holding a huge paper bag in his hand. A whole head taller than him. This woman actually still has a childlike heart. Just by touching it, Xiang Feng knew what it was. It's furry and looks like a doll. With nothing to do, Xiang Feng simply started opening the express packages. Laoli, your fruit knife is here. It has been delivered. Lilia turned her head and said. Coffee table drawer. Just after he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something. Lilia took 2 steps at a time and rushed to the hall. It can't be opened. But it's too late. The true appearance of the doll was revealed in the torn paper bag. The eyes looking at Lilia gradually narrowed. What on earth does this woman want to do to me? Looks like a monkey puppet. A long tail and lush body hair, yes. But why is his profile picture a selfie of himself? The tail went under the crotch. The long thing came to the front. This, the more I look at it, the more evil it becomes. Don't tell me you made this custom. Lilia's face flushed. His mouth opened into an O shape and he stood there in shock. She also didn't expect that her best friend would have such a strong taste. This thing is. How to explain it? Did someone place a wrong order, then Photoshop a profile picture on it and have it delivered to your home? Don't worry, I understand you. Xiang Feng waved his hand to show his understanding. Chapter 48. What are you blowing? After all, I heard that many female gangsters with strong desires have this kind of fetish. I like thick and long things. And this face of mine. Not bad. It's normal for some people to be crooked. Thinking of this, Xiang Feng took out his cell phone. Oh yeah, took a picture. It can be regarded as my first attachment to myself. What are you doing? With a flushed face, Lilia hurried forward and snatched the doll. If this kind of thing gets out. She was simply unbearable to see anyone. Damn best friend, she asked you to be a venting doll, isn't this a misunderstanding of venting? During the scramble, Xiang Feng smelled a burning smell. He suddenly let go. Lilia exerted so much force that she fell on her butt. You did it on purpose. Xiang Feng didn't say anything, but just pointed calmly towards the kitchen. A cry of awe. My braised pork. Lilia didn't care about the doll in her hand and rushed into the kitchen. At the dinner table, Xiang Feng was trying hard to hold back his laughter. In front of me, among the few dishes. A dish as black as charcoal. It's emitting a sad burning smell. I can't stand it. Let me laugh for a while. When he thought of Lilia's expression when she was playing with the doll, his stomach ached. Oh, let me tell you, you're so old, but you've never been in a relationship. If you need anything in this regard, just tell me. I guarantee I have everything on my phone. Those are much more cost-effective than this. Lilia held the bowl and tried hard to stay calm. But when he heard Xiang Feng's unbridled laughter, there's no way to ignore it. I told you, this is not what I want. If anyone has any needs, please speak up. She picked up the chopsticks and pointed them directly at Xiang Feng. He seemed to be ready to draw his sword and fight if they had a disagreement. Xiang Feng covered his mouth and blinked. You mean, didn't you send this picture to your bestie? Who? Lilia wanted to cry. It was definitely her who sent the photo. She was the one who said the bigger the better, and that was right. But what is my best friend's weird imagination thinking? It's big. It's big enough. But could you shift the focus a bit? You are not allowed to tell anyone about this matter anyway. She didn't have that intention, but she was afraid that Xiang Feng would open his mouth and talk about it everywhere. If my mom knew. There will be no happy family gatherings from now on. Xiang Feng shook his head. No. Just kidding, it was so hard to catch this woman. If you don't ask for some benefits. Does it fit his way of being? Lilia, say one more thing. Xiang Feng, the second sentence, no. Lilia, I beg you, please. Xiang Feng, no. Lilia was almost going crazy, she was tearing her hair. Mr. Xiang, what do you want me to do to keep it a secret? This time, Xiang Feng didn't continue to argue. He stroked his chin and looked Lilia up and down. Shaking slippers, rampant gaze. Looking at his appearance, he is similar to the thugs in those dramas. Whatever you want? Unconsciously, Lilia covered her chest. What do you want to do? As expected, this guy was just pretending before. Xiang Feng stood up, paced towards Lilia, and spoke slowly. I want you. Before she finished listening, Lilia couldn't help it. Xiu punched Xiang Feng right on the nose. You rascal, don't think you can get me to accompany you just by threatening me with this. A sudden punch. Xiang Feng was so stunned by the beating. He covered his burning nose and was startled by a sweet sensation. The blood from his nose flowed down his hand. You crazy woman, what do you want to do? Kill someone while they're hot? Lilia retorted with her neck red. What do you want to do? What do you mean you want me? Humph. Xiang Feng was stunned. I really want to slap myself. It's not like I don't know what kind of personality this woman has. A player who can be beaten up if he says something that doesn't go his way. Why bother quibbling with her? Xiang Feng smiled bitterly and explained. I want the school district house where your sister lives. My cousin is also coming to Qinghai, and my mother asked me to find a house for her. Ah. Li Lia's eyes bulged. Is that so? Xiang Feng simply threw his phone on the table. Here's the phone, call my mom and ask. Who is this? You still doubt me. Don't you see that this young master is short of women? Look in the mirror and see if you have breasts. Well, you have some. And your face is pretty, so you have a pretty face. But can you change your hot temper? You must be the reincarnation of Zhang Fei in your previous life. You get into fights over a disagreement. After looking at her for a few times, Xiang Feng really couldn't find any flaws in this woman's appearance. If it doesn't work on the outside, can it work on the inside? It seems like another beautiful misunderstanding. Only then did Li Lia realize that she seemed to be excited again. Seeing Xiang Feng's aggrieved look, Li Lia hurried into the house and took out a hot towel. You have a nosebleed. Let me apply some dressing on you. No thanks. Freeing one hand, Xiang Feng quickly took 2 steps back. It's so shameful that I actually got bleeding because of a woman. No matter what words are wrong. One more punch. I make a living by my face. I didn't mean to do that. At most, I can help you blow it. It wasn't intentional, you. Just as he was about to refuse, Xiang Feng realized the second half of the sentence. Blow. This feeling should be pretty good. He was so worried that he forgot to glance at Li Lia. You won't do it again this time. Li Lia stretched out 2 fingers. I promise. Then, Li Lia felt sad again because of the pain in her mouth. Chapter 49, Gambling on Stones. Xiang Feng lay back on the sofa with a comfortable look on his face. But she had to get close to Xiang Feng's face. This posture is indecent no matter how you look at it. What on earth did I promise? It hurts here, come on. She looked at Xiang Feng's nose and really didn't know how to bite him. As soon as I got closer, I could smell the hot air coming out of his nostrils. It could almost spray in her face. Intentional, this guy must have done it on purpose. Can't you just stop moving around? Xiang Feng said disdainfully, if you can't do it, then you can't do it. Why promise so much? Forget it, woman. This almost direct sarcasm immediately made Li Lia angry. Be passive. If I say I will help you blow, then I will help you blow. Suddenly, outside the door. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Zhao Qing stared blankly at the 2 people entangled with each other in the room. I heard something. Blow, what are you blowing? What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? It's only been a few months since we last met, and you've led my Yaha astray. The 2 heads slowly twisted together, and Li Lia said in despair. You received a package, why didn't you even close the door? Xiang Feng. An embarrassing scene. The 3 of them were like wooden figures. You look at me and I look at her. Frozen place. Suddenly, Zhao Qing's poor acting skills suddenly came to the fore. Oh, where is this place? I can't see anything anymore, I can't hear anything. Yaya, please continue. I won't disturb you guys. There was a loud bang. This time, the security door was completely closed. And Li Lia bit her lower lip tightly. He punched Xiang Feng's chest with all his strength. It's all your fault. You didn't even know to close the door. Now that I've been caught, how can I face people in the future? I shouldn't have let you come to my house for dinner, bitch, you bitch. Ahem. Xiang Feng covered his chest. What does this have to do with me? Whether or not this is boasting, it's not something I came up with, right? Besides, didn't we agree not to take any action? Damn it, women are such liars. You can't trust their lies. You can't trust them. After coming out of Li Lia's community, Xiang Feng finally understood what it meant to turn the tide. The clouds disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the sun is shining brightly again. Blink again, and there will be thunder and rain. My chest still aches slightly. Glancing at the phone. Before I knew it, the courier had already received several missed calls. Since he had nothing to do, Xiang Feng simply drove there. He signed his name and successfully took over this awesome sports car. Lamborghini. I spent an extra 500 yuan and asked the driver to park the car at the hotel. Xiang Feng ran towards the largest antique street in Shanghai. He still remembered that some of his antiques were still in the old man's shop. I forgot the name, but I have a phone number. Xiang Feng was not worried about not being able to find anyone. The North Bank Antique Street is a place where all kinds of people come and go. Well, there are citizens who want to get rich overnight wandering around here all day long. There are thugs who are trying to make a living here with the intention of stealing other people's money. There are also wealthy people from Shanghai who often come here to admire the feng shui. Seek peace of mind. Find a place and park the car. Xiang Feng made a phone call and found out the old man's address. Dongji Antique Shop on the North Shore. Along the way, Xiang Feng gained a lot of knowledge. There were small stalls on both sides of him. That misleading mouth. When the upper and lower teeth touch each other, they can blow a comb covered with mud into a beautiful concubine. Because of the treasure appraisal certificate, it can be seen at a glance. Xiang Feng will be able to tell which ones are true and which ones are false. 99% of the time, there is no hope. Hearing the shouts from the front, Xiang Feng couldn't help but stop. Gambling on stones? The probability is much higher. Compared to finding gold in a pile of sand. Xiang Feng would rather go to the French excavation himself. Although gambling on stones also relies on probability. But the probability of this happening is definitely higher than hunting for antiques. Anyone can brag about antiques. But when it comes to gambling on stones, there is no source of raw stones. What the hell are you bragging about? Squeezing into the crowd, Xiang Feng now understood why this store was so noisy. I don't know where this sucker came from. The whole place is booked. A total of 20 piles of raw stones were opened. Without exception, they are all fake shells. In the mine, gravel was scattered all over the ground. It's packed everywhere. Dude, who is this guy? Is he so rich? The young man who was held was watching the show. When Xiang Feng pulled him, he immediately gave him a disdainful look. Brother, you are new here, you don't even know God. Very famous? Get lost. Xiang Feng. Well, he had never come into contact with this kind of people before. After you become rich, there is no need to have any contact with them anymore. After a few words, Xiang Feng figured out the identity of the man in the field. Oh my god, it's a club. Just a few simple words are enough to make people feel unworthy. Nowadays, there are people who can support an entertainment club. How could he be a good person? There are about 10 pieces left, and according to the price tag, one piece is worth 200,000. This old man spent the $30 he had for the raw stone. Nearly 6 million, and it didn't even make a splash. Chapter 50 Insightful. Xiang Feng always keeps his distance from such people. I can't afford to provoke you and I dare not provoke you. But he had no choice but to take a fancy to a piece of rough stone in the store. There must be big stuff inside. But it seems that my brother is in high spirits today. He even booked the whole place. Chapter 50, Save Face. Now I'm adding a sentence about buying stones, and they really came out. Will it be used as a wedding dress at that time? It is possible. And who knows if he will want more after he has released this batch. It's also very likely. After a lot of hesitation, another piece of raw stone was cut. When I saw this scene, God can no longer remain calm. He grabbed the shop owner by the collar and spit it everywhere. Old who, this is the good stuff you mentioned. Do you think I'm blind? An adult in his 40s or 50s. In Tianye's hand, he was picked up like a little chicken. The guy called Old Huta smiled bitterly. Isn't this something that every customer will say? Moreover, he did not expect that this god was so unlucky. 30 or 40 pieces of raw stones from the smoothie factory. I didn't even see a single green hair. God, please calm down. Life and death are determined by fate. Fortune and honor are in the hands of God. Whether he can open the stone or not is not up to me. Indeed, if he really knew whether there was anything valuable inside the stone, then why open a store? Wouldn't it be better to just go and get it for free? That being said, Tianyi has already lost his mind. That's just the estimation. The fist as big as a sandbag was about to attack immediately. Old Hu, I think you are too unkind. As he spoke, Xiang Feng had already merged into the crowd. He talked in a familiar manner. Old Hu looked confused. Who is this person? Do I know him? Of course, whether he recognizes it or not. Now that the performance has begun, Xiang Feng doesn't care about these things anymore. Tell me, you have some high-end goods on your shelf, why don't you take them out and show them to God? High-end stuff? The crowd present immediately looked at Xiang Feng. There was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. You really know how to talk. Even the ordinary ones, each raw stone costs 200,000. These high-end goods are the store's treasures. A rough stone costs around 2 million. The bigger the bet, the greater the chance of success. But the probability of earning money. Unless it is a rare ice type, it is a sure loss even if it is found. Staring at Xiang Feng, Tian Ye's eyes became anxious. A person who is wearing slippers and yet speaks so arrogantly. Either he is an idiot, or he is low-key awesome. God is always cautious towards people whose background he does not know. Boy, when you say that, do you think I can drive high-end goods? Xiang Feng smiled and said, that's not the case. Just when God was about to get angry, Xiang Feng spoke again. As long as I can get it out. There was a burst of laughter. Even if it is an old hand who has been dealing with antiques for half his life. I dare not say that I am always right. But he is just a half-grown young man. Said he could open the color. This is not a joke. God, how about we make a bet? You pay the money and I choose the rough stones. If they turn out well, we'll split the profits in half. Tian Yi said disdainfully, why do you do that? His thoughts were simple. If it hadn't happened, the guy who thought he was being taken advantage of would have suffered a lot. Very miserable. If it happens, why do you think you will get a share of the money? After all, this whole area is under his protection. Xiang Feng could naturally hear the double entendre in this sentence. He pointed to the end of the street and took out his keychain. That Lamborghini over there is mine. If it doesn't come out, you can smash it. Oh? Now, Tian Yi immediately became interested. If you can afford a Lamborghini, how can you not come up with 2 million? The only possibility is that Xiang Feng is really awesome. Thinking of this, Tian Yi immediately spoke out. Come on, pay. A few younger brothers immediately came out carrying a few black leather suitcases. There was no need to open it, Tian Yi immediately called Xiang Feng. Little brother, please. Following his cold snort, the spectators present. They all shut their mouths. I didn't even dare to breathe. Afraid of disturbing Xiang Feng. I have to say, this god has a great aura. It is really enough. Xiang Feng also had his own considerations for cooperating with Tian Yi. He really couldn't come up with 2 million. When I have money in the future, it is still unclear whether I will still be there. Worrying about the big fish running away is not Xiang Feng's style. Since there is a sponsor paying for it, at least I can have a bite. It's not a big problem. Without even wandering around, Xiang Feng went straight to the third row of the shelf. He pointed at a piece of raw stone that was half a person's height. Come on, move over there. The skin of this raw stone even has some peeling off. It can be said to be an antique in the store. After a few years of coming and going, no one is interested in it anymore. A silent high-end product that no one wants. Brother, you better think about it. Although I know that those who can afford a Lamborghini must be worth a lot of money. But the words have been spoken. If I can't even get my money back. He won't agree to this for the sake of his reputation. Xiang Feng ignored him and gave instructions to the master who was cutting the stone. When you cut like this, along this part, 1/3 of the way down, diagonally. My God, my eyes turned black when I looked at it. Chapter 51 opens. Calling him God is not because of his age. But it's Dong Tianhun's seniority that's there. Now, a young boy. How dare you ignore his existence? Fortunately, most people's attention is now on the cutters. Otherwise, God, you really need to maintain your dignity. As everyone looked over, the electric saw in cutting stone's hand gradually fell down. Exciting moments. Will the raw stone worth 2 million burst into color? It's out. I don't know who shouted. Immediately. As the chainsaw passed by, a hint of lake blue and green can be seen. Emerald, holy shit. Emerald is also known as imperial green. It is an extremely rare ice type of jade. Just a small bracelet is worth hundreds of thousands. Such a big rough stone. This is the rhythm of release. Don't cut it. I'll give you 30 million. I want this stone. A spectator walked into the venue excitedly and shouted to stop them. But the rest of the customers who were watching looked at him with contempt. It's really imaginative, only 30 million. This is an attempt to pick up a bargain. The emerald now has only a piece of its skin opened. If only it were all this green. What is the price of this rough stone? It's totally unpredictable. What do you think? Xiang Feng didn't say anything, but looked at Tianyi calmly. Only he knows the cutting point of this rough stone. Now is the best result. The bottom is not so bright. God suppressed his excited heart. The cost was 2 million, and I made 10 times the profit from the first bid. Excluding today's loss, there will still be a profit of several million. Make a lot of money. Brother, tell me. God doesn't make the decision directly. After all, this stone was named by Xiang Fengdian. Being willing to give him more than 10 million is already a courtesy. Xiang Feng thought about it seriously. Look at the attitude of that guy bidding. It looks like there's a lot of room for price increases. 60 million, how about that? After saying this, Xiang Feng saw the people around him. They all looked at him with strange eyes. Did I raise the price too low? Of course, only others don't know what he is thinking. Otherwise, I would definitely turn around and leave. Bro, the price you ask for is directly cutting off the middlemen from getting anything they want. Why don't you open a processing factory and do it yourself? Even God felt a little embarrassed. Brother, this jade is not sold like this. He thought Xiang Feng was an expert. But for this ability to raise prices, we also have to add a black-hearted businessman. The price has been doubled. Are you planning to let the processing factory work for you for free? Is that so? Xiang Feng frowned. He doesn't know the price of jadeite. I just saw that the people around me were shouting excitedly, and they were all rich people. Of course it can't be a waste. The buyer who raised his hand smiled bitterly and said, Brother, I really can't accept this price. Otherwise, I won't think of anything else. 45 million, if you want, I'll transfer the money to you right away. God suddenly became interested. Oh, why are you, a bargainer, willing to bleed so much money today? Anyone who has been in Antique Street for a long time. God naturally knows everything. The person in front of me is a person who will not do anything without benefits. Unexpectedly, today, I was stunned by Xiang Feng's flat price. Brother, sell it and I'll give you another one. What a pleasant surprise. Xiang Feng calculated, if it was June 4th. At least I can get more than 20 million. It's a huge profit with no investment. Appropriate. Xiang Feng left the task of collecting the money to Tianyi. This is the benefit of being with a rich man. If he paid for it himself, he would be afraid that others would hesitate and refuse to pay. But there is a big boss who keeps the place in check. There is no need to worry about these issues at all. It only takes about 10 minutes. The accounts were transferred again and again. There was more than 19 million more in Xiang Feng's card. As for the missing 4 million, it was of course the cost of the police. According to Tianyi, this money needs to be washed before it can be used. Brother Xiang, if you have time, please come and give me some advice. After a few interactions, the two became familiar with each other. Tianyi put his hand on Xiang Feng's shoulder. There was no sign of alienation at all. People in this line of work are straightforward by nature. Forget it. I'm just short of money now. I won't touch this again in the future. Tianyi immediately said anxiously, No, brother, this is a way to make a fortune. Xiang Feng naturally knew this too. But he still understands the principle of greed. If this goes on for a long time, that young man will notice him. Find a black leather rope and tie yourself up. By then, no amount of money can save your life. Brother, it's not that I'm stingy, it's just that I can't make this much money for a long time. Oh, I see. God nodded. An expression of understanding. Brother Xiang must be from a wealthy family, and his family doesn't allow him to do this. Since Xiang Feng refused, Tianyi didn't intend to force it. Before leaving, he handed Xiang Feng a business card. "Brother, this is my phone number. I took advantage of you today. If you have anything to say, just call me directly." "Okay, I must." Xiang Feng nodded. There will always be a chance to use this kind of favor. The money problem has been temporarily solved. But Xiang Feng knew that this was far from enough. Chapter 52 Design Drawing. No matter what you build on the 3 pieces of land, it will be a drop in the bucket. I came to Old Man Dong to settle the money I spent on the items in the last auction. It can be considered as collateral, the money from the last auction. But they were all mortgaged to Old Man Dong using the painting of picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence. The total amount is about 6 million. I left a phone number for Old Man Dong. Xiang Feng got back into the Lamborghini. System, open the flash sale interface. Ding, the mall has been refreshed successfully. The latest item on the shelves, the latest intercontinental missile N9 model design, priced at 10 yuan, do you want to buy it immediately? You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. Refreshed items in the mall. There are actually arms. Xiang Feng suddenly felt overwhelmed. How the hell am I supposed to play with this thing? If you don't kill it instantly, you won't be able to refresh it. I actually bought it, it sounds like a cool thing. How to make money? Find a group of terrorists and tell them I want to buy arms? Kill it instantly. Xiang Feng has made up his mind. Within 3 days, if there is really no other way. Destroy it if you want. This hot thing is available to anyone who wants it. Just when he had some time, Xiang Feng called his cousin. "Why, you brother, are you really planning to take me to a hotel?" A clear voice rang out from the other end. I felt a headache. If it were someone else, compared to Kawawa, Xiang Feng would never be a coward. But for this girl. We really need to drive fast. Lu Xing reported to his mother every minute. "Don't make a fuss. I've found a school district apartment for you. I'll take you there." Lu Xing, actually, only my aunt and the others are worried. I think it's fine for me to stay in a hotel. Xiang Feng, you are quite open-minded. Do you know how expensive a hotel is? 600 or 700 a day. Do you have the money? Lu Xing, as my beloved elder brother, can't you support me? Xiang Feng, sorry, I can't afford it. I'm too lazy to bother with this girl. It can be regarded as an experience of the unrestrained Lamborghini. Xiang Feng returned to the hotel. From the shocked look of the waiter, Xiang Feng took the key to his Mercedes-Benz. Driving home to pick up my little cousin. It didn't take long before we arrived at our home community. At this time, my dad should be at work. As for my mother, she comes at noon every day without fail. Probably went for a stroll. After opening the door, Xiang Feng couldn't help but spit. Where has this girl gone to hang out again? Auntie, is that you? Please pass me a towel. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Xing's voice came from the bathroom, accompanied by the sound of pattering rain. This is taking a bath. The towel is not. Xiang Feng was about to speak when he saw Lu Xing covering his chest and poking his little head out of the door. The two looked at each other stupidly. It can be seen that half of my cousin's body is exposed. Just stepped out the door. Ah! The sharp cry immediately spread throughout the hall. Xiang Feng was suddenly at a loss and spoke hurriedly. Well, I'll wait for you downstairs, remember to come down early. So embarrassing. Xiang Feng didn't expect this. This girl is so brave. In broad daylight, he dared to open the door with his body exposed. Are the post-2000s generation so brave nowadays? After waiting anxiously for more than 10 minutes, Lu Xing came down from upstairs carrying a package. Brother, you found a house so quickly. It looks no different than any other time. It was as if the previous scene had never happened. The more this happened, the more uneasy Xiang Feng became. The prelude to a coming storm should not be underestimated. Cousin, just talk if you want to. Why are you standing so close to me? Xiang Feng quickly put the handbag in the trunk. Get in the driver's seat. I found a house with 3 bedrooms and a living room. There's a girl living with you. According to Lilia, her sister should also move in during the next 2 days. It's not bad, at least there are 2 of us, so we can take care of each other. Female? Xiang Feng nodded. Yes, like you, I also studied in Qinghai No. 1 middle school. Lu Xing narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiang Feng suspiciously. I mean, this person can't be related to you. Xiang Feng, what's the relationship? Lu Xing, it's a relationship that cannot be revealed. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Xiang Feng explained, she is Li Lia's sister. Remember, you must love each other after you move in, and don't play tricks on her all the time. After saying that, he drove directly towards Thompson Epine. The car stopped at the gate of the community. Lu Xing exclaimed. Brother, you won't sell yourself for me, will you? Xiang Feng unbuckled his seatbelt. What do you mean? How else can you afford to rent a house here? It costs 5,000 a month. It seems that for the house. Girls are naturally sensitive. He knows it better than the landlord Xiang Feng. No, this house belongs to my boss, and he let me take care of it temporarily. It was difficult to explain, so Xiang Feng simply moved out of Luoli. Anyway, this guy is going to be famous soon. It doesn't matter if there are a few more houses. Because he was the original owner of this place, Xiang Feng first went to the property management to get a spare key. So he took Lu Xing upstairs. It's Unit 3, Building 3, which one is it? After wandering around for a long time, the two finally found the right way. Walking into the elevator, Lu Xing put his hands on his chest and said, You said you were helping your boss look after the house. I see this is your first time here. Xiang Feng was panting and rolled his eyes at Lu Xing, who didn't even take a package. Chapter 53, A Pleasure for the Eyes. How dare you say that? You have so many things. You'll die if you try to carry them all by yourself. I don't feel that even if I have a car. I have been carrying it all by myself during this period of time. The feeling Xiang Feng got was scary. I really don't know how much stuff is packed in such a box. It can be so heavy. Lu Xing said dissatisfiedly, I am a lady, it is not nice to mention these things. Xiang Feng was stunned for a moment, then said disdainfully. Lady, just you? Ha ha. What's that expression on your face? After a lot of fighting and playing, the two finally reached the 18th floor. Having learned from previous experience, Xiang Feng did not open the door directly. Instead, he knocked on the door and called a few times. Is there anyone there? Is there anyone there? Okay, no response. Safety. The key turned the door and entered the living room. Lu Xing sighed and immediately started looking for his room. Even Xiang Feng had to admit that Thompson Epine was a good school district house. You really have a way with it. There are 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, and all the furniture is finely decorated. The accommodation is fully equipped for daily living and you can move in right away. There are still a few days before school starts, and Li Lia's sister is not here. Xiang Feng didn't feel much surprised. After all, isn't it human nature to love playing? Wow, it's so big. Lu Xing's exclamation was heard from the bedroom. To Xiang Feng, this was a dangerous signal. Without thinking, Xiang Feng rushed into the house immediately. What's so big? When Xiang Feng saw the exquisite curves lying on the bed, he couldn't help swallowing. Wow, it's really big. There were noises one after another. Li Jiwen rubbed her sleepy eyes. He stood up immediately. And, the blanket that was still covering her delicate body also slipped off. Except for the inner layer of underwear, the rest is gone. Who are you? Li Jiwen was stunned, perhaps because she felt that Lu Xing did not mean any harm. There was no reaction. Lu Xing said, I just moved here, and I am also a student from Qinghai University. Looking at the pair of hands extended to her, Li Jiwen nodded. My sister called me this morning. It's just right. It would be boring for me to stay alone in such a big house. Friendship between 2 girls. It's that simple. Suddenly, Lu Xing felt something was wrong. Startled, he glanced towards the door. Following her gaze, Li Jiwen also saw the head sticking out at the door. Ah! 2 welfare events were held in one day. Xiang Feng felt that today was the peak of his life. But how can he explain the problem that needs to be solved? After a while, Li Jiwen had changed into a fresh t-shirt. He doesn't have Lu Xing's carefree personality. Standing in the hall with hands behind his back. Xiang Feng could never have imagined this. Such a fresh girl. She actually wears such sexy underwear. After Lu Xing's explanation, Li Jiwen didn't take it too seriously. After all, according to my sister, Xiang Feng is the owner of this house. It shouldn't be so mean. Well, you haven't eaten yet, how about I invite you out for dinner? In order to break the awkwardness, Xiang Feng had to speak. Eat? Bro, is your way of apologizing so cliché? At least go dance. Well. This girl ruthlessly exposed it. Xiang Feng's old face also turned red. He snorted and immediately scolded her, "You're just a little girl, and you still want to go to KTV? Forget it in the future. I'll call your mother every time you go. Chinese food or Western food, choose one. Jiwen, you are more familiar with this area, so go ahead and tell me." Snort. Seemingly very dissatisfied, Lu Xing put his hands on his chest to express his protest. She rolled her eyes and whispered something in Li Jiwen's ear. "It smells like a conspiracy," Xiang Feng interrupted immediately. "You little girl, don't even think about cheating the rich. If the place you're going to is too good, I'm telling you, I'll turn around and leave." There's no way to know what this girl is thinking. Xiang Feng immediately shattered Lu Xing's thoughts. This is not the way to spend money. Li Jiwen rolled her eyes and said carefully, "How about we go eat inside the school?" Xiang Feng's eyes lit up. "This is good, Jiwen is sensible, you should learn from her. Shanghai number 1 middle school, no matter how good it is just a school. How can food be so expensive for students?" Thinking of this, Xiang Feng waved his hand and said generously, "Just go to school. Don't worry, order whatever you want. I'll pay." Of course, this sentence once again taught Xiang Feng a profound lesson. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to deceive. The ancients were not deceiving me. How could he have thought that it was just a high school? They even built a luxury restaurant. "Brother, if there is no problem, we will order it." Lu Xing shook the menu in his hand and laughed with joy. The above dishes are for those aristocratic students. They were afraid that the children would not be used to the food. I heard that it was built by a few rich people. It is in no way inferior to some 5-star hotels. Looking at the dishes that were being served one after another, Xiang Feng's face turned dark. "Jiwen, you can do it." Opposite him, Li Jiwen looked innocent. "Brother-in-law, didn't you ask us to order this? Why, if you can't do it, let's go to another restaurant." Chapter 54, Making Trouble. No? How can a man say he is not good enough? Xiang Feng immediately slapped the table. "Eat, order whatever you want. Anyway, I made 20 million this morning. Now just think of it as feeding pigs." Having said that, the two girls still have some idea in their minds. One is my older brother, and the other is my future brother-in-law. There is at least some respect. I just picked a side dish to go with the rice and ordered a soup, and that was it. "Master Wang, look." Looking in the direction of the younger brother's finger, the guy called Wang Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't expect to meet such a great person just after the school started. One looks lively and active, and the other looks a little girly. Xiang Feng next to him was passively ignored by him. In his opinion, he was wearing slippers and cheap clothes. A total loser. What qualifications do I have to sit with two beauties? I adjusted the small name tag on my body. Wang Xiao picked up a glass of wine. He made an appearance that he only thought was very cool. Walked in front of Lu Xing. "Hello, classmate, can we get to know each other?" The sudden insertion made Lu Xing frown. She had a hot temper to begin with, she said immediately. "Cannot." "Wang Xiao. It just began, how come it ended?" Perhaps feeling that he had not introduced himself well enough, Wang Xiao spoke again. "Don't be so direct, classmate. My dad is. I already said I don't want to meet you. Your dad is your dad. If he has the guts, just ask him to come over and meet me." Xiang Fengren couldn't help laughing. He knew Lu Xing's temper very well. The kind of person who never gives in even when he is right. The kind that can still cause trouble even when it's unreasonable. After being rejected again and again, Wang Xiao was beginning to feel embarrassed. He snorted coldly, and his expression immediately turned cold. "You have to know that if you offend me, you can forget about staying in this school." Lu Xing patted his weak chest. He immediately asked Xiang Feng for help. "Brother, he threatened me, what do you think?" Xiang Feng rolled his eyes. Don't make a fuss, his father should be capable, you should give him some face. Just when Wang Xiao felt that Xiang Feng's flattery was somewhat useful, Xiang Feng said again, just don't scold his father. Depend on. Wang Xiao immediately got angry. If a beautiful woman says something bad about him, at least I can tolerate it. But you are just a loser, where do you get the courage to say this? Wang Xiao said ruthlessly, boy, get out of school right now, and I will let you go. With a swish sound, Xiang Feng stood up immediately. Leaving now? Amid everyone's puzzled gazes, Xiang Feng raised a bowl of hot soup on the table towards Wang Xiao's head. Just buckle it on directly. You can imagine how hot the soup is when it's just served. It poured down directly on him, and both sides of Wang Xiao's face turned red. Even Lu Xing didn't expect it. My cousin in the past was also generally casual. But he was not as willful as he is now. This is done as soon as it is said. He is the perfect brother in my imagination. Covering his red face, Wang Xiao wailed in pain on the ground. You're dead, you bastard. Just wait for me. After saying that, Wang Xiao dialed the phone. Look at the situation, he's getting ready to call for help. Li Jiwen was very calm. According to what Li Lia told her. Although Xiang Feng looks like a loser, but it seems to be worth a lot of money. Since you dare to do it, you definitely don't have much to worry about. The next moment, Xiang Feng immediately spoke to the two of them. Or, let's go first. Li Jiwen, Lu Xing. Bro, you were so cool just now. Where did it go? It's not that Xiang Feng is a coward. It would be fine if he was alone, but these two girls are here too. This is a school, if something really happens, you may get punished before you can enroll. Lu Xing said stubbornly, why are you leaving? He was the one who came here to harass us first, and we haven't even eaten enough. Xiang Feng was too lazy to say anything. Still can't see the situation clearly? This person is so arrogant, there must be someone behind him. Are you still eating? I'll treat you to a fistfight later. Xiang Feng silently took out the business card given to him in the morning and edited a text message. Sent it. It turns out that favors are never enough. After waiting for about half an hour, a man came over cursing. What kind of school is this? I just want to get a tattoo, but they won't let me in. What's the meaning? With a group of younger brothers behind him, the gangster man walked up to Wang Xiao. Oh, Master Wang, who is the blind person who offended you? In fact, he could see it without asking. Among the students surrounding them, only the three people at the table in front of them remained calm. The obvious victim. Brother Bao, it's this loser. Look at my face. It's all his fault. Brother Bao narrowed his eyes. He looked Xiang Feng up and down. Brother, on that road. The opening remarks are about the direction. Work? Xiang Feng thought for a moment and said, no job. I was just fired. Negotiation failed. Brother Ba was too lazy to ask any more questions and just waved his hand. 4 or 5 younger brothers immediately gathered around. As soon as the order was given, he rushed forward. Chapter 55, The Reputation of the Lord. Boy, if you don't want to say it, then there's no need to say it. Brother Ba shook his fist as big as a sandbag. He winked at a few of his younger brothers. After all, this is an academy, so of course you can't bring in things like sticks. Several thugs immediately rubbed their hands and walked towards Xiang Feng with sinister looks on their faces. Brother, what should I do? I didn't feel that at first. When there were so many people around, Lu Xing felt uneasy. Xiang Feng shook his head calmly, it's just a small matter. After saying that, he pointed to Brother Bao's trouser pocket. Your phone has arrived. Are you sure you don't want to answer it? He didn't believe it, after all he was a big gangster. God actually arranged it to be so late. Brother Bao was stunned and just pretended to be cool. Only then did he notice a phone that was ringing non-stop. When he saw the number, Brother Bao's face changed. Attitude becomes particularly correct. Afraid that he couldn't hear clearly, he even turned on the speaker. Brother you, if you need anything, come to me. Baozi, it seems that you are in charge of Qinghai No. 1 Middle School. T&I has a buddy who has encountered some problems. You go and deal with it. It's just a small matter. Leave it to me. It's in the restaurant on the top floor of Shanghai. By the way, that brother likes to wear slippers. Wearing slippers? Brother Bao narrowed his eyes. This sounds a bit familiar. Brother Bao, look. Or it was his younger brother who was startled and pointed at Xiang Feng, who was standing nearby. Cross rub. Brother Bao's body went limp and he almost fell to the ground. Shanghai rooftop restaurant. Like to wear slippers. Brother Bao's tone suddenly became timid. Well, Brother Dayu, how should we deal with this? Oh shit, you idiot, have you been having problems with your brain lately? Whoever messes with Brother T and I, you can just mess with him. Just give him a slap in the face. If anything goes wrong, T and I will take the blame for you. After saying that, the person on the other end hung up the phone. Baozi looked even uglier than if his mother had died. The guy who was about to be beaten turned out to be Tian Yi's brother. If God knew, I would have a great life as the local boss. But that's the end. He raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. Brother, I'm sorry to trouble you. Xiang Feng also thought that this guy was so honest. Of course he could recognize the voice on the phone. He is the leader who follows Tian Yi today. A little bit, it depends on how you operate it. The crisis was resolved and Xiang Feng no longer had to worry about being beaten. He sat down on the chair in a daze. He looks like a big boss. Xiao Bao, to solve the problem, you need to find out where the problem lies. Puff. Lu Xing, who was beside Xiang Feng, couldn't help himself. I laughed out loud immediately. Brother Bao who walked in from the beginning. Then it became a bun. It's even funnier now, as Xiang Feng directly calls me Xiao Bao. Seeing Xiao Bao's eyes looking confused, Xiang Feng couldn't help but shook his head. How did this guy survive until now without being beaten to death? He pointed his mouth toward Wang Xiao, who was covering his face. Now, Baozi immediately understood. She turned around with a smile and put her hand on Wang Xiao's shoulder. Xiao Wang, tell me how I treat you on a daily basis. This honest smile. It made Wang Xiao feel creepy. Brother Baozi, I pay you a lot every month, you can't, hiss. Not finished yet. Brother Bao exerted a little force with his dark palm. Wang Xiao immediately grimaced in pain and quickly changed his words. Brother Bao is very kind to me. We are like real brothers. Brother Bao nodded. Very satisfied. Brother, my brother is in trouble now, and I need your help. Wang Xiao said weakly, how can I help? It's nothing. It will pass in a blink of an eye. Looking at Baozi's honest eyes. Wang Xiao slowly closed his eyes. There's no way, the fist is on my neck. When everything in front of my eyes went dark, I suddenly felt a chill. When I opened my eyes, fists were already falling from all directions. Wang Xiao only heard the hard-working voice of the older brother who had a warm face just now. You are such a rebel. You actually went against Lord Xiang. Beat him. Beat him hard. If we can't beat him to death, let him learn his lesson. If we beat him to death, Master Xiang will protect us. Hearing this, Xiang Feng's forehead instantly turned black. This guy is also a weirdo. Even he couldn't match the attitude of pulling up his pants and not recognizing people. Ouch, Baozi brother. You don't keep your word. Didn't we agree that it would be over in a blink of an eye? Stop hitting me. Ouch. I'm also afraid that something might really happen. Xiang Feng quickly waved his hand. Forget it, stop for now. The key point is Baozi's words, if he is beaten to death, it's his fault, which is too scary. Brother Baozi immediately raised his voice and said, Master Xiang said to stop first, you guys stop it. Just when Xiang Feng was about to take a breath, Brother Baozi started shouting again. Stop it, we'll do it later. Xiang Feng. He was too lazy to talk anymore, he was afraid of this guy's miraculous ability to understand. Will he really beat this young Master Wang to death? Okay, you guys can leave now. Just don't come to Qinghai No. 1 Middle School anymore. After this commotion, Xiang Feng believed it. There aren't many blind people who dare to harass Lu Xing again. Chapter 56 Land Partner. Okay, let's go. After calling two excited little sisters, Xiang Feng decided to leave first. As for Wang Xiao, he just lay on the ground, looking at Baozi going away with a messy face. Brother Baozi, where are the brothers you promised me? It can only be regarded as an interlude. Having a meal together helped the two of them get to know each other better. After rejecting Lu Xing's suggestion to go to KTV, Xiang Feng went directly to Nanha District. Although he is a hands-off boss, he still has to do his job to save face. Nanha, inside Xiang Feng's construction development company. Luoli has officially started business. Brother, you are finally here. When he saw Xiang Feng for the first time, Luoli came up to him, wiping his nose in tears. If you don't come, the company will go bankrupt. Xiang Feng left behind 5 or 6 million at that time. At that time, Luoli didn't think so much. I thought Xiang Feng was planning to do something big. Just find someone and rent an office. With the reputation of 3 pieces of land behind it, it turns out the effect is quite good. However, only family members know their own business. It would be fine if it wasn't developed, but now it's really moving. The cost of just hiring a few excavators is high. Xiang Feng, I am coming here. Luoli stretched out his hand. Take it. What? Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Money, now that you've hired so many people, don't you need to pay them wages? Seeing Xiang Feng's timid look, Luoli was a little dumbfounded. Don't tell me that the 6 million is the assets you plan to invest in the early stage. Facing Luoli's questioning look, Xiang Feng nodded very seriously. The next moment, Luoli's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. You are planning to build a large toilet on this 300-acre land. Land, if it is not developed. That's worth nothing. Flies don't even bother to visit. Xiang Feng took a deep breath and said, of course not. I came here to solve the problem. How to solve it? Slowly first. I really don't know whether I am following a rich man or a bad friend. If he had said this earlier, why would he be so high profile? Now slowly, all the money is burned every day. I've thought about it. I still have a batch of antiques in my hands. When I sell them, I should be able to get 70 or 80 million. What kind of antique is so expensive? After saying this, Luoli became depressed again. But this is not a long-term solution. By then, the real estate project will just be started, and money will be needed every day. These tens of millions will not be enough. Really? Xiang Feng bulged his eyes. I see those who do real estate all start with no capital in the early stage. Luoli explained, they have the support of the bank. If you have the ability, you can also borrow hundreds of millions. Is that so? Xiang Feng thought about it. For what the system gives. There doesn't seem to be any side effects though. But he doesn't intend to be high profile. If that's the case, then it's a real problem. I have a sponsor here who comes to me every few days and asks me to develop something together. How about we make an appointment? Seeing that Xiang Feng was unreliable, Luoli simply started to take precautions himself. Who is it? It seems like he is a young man from Shanghai, looking for investment everywhere, and he seems to have taken a fancy to our land. From the Demon City? Well, I heard that he is from a big family in Magic City, and his last name is Gong. If it doesn't work, let's go talk to him. Xiang Feng slapped his forehead. Isn't this the guy from the auction house? I thought of the batch of antiques I had that I hadn't sold yet. There's nothing wrong with meeting him. Okay, but we can beat people from big families like this. I would only suggest this if there is a way. If you can afford it, I can even build you an amusement park. As soon as he said he would make an appointment, Luoli started to contact her immediately. Seeing that Luoli had made up his mind, Gongqing was very open-minded. Promised to visit the company tomorrow morning. He once again left the remaining 10 million to Luoli. Xiang Feng made this discovery very seriously. I am poor again. Or the kind that can't even afford the gas. Feeling upset, Xiang Feng unconsciously took out his cell phone. The other side. On the commercial street in Shanghai. Because the trip to Shanghai was a complete success, Lilia had a 2-day vacation. How can you not have some fun during your leisure time? He called his best friends. The sweep began. Yeah, your boyfriend is pretty good looking. This is the nth question Zhao Qing has asked today. It's nothing, he always keeps asking questions about his own mistakes. The kind that gets to the bottom of things. This is not clearly explained. Ask you what you are blowing. You said nosebleed. Why is your nose bleeding? You hit yourself. It's none of your business if you beat yourself up. In short, this coincidence is impossible for normal people to believe. Big sister, can't we shut you up even when we're shopping? Zhao Cheng said seriously, no, yeah, this is your lifelong event. I think the guy is pretty good, but his clothes are a bit cheap. I think you have to be a housewife. Li Lia pouted, alas, I wanted to find a rich man before, but now I'd rather find someone who can make do. Rich people, haha. There are too many people who are two-faced. Chapter 57 Shared Rental. Just then, the cell phone in Li Lia's bag rang. With sharp eyes and quick hands, Zhao Cheng got one step ahead. I quickly picked up my phone and started looking. Wow, bitch, whose name is that disgusting? Li Lia blushed and said stubbornly, it's none of your business. As he said that, he was about to snatch the phone. Zhao Qing had already pressed the answer button. I'm going to sleep at your place tonight. Please leave the door open for me. What I fear most is that the air suddenly becomes quiet. Zhao Qing has his own big mouth. Doesn't this mean they are not boyfriend and girlfriend? This is so familiar that it looks like a bed. Li Lia quickly snatched the phone and said angrily with a blushing face. What on earth are you talking about? Xiang Feng, I realized I don't have money to stay in a hotel today. I have nowhere to go. Hearing this, Li Lia's heart softened. Thinking back to the last time when I was in Shanghai. With just one word from her, Xiang Feng called 2 stars to him. Kagome, a person of this level. The appearance fee must be very expensive. The words of rejection were on the tip of my tongue, but suddenly I couldn't say them. Some scenes of contact with Xiang Feng popped up in my mind. For some unknown reason, he said something that even she found weird. Good. Okay then. I'll move the things over later. Remember to come out and pick me up. After hanging up the phone, Li Lia's face was completely red. She didn't even know what she was talking about. Haven't you always hated that loser? How could I agree to let him live in? Of course, compared to Li Lia. The one who was even more surprised was Zhao Qing. As expected, love is so damn great that it can capture even a serious person like you. After saying a few dirty words without being arrogant or impatient, Zhao Cheng nodded in agreement. An expression that was exactly what I expected. No, he just didn't have money to stay in a hotel, so I agreed to let him stay here for a few days. Zhao Cheng said, yeah, stop making trouble. I've never seen you take care of a boy like this. Li Lia was afraid that the misunderstanding would continue, so she said seriously. Look at him, he's wearing cheap clothes, how can he be worthy of me? You don't know my taste yet. I can't find someone who is not as good as me. With his taste in clothes, if it were you, would you like him? The answer came when Xiang Feng arrived driving the Lamborghini. Only Zhao Qing had the answer. Wow, I like that. Yaha, I believe you. You definitely don't like this kind of loser. Give it to me, I will break up with my boyfriend immediately, Yaya. She dances around like a crazy nymphomaniac. But the truth is, Xiang Feng's way of appearance. It's really weird. A man pulling luggage in a Lamborghini. It's really scorpion poop, one of a kind. After getting out of the car, Xiang Feng looked at the two of them helplessly. Well, the hotel doesn't have enough parking spaces for 3 cars. I have to drive my Bugatti over here. It's like an overdose of stimulants. Hit Zhao Qing's heart. Look, this rich man's way of speaking is different. Li Lia was stunned. Didn't you say that this belongs to your boss? Xiang Feng groaned, then nodded stiffly and said, yes, but this is not my business. A slap on the forehead. Li Lia was convinced. A man who manages a few luxury cars. I can't even afford to stay in a hotel. It completely overturned her 3 views. Is this your best friend? Only then did Xiang Feng notice what was in front of him. This girl I met once. Zhao Cheng said with a crazy look on his face, yes, handsome guy, in fact, compared to Yaya, I am better at bragging. No, I am better. Xiang Feng, I see. Sum it up. Fierce and insulting. I really didn't know that my personality is so different from Li Lia's. Best friends, it turns out that they all complement each other. However, Xiang Feng didn't dislike this straightforward character. He held out his hand. Actually, I really like dealing with excellent people. Is that so? Zhao Qing chuckled. She even completely forgot that she had a boyfriend. He immediately grabbed Xiang Feng's arm. The two of them walked upstairs chatting happily. Lilia was left there. He looked at the gift in the sports car with a confused look on his face. They just left like that? For some reason, she actually felt a little jealous. Don't go too far, you two. Carrying the heavy gift upstairs. As soon as I opened the door, I saw the two bitches kissing each other. Lilia immediately gritted her teeth and yelled. This is my own home. You two uncles and aunts? Don't you want to help? Hey, yeah, brother Xiang is a guest, so you should be more patient. Lilia was stunned. It's just a few minutes. Even my brother was called. This would have happened if I had come a few minutes later. Do we need to change the name again? Just wait, you bitch. After saying that, Lilia rushed forward. He scratched Zhao Qing's itchy spot with all his strength. As a normal man, Xiang Feng thought he was not Liu Xiaohui. Of course, as the saying goes, don't look at what is inappropriate. It has even less to do with him. Lilia, who always cares about her image, is no match for the aggressive Zhao Qing. He was defeated in no time. Chapter 58 Mall Refresh. The corner of the clothes that was inadvertently lifted up really made Xiang Feng jealous. Hey, what are you doing? Lilia realized that she was exposed and quickly pulled down her t-shirt. At this time, Xiang Feng coughed twice. He stood up and walked out of the room silently. And closed the door. The two girls were stunned. This guy is quite polite, isn't he? Finally I breathed a sigh of relief. Xiang Feng walked out the door and immediately took out his cell phone. Not that he was very graceful. But it arrived by express delivery. For him who seldom buys things. What does that mean? Refresh. Sir, your delivery has arrived. After saying hello, Xiang Feng went downstairs alone. The moment when the design drawings of the intercontinental missile were obtained. Xiang Feng felt his hands trembling. According to the system's explanation, even the country hasn't developed this kind of thing. What would happen if you were caught? Severe torture and dissection. This is the best result Xiang Feng could think of. This thing must be kept carefully. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully receiving the latest Intercontinental Missile X9 design drawings. The mall has been automatically refreshed. Newly listed item, a set of Royal Throne KTV, estimated value over 100 million, flash sale price 10 yuan, do you want to buy it? Xiang Feng's eyes lit up. Finally, it's no longer those antiques in land. Even design drawings or something. He felt that this was the future direction of his life. It should be carrying a bunch of keys. Wherever you go, you have to open the doors along the way. Making money? That's the idea of people who are short of money. Seeing that there was still time, Xiang Feng did not go upstairs directly. The car is right there. The mission is not yet complete. He has to make a profit from Lamborghini. It's just the time when people get off work, so there should be quite a few people waiting for the bus. It's also great to go around and attract customers. Xiang Feng did what he said and immediately drove his taxi on the road. It's rush hour after get off work, and there's a university next to it. There are always many students waiting on the roadside to take a taxi. Hey, bro, would you like a taxi? The student who is waiting for the bus. The head is raised. I had goosebumps all over my body. Thinking of the special habits of some rich people, he immediately ran away. That speed is faster than a rabbit. Xiang Feng smiled bitterly and said, is it that serious? It's rare that it doesn't work. Xiang Feng could only focus his attention on the girl. Imitate the behavior of nearby taxis. Stop aside. What he didn't expect was. Just open the car door. In just a few seconds, the business was done. The girl who came in this time was wearing black stockings. He came out of Shanghai University and should be a student. But this outfit always makes me look like a little gangster. Where are you going? Just as Xiang Feng was about to speak, the girl hurriedly frowned at him. Handsome guy, don't be so impatient. We haven't even discussed the price yet. Xiang Feng was stunned. No way. It's just a taxi ride, and someone is still trying to bargain? You tell me, I don't mind, as long as it's not a big deal. Thinking about completing the system's tasks. Xiang Feng didn't care either. He really doesn't have the intention to earn these $10 or $8. Seeing this, the girl in black stockings' eyes lit up. Sure enough, there are people who drive such cool luxury cars. The way of speaking is different. It's casual, but it's also really generous. The girl in black silk stockings held up 5 fingers. 5,000, how about that? Xiang Feng raised his voice, wondering if he had heard it wrongly. How many? I don't know whether this reaction is too high or too low. The girl in black stockings continued, how about 4,000? This is the price they usually ask for. Of course, this was in her lifetime. Highest price. Xiang Feng finally saw this. Are students nowadays so generous? Just taking a taxi costs 4,000 yuan. Sure enough, my brother's car is really special. Being a taxi driver is so promising. Okay, where are we going? Seeing Xiang Feng readily agree, the girl in black stockings couldn't help but say excitedly. It's up to you, handsome guy. Is that so? I didn't think much about it, I just thought that this girl just wanted to take a walk. Xiang Feng simply started the car. He ran straight away. After walking for about 10 minutes, I saw that they were all circling the same place. The girl in black stockings couldn't help but say, Brother, we've been to several hotels, and you still haven't chosen a place. I want to go to the hotel. Xiang Feng said, Oh. Opened a 5-star hotel nearby. I drove over immediately. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, the phone rang. This is Zhuang Feifei's call. While soliciting customers, Xiang Feng still stopped the car out of professional ethics. Hey, what's up? Mr. Landlord, can you come and pick me up? I'm drunk. Now. Yes, please. There was a hint of pleading in Zhuang Feifei's tone. Xiang Feng couldn't just sit back and watch. He immediately turned around and asked, Let's change hotels. The girl in black stockings rolled her eyes and said shyly, I don't care. She heard it clearly. The sponsor this time. He is actually a small landlord. If you really develop it with your heart. Became a long-term customer. Then why will she continue to work in KTV in the future? The location where Zhuang Feifei posted was uncontrollable. There is a navigation system, and it shows half an hour. Chapter 59 Beating People. Xiang Feng stopped the car in front of the Royal Throne KTV. The waiter with a keen eye came up immediately. Boss, have you booked a private room? Xiang Feng shook his head. But he knew that these people came for his tips. Taking out his cell phone, Xiang Feng called Jiang Yueyuan. No one answered. Xiang Feng waved to the girl. Classmate, are you going to follow me in or wait in the car? The key to the Lamborghini is in my hand, and there is a holographic camera. Xiang Feng was not worried about what this girl would do. Brother, of course I went in with you. The girl didn't consider herself an outsider at all. He stepped forward and took Xiang Feng's arm. Xiang Feng was stunned by what he saw. Are girls nowadays so proactive? I am a clean driver. Brother, why are you staring at me? It's embarrassing. The girl gave Xiang Feng a wink. Then he walked in with ease. The noisy dance hall was filled with deafening DJ music. The twisting waist swayed wildly under the light. To be honest, Xiang Feng hasn't been to such a place for a long time. Pulling a waiter, Xiang Feng kept asking. Your boss is there. Jiang Yueyuan, come, have another drink. The luxurious private room of Royal Throne KTV. Sister Zhou looked at the man in front of her with an evasive look on her face. Director Zhang, Yuan is already drunk and can't drink anymore. That's right, the one who booked the private room. It was Director Zhang who had previously had a rift with Jiang Yueyuan. I thought the matter would slowly unravel. But what Sister Zhou didn't expect was that Director Zhang would be so cruel. Although he remained silent on the surface, he secretly notified many companies. This also meant that Jiang Yueyuan couldn't get any advertising. You know, Jiang Yueyuan couldn't even pay the rent. If she doesn't increase her exposure, she will be completely finished. Not to mention ordinary stars, even those top-tier big names. As long as he hasn't been seen for more than a few months, will gradually fade out of people's sight. For this reason, Sister Zhou prayed to God in Buddha. Finally, I got a favor from someone. So there was this apology banquet. But this director requires that we must go to a place like a KTV. Sister Joe had no choice but to compromise and endure it. But this time, a group of men came. Just toasting one after another, what's that? Joe Jingji, right? I heard that you have trained several little stars. Do you think that you are now at a high level and can protect others? Director Zhang put down his wineglass and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Last time it was because of my own face. He doesn't want to make a big fuss. After all, if you tell others about it, you will be blamed. He can no longer keep his old face. Sister Joe stepped forward and supported Jiang Yueyuan, whose eyes were blurry, and said embarrassedly, Director Zhang, can we just say Jiang Yueyuan was ignorant about what happened last time? She has a low alcohol tolerance and she really drank too much today. Snort. Director Zhang slammed the table. He said disdainfully, Is this your attitude of apologizing? I'm going to leave it all to you today. If the compensation for this wine is not satisfactory today, it won't be any use to anyone you ask for help next time. Don't blame me for not telling you. As long as I don't let go, you too will starve to death. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. That's probably what I mean. Director Zhang made his name in the early days by making movies. It is very important in the circle. It's not something the two women can defeat. Jiang Yueyuan opened her watery eyes and gritted her teeth. Sister Zhou, it's okay, I can still drink. If it was just her, Jiang Yueyuan certainly wouldn't care. But this involves Sister Zhou. She couldn't let Sister Zhou's career be ruined by her hands. Jiang Yueyuan held on tight and continued to raise the wineglass in front of her. Is it okay if I just drink this cup? Director Zhang was stunned for a moment. Then they burst into laughter. A glass of wine, let's cover it, you are making a fuss. This is just the beginning. Just to convince Jiang Yueyuan. Does he have to go to so much trouble? Today, this woman will definitely not be able to escape from his 5 fingers mountain. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind. 1 cup is not enough, how much do you want? It has to be at least 1 bottle. Bang! As Director Zhang's voice fell. A large red wine bottle. It hit Director Zhang directly on the forehead. Ah! The sudden silence. Director Zhang covered his head, which was bleeding profusely. He howled in pain like a pig being slaughtered. Those who were still toasting were suddenly stunned. What happened? Director Zhang was beaten. Xiang Feng clapped his hands, then dropped the half-broken bottle of red wine in his hand. Then he stomped his feet twice. I've given you a bottle. Is it enough? Is it enough? The companion who was accompanying Director Zhang stood up immediately. Boss Chui, what's going on? How do you run your hotel to let people like this in? The man with the eyes being pointed at. A wry smile on his face. If it were an ordinary day, he would definitely stand on Director Zhang's side. After all, these people are the big sponsors of their Royal Throne KTV. But there's nothing we can do, the boss is here. He has no right to speak. Don't yell at me anymore. I'm the boss here now. If you have anything to say, just come to me directly. Chapter 60, Continue Fighting. A sudden shout. It really scared everyone. Niu Fei reacted quickly. Who the hell do you think you are? What are you pretending to be? Xiang Feng paused. He looked at Chui Yuan next to him and asked. Tell him who I am. Chui Yuan said bitterly, This is the big boss of our royal seat KTV. What? Many people know that Huangshui KTV has a boss behind the scenes. Mysterious and wealthy. But no one expected that it was such a young man. Niu Fei quickly shook his head. He straightened his back and said, So what if you are the boss? Does that mean you can just beat people up? I was almost intimidated by this title. Although it is the Royal Throne KTV, they are guests. It's the boss, he is hitting people. It's just not acceptable at all. As he was speaking, Xiang Feng moved again. How come there are always people who are so courageous? He always dares to be arrogant in his own territory. What did you just say? This time, Cui Jingli couldn't bear it anymore. If you beat a big guy, you can get over it by talking. The person in front of me is the editor of Hanhui website. If they really get beaten, Huangshui KTV will definitely be affected. Boss, stop for a moment. He hurried forward and snatched the bottle of red wine from Xiang Feng's hand. You can't mess with this guy. He went up and gave someone a bottle for no reason. I can't understand this logic. Xiang Feng pushed Chui Yuan away. Why, they touched my girlfriend, and I'm not allowed to do it. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan, who was originally drowsy, perked up. Although he knew that Xiang Feng was just trying to avenge him. But Jiang Yuan still felt warm inside. This time, Chui Yuan stopped trying to persuade him. If there is a legitimate reason, he dare not interfere. Come here. Why, keep talking. Xiang Feng went up with the bottle in his hand, his eyes fierce and arrogant. What do you want to do? I write news. Now, Niu Fei was really scared. After all, Xiang Feng's way of eating people doesn't seem to be a joke. He waved his hands desperately, but to no avail. It's just a waste of time. Damn it, you're playing this trick in the hotel in my head, you're treating me like I don't exist. Normally Xiang Feng doesn't get very angry. But this KTV is his. Just a few simple moves can help correct the trend. At least let this kind of incidents happen again in the future. Put an end to. With a bang. Blood spurted out of his head again. Then Niu Fei fell to the ground again. Xiang Feng waved his hand. Get out. It wasn't long before several people were cleared out. There were only a few people left in the private room. Xiang Feng said speechlessly, You are such a fool. If you can't drink, then don't drink. Why are you drinking so much? Sister Zhou also looked confused. After all, she had never met Xiang Feng before. Who are you? Oh, I'm his landlord. Landlord? Sister Zhou never imagined that the person in front of her was the landlord that Jiang Yuan mentioned. He had heard Jiang Yuan mention it. But I didn't expect it. This young man also has a KTV. He is a totally tall, rich, and handsome guy. Sister Zhou's whole body went limp. Said, Thank you very much. She smiled with relief. Before, she had helped Jiang Yuan block a lot of alcohol. After all, she is a woman. The place couldn't withstand so many people toasting back and forth. At this time, the nerves relax. He immediately sat on the sofa. Looking at Jiang Yuan's shaky appearance, Xiang Feng couldn't help but take a step forward. He held Jiang Yuan in his arms. Okay, I'll take you back now. Behind Xiang Feng, the girl was already stunned. What I see before my eyes is all kinds of monsters and demons. The big director, and then what seems to be the editor of the website. All of them were beaten by Xiang Feng. And then there are the big stars. And look at this appearance. The relationship between the two is somewhat ambiguous. The little girl began to doubt her life. Is the big man in front of you really only interested in his own body? She has always been very satisfied with her figure. At this time, I closed myself off. But Xiang Feng did not forget. It's about your own system tasks. Of course you have to remember it firmly. Girl, why don't you just give me some taxi fare and go on your way? The little girl nodded in confusion. This is such a huge misunderstanding. It seems that this guy just thought he was taking a taxi. In a hurry, the girl quickly took out the change from her pocket. $100. She felt that was enough. Sister, didn't we agree on 3,000 yuan? What? The little girl blushed. What the hell is going on here? 3,000 yuan. Xiang Feng shook his head. Forget it. I didn't pay you much anyway. 100 is fine. After saying that, he took Jiang Yuan away. The little girl was left standing at the door with a look of despair on her face. He took out $100. But still waiting for change. What is going on now? Have you taken all of them away? After coming out of Huangzhou KTV, Xiang Feng then carried Jiang Yuan into the Lamborghini. Because there are only 2 locations. All Sister Zhou. I can only drive my own car home. Jiang Yuan finally came to her senses when she reached the Seaview Villa. Thank you, Mr. Landlord. This time, if Xiang Feng hadn't appeared, then something must be wrong with her. Even later on, she couldn't stand the way those people looked at her. Chapter 61 3 Women, 1 Drama. I can't drink it, there's nothing I can do about it. I've been in arrears with rent for so long. If we delay any further, even if Xiang Feng doesn't say anything. She felt embarrassed. I thought they were just trying to apologize, eh? Xiang Feng narrowed his eyes. The finger poked Zhang Yueyuan's forehead fiercely. A tone of disappointment. If an apology can solve the problem, why did they force you to drink so much? Don't you think that a place like a KTV is not suitable for an idiot like you to go to? Zhang Yueyuan's head shrank. Buried in the collar. Xiang Feng's tone of lecture. The way of speaking is not very easygoing. But it gave her a very warm feeling. Normally, only Sister Joe would give her some advice. The rest of the time, there is no friend who would care about her. I'm not saying anything bad about you, you're just ignorant. Is your Sister Joe also ignorant? Two women toasting with a group of men, their IQ is really low. Xiang Feng became more and more excited as he spoke. Zhang Yueyuan said with a thin face like a tattoo, I know, didn't I call you? After saying this, Zhang Yueyuan couldn't help but sigh to herself. Now that you've made such a fuss, it seems I won't be able to apologize in the future. I think I'm still not suitable for this job. Although she knew. Today's apology meeting is just asking for trouble. But Xiang Feng threw 2 bottles at him. Now it's not just Director Zhang. I think the editor-in-chief who writes the news will not let her go. Offended 2 big guys. This path of hers has come to an end. You mean you don't want to be a big star anymore? Zhang Yueyuan's drunkenness also dissipated a little. Hearing this, he couldn't help but reveal a bit of longing in his eyes. Of course I thought about it, but there's nothing I can do right now. Our boss is also under a lot of pressure. Xiang Feng rolled his eyes. I thought it was a big deal. He really didn't believe it. Just a human-like thing. What else can you come up with? This is easy to handle. Your boss can't handle it. Why don't you just follow me? Zhang Yueyuan's eyes widened. What? Immediately realizing his slip of the tongue, Xiang Feng hurriedly explained. No, I mean since your company isn't working, why don't you switch to another entertainment company? I want to, too, but no one in Shanghai dares to go against Director Zhang right now. Xiang Feng, there's none in Shanghai, can't you go somewhere else? Let me put it this way. I have an entertainment company in Shanghai. If you want to come, I'm always welcome. Zhang Yueyuan rolled her eyes. I really don't believe it. Can build an entertainment company in Shanghai. Who isn't a well-known rich second generation? As far as he knew. Xiang Feng was dumped by his girlfriend just after he graduated from college because he was poor. He was of common origin, that is for sure. In a city like Shanghai where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Able to open an entertainment company. It's a joke. Don't disbelieve me. If you are willing, I will find someone to sign you. After saying this, Xiang Feng did it in front of Zhang Yueyuan. A phone call was made. After receiving a call from the big boss, the other end responded immediately. Chairman, what's the matter? I have a little sister here who I want to throw over to you. Can you find her some work? Yes. Okay then, I'll ask her to contact you tomorrow. With just a few words, the decision was made. Zhang Yueyuan, on the other hand, covered her mouth. Did you just call the boss of Huiyu Entertainment? At first, she just felt a little familiar. After all, the circle is so small. But when she heard the last sentence, Zhang Yueyuan suddenly remembered who that person was. Xiang Feng smiled and said, Yeah, Huiyu Entertainment, are you still afraid of those 2 old men? Zhang Yueyuan felt dizzy. Just a minute ago. She also felt that the future was dark and bleak. But this call came. I feel like there is a smooth road ahead of me. Huiyu Entertainment is one of the most famous companies even in Shanghai. Are you really the big boss of Huiyu Entertainment? Zhang Yueyuan said doubtfully. This matter is really too unbelievable. You won't believe it until I call him over, right? No. Zhang Yueyuan muttered twice. Then he cried out wow. He was so excited that he kissed Xiang Feng on the face. I can be a star again. I finally have money to pay the rent. Caught off guard. There was only one voice left in Xiang Feng's mind. I was kissed. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have driven the car seriously just now. He touched her cheek which was still warm. He said in a daze, otherwise, I will tell you what other companies I have, can you come again? When Jiang Yueyuan came to her senses, her already drunken face turned red, becoming even more shy. Then I thought again. He immediately rolled his eyes. I didn't mean to do that. To be honest, this was the first time she was so close to someone. The phone buzzed. See the caller ID. Xiang Feng slapped his forehead fiercely. Damn, I forgot I had dinner in the evening. He looked at Jiang Yueyuan standing beside him. How about I take you to the villa later? I've promised to have dinner with them. Do you want to go? No. When I think of the previous gaffe at the KTV, Zhuang Feifei immediately refused. Chapter 62, Unhinged Mind. Go ahead, it's okay, we're just having a simple meal. After Xiang Feng's earnest exhortation, Jiang Yueyuan finally nodded. And from the meaning of Xiang Feng's words, she came to a surprising conclusion. That is where Xiang Feng lives now. Actually, it is rented. Actually, this meal was only shared with the landlord. Mr. Landlord's landlord. How can you be so obedient in this relationship? When Xiang Feng brought Jiang Yu into the door, Zhao Qing seemed to have left. Only Li Lia was left, still busy in the kitchen. Hearing the sound, Li Lia took the spatula. He rolled up his sleeves and immediately ran to Xiang Feng. You still have the nerve to come back. You've only been out for so long. We went to buy groceries, and you weren't busy at all. How can you be so ashamed? I have something to do. What's the big deal? You don't even have time to answer a phone call. How dare you say that? I'll take. Before he could even get a word in, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Li Lia again. You answered it? I tell you, don't try to make excuses. Looking at the two of them, they were about to retreat to the corner. Jiang Yueyuan kept raising her hands. Did I disturb you? Li Lia turned her head and took a look. A very beautiful and familiar girl. Who are you? I always feel like I've seen it somewhere. But my head was a little confused and I couldn't remember it for a while. Jiang Yueyuan. Xiang Feng rolled his eyes. It's a good thing that this woman managed to get into a luxury brand. He doesn't even recognize a star of Jiang Yueyuan's level. I don't know who she is going to buy the things she designs for. After mumbling a few words, Li Lia's pupils shrank. Ah, you are Jiang Yueyuan, I am your fan. Even the pot and spoon are not needed anymore. With a bang, it fell to the ground. Li Lia is like a little fangirl. Rushed forward and grabbed Jiang Yueyuan's hand. But I dare not touch it. He looked reluctant to retreat. I laughed when I saw Xiang Feng. Also fans. I couldn't recognize him after seeing him for a long time. You are so nice. But this woman's fate was actually so miraculous. In Jiang Yueyuan's opinion, Xiang Feng said he was sharing a house with someone. At that time, she was wondering what kind of luxurious villa it was. But I found out when I got there. The place where Xiang Feng lives is a little too shabby. Although it is also small and chic. But it doesn't look like there are several companies. A sea view villa is where the rich should live. Okay, that's enough for the two of you. You need to pay attention to the others. The two of them became more and more excited as they talked. Xiang Feng quickly interrupted. I think Li Lia has learned from the last lesson. Become smarter. Make the soup first, then stir-fry the vegetables. You always brag about how good you are at cooking, why don't you show off your skills now? Xiang Feng snorted coldly, oh, I am a grown man and I go into the kitchen, leaving you guys eating melon seeds and chatting. Is this reasonable? Refuse, absolutely don't agree. Otherwise, in front of these two women in the future. But he lost even the slightest bit of status. Is that so? Li Lia poked her chin with her slender finger and said, 1 month's rent is waived. Xiang Feng stood up from the sofa in a flash. Go, I'll go right away. The present Xiang Feng. Although the fixed assets are in the tens of billions. But all of this was smashed into the ground. Now, the rent of several thousand yuan a month is really a headache for him. Until the antiques are sold, you have to keep a low profile. Then he quickly went into the kitchen. This caused two butterflies to laugh behind him. At least I cook a lot at home. It's not a problem to handle dinner for 3 people. Add potatoes and meat from the kitchen. They were all handled by Lilia. In fact, all Xiang Feng needs to do is just processing. That's great. Let me show them my skills. A man who said he didn't want her before. After putting on the apron, he was already in the kitchen, balancing a spoon and humming a little tune. Here comes a personal show of his own. Not long after, Xiang Feng came into the hall carrying a plate. Wash your hands and eat. Smelling the dishes inside, Jiang Yueyuan couldn't help but feel hungry. He swallowed saliva in his throat one after another. As for Lilia, there is no need to say more. Waiting for Xiang Feng for so long. My stomach has been rumbling with hunger for a long time. I was attracted by the fragrance. They look pretty much the same. I didn't expect you to have some skills. It's very good though. But how could Lilia be happy to see this bitch? Xiang Feng immediately put his hands on his hips, looking as if it was a matter of course. Of course. When I was a kid, I was responsible for cooking the pig food in my pig pen. I promise you will enjoy your meal. Lilia couldn't help it immediately. You are preparing to feed us like pigs. Xiang Feng looked Lilia up and down. No, pigs can grow meat by eating it, but you can't. Another battle before dinner. A few minutes later, the two were finally able to sit quietly at the dining table, enjoying this hard-earned dinner. On a whim, Lilia even persuaded Jiang Yueyuan to stay. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for Xiang Feng. Originally, he lived in Zhaoqing's square room. It's a cute girlish style. The body is already restless when I wake up. And next door, there was a commotion from time to time. It makes people more distracted. Chapter 63, Meeting Old Classmates. After a night, Xiang Feng woke up with 2 big dark circles under his eyes. What the fuck? How could he possibly have imagined that? 2 women living in one room can quarrel all night long. It's just horrible. I had no intention of taking care of this hot-blooded man. System, open the mall. Ding, the mall has an item on sale, a Pinarello bicycle, worth 25 million, and the flash sale price is 10 yuan. Do you want to buy it? Weird stuff. Here we go again. I already have 3 cars. But it seems that the system doesn't understand. But he also gave himself a car for transportation. This time it's even better, with 2 wheels. Are you planning to exercise yourself on your way to becoming a rich man? Kill it instantly. If you don't kill it instantly, you can't continue to refresh. Xiang Feng had no choice but to take action first. I made an appointment with that so-called young master to discuss business today. Xiang Feng didn't dare to delay any longer. Went downstairs and ordered 3 breakfasts. When I came back, I looked into the master bedroom. The 2 women haven't gotten up yet. After eating his portion, Xiang Feng drove his Lamborghini to Nanha Real Estate Development Company. You actually come to the company so early? The first time I saw Xiang Feng, Luoli couldn't help rubbing his eyes. He knew Xiang Feng's temper. Idle all day long, doing nothing. He actually came to inspect the company today. What's that tone? You are so bold, you actually speak to the boss in this tone. Luoli said unhappily, Excuse me, boss, are you here to pay the salary today? I don't know why. Working myself to death all day long. Now I'm stuck on money. Frustrated. Next time. Dongqing hadn't arrived yet, so Luo Chuan took the time to visit the company. I have to say, Luoli is really good at this. Luoli managed to keep such a big company in perfect order. Yeah, that guy Luoli before. I work in a real estate company. I have some understanding of the redundant market. Hey, Xiang Feng, you're here to apply for the job too. While wandering around, Xiang Feng was stopped by a clear voice. He looked carefully and saw what a coincidence. This is an old classmate from college. Chu Hong. Seeing an acquaintance, Chu Hong showed a hint of happiness on her face. I was just about to walk up and say hello. You can see Xiang Feng's body. I couldn't help but sigh. You guys are still the same. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry. In her opinion, Xiang Feng. I was criticized by many people when I was in college. Now that everyone has graduated, it's still like this. I wanted to curl my lips and couldn't help but say, I feel pretty cool and comfortable in this outfit. There is no way, it's inside Xiang Feng's closet. There is no such thing as a suit. Do you expect a delivery man who only has mornings and no evenings to buy a suit? And when I delivered the express before, Xiang Feng has his own exclusive uniform. Of course, the most common items in the wardrobe are casual clothes. Do you usually wear this for interviews? Xiang Feng nodded and said, yes. I remember when I went to the courier company to look for a job. He passed it as soon as we met. You're awesome. Xu Hong couldn't help but give Yang a thumbs up. This guy is still so unique. Boss, people have called several times, why are you still here? At this time, Xu Hong heard what Luo Li said. Her slim and graceful figure straightened up immediately. The big boss is coming? Where? At this time, she has to show her advantages as a woman. Just as she was shaking her head, Xiang Feng walked towards Luo Li in flip-flops, looking impatient. You fucking called me. Luo Li collapsed and said, brother, look, you have a cell phone with you? Xiang Feng touched it again. His old face turned red. I'm a little embarrassed. It seems that the phone was left upstairs. You know how many calls I made, right? If you go out, at least bring your phone with you. With such a boss. I feel like crying but I have no tears. You can think about it. Luo Li pressed it for a long time. Finally, Xiang Feng's buzzing cell phone was found in the sofa. It's just a mental explosion. I say you too, why don't you change your clothes? What can you put in your pants pockets? Xiang Feng immediately retorted. This is my hobby, you don't understand. After saying that, he went upstairs by himself. Behind the two of them, Xu Hong was left with a confused look on her face. What's going on? The so-called big boss turned out to be Xiang Feng. I am not seeing things. The scene before my eyes. It made her doubt her life. At first, she only regarded Xiang Feng as a job applicant. I still think this is the only one I have. If there is a company willing to take it, that would be a disaster. Who would have thought that this company actually belonged to Xiang Feng? It's so scary. At this time, Xu Hong felt a little regretful. Why didn't you think of leaving a phone number? After all, he is my good classmate. I didn't say anything wrong just now. It's easy to get things done with this acquaintance. If I offer it to him myself, I believe Xiang Feng will not refuse. Inside the house, in the bright office, Xiang Feng hadn't seen Gong Qing for a few days. Mr. Gong, do you still remember me? Gong Qing was also a little surprised. A bitter smile. What on earth do you do, man? I remember the last time Xiang Feng was at the banquet he hosted. He is also a treasure appraiser. Chapter 64, Battle of Wits and Courage. Mr. Gong, you wouldn't forget me so soon, would you? Although there was some gap between the two last time. But look at Gong Qing's expression. It's just harmless. I believe that the two of them are more like partners. As a child of a big family, he shouldn't be angry. Gong Qing smiled bitterly. I know you, let's not talk about it anymore. What do you want to do with these 3 pieces of land? Before Luo Li had time to respond, Xiang Feng had already spoken out enthusiastically. It's about making money. Are you stupid to ask such a question? I don't even know how this young master from a noble family got the title. I have 3 pieces of land. Can they really be used as garbage dumps for the rest of my life? Just when Xiang Feng was feeling complacent, Luo Li couldn't hold it in any longer. Is this boss here to embarrass himself? Boss, may I ask how you plan to make money? Are you going to open a garbage dump like before? Xiang Feng. It's like this, Mr. Gong. We plan to develop this piece of land into an amusement park. There are already many tourist attractions in Nanha district. Once this kind of thing is built, I believe the profit it brings will definitely not be less than that of a real estate project. Gong Cheng nodded, that's true. Even he had to admit that Luo Li's judgment was very forward-looking. The current housing prices in Shanghai. Even if we use every inch of land as an inch of gold, it is not too much. Building a house can make a lot of money in the early stage. But there were too many people intervening afterwards. The cake in the pot will be gone as you eat it. But it was developed into an amusement park. Build in the company's name. Not only is the investment low, but you can also quickly gain fame. I am currently short of a few plots of land. As for the funds, I can provide all of them in the early stages. After saying this, Gongqing said seriously, I have a development project on hand, but I cannot disclose it due to a confidentiality agreement. I have 2 suggestions here. After hearing the key point, Xiang Feng also felt that it was a bit interesting. You say. First, if you sell the land directly to me, I will buy it at a price 5 times higher than the market price. No. As soon as he finished speaking, Luoli stood up. This reaction really shocked Xiang Feng. Luoli gritted his teeth and said, You really have a good plan. Only after he accepted the land. Only then did Luoli realize the underground value of this piece of land. That's right, even Xiang Feng didn't he know. The land he bought in a flash for $10 is not as simple as it seems. Beneath the ground lies the blue mineral mine. A rare metallic mineral. I don't know why in Shanghai, only the 3 pieces of land under Xiang Feng have this thing. When the results were detected, even Luoli was shocked. Gongqing was not embarrassed when his thoughts were exposed. He was just asking tentatively. Since you don't accept it, then go with the second one. We will cooperate to develop the land, but you don't need to intervene in this cooperation. We will give you a quarterly share when the time comes. No. This time it was Xiang Feng's turn. What the system gave him was intended to train him to become a super rich person. Now I just don't have much cash flow. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with Gongqing. They wanted him to drink the soup, while Gongqing, the outsider, would be responsible for eating the meat. What nonsense! Mr. Xiang, I'm afraid you misunderstood me. Even if you do nothing, I guarantee that the commission you get every quarter will be more than what you earn from running an amusement park. A very tempting proposal. They work so hard, just for that little bit of profit. Now just nod and you'll get all of this. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely agree without hesitation. But Xiang Feng was unhappy. Then tell me, do you spend more than us? Gongqing is just small and doesn't talk. But everyone can see the ambiguous expression. It is almost exactly what Xiang Feng guessed. The benefits their development companies received were just a drop in the ocean. Brother Xiang, you should be content with what you have. Before at the auction, I thought you were a big shot. Based on your vision, I know you wouldn't even look down on a few $100 million. But the fact is that your company has no ability to take over these 3 plots of land. The almost direct sarcasm made Luoli forget to clench his fists. For example, at the very beginning, it was Gongqing who begged for cooperation. In a blink of an eye, they fell to the lower level. Xiang Feng shook his head contemptuously. Very unhappy. This guy actually dared to take advantage of the pride of the so-called upper class. Without saying anything, Xiang Feng took out his cell phone. Hey, how much liquid cash does the part.If company have? Take it out for me. After saying nothing, Xiang Feng made another call. Tell me how much money Huayu Media has left. Take it all out without affecting the normal expansion. What? Someone is showing off in front of me. Is this an acceptable excuse? After hanging up the phone, Xiang Feng looked at Gongqing again. At this moment, he no longer had the composure he had before. Beads of sweat the size of beans fell from his forehead. This guy is too pretentious. Chapter 65 Mysterious Recipe. It would be fine if you speak nicely. But if you want to use my land as a gift to you. Sorry, even if I pretend to be good. That's not as reliable as earning it yourself. Although Xiang Feng didn't know the value of the Lanwei mine. But this did not stop him from breaking ground on the land. Anyway, it seems that the price of this thing will not drop. I would rather leave it alone than sell it at a low price. Please, Mr. Gong, I forgot to tell you. I don't have much money, but I have a lot of land, a lot of companies, and a lot of real estate. Every word hurts my heart. How could Gongqing have thought of that? There are actually such experts in Shanghai. Sighing, Gongqing kept talking. You win, but don't worry, if you own this land alone, you won't be able to develop it. Don't be angry yet, you can listen to me first. I'm looking for you now because the things underground have not been made public. If someone in green comes instead, you know what the consequences will be. Hearing this, Luoli couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. From the time Gongqing came in till now, he has been saying this quite honestly. If the news spread that there were blue velvet mines under the 3 pieces of land, then their company will definitely become a popular company. Don't be happy, even though Xiang Feng is rich, there is one thing. It will be Xiang Feng's fatal flaw. That is, when Xiang Feng is in power, everyone is actually under his protection. Everyone knows that a tall tree attracts the wind and a tree stands out in the forest. Once they become too famous, naturally someone will take action. A profit of 1000% is enough to make anyone in Shanghai crazy. Xiang Feng narrowed his eyes and said with disdain, "What do you want to say?" It was still this attitude that made Gongqing angry. "What I want to say is that it's actually quite good that you have 3 floors. If it weren't for the influence of my Gong family in Magic City, you wouldn't be able to get the development authorization for this piece of land." "Is that so?" Xiang Feng snorted coldly, exposing Gongqing's little thoughts. "Don't think I don't know. We are afraid that this news will get out. Aren't you the same? What your Gong family is doing now is actually the same as being a middleman. Don't forget, you are not locals. If the wealthy people in Shanghai join forces to attack us, even if you, Gong Chang, are a powerful dragon, you will not be able to suppress the local snakes." The topic suddenly came to a standstill. Both sides were stuck in a dead end. Neither of them is willing to make concessions or let go. This is the situation now. There was no other way. Gongqing could only grit his teeth and tell the truth. "Then you have to think carefully about who else in Daxia can make my Gong family act as a middleman. One word can wake a dreamer up. Luo Li's mind couldn't help but start working. The Gong family is one of the 3 major families in Magic City. The group under his name is controlled by 3 pillars of the Gong family. It can be said to be a huge monster. A family like this that has reached the top, if there is still an upper level. That's not a family. But it's those big guys in green skins above the family. And what does this have to do with me?" He looks so stubborn again. Gongqing really doubted whether he had met his match. Sometimes when I look at Xiang Feng, it's clear that he doesn't understand anything. But at many critical moments, the key to the problem can always be revealed. For example, if it were an ordinary person, who would have thought that the Gong family would actually send someone to Qinghai to act as an intermediary? "You really don't plan to cooperate?" Xiang Feng curled his lips and raised his eyebrows, saying, "What the hell do you call cooperation? I'll give you the land without asking you what you do on it. Tell me, if you build a batch of weapons on the land, who will own this thing? Fuck, if you want to cooperate, show me some sincerity. Don't think I'm easy to fool. Cooperation, okay, open and transparent, then sit down and discuss how to contribute. Don't throw money at me right from the start. Am I someone who needs money?" If he hadn't seen Xiangfeng coming here on a bicycle today, Luoli would have almost believed it. He even doubted whether Xiang Feng was doing this for the company. "Sold my Bugatti Veyron." Gongqing couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth twice. Only then did he realize that he had been overthinking. At first, he thought Xiang Feng was at least a big shot who was studying for an MBA. It was only after several people spoke out fairly that they realized how wrong they were. This person doesn't care about those benefits at all, he's just afraid of being cheated. "I don't plan to continue chatting." Gongqing dropped a word. "I need to ask the higher-ups for their opinions on this matter. I can't give you an answer now. Tomorrow?" Xiang Feng was a little unhappy. His time is precious. "I am busy running around every day to sign for express deliveries." Gongqing thought about it and then said, "That's fine. If you want, you can come with me to meet one of my elders. I can say that as long as he agrees, you can get 100% of the profit." "All right." Dongqing also has his own conditions. "You can go, but only Xiang Feng can go alone. The reason is simple, my elder is doing research. Cannot be disturbed by outsiders." Luo Li was not very interested. "Anyway, the company belongs to Xiang Feng. You have complete power to typeset." Chapter 66, Luxury Car Scratches Bicycle. "Come to the parking lot." When I saw Xiang Feng pushing a bicycle from the corner. But Gongqing's eyes were about to fall off. "Brother, I told you to be casual, but you are not as casual as me. You are going to meet the boss on a bicycle. You." As he spoke, Gongqing's eyes turned to the bicycle logo. "Yes, that's right. A logo that is specifically for bicycles. Gulu. You are really rich. Pinarello, the aristocrat among bicycles. The two Gulu cars were sold at the price of airplanes. Only those who have too much money are miserable. That's the luxury. Even he, the young master of the Gong family. If I spend my family's money to buy a car like this, he is pointed at and called a prodigal son in any moment. Neuropathy. Xiang Feng rolled his eyes and pushed his bicycle out with disdain. Made of aerospace steel. A bicycle made by Pinarello, even with an elephant standing on it. It won't be distorted in the slightest. Although it is a bicycle, it is in the middle of the steel pipe. But there is an engine exhaust system. When it really starts running, the starting speed of the power is even better than many ordinary brand cars. Led by Gongqing, Xiang Feng and his companions started to drive out of Nanha district. Dongqing really wanted to try it, but was limited by his image. Still couldn't speak. I can only drive my own Ferrari and run ahead. Noon is a small peak period. Many cars have to obey the speed limit and queue up obediently. Xiang Feng is riding a bicycle, it's really amazing. It felt completely different from what he had imagined. Although it is a bicycle, it is definitely stable. Sitting on it, there is no vibration at all. It gave him the feeling of driving a motorcycle. It didn't last long. When passing the ramp, a BMW seemed to have some strange reaction. He turned the steering wheel and moved directly towards Xiang Feng. This is in the traffic, Xiang Feng waved his hand immediately. Turn the car around. Inevitably, a long hissing sound was heard. Xiang Feng glanced at the cab with some misery. There is nothing I can do, female driver. If it weren't for my good driving skills, I would have been knocked out by her. The driver's door opened and a proud girl wearing sunglasses got out of the car. He walked up to Xiang Feng very calmly and looked him up and down. Pass. When he saw the long scratch on his car again, he frowned. Locked together tightly. I won't let you pay for the car, so just give me an apology for my driveway. Xiang Feng was stunned by this operation. What? I was hit by someone and I didn't say anything yet. How dare you act so arrogantly? Is that justifiable? Hey, little bitch, come here and talk to me properly. Xiao Changyue. This is the first time in my life that someone has called me like this. And it happened in full view of everyone. Someone actually dared to call me. Xiao Changyue shook his hair violently and suppressed his inner dissatisfaction. The person in front of me is a loser, I can't bother with him. You little bitch, you wrecked my car, tell me how much you should pay. That evil tone again. Xiao Changyue immediately shouted angrily, you stinky loser, if you dare to yell again, I will tear your mouth apart. Oh, you're angry again. Sorry, my brother specializes in treating athlete's foot. Xiang Feng stopped his car and pointed at his bicycle. Leave 1 million and go. This made many people drop their jaws. People who usually say this. Don't you just go underground and then bid a price casually? This guy actually used a bicycle to blackmail people. Many people gathered around to watch this hilarious scene. Do you think I have a good temper? I just casually said 1 million. Look, there are a bunch of scratches on my BMW. It's good that I didn't ask you to pay for it. Xiao Changyue was very angry. This is the first time I have met such a shameless person. Even though it was my own fault. But his bicycle was intact. He even dared to ask for compensation. Open your eyes and take a good look. Is your horse any better than the wheel of my cart? There must be a reason for such bold talk. In the crowd, more than one person shouted Pinarello. Then, the ramp intersection. It totally exploded. Fuck, isn't this the Pinarello logo? What's 20 million? I just checked online and found that this car is available in Shanghai, and the only one has been bought. It's totally unreasonable to steal someone's car worth tens of millions of dollars and then just walk away. Then, the plot took a sharp turn for the worse. The spearheads were all directed at Xiao Changyue. She rubbed her eyes and looked over with suspicion. When you see the red and blue icon, I was completely dumbfounded. How could I have imagined that in such a big city? The only bike Pinarello has ever released. I actually rubbed it myself. How small is the probability? Xiao Changyue blushed as she listened to the pointing and talking of the people around her. I wish I could find a place to hide. They had no intention of pursuing the matter at first. Why did you get off the car? This car worth 20 million is too much to pay for even if I sell it. Brother Xiang, what's wrong, what's wrong? At this time, Gong Cheng, who had been stuck behind the car, also came in. Just by listening, you know what happened. Chapter 67. The girl is crying. When he saw that familiar face, Xiao Changyue lost his balance. He fell directly to the ground. If it was just embarrassing just now. Gong Cheng's arrival made Xiao Changyue feel deeply desperate. The young man from Shanghai who has been making a lot of noise in Shanghai recently. She knows him. Of course, just looking at Gong Cheng's calm expression. This is just wishful thinking. Car accidents are commonplace. But this luxury car got rubbed against a sky-high priced bicycle. But it doesn't happen every day. Tell me, this is about the same thing. How do you plan to find out? If Gong Cheng hadn't come, Xiao Changyue could still give full play to her woman's nature. Act like a spoiled brat and act like a spoiled brat. Anyway, as long as you get in the car, you can drive away without saying anything. But can Gong Cheng's friends be ordinary people? If she dared to run now, she knew she would probably be found out. You can run away for a while, but you can't run away forever. As she thought about it, Xiao Changyue burst into tears. He rolled down. I'm just a woman, how can you treat me like this? What? Xiang Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. What is going on? This woman bumped into me and she was crying. Looking at her tearful appearance, even Gong Cheng couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. He was thinking about whether he should persuade Xiang Feng. Anyway, nothing happened to his car. Xiang Feng walked up to the girl and stretched out his hand. Xiao Changyue wiped away her tears. It seems that the loser in front of me is not so unkind. Just after she reached out her hand, Xiang Feng continued, get up first. Since you are so pitiful, I don't want you to pay much. I'll give you a discount, 800,000. Puff. A group of drivers watching and spectators. I almost spit it out. Brother, your gentle manner actually costs money. Now, Xiao Changyue couldn't stand it anymore. She is just a white-collar worker. The BMW was bought with a loan. How can I afford the compensation? The tears that I had been able to hold back just now suddenly burst out. Wow, I don't have any money. I can't afford to pay. It's too expensive. How would I know that you're driving around on a bicycle worth tens of millions? It's so hard for me. The crying was so horrible. This woman looked like a proud princess ever since she got off the car. Xiang Fengzhen completely broke down. He sat on the ground and howled without any image. The road is open. The number of onlookers is increasing. Many people around took out their cell phones and started taking pictures. Gong Cheng whispered into Xiang Feng's ear. Brother, how about this car be mine? If we delay any longer, we will become famous. Xiang Feng grinned, showing his 2 rows of teeth. How embarrassing. Look at that smiling expression. There's no need to feel embarrassed at all. This woman is lucky that there is a scapegoat to take the blame. If this happened on a normal day, Xiang Feng really wanted to let this woman experience the cruelty of reality. He walked up alone. Come to the girl again. Hey, I'm kind this time. If you met someone else, you would definitely not end up well. After saying that, he touched Xiao Changyue's face with his hand. TSK, say whatever you want. Although this woman has bad character. An expression that shows he doesn't care about anyone. But this face, and this skin. The feel is really good. Xiao Changyue was stunned. She was thinking about what Xiang Feng meant by that. It's definitely not going to end well, and it's also a teasing suggestion. Is this interesting to yourself? Let's go, old Gong Cheng. Without shouting out loud, Xiang Feng picked up his bicycle. A cool way to get into the car with one foot wrong. He didn't need to signal. Basically, where the front of the car is aimed. A large row of open space was naturally revealed. Haven T, you seen that woman just now? It was just a small sum, and it cost 1 million. They can't afford to pay. It's even more conscious than encountering an ambulance. I saw that person really left. Xiao Changyue wiped away her tears. He also got up silently. today is definitely a shadow in her life. This also led to her seeing cyclists later. Even if they are wearing farmers' clothes or work clothes, no one dares to look down on them. Passed through a long forest. Xiang Feng followed Gongqing to an empty square. After showing their credentials, the two men easily walked into the factory. Living in Qinghai for so long, Xiang Feng actually didn't even know there was such a place in Qinghai. It's completely like a small military region. Xiang Feng was a little cautious. It seems that Gongqing is unreliable. But the strength of the Gong family is there. In a military district of this level, ordinary people don't even have the chance to enter. After many twists and turns, Xiang Feng finally walked into the factory. Then, it's a long wait. Xiang Feng rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, "You claim to be from a big family, but now you have to queue up to see anyone. Are you embarrassed?" Being despised by Xiang Feng, Gongqing couldn't help but retort. "You know what the people here are carrying on their shoulders. They are responsible for the firepower support of our daxia." As soon as he said it, Gongqing actually regretted it. He is such a gossip that he actually leaked such news. Looking at Xiang Feng looking east and west, Gongqing was a little skeptical, wondering if this guy really didn't care or what. Chapter 68 Design Drawing. After waiting for a few more minutes, Xiang Feng's patience was finally running out. There was a sudden beep from the wall he was leaning against. Looks like an ordinary wall. There is actually a ramp hidden inside. The elevator frame stopped with a bang. Immediately following, an old man in a white coat and with a weird hairstyle walked out. "Uncle, excuse me." Xiang Feng couldn't help shrinking his neck. What a guy. It's impossible to tell who the big boss is behind the Gong family. He turned out to be such an ugly old man. This look. You can tell at first glance that he is a scientific researcher who has been immersed in the research institute for a long time. "Xiaoqingzi, I heard you had something to ask me." Two guards brought out a chair. And Gongqing's uncle just sat there. He exudes an aura of majesty without even being angry. When he saw the unfamiliar face of Xiang Feng, Gong Wenho's turbid eyes suddenly widened. Who is he? Didn't I tell you that no one except our own people is allowed to enter the restricted area? It was said lightly, but it made Gongqing tremble all over. "Uncle, this is my friend. He works for Nanhao Real Estate Company. This is his." Even his lips were trembling. It can be seen that this guy is very afraid of this uncle. It's his. Gong Wenho just raised his eyelids and waved his hand, saying, "It's his, so what? He was just lucky and came across some good land. We are willing to pay 5 or 6 times the price for it. Why should he be dissatisfied?" As Gong Wenho waved again, the two guards immediately walked towards Xiang Feng. Judging from this meaning, it should be the so-called order to expel guests. Gongqing gritted his teeth and hurriedly stood in front of Xiang Feng. After all, she was a guest invited by him, and it would be a shame if she was driven away by her uncle. That was a slap in his face. "Uncle, Xiang Feng is not an ordinary person. He wants to cooperate with us to build a technology research and development center." "Nonsense." As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Wenho stood up. "Who is he? He just has some money in Shanghai. How can he get involved in something of this level?" He didn't think that Xiang Feng could have many connections at his age. At best it was just luck. Made some nouveau riche money and then started to expand. Gongqing smiled bitterly. He knew that his uncle was always overbearing. But the fact is, now they are the ones who want to interfere in other people's land. The land is still in Xiang Feng's hands, and whether it will be sold or not depends on Xiang Feng's words. He is the seller after all, but my uncle has such a bad temper. "Okay, I know what you're worried about. If this guy is willing to sell it honestly, that's fine. If not, as usual, just find someone to put pressure on him. I'm busy researching US missiles right now, so I don't have time to teach you how to do business." This is an attitude of "I am the best in the world." This really made Xiang Feng unhappy. From the time I entered the door until now, I am at least a financial sponsor. Are these attitudes really good? He leisurely took out a design drawing of the A9 intercontinental missile from his pocket and fanned it slowly. "Okay, you don't have to chase me away. I can go on my own. It's just a research institute. You make it sound like I can't build it." I just turned around and heard this contemptuous tone. Gong Won-ho looked over coldly. Research Institute? You are so arrogant, little kid. What can you research out? As he spoke, the corners of Gong Won-ho's eyes suddenly froze. He held the design drawing in Xiang Feng's hand tightly. Boy, what's that in your hand? Show me. Xiang Feng snorted coldly. Toilet paper, what does it have to do with you? As the president of the Military Science Research Institute, Gong Won-ho has a very experienced vision. No matter what kind of precision part it is, he can tell what it is used for with just a glance. As for the thing in Xiang Feng's hand, just looking at the professional markings on the picture, he knew it was definitely not an ordinary weapon. Boy, can you let me see it first? The key is that the things above always give him a familiar feeling. It is related to a project that has been bothering them recently. I don't want to bother with you. Xiang Feng rolled his eyes and said with disdain. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Now I'm going to make you out of my league. Gong Won-ho's eyes rolled around several times, and just when he was considering whether to use some forceful means, Xiang Feng seemed to see through his thoughts. Old man, let me tell you, do you really think this is the only A9 design for the intercontinental missile? If you want to steal it, you can. The worst that can happen is that we will just part ways. Xiang Feng was right. All the design drawings are in his hands. If you want to make a profit, you must take out one or two and put them in your pocket. But he is not stupid. He should not put all his eggs in one basket. Hearing Xiang Feng read out the name of the missile, Gong Won-ho was completely unable to keep his composure. He ran to Xiang Feng without any image and said excitedly, Boy, is what you just said true? Is this really the design drawing of the A9 type intercontinental missile, the long-range rain bomb strike missile? His voice was still a little trembling. Chapter 69 Licking. Weapons symbolize the military strength of a country. In some ways, it's a downright threat. Since the United States developed its intercontinental missile a year ago, it can be said that it is the first to be at the forefront of world arms. It's fake, okay? Xiang Feng didn't understand the professional name of the missile. But when it comes to flash sales, this is the name. Whether the old man believes it or not is entirely up to him. Witness Xiang Feng is full of arrogance. Gong Won-ho knew very well that this stingy young man was angry. Little brother, I was wrong. Can you show me the blueprint in your hand first? If it were someone else, they might consider taking a high position. I can't bring myself to do this. But Gong Cheng is different. He devoted half of his life to the country and held an important position in it. Even after the rise of the Gong family, he decided to stay in the institute. It's not only because of his obsession with hot weapons, but also because he knows that if you fall behind you will be beaten. Now, look at this young boy, fanning himself with the design drawings of an intercontinental missile. This is simply too sinful. Dean. The two soldiers immediately prepared to rush forward. In their eyes, he was just a young man in his 20s. What's the big deal? It has a bad reputation, but this is their territory. Seeing the two men preparing to fight, Gong Won-ho immediately became anxious. He immediately scolded. What are you doing? Get out of here. This is my brother. Under normal circumstances, Gong Won-ho is still that unkind old man. If they rush up, several people will fight for the gun. What if they accidentally tear up the drawings? This would be an opportunity to solve the difficulties in their research. Xiang Feng covered his nose and said with disgust. Stop, stay away from me. This is my stuff. How dare you touch it? I didn't notice it at first, until the dean came over. Only then did Xiang Feng realize the smell of this dean. Sour, rancid, and pungent. It's not even a bad word. Okay, don't do it, I'll show you. I'm really scared of the ink. How could he have imagined that the old man was so domineering just now? Now he's clinging to me like kids fighting over toys. Some people might even think they are bullying an elderly person. Seeing that Gong Won-ho had no intention of continuing, Xiang Feng hurriedly hid the design behind him. Just make it clear, it'll only be 1 minute. Gong Won-ho put his hands behind his back, grinned and nodded. After taking the design drawing from Xiang Feng, he stared at every symbol on the drawing. The more I look at it, the more frightened I become. The shaking in my heart was no less than a magnitude 5 earthquake. At first, he thought it was just a research and development drawing of a part. You can see the level of detail in the design drawings. This is basically a complete intercontinental missile design. The project they are responsible for is called the Beyond Project. The people who were carrying the heavy weapons of Dacia. Among them, missile engineering is the top priority. If only I had a complete design like this in my hands. Based on these principles, we can completely develop an identical missile. The hands holding the blueprint began to tremble. This is definitely the rising star. Little brother, where did you get this design? Drawings like this are of utmost importance even in big countries. I haven't seen it, the American one was designed 1 year later. It's just been shown to the world, so what we're afraid of is that others will imitate it. Xiang Feng scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I accidentally picked up a box when I was traveling, and it contained these things. Is that so? Gong Wenho stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. He didn't believe a word of Xiang Feng's explanation. In China, no one can achieve such composition technology and research results. If I really want to find an explanation, Gong Wenho might not believe it even if I tell him. Everyone has their own secrets. Since the other person didn't want to talk about it, Gong Wenho didn't continue to ask. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, 1 billion, I'll buy your information. This price frightened Gongqing so much that his legs went weak. 1 billion, a blueprint. Even for the wealthy Gong family, it is not a small amount of money. Even Xiang Feng couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the system never deceives me. It seems that the more difficult the task is, the greater the final reward will be. 1 billion yuan at a price, what does that mean? That means you can raise the price further. But on second thought, before the profit-making task is completed. This design drawing is not mine. Xiang Feng could only shake his head. Old man, the price is not the point. Gong Wenho said, oh. Judging from the tone of his voice, the young man in front of me actually has such awareness. Could it be that he was planning to sacrifice his life for his country? I would like to sell it, but I only have this one blueprint on me right now. I can only give it to you after I get it back. Gong Wenho. You're thinking too much. Really too much. He didn't doubt it, after all, this kind of thing. It would be hot to the touch for most people holding it in their hands. If he were discovered, being labeled a traitor would be a light punishment. So, what are you going to do? Chapter 70 Exchange Meeting. Seeing Gong Wenho's obsessive look, Xiang Feng couldn't help laughing. Judging from the look of it, he's about to take the bait. But since you really want it, it's not impossible. Gong Wenho's eyes lit up and he asked, is there any solution? After satisfying Gong Wenho's appetite, Xiang Feng continued, I still have a few blueprints. If you want them, I can only rent them to you temporarily. You can name the price. When I get the things, I will sell them to you. Is that so? Gong Wenho nodded. Xiang Feng's proposal is also a good idea. That's fine. I'll rent a few blueprints for a week each, and I'll give you 1 million for each one. Is that okay? Hear the price. Xiang Feng's little heart couldn't help but tremble. If he remembered correctly, this design drawing seems to have about 100 complete sheets of paper. Damn, he rented it for 100 million. Of course, he didn't take that into consideration. This drawing has only been handled once. This photocopy, seal engraving and other things will have one more copy. It was precisely because of this consideration that Gong Wenho put forward this condition. Okay, I'll give the blueprint to Gong Cheng and ask him to bring it to you. Accompanied by 2 sinister smiles. The 2 old foxes, each with their own ulterior motives, clasped their hands tightly together. Sure. After coming out of the hiding area, it was Gong Cheng's turn to shut himself off. He brought Xiang Feng here to let Xiang Feng know his difficulties. At least let Xiang Feng see the power of his Gong family. But now, these 2 guys. Just now and there, everyone called each other brother, it was really joyful. They were just short of becoming sworn brothers verbally. What the hell is going on here? For no reason, there was a new elder of the same generation. Hey, brother Gong, don't be so autistic. From now on, we should talk about our own affairs. I will call you brother and you can just call me uncle. Xiang Feng held back his laughter, feeling very proud. When Gongqing thought about how Gong Wenho had just asked him to become sworn brothers, he looked like he was almost scared to death. I just find it funny. Nephew, hey, I just came here to discuss business. What's this matter? I have a nephew here. Gong Qing shut himself in. Xiang Feng is now a favorite in the eyes of his uncle. The kind that wishes he could have his personal guards follow him whenever he goes out. The initiative was suddenly shifted. Hey, if I had known you had this design, why did it take you so long? Just by looking at his uncle's expression, Gong Qing knew the importance of the design drawing. After all, a design drawing worth billions can't be anything simple. What about the land? Things have come to this point, and it is not realistic to talk about business now. Since Xiang Feng has already taken out the design drawing, its value certainly cannot be treated the same as before. Xiang Feng smiled mysteriously. How do you know I only have one piece of land? Gong Chang was shocked. Don't tell me you have other weapon designs. I have seen too many shocking things from Xiang Feng in the past few days. He had never heard of any large Xiang family in Shanghai. In other words, all of Xiang Feng's identities. Or it was so big that he couldn't find it out with his ability. As for this, it is not realistic. Because of Gong Wenho's relationship, his family became a veritable aristocratic family. Second, we can only say that Xiang Feng is actually what he appears to be. I have achieved what I have today only through my own hard work. Xiang Feng smiled mysteriously, of course. He believed that what the system sent would definitely not be aimless. Now that you have one, will you just sit there and watch yourself get stuck in weapons development? Okay, let's stop talking and transfer the money first. Gong Qing said unhappily, can you give me your design drawings? Xiang Feng spread out his hands and said directly, there was another one just now, but it was taken away by your uncle. Gong Chang was dumbfounded and said, that's just one. Your thing is worth 1 billion, and you're still fussing over 1 million. Xiang Feng, damn, you come from a rich family, but you really don't know how expensive food is. It costs about 1 million yuan. You're so cruel. All of them have a sentence. Gong Chang obediently took out his cell phone. How much is your bank account? Well, let me think about it, it's... He gritted his teeth and transferred 1 million to Xiang Feng. At the same time, the clear voice of the system finally came out. Ding, congratulations to the host, the A9 model design of the intercontinental missile has successfully made a profit and has been permanently obtained. The most difficult task was finally accomplished. Combined with the Lamborghini I bought earlier, all my hard work over the past few days has not been in vain. Let's talk about the land later. Anyway, my request is very simple. Even if you want me to drink the soup, you have to let me see the bones. Gong Qing couldn't help but curl his lips. I don't know if that is possible. Even ordinary people would be shocked when they see the meat in the pot. I can't help but be moved. And Xiang Feng is so stingy. We'll just watch. It's totally unrealistic. Another phone call. After Xiang Feng explained his current relationship with Gong Chang, then I received a call from Mr. Dong. It's very simple, it's just a small exchange meeting for people in the circle. Chapter 71 Auction. In the afternoon, tell Xiang Feng that if he is interested, he can come and have a look. All I can say is that good things come in waves. We have just solved the problem of the design drawings, and basically there will be no major problems in the operation of the company. As long as I sell the antiques I found at the last auction. Xiang Feng felt that he would become a rich man immediately. Riding his bicycle, Xiang Feng came to Dongji Antique Shop in Nan'an District. The smile on her face is as beautiful as a flower. Mr. Dong walked to the door with a smile on his face. Brother Xiang, I have finally got you here. Seeing this, Xiang Feng couldn't help but joke. It seems that Mr. Dong must have made a lot of money recently. TOEFL. Previously, picking chrysanthemums by the Dongli was rented out by Xiang Feng at a price of 100,000 yuan a day. It's about time now. But Dong has made a lot of money recently. An authentic painting of Tang Bohu, picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence, is placed in the hall. Many knowledgeable people in the circle came here to visit. Knowledge is one thing, but the key is to be able to distinguish between truth and falsehood. There are very few collections of paintings like this that have survived to the present day. But without exception, I can only say that I don't understand what they are saying. In front of a group of experts, his store's reputation was completely established. Many people are willing to pay a sky-high price to purchase the painting of picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence. We have almost finished talking about the past. Only then did Mr. Dong return to the main topic. Today's exchange meeting is not just for people from Shanghai. Many people from the circle around Shanghai and some collectors from Shanghai will come. Having said that, Mr. Dong looked at Xiang Feng with some concern. Brother Xiang, are you planning to sell this original painting? What Mr. Dong is doing now is pretty much just a scam. Selling the big flag means, if I go there now, this thing will be put up for auction. As soon as he saw that the owner of the painting was not him, this feeling is a bit uncomfortable. Xiang Feng nodded. Yes, I am short of money now, and I plan to sell all the things I left with you. Seeing Mr. Dong's face gradually becoming sad, Xiang Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, when the time comes, just sell this picture in your name, and give me the money in the end. Brother Xiang, thank you. He bowed slightly. Mr. Dong was also quite moved. Once this painting gets out, it will definitely be worth tens of millions. You can put this money in your own name. One can imagine Xiang Feng's attitude towards him. After all, it is a formal exchange meeting, and it is not a good idea to continue going there on a bicycle. Xiang Feng left the car at Mr. Dong's antique shop. Got into Mr. Dong's car. The moment the driver drove out, Xiang Feng couldn't help but smack his lips. Mr. Dong, is this the car you drive? Parked in front of Xiang Feng was a Volkswagen. Just looking at the appearance, there is nothing outstanding about it. Someone who can easily spend millions and has run an antique shop for such a long time. The net worth must be considerable. Mr. Dong smiled but said nothing. Brother Xiang, please get in the car and take a look. Now, Xiang Feng understood what the smile on the old man's lips meant. An unremarkable Volkswagen. Inside, a small house was transformed. A small refrigerator and electrical appliances are all available. It seems that these rich people are just low-key. Sure enough, you guys are still the ones who know how to have fun. Mr. Dong waved his hand and said, that's not the case. It's just that my useless son always likes to tinker with cars, knives, and so on. When I wasn't paying attention, I just modified my car. Having said that, the smile on Mr. Dong's face did not diminish at all. It seems that he is very satisfied with his son. It didn't take long before the car came to a steady stop in a beautiful garden. Xiang Feng had heard of this place. Rumor has it that this is where the wealthy go for afternoon tea. The whole garden looks like an ancient maple tree. Since no driver stopped, Xiang Feng and Mr. Dong went in first. After walking through the compartments, we came to a small mountain waterfall. Only then did Mr. Dong stop. Looking at Mr. Dong's confused expression. Xiang Feng also knew about it, and it turned out that he didn't come here often. Mr. Dong, please come in quickly. We were just talking about you. The person who greeted Mr. Dong was a man wearing a Zhongshan suit. Looks very elegant. Combined with the way he pours tea, it's clear he's a gentleman. Without any hesitation, Xiang Feng followed Mr. Dong and sat among the crowd. Because there were no chairs, everyone sat anywhere. Meet Xiang Feng, a new member of this team. Some people couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Brother, you look so familiar. Where are you from? Xiang Feng was not restrained and spoke directly. He's just a junior of Mr. Dong. He has some good stuff and wants to make some extra money. Oh. Everyone looked at each other ambiguously. It seems like this is for shipping. But basically everyone cares about what Xiang Feng said. The reason why Mr. Dong was able to join is because he has been very energetic recently. Moreover, the picture of picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence really made them envious. A young man who looked to be in his 20s said he was here to ship goods. It's just making some extra money, it can't be a good thing. They started chatting and laughing. Xiang Feng himself was left aside. But Xiang Feng didn't say anything either. He just kept nodding beside me. After all, in his eyes, it is easy to tell that most of the things here are of great value. Chapter 72 Distinguished Buyer. You can also see the people here. His identity must be extraordinary. The jade and the ring in my hand. These are all genuine goods. The initiator of the exchange meeting is Ma Shirtong, and I heard he came from Shanghai. He was wearing a brocade robe without any special markings. But every stitch and thread on it is custom made. After answering a phone call, Ma Shirtong stood up immediately. There was a hint of seriousness in the corners of his smiling eyes. Everyone, I'm going to pick up a friend. Not long after, Ma Shirtong returned to the box again. Behind him, there was an old man wearing old gray casual clothes. It looks like something that can be thrown into the street at first glance. It makes you think of the old man walking and playing with birds in the park. But just looking at how respectful Ma Shirtong was to the old man, no one would think that he was just an ordinary old man. Okay, everyone, now everyone is here, the exchange meeting will begin. After hearing this, everyone's expressions became even more serious. Love, I've been waiting here for a long time. It's just because not all the people are here. At the beginning, Ma Shirtong didn't say much nonsense. Start by introducing the rules of the exchange meeting. In one round, each person has a fixed collection. As long as everyone has something in their hands that pleases their eyes. It can be auctioned temporarily or exchanged by yourself. The items exchanged are varied, as long as they are owned by everyone. Both can be exchanged. There was no need to sign any agreement, as everyone present was very sharp-eyed. He is definitely a veteran in the industry. To say that there are fake products hanging around in front of them is simply a slap in their faces. The first person to stand up was a wealthy man from Qinghai province. He touched his beer belly and took out his collection with a proud look on his face. Everyone, this is a 9-dragon cup that I bought for 12 million when I went to Miandian to discuss business a few years ago. Please take a look at it, the owner. It's authentic. I want to buy a sea view villa in Kongjing Coast. Oh. Many people narrowed their eyes. This guy has quite a lot of temper. I want to tell you how much the Kowloon cup, which I bought for 12 million, has appreciated in value. But if you change it to a set of Kongjing Coast purchasing line, you are simply not an ordinary rich man. Of course, no one would think that the Kowloon cup is only worth this little money. Anyone who comes here from Qinghai must be either rich or noble. This local tyrant can't handle it, for them. It's not a big deal. As long as there is profit to be made, who would sit idly by and watch a $10 business? He was taken away for $100. The house at the coastal villa, right? I have a friend who happens to be in charge of it. Fatty Wang, I'll give you a 10% discount. How about that? Just calm down for a few breaths. Someone came out and prepared to drink the 9-dragon cup. The local tyrant surnamed Wang did not react much to this condition. But others couldn't help but laugh at him. Hey, Lao Xiao, isn't your eating manner so ugly? Fatty, don't you just want to settle down in Shanghai? In addition to the house, I will help you contact a friend and transfer your household registration to Qinghai. How much is a household registration worth? You have the nerve to say that. I will give you another 5 million. In the end, the wealthy businessman named Wang chose the first proposal. The Kowloon cup was bought for 5 million. Seeing this, Xiang Feng finally understood. The level of this exchange meeting is quite good. Not only can you avoid taxes, but you can also expand your circle of friends. Not to mention anything else, as long as I really want to buy this house. After these two people came and went, they had to have a few more dinners together. I can only say that he is a worthy businessman and is willing to do so. Spend money to build connections. The circle turned around and soon reached Xiang Feng's side. Everyone's eyes fell down and they looked at Mr. Dong awkwardly. As for the original painting, many people are eager to collect it and are very nervous. Moreover, these things have been verified many times and are definitely authentic. As long as you buy this, you can wait for it to appreciate in value. Today, many of the dozen or so people here are here for this. Of course, Mr. Dong did not disappoint everyone. He carefully took out a scroll from his suspicion. As the ground spreads. I think everyone knows what I have. It's the original painting of picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence by Tang Bohu. Hey, I won't say more. I'm short of money, so the highest bidder wins. Before coming, Mr. Dong discussed it with Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng doesn't want anything else, so he can just sell it for money. As Mr. Dong finished speaking, everyone present gradually fell silent. I didn't expect Mr. Dong to be so direct. If it were a direct auction, no one would have any other advantages. You can only compete with money. Everyone present is very wealthy. Everyone wants it, but they are also afraid that if they get impatient, Mr. Dong will take advantage of them. Since you won't shout, I'll take it. 1 million. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads. It was the old man brought in by Ma Shirtong. He doesn't look impressive, but what he said is not subtle at all. 1 million to buy a beautiful masterpiece. This price is totally outrageous. Chapter 73, Can't Provoke. Well, since Mr. Zhao wants it, I won't make a fool of myself here. After this sentence was spoken, the person who was about to bid immediately fell silent. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. What Ma Shirtong meant by this was to build momentum for Mr. Zhao. The Ma family has been collecting antiques for generations. Today, it can be said that there are antique shops under his name throughout Daxia. No matter which city, as long as it is the flow of antiques and gambling stones, everything must be approved by the Ma family. Everyone shook their heads and could only look at Mr. Dong with sympathy. I don't know how Mr. Dong offended this big boss. I'm being targeted like this. Xiang Feng's eyebrows darkened. I used to think this exchange meeting was quite high-end. Damn, there are still some shady dealings in relationships nowadays. 1 million, this guy is just here to mess things up. The key is that this scene is ruined. It seemed to have only fallen on his head. This painting of picking chrysanthemums by the eastern hedge is his. Didn't you say that the highest bidder wins? Why don't you continue? Hearing Mr. Zhao's understatement, Mr. Dong froze in embarrassment. He has never encountered such a thing, let alone say that this thing is not his. Even if it is true, can we just give such treasures to others? As for the others, they didn't dare to speak. Let us not talk about Mr. Zhao's identity for now. For the sake of a precious antique, he had to take the risk of offending Wang Shirtong. Almost no one dares to do it. A cold voice broke the deadlock among the silent crowd. 200,000. What? If it were true that Mr. Zhao was just trying to pick up a bargain before. This voice was completely disruptive. After all, no matter how low the items were auctioned before, they were never less than 1 million. They all looked over. The person who said this was the young man that Mr. Dong had brought in earlier. Wang Shirtong's face turned cold and his words became even colder. Kid, if you don't understand the rules, don't shout nonsense. Now we are talking about whoever offers the highest price wins. Xiang Feng put his hands behind his head and said indifferently. Didn't I say before that there is another rule of the trade fair, which is that you can sell it to whoever you want? You are planning to make trouble. I can only say that I envy Xiang Feng's courage. In their opinion, Xiang Feng and Mr. Dong came together. If the thing was taken by Xiang Feng, what's the difference between that thing and the one in Mr. Dong's hands? I have to say, this isn't necessarily a bad idea. Wang Shirtong sneered, Mr. Dong, you really don't plan to take this thing out, right? Relying on his prestige in Shanghai. Wang Shirtong didn't believe that Mr. Dong dared to offend him. The value of this painting is, at most, around 30 million. But if you make him unhappy, don't even mention 30 million, even 3 million. In a word, I guarantee that no one in Shanghai will dare to take it. At this time, Mr. Dong just held the painting with a bitter look on his face. The famous paintings that I loved so much before have now become so hot. If only it were his. But this painting belongs to Xiang Feng. People gave him face and asked him to help with the auction. At least I gained some face. If he really wants to sell it for 1 million now, that would be unacceptable. Mr. Dong, let me put it this way. Mr. Zhao is not actually a member of the circle, but he likes Tang Bohu. I really like the calligraphy and paintings under his name. Although the money is not much, don't worry, I will compensate you in other ways. Nanan, you have always wanted to expand your enrollment, so I will build another store for you. It has come to this. Wang Shirtong was not afraid that Mr. Dong would not agree. Mr. Dong couldn't help but gasp. It can be seen that this proposal is very tempting to him. He couldn't help but poke Xiang Feng next to him with his elbow and whispered, Brother Xiang, why don't we sell this painting? I will raise 20 million for you even if I have to take a leave of absence. This price was within Xiang Feng's expectations. It's just a $10 business anyway. I can only feel that the product is sold to my liking, but that's about it. But now, Xiang Feng is thinking. I felt unhappy immediately. No, 200,000. I want this thing. No matter how much you offer, I want it for 200,000. Oh shit. If only I had said it earlier. But there's nothing wrong with you coming out to show off. Are you afraid that others don't know how awesome you are? You want to buy it for 1 million? Sure, but you have to ask me if I agree. These words completely stunned everyone present. In their eyes, Xiang Feng was just a junior brought back by Mr. Dong. It's the kind that broadens your horizons. But now look at Xiang Feng like this. The relationship between the two doesn't seem that simple. At least, Mr. Dong didn't even dare to refute Xiang Feng's words. Mr. Ma, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can only pay 200,000 for this. He really wanted to explain that this thing was not his. But if he really says it now, he will lose face. Of course, this is in the eyes of everyone. But it has another meaning. Mr. Dong would rather offend Wang Shirtong, especially Mr. Zhao, who has always kept a low profile behind him. No one was willing to offend this young man. What else could this be? The young man's identity must be unimaginably great. Chapter 74, Admit. What do you mean? Didn't you say that the highest bidder wins? What else did he give you besides 200,000? Mr. Dong, you have to stand on this kid's side, right? Wang Shirtong's face had turned completely dark. Today, he held this exchange meeting. But it is just to welcome this important person. Now, the scene is pulled out. Painting is just for the sake of. Now they are stuck at 200,000. He had clearly made the promise and was willing to sacrifice a shop worth tens of millions. I've saved your face. How could he be so ignorant? Mr. Wang, it's not that I don't know my place, it's just that this thing, I. The words came to my lips, but I couldn't say them. The eyes that kept glancing at Xiang Feng from time to time. Everyone could only see that he was afraid of Xiang Feng's presence. Why, you can buy it for 1 million, but I can't buy it for 200,000, right? I'm telling you, if you want to buy something, just stop doing those weird things. If you follow the rules, I won't disturb your interest in buying paintings. If you have to show off with 1 million, don't tell me the rules. A junior scolded the two people sitting in the right seats so hard that they were speechless. Other than being fearless, others can't think of any better explanation. The situation was getting a little out of control, and it was no longer something that Wang Shirtong could resolve with just a few words. With a sigh, the old man in gray casual clothes stood up. He said it in a lukewarm tone. No matter who is here today, I'm determined to get this painting. After saying that, Mr. Zhao looked at Wang Shirtong standing aside. Explain with the attitude of a superior. Xiao Zhao, please continue. I will watch and I will give you a lot. Yo ho! Xiang Feng stared. This was the first time in his life that he had seen someone so pretentious. The seller of this thing hasn't spoken yet. You are a seller who can't afford the money, yet you are still so arrogant. It was a forced sale. Old man, I don't know where you get the confidence to say this, but I'm going to say this today. Anyone can buy this painting today, except you. Since entering the room, Mr. Zhao, who had always maintained a pleasant expression, twitched his mouth a few times. Even though he has a calm temperament. But she was a young man who was a little older than her granddaughter. He pointed at his nose and called him an old man. I couldn't help but feel a little angry. Seeing this scene, cold sweat flowed down Wang Shirtong's forehead. Oh my god, I am really young and ignorant. Someone of Mr. Zhao's level. In fact, money is just a number to them. Just say a few words and I don't know how many people will rush to bid for it. 1 million, it's considered a bargain. But for Wang Shirtong, this is simply a huge bargain. He knew the family tradition of the Zhao family. Don't accept any favor from others. This is a huge favor. Kid, if you keep messing around, leave me alone and I'll ask you to leave. Wang Shirtong also kept it in mind. He can make Mr. Dong not afraid of him at all. It seems that the boy in front of me is not an ordinary person. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been thrown out long ago. He tried to use a tactful tone, but Xiang Feng couldn't hear what he meant. Please go out. Do you really think I want to stay here? Xiang Feng winked at Mr. Dong. Old man, go away. No one takes you seriously. Old Dong was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Even he could see that Wang Shirtong was already putting aside his pride. But what a pity to meet a person like Xiang Feng. I can't bear even the slightest loss. I heard Mr. Zhao cough twice, intentionally or unintentionally. Wang Shirtong immediately wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and ran up. Little brother, take your time to tell me about this painting. I was just joking just now. I don't care about face or anything like that anymore. As long as the task assigned by Mr. Zhao is completed. It's okay to lose some face. Oh, just kidding. Xiang Feng stopped and narrowed his eyes. Okay, I'm not a stingy person. Since you said it was a joke, I don't want to argue with you. Just when Wang Shirtong breathed a sigh of relief and thought that the matter was about to be revealed. Xiang Fengyu said calmly, just apologize casually. Your joke really scared me. Wang Shirtong. Not a stingy person. How dare you say that, kid? In front of so many big shots in Shanghai, he was asked to apologize to a boy in his 20s. Still saying it's nothing. Xiao Wang, I only care about the results of your work, not the process. After hearing these 2 or 3 sentences, Wang Shirtong trembled all over. He forced a smile on his face and said, Brother Xiang, I made a slip of the tongue before. I'm sorry. A man in his 40s or 50s. He bowed in front of himself. Of course Xiang Feng couldn't continue to make things difficult for him. After all, he knew that Wang Shirtong seemed to be just an errand boy. The person who is really in charge of today's auction is actually the man named Zhao. After sitting down again, Xiang Feng didn't beat around the bush. Let me put it this way. I can give you this painting, but you have to organize your words carefully. Don't let me ask for 200,000 yuan again. I don't want to save face. Wang Shirtong, who was standing by, no longer dared to speak. As a former friend, he knew Mr. Zhao's identity. Chapter 75, Killing. In this world, there is no one who can teach old Zhao to speak in this tone. It can be said that there is really only one Xiang Feng. It belongs to Scorpion Baba, one of a kind. Mr. Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. Trying to calm myself down. But the breathing was getting heavier. Anyone could see that Xiang Feng was very angry with him. I didn't make it clear before. That picture is very important to me. Plus, I don't have much wealth, so. Hearing this, Xiang Feng couldn't help but pout. It's just poverty, why do you have to put it in such a nice way? Mr. Zhao simply closed his eyes. Remind yourself silently. The person in front of me is just a little kid, I can't take him seriously. If you just want money, 100 million, Xiao Wang will give you a check. Wow. This time, everyone was completely stunned. At the beginning, it was only 1 million. Although that price is just a joke. But this 100 million is absolutely outrageously high. With just 3 or 2 sentences, the value increased 100 times. Is this marketing? Even Xiang Feng couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He was thinking of making the old man bleed a little. Give him a few million to make up for the loss of face he suffered. But now, the old man directly shouted out 100 million. How to say it? Xiang Feng was already thinking about whether or not to put his face on it. Give the old man a few more times. Wang Shirtong stood up hurriedly. Mr. Dong, I can transfer the money to you now. After looking at Xiang Feng who acquiesced, Mr. Dong nodded. Okay then, my card number is. Mr. Dong has been running an antique shop for at least half his life. But today was definitely the most exciting day in his life. An authentic famous painting was sold at a price of 1 million. This is something I have never seen before. Then within a few minutes, everything changed. 100 million. All these ups and downs are not good for his heart. After a while, the transfer transaction was completed. Of course, this only refers to the procedures on Wang Shirtong's side. After all, with 100 million in working capital, he would have to borrow from friends. The accounts were divided into several batches and transferred to one account. The rest is just waiting for the bank to process it. It can be said that the money is safe. I looked at the screenshots on Wang Shirtong's phone. Xiang Feng jumped up with joy. He forgot that he had been rude to someone before and immediately put his arm around Wang Shirtong's shoulders. I say, Lao Wang, do you want any antiques? I have some small items here. Wang Shirtong couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth twice. Just spent 100 million. If he didn't open a shop, he wouldn't need so much working capital. This 100 million yuan can at least make the entire business more tense. Brother Xiang, next time. Wang Shirtong did not dare to offend this ruthless man who dared to speak out. After all, people who speak arrogantly are either idiots or really awesome. But who can come here can be the former. Xiang Feng muttered with some dissatisfaction, well, I also said that I want to sell another Shang Dynasty Black Jade Shilin. What? Before Wang Shirtong could react, Mr. Zhao, who was drinking tea, spat out a mouthful of tea. This time, he ran to Xiang Feng without caring about his image. Tell me, do you have an antique from the Shang dynasty, or a black jade Shilin? I really don't understand why this old man is so excited. Xiang Feng quickly broke free from the old man's hand. But what is strange is that this old man looks so frail. The strength in his hands is surprisingly so strong. No matter how hard he pulled, it wouldn't open. Yes, I have, let me go quickly. Unable to break free, Xiang Feng hurriedly explained. He was really afraid that the old man would get excited and strangle him. Depend on. A vulgar word came out of the old man's mouth. From the beginning to now, if the old man is in the eyes of others, they are all words that are as calm as a mountain and calm without any disturbance. Now, the image of Mr. Zhao. In the eyes of everyone, it was completely overturned. You have it, why didn't you tell me earlier? If I knew there were things from the Shang dynasty, why would I buy that calligraphy and painting? The old man's eyes were red. It feels like I spent 10 times the price. But the next moment, the auction house came up with something even better. And it's exactly what I want. The added force. He pulled Xiang Feng off the ground with great force. Old man, let go, let go. You didn't even ask me, why would I have to tell you? Believe it or not, if you pull it again, what if that thing falls and breaks? Mr. Zhao didn't listen to what was said before. But when he heard the last sentence, Mr. Zhao instantly loosened his arm. With a loud bang, Xiang Feng fell hard on his butt. He quickly got up and ran to the door. Old man, I'm telling you, if you don't take out 100,000 yuan for that fall just now, you won't be able to explain it. Wang Shirtong. Mr. Dong. Just to say this, why would you run so far? Xiang Feng saw the black jade Shilin in his hand. Met the real moneymaker. Looking at the old man's identity, just one sentence can be worth 100 million. He is an absolute tycoon. If we don't kill him now, when will we? Chapter 76 Red Eyes. In this situation, it would be a shame if you don't make a fortune. How could he justify the fact that he got hit on the butt? At this time, Wang Shirtong couldn't sit still anymore. Because he saw a gaze coming towards him. It was Mr. Zhao's determined look that was very dangerous. The only thing missing is the word money. Don't worry, Xiao Wang. We will remember everything you did today. It seems like this is the same problem as before. Got to keep paying. Wang Shirtong gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. Boy, how much do you plan to pay for this black jade Shilin? No problem. Xiang Feng said this and walked to his seat. He picked up a small cloth bag and started rummaging through it. He kept muttering to himself as he flipped through the pages. This is a bracelet from the Jin dynasty, not this one. This is Wang Shi's authentic work, and it's not this. This series of gadgets left everyone stunned. Everyone present was an expert in appraising treasures, and Xiang Feng knew whether the item was real or not. That's obvious. I didn't feel it when I first did one or two things. But Xiang Feng seemed to be getting more and more excited, and he kept muttering some little things. And those things, if they are correct, it is now enough to fully support a new antique shop. Under everyone's eyes, he took out 6 or 7 small things of great value. Xiang Feng Kai dug out the black jade Shilin. Ha, I found it. Then, the black jade Shilin, which had been stripped of all its makeup and had its skin peeled off by Xiang Feng, appeared before everyone. A few big words below. The characters for offering sacrifices to heaven are in the style of Xiozhuan from the Shang dynasty. Hiss. After years of baptism, this black jade Shilin has many traces of aging on its body. But there is the Qilin Zun, which combines the carving and craftsmanship of the Shang dynasty. If it is true, it is definitely a national treasure. The one who was most shocked was Mr. Dong. Because this thing seemed to have been bought from him. Starting price, 5 million. It's better to get the goods first and pay later. This can't be described as finding a bargain. It can only be said that he saved a plane full of people in his previous life. 5 million yuan was spent on buying a national treasure. What a concept! It's even more rare than winning a jackpot of tens of millions. Xiang Feng placed the other things at his feet and said while holding the black jade Shilin in his hand. I don't know what price to offer, but since the original painting was sold for 100 million, the value of this Qilin statue must not be lower than the painting of picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence, don't you think? Everyone just nodded woodenly. No, no. In Ma Shirton's opinion, this is complete nonsense. The painting of picking chrysanthemums by the eastern hedge was requested by Mr. Zhao purely out of interest. He didn't say anything, nor did he dare to say anything. But this does not mean that he agrees to calculate according to that standard. Brother Xiang, look, I paid a generous price for that thing before. Now, this. What he meant was that he wanted to bargain. Xiang Feng let out a long "oh" and then showed an expression that said, I understand you. Brother, I didn't expect you to take such good care of me. I will remember this favor. He interrupted Ma Shirton's next words. If you want to bargain, there is no way. It was raining when I was selling umbrellas, and I met a guy who liked to show off. How can I be worthy of him if I don't give him a hard time? This. Ma Shirton was really at his wit's end as he met a difficult guy. He looked towards Mr. Li for help. In this situation, Mr. Li couldn't force anyone to do anything. He sighed and stood up alone. As for money, I can't give it to you right now. But if it's something you need, in Shanghai, or something you like, just ask for it. Call. Now, the so-called upper class in Shanghai can no longer sit still. Being able to speak in this tone. There are definitely no more than one handful of them in the entire daxia. The old man in front of me looks unremarkable. What kind of identity does he have? We are now in need of a large number of things left behind by some people in the past. The older the better. Of course, some works by some individual figures are also included. As long as you have old items, you can find Xiao Wang. Tang Bowu's paintings are also one of his goals. But after seeing the potential of the auction house, he changed his mind. Perhaps the news can be leaked and that tricky door can be opened as soon as possible. Are you sure? Xiang Feng was also a little dumbfounded. It seems like I got a great bargain. He thought about it and decided if he had to say what he needed. It's the problem of those 3 pieces of land. Old man, I want to build a science and technology center. Can you give me a scientific research and development license? If it's convenient, I'll take all the surrounding land. Why is his company in Gongqing's hands? It's just because the hard channels can't keep up. Now that I have money, opportunities are also before me. Xiang Feng suddenly had a big idea. He doesn't plan to make money from those 3 plots of land. There is currently a design drawing, and I wonder if the system has any interest in this area. Keep it for yourself and then build a scientific research city for yourself. Wouldn't that be great? Of course, it would be even better if you could bring some money as compensation. After thinking about it, Xiang Feng felt that it was about right. If I continue, I feel like I'm being a little too shameless. Chapter 77 City Lord. Hey, old man, why don't you speak? Looking at the shameless boy in front of him. Mr. Zhao's old teeth were grinding with a clicking sound. This guy, his ability to open his mouth as wide as a lion is really amazing. It's often a scientific research license. That thing is the past that countless technologies dream of. There is no one who has made outstanding contributions to daxia. Or if you are a big taxpayer worth tens of billions, don't even think about it. After a deep breath, Mr. Zhao couldn't help but ask, how far has your research company progressed? What? Xiang Feng waved his hand casually, I am planning to do this now. If you give me the license, I will immediately recruit people to do the research. Mr. Zhao had nothing to say. He regretted what he had just said. I accept the conditions you mentioned, but I have to add those things. Mr. Zhao could only find balance from the fragments behind Xiang Feng. Although it has been confirmed that ordinary antiques are of no use in opening the door. What? Hearing this, Xiang Feng's face suddenly fell. He looked at the other rich people around him and said, the auction continues. I don't want the research license anymore. Just kidding, now with his attitude towards life. I won't starve to death just by waiting to collect rent every day. Since he really has no chance of making progress, why not just be a rent collector? Of course, other people don't have his courage. Mr. Zhao's rank is there. If you want to snatch things from a big boss of this level, you must be tired of living. I want it, but I can't afford to offend and I dare not speak. Old Zhao couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He has never dealt with these businessmen in his life. Of course, in the past, I was always being licked by others. But today, relying on his face, he couldn't even get something worth tens of thousands. Forget it, kid, give me this thing. I'll get someone to help you with the matter. The most important thing now is to get the old item as soon as possible. However, Xiang Feng was somewhat unhappy. How come with just 2 sentences, you have to give away something worth hundreds of millions? He pouted, isn't this what they mean by paying with one hand and delivering with the other? The sound was intentional, and of course the others could hear it. Boy, do you think I would fool you? Being questioned in person, Mr. Zhao became furious. He immediately took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, Xiao-sun, I have something to trouble you with. Even with the speakerphone on, everyone could hear the trembling voice on the phone clearly. Mr. Zhao, if you have anything to say, just tell me. This voice, the Qinghai celebrities present. There is hardly a single one that has not been heard of. He is the mayor who often tours around the city on TV. Give me a license, a scientific research permit, and, if necessary, clear a piece of land. Mr. Zhao, no problem. Just say a word when the time comes. If you need the land in that area, I will approve it for you right away. The voice sounded very humble, the kind that didn't even dare to breathe. But those wealthy people and aristocratic families sitting on the ground. I suddenly felt like sitting on pins and needles. What kind of important person did I meet? In a word, even the mayor of Qinghai had to help run errands. The key point is that he is working for a young man in his 20s. This is unbelievable no matter how you think about it. He looked at Xiang Feng with pride. That look seemed to be saying, see, boy, the old man still has some style. Okay, I'll let the person in charge add you later. After saying that, Mr. Zhao hung up the phone. The rest of the people were already in awe. Mr. Zhao, I have a lot of antiques at home. Can you come and get some sometime? Don't worry, since you've asked me, I will definitely do my best to help you. Take a look at the gadgets I brought today and see if there's anything suitable for you. A group of big guys who had no sense of existence before. At this moment, he began to kneel down and lick the door like a guest. What's worse, he even took off the bracelet he had worn for more than 10 years. I told you, I'll leave this matter to Lao Wang. His eyes were solemn, and an aura of a superior permeated him. The enthusiastic crowd suddenly dared not act rashly. He looked at Xiang Feng with envious eyes. This little brother is really courageous. He kept calling me an old man, and nothing happened. The key is that Mr. Zhao still has to do things for others. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Of course, there are still people present who are ignorant of the situation. It must be Xiang Feng. As a former loser, does he know who the mayor of Qinghai is? To put it simply, they are ordinary people. Unless you have been working in this field for a few years, you will know it through osmosis. Well, do you need me to give you my phone number now? Boy, are you a fool? Ma Shirtong couldn't help it. He immediately pushed away Xiang Feng, the brother with whom he had just been calling brother. A look of disgust. Mr. Zhao personally invited the city lord for you, and this is still not considered delivery? Xiang Feng's old face turned red. This is how feelings are, but I am just being petty. Well, since you are so sincere in asking for it, I will give you this black jade qilin. He took out the qilin statue reluctantly. Chapter 78 Sales. Finally got it in my hands. There was actually a sense of being in another world in Mr. Zhao's hands. I thought it was quite simple. A small circle of people who look down on others, not to mention their status. Just let Xiao Wang's identity be presented here. There are still some people who can't eat. It's really unexpected that this guy is only interested in money. There are so many treasures in my hands one after another. Okay, kid, send him your phone number later. If you have any questions, just contact him directly. Xiang Feng nodded with a smile in his eyes. Thank you very much. Since he knew it was the city lord, Xiang Feng naturally wouldn't be so stupid as to ask for his phone number. City lord's hotline, as a citizen of Qinghai, is there no way for me to know about it? Everyone, since Mr. Zhao doesn't like these things, just divide them among yourselves. As soon as he finished saying this, Mr. Zhao almost vomited blood. This guy still has to sell his feelings. The goal has been achieved. The painting of picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence cost 100 million. Plus 2 channels that you can get by using your own face. You can go now. Of course, Xiang Feng couldn't stay here for long. After selling the remaining gadgets. After making a lot of money, he left with Mr. Dong. Today's trip is worth it. After saying goodbye to Mr. Dong, Xiang Feng said he had something to do. Called a taxi. Where to go? I haven't thought about it yet, but I have money anyway. The fuel costs have to be affordable. System, open the mall. The latest item on the mall, a master-level scientific research certificate, flash sale price, 10 yuan, do you want to buy it? Another unexpected surprise. Xiang Feng, who had already obtained the treasure appraisal certificate, was killed in seconds. Nature knows what this means. As the saying goes, it's always good to have many skills. The skill certificates given by the system can be understood directly. It is even more valuable than Huaqing University. In addition, he was currently preparing to set up a scientific research department. The delivery of this thing now is like adding wings to a tiger. Instant kill. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a master-level scientific research certificate. Please accept the certificate as soon as possible. Not long after, Xiang Feng received another call from the courier. The moment I received my master's degree scientific research certificate. Xiang Feng clearly felt a sense of crowding in his mind. At this time, the knowledge about energy manufacturing, parts operation, and military research. They are transmitted throughout the body. It's so domineering. At this time, Xiang Feng has become a veritable scientific research expert. No, his level is even higher than those experts. A master among experts. Xiang Feng first transferred the 100 million to Luoli. And Luoli was informed that the land had to be taken separately. The establishment of the Functional Research Center. Of course, Luoli was completely confused. If it were an ordinary technology company, Luoli could still understand it. But this kind of scientific research is not something that ordinary people can accomplish in Daxia. When I learned that Xiang Feng had already obtained a scientific research license, Luoli on the other end of the phone was stunned. For a long time, I couldn't utter a word. It turns out that he has always misunderstood Xiang Feng, the boss behind the scenes. Getting a pass for the company is definitely not something that can be obtained overnight. Brother, you are really capable. You know, as long as we have that thing, we will never lack money. Xiang Feng asked in confusion, what's wrong? Luoli, in recent years, I don't know what happened in Daxia, but the country always supports any scientific research project. Let's say we were planning to build a building. If we were to develop a property, the bank's interest rate would definitely be horribly high. But as long as we bring that certificate, not only will we get a full interest rate, but we can even get a green light sometimes. If we have this before, we will say that there are many people who want to invest in our company. I was dissatisfied at first. Now hear the effect. Xiang Feng was completely satisfied with the transaction of the Black Jade Shilin. It seems that this isn't really a license issue. This thing has a high gold content, it is something recognized by the country. You can't fool a large number of investors anywhere. Of course, the company belongs to Xiang Feng. He won't allow anyone to get involved. Well, since this thing is useful, you should not sit idle. Let's do something about it. Let's go to Huanghai University to recruit some talents in this field. Xinghai is one of the largest cities after all. Its Huanghai University is ranked among the top 5 in Daxia. It is a place where crouching tigers, hidden dragons, and crouching tigers are present. The people there will become the country's elites when they graduate. There is a shortage of high-end talents right now, and there is nothing easier than recruiting people through schools. Luoli said bitterly, money, don't you know our financial situation? With a beep. Luoli saw the transfer notification on his bank card. 20 million per round, 5 times in total. What did you just say? The signal is bad here, so I can't hear you clearly. Xiang Feng picked out the earwax. He didn't make much money this time, and he only had a few 100 million yuan. Because it is a private transaction, no one is charged taxes. Excluding the bank's tiny transfer fees, there are some collectibles that are authentic. He made more than 120 million this time. No, you old man, just wait for the news. Chapter 79 Engineering Phase. As he was short of money, Xiang Feng directly invested 100 million yuan. No connections, no strength. Learn more about the green card. If this still can't make the company work. Luoli simply wanted to find a piece of tofu to hit himself to death. Okay, remember, don't call me if you don't have anything else. I'm very busy. After hanging up the phone, Luoli fell into deep thought. Whenever Xiang Feng said he was busy, he didn't believe it at all. But as for what Xiang Feng did, there is absolutely nothing to say. The big boss is trying his best, what else can he say? After the balance came out, Xiang Feng calculated it. I still have about 20 million on me. Now is the time to think about yourself. Although this outfit is comfortable, I'm just wearing this casual outfit now. There will be a lot of trouble. At least once you enter the house, people will look down upon you. It was useless to care before, but now there is no need to care. But for the future, you still have to maintain a good image. My short-term goal is to buy a house first. A villa is a must and must have its own garage. I feel like it's almost done, and it's time to find some time to lay the cards on the table with my parents. Admit it, I am not a rich second generation. But now he has become the first generation of rich. Beep, beep. Just then, Lilia called. The first sentence that was spoken was Lilia's scolding voice. Remember to let me know if you're coming back this afternoon. I still have to find time to buy groceries. After the holiday, Lilia also returned to her normal working life. 3 points in one line, the only difference. Maybe it was because at this moment, even if she skipped work, no one dared to say anything. After all, ever since the news of the Demon City came out, everyone in the company knows that she has a super rich boyfriend. Now, even the general manager would ask Lilia to come to his office for tea from time to time. Talk about life, ideals, and what you are not satisfied with. Naturally, Lilia would not expose it. However, under the influence of Xiang Feng, she still felt a little uncomfortable. Xiang Feng said, "In the afternoon, I may not be back. I have to go choose a house now." Hearing this, Lilia was stunned. You don't live here anymore? Xiang Feng, of course, it's not convenient for a man and a woman like this. Lilia was in a daze and didn't even hear the knock on the door outside the office. She really wanted to say that, in fact, she didn't seem to mind it that much. But as soon as the words came to his lips, they were interrupted by Xiang Feng. Besides, what if your mother comes and sees me in your room and thinks we did something and wants me to take responsibility? Feelings, I'm still worried that this girl is not worthy of you. Lilia was immediately furious and said, if you don't want to come, then don't come. Come back quickly, pack your things, and get out of here. With a click, the phone was hung up. It's just a little joke, what's the big deal? What a psycho. Xiang Feng put away his phone. He really didn't understand women's minds. We were chatting happily 1 second, and the next moment, he told me to get lost. Didn't I just sleep in her bed for one night? As for not. He shook his head and thought that there were several good real estate developments in Nan'an district. Xiang Feng decided to go and take a look first. Soon, the car arrived at the largest real estate dealer in Shanghai. East Dragon Real Estate. A company that does not do much in real estate development, but is in charge of 50% of Dashao's real estate sales group. The headquarters is said to be in Shanghai, and I heard that the chairman is a second-generation rich. What is double second generation? A rich second generation, plus a second-generation official. It can be said that he was born to be a winner in life. Although they make a living by their face, this face project is at least done in a decent manner. As soon as Luo Chuan entered the door, a tall salesperson with white legs came to greet him. Hello sir, what type of apartment do you need? If it were an ordinary real estate company, they would be surprised to see him dressed like this. It's all good as long as you don't kick him out. She didn't say it in her heart, but the girl's dimples kept showing when she smiled. Xiang Feng felt that it was expensive for a reason. As soon as I entered the door, I just looked at the legs. Well, I didn't hear what you just asked. The salesperson smiled shyly. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? We have all kinds of houses here. Whether you want to buy a home or send your children to school, the land is first class. Oh. Xiang Feng got straight to the point and said, I want to buy a villa. Do you have any recommendations? Ah. Now it was the salesgirl's turn to be shocked. She knew that there were some low-key wealthy people. Will wear cheap clothes to buy a house. But those are old men at least in their 50s or 60s. For someone as young as Xiang Feng, he wanted a villa right from the start. Almost never seen before. Didn't they say they had all the villas? Are all the villas sold out? The salesperson was very excited. I didn't expect that today, I would actually meet a rich second generation. Grasp it and perform well. Villa, yes, but I don't know what type of villa you want to buy. I don't ask for much, just a garage is enough. Salesgirl, garage? She had never seen anyone buy a house like this. Chapter 80, Buying a Villa. At the beginning, people who buy houses always ask about the house type, location, and where it is. Then just ask the garage directly. Is this buying a house or a garage? The sound was not loud, but many people heard it. A couple holding hands looks adorned with jewels. Earrings, rings, even the teeth in a man's mouth. It's all inlaid with gold. Nouveau riche who are afraid that others don't know they are rich. I also found it funny, he was just a young man in his 20s. Looking at the way he's dressed, you can tell at first glance that he's poor. He actually asked for a villa as soon as he opened his mouth. Husband, tell me why young people nowadays are so shameless. They are so pretentious at such a young age. Hey, I just want to have another free meal, why are you exposing my mistake? He's a typical person who can't stand others being better than him. But it has to be said that what the couple said makes sense. This aroused the same feeling from other guests in the hall. Most of the people who come here are middle-aged people in their 30s or 40s. After working hard for most of his life, he is now considered the richest man who has saved enough money to buy a house. At this time, I saw a young man in his early 20s. The first thing to do is to get a villa. How can this be called balance? Hatred of the rich has always been a common mentality in Dacia. After hearing this, the sales lady didn't know what to say. Having said that, she also felt that Xiang Feng was here to make trouble. After all, anyone who buys a house can enjoy lunch at their special Donglong restaurant. Xiang Feng ignored these people. After running all morning, it's true that my stomach is a little bit rumbling. Do you have anything to eat? I haven't had lunch yet. After hearing this, the discussions around became even louder. See, this guy just came to Donglong to eat and drink for free. If he really had the money to buy a villa, he wouldn't even be able to afford a meal. The rich man showed his big gold teeth and looked at Xiang Feng with disdain. If he had only felt it just now he could almost be sure of it. Xiang Feng just came here to eat and drink for free. Even the sales lady couldn't help but have some ideas. Yes, the restaurant is upstairs, but do you want to see the room first or eat first? Xiang Feng rolled his eyes. I also think the staff here are smart. How can you look at a house on an empty stomach? Of course you eat first. Are you worried that I can't pay? He doesn't know the ins and outs of it. I thought it was just an ordinary restaurant with normal consumption. Hey, kid, why are you pretending? The food here is free. If you don't have money, then you don't have money. Why are you pretending to be rich? Seeing this, the nouveau riche man was completely upset. He reached into the briefcase under his arm and pulled out a big Red Bull. Take the money and get out of here. This little money is enough for you to eat for a week. Being with people who dress like Xiang Feng. I felt the air in the hall suddenly become insulted. Xiang Feng folded his hands and narrowed his eyes. Are you looking for trouble? Xiang Feng could ignore the buzzing sound of flies no matter how loud it was. But the fly still wanted to come up and bite me. This guy is looking for a photo. Xiang Feng's attitude immediately made the nouveau riche unhappy. The leader was his wife, who immediately pointed at Xiang Feng and started scolding him. You poor bastard, why are you pretending? Is this the place you can come to? My husband is willing to give you money, why don't you come over here and kneel down to say thank you? If you don't have money, you don't have money. Why bother to save face? The insults were very harsh and some people have already started pointing fingers. After all, even if they come here to eat and drink for free, it won't cause any trouble to you. Cursing people all over the place shows that there is a problem with one's quality. He. Xiang Feng sneered and then looked at the sales lady. No matter how much they buy the house for, I will pay double. Ah. The sales lady was stunned. This is the first time I've encountered this. Of course, after hearing Xiang Feng's words, the nouveau riche couple were immediately delighted. He laughed so cheerfully. Boy, you don't need to ask her. I'll tell you, I bought a penthouse in the center of Qinghai City for 5 million, in full. How about this price? Is it the price you can't afford to eat for the rest of your life? You are a poor bastard who can't even afford food, so why are you pretending to be rich? Without saying anything, Xiang Feng asked the sales lady. 10 million, I bought it. Sir, we have a rule here. They have paid a deposit. The sales lady was somewhat tempted. 10 million, this is an extra 2 percentage points of commission for no reason. That salary would be 200,000. It's equivalent to her annual salary. Oh, if I remember correctly, the boss of your company is a bald man. Sales lady. Although she didn't know why Xiang Feng asked this question, the sales lady still answered honestly. Yes, the boss of our company is called Long Qing. Is that so? That's quite interesting. If it were someone else, Xiang Feng wouldn't have had such a deep impression. But Xiang Feng still remembers the bald man who worked in real estate sales clearly. It seemed that there was such a person at the previous exchange meeting. Chapter 81 Arrival. If it were an ordinary person, Xiang Feng would not be able to remember it. But that boiled egg always looks at catching wherever it is placed. If it really is that bald guy, just go and discuss it with the real owner directly. Maybe you can even get a discount. At least we sat on the same mat. I believe that the bald guy should give me some face. I don't know our boss's phone number. She is just a small employee, how could she know the boss's contact information? Suddenly, the couple who were laughing. Even more unscrupulous. This is the first time I've seen someone so good at pretending. Tell me, why don't you just take the $100 and get out? Now you want to ask Long Qing, will he pay attention to you? Ridiculous, even though Long Qing is in Shanghai. Not that he is rich or powerful. But we can't help but realize that there is the Donglong group behind them. Many people want to curry favor but don't have the means to do so. To think that a boy in his 20s actually wanted to find him. It's really funny. I didn't care since the sales lady didn't know. Xiang Feng called Mr. Dong directly. After all, they were often in the same circle, and he didn't believe that Mr. Dong didn't even know Long Qing. It took less than a minute for Mr. Dong to send Long Qing's phone number. Xiang Feng dialed the number directly. The other end, hello, who is this? Xiang Feng simply said, me. The other end was obviously impatient. What kind of conversation was this? Who the hell are you? If you have something to say, just say it. Xiang Feng thought for a moment, then said, Man Ning's wood carving, remember it? On the other hand, he was bragging to his friends. Long Qing showing off the fresh tree sculpture he bought at a high price today. He spat a mouthful of old wine onto the table. Brother Xiang. That's right, Long Qing is Xiang Feng Aspire. After selling the black jade Shilin, there was no use for Xiang Feng to keep the other things. Just look at your own offer and sell it directly. This guy with a boiled egg head is one of the buyers. I'm at the Donglong sales building in your Nan'an district now. I'm looking for you to give me some discounts. Sure. Long Qing was excited. This is the little brother that Mr. Zhao cares about. Not to mention anything else, just say that Xiang Feng is not afraid of Musher Tong at all. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Of course, it is impossible for an ordinary person to produce such treasures as the painting of picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence and the Qilanzun. Brother Xiang, please wait a moment. My brother is nearby and will be here soon. Long Cheng, who was at the table, could no longer hold back. He said goodbye to his friend in a hurry and shouted to the driver. Aren't you the one playing go-kart in front of me? Follow the accelerator and step on it as hard as you can today. I just want to cut in line and buy. The call was hung up in a hurry only halfway through the conversation. His idea was simple, just to get this guy to give him some face. Just find someone to do it for you. Now, just one phone call can bring people over directly. It is a bit sinful. The sales lady standing next to her actually heard it very clearly. That's right, this is the boss voice. The young man in front of them not only knew their boss. And his identity is not ordinary, the attitude in his words is also remarkable. Even she felt that the enthusiasm was excessive. Of course, only he knew. As for the nouveau riche couple, they just thought Xiang Feng was looking for actors. He snorted coldly and looked at the sales lady next to Xiang Feng. Hey, the seller, stop worrying about this idiot, hurry up, I'm still waiting for the payment. After the upstart said this, he looked at Xiang Feng with an unhappy expression. If I come down later and see you still here, I'll get someone to throw you out. After saying that, the salesperson still didn't help. She was looking at the nouveau riche couple with sympathy. Fortunately, I am not that kind of person who looks down on others. Otherwise she could have anticipated it. How ridiculous I am. She quietly looked at Xiang Feng's profile. In fact, if you look closely, this gentleman seems to be quite free and easy. Young, rich, and wealthy. Fuck, are you deaf and can't hear me or something? Of course, it was no fun to talk to a poor guy, but even the salesperson ignored him. This is something the nouveau riche cannot tolerate. The sales lady said weakly, "Sir, I was not your person in charge before. I am now responsible for receiving this gentleman. The customer is God. But this God is also divided into different levels." Of course, the saleswoman now stood directly on Xiang Feng's side. "You can do it, just wait for me to complain." The upstart immediately gnashed his teeth. He started swearing at the top of his voice. "Where is the manager? Where is he? Come and take a breather and see the service attitude here. I spent money to buy a house. What's wrong? Do you think my money is not good enough and you don't even want to do business anymore?" Soon, a professional manager came over in tapping high heels. She glanced at the salesperson with a cold expression. "Gu Miao Miao, what's going on?" Xiang Feng just found out this girl's name. When she was called out, Gu Miao Miao froze and immediately started to explain. "Manager, I am in charge of this gentleman now. That gentleman insisted that I take him upstairs to see the house." Chapter 82. Thank you for your hard work. This gentleman? The manager's narrow eyes moved around Xiang Feng. Then he sneered, "Just him? He was wearing cheap clothes and even slippers in a place like this." The other two guests were dressed in gold and silver. A real big money sponsor. As a salesperson, he didn't even have the slightest bit of tact. "Do you want to do this job or not? He is nothing but a gentleman. He is just a guy you can send away with a bottle of mineral water. Why are you bothering with him? This gentleman, he actually knows." Gu Miao Miao wanted to explain herself but was immediately interrupted by the manager. "It doesn't matter if you know anyone. The company has a rule that you can't use connections to buy a house." After saying this, there was something strange in the female manager's eyes. At first glance, it seems that Gu Miao Miao and the loser in front of her are a good match. This person, could it be your boyfriend? Gu Miao Miao's face turned red and she glanced at Xiang Feng cautiously. She wants to too. Such a handsome man, and he also knows people of the boss's level. The net worth must be very high. The key is that Xiang Feng is low-key, and it is obvious that such a man does not have a girlfriend. He is simply the perfect candidate for a boyfriend. Sister Hu, he is not my friend. He just came to buy a villa. Those two people were the first to curse. The manager named Sister Hu curled her lips. He scoffed at Gu Miao Miao's explanation. "What's wrong? They come to buy a house. What does it have to do with you? This is a matter between customers. Why are you interfering?" With just a few words, he stopped Gu Miao Miao from speaking. Now, Gu Miao Miao also got angry. "Manager Hu, is there anything wrong with me following my customers? They already have someone to entertain them, why do they have to ask me to follow them? Just shout out one sentence." Gu Miao Miao suddenly felt refreshed. For a long time, Manager Hu has been abusing his position to bully others. He often deducts wages for excuses and tries to snatch other people's commissions. Today I met someone I dare not mess with. That's right. That's right, Gu Miao Miao's confidence comes from Xiang Feng. He believed that when the boss came over, Manager Hu would be in trouble. Being criticized by an employee in my own team. Manager Hu had no idea where to put his face. Is this just because he is brave or what? Today, someone actually challenged me. "You can do it, Gu Miao Miao, but you've become too independent, and even I can't control you anymore, right?" She gritted her teeth, she was filled with hatred. "Forget about this month's bonus and group dividends." As he was speaking, footsteps were heard outside the door. Dressed in a black suit. The one in the lead had a glowing red light on his head. Someone has already exclaimed. "Wow, isn't this Long Qing, the boss of Donglong?" After receiving Xiang Feng's call, Long Qing rushed over immediately. When I saw everyone gathered here, I couldn't help frowning. What's going on? Manager Hu smiled and was teaching his employees a lesson. Just in time for the boss to come and inspect the work. Where is such a good way to express it? Boss, an employee in the company doesn't know the rules and wants to ask his boyfriend to buy a house in the company. I was just scolding him. Is that so? At this moment, Long Qing was not in a position to listen to any of this. Suddenly, he saw Xiang Feng in the crowd. He touched his big boiled egg and hurried over to meet him. Brother Xiang, it's fate. We were drinking and chatting happily together this morning. I didn't expect to meet each other so soon. Manager Hu saw the scene, was dumbfounded. He just stood there in a daze, his eyes blank. Does the man in half pants know the boss? Xiang Feng nodded and stretched out his hand. Hey, if I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have charged you money. It would have been better to just ask for a discount. Long Cheng chuckled. Brother, what are you talking about? You made hundreds of millions in just one morning, how could you be reluctant to give up such a small amount of money? In his opinion, if Xiang Feng's Black Jade Qilin Zun was auctioned directly, that value would definitely cause everyone present to fight. The premise is that there is no mysterious old Zhao to suppress the situation. However, I changed the pass. In his eyes, it is no less than 9 figures. The girl who had been following Xiang Feng felt her heart tremble. It was just the feeling she had when she saw her idol. In just one morning, he made hundreds of millions. I didn't hear it wrong. She knew that Xiang Feng had some background, but she thought he was most likely a rich second generation. Judging from the tone of his voice, he earns hundreds of millions through his own ability. Suddenly, Gu Miaomiao felt a little cold. She had to get closer to Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng waved his hand and said unmoved, I need money. The green light has been given to me. I also have 3 plots of land in the South Bank. Building a factory and hiring people all require money. Hey, let's not talk about that anymore. Tell me about the discount first. This interrupted Long Qing's restless thoughts. Xiang Feng went straight to the point. After all, Long Qing came out in person, so the discount on the food is quite big. That's easy. Well, call the general manager down and ask him to find out if there are any good locations nearby. At the command, the younger brother picked up the phone on his own initiative. Long Qing came back to his senses and looked at manager who was standing there in a daze. Chapter 83 Talking Business. What did you want to say? I. Manager who hesitated and didn't dare to say a word to anyone. As for the wealthy couple who were showing off and shouting just now, complete silence. They wanted to hide in the crowd, for fear that Xiang Feng would discover them. By the way, you just said that someone called someone on his date and got him into the company, right? Manager who was covered in cold sweat. I felt completely disappointed. Yes, it is. Long Cheng pointed at Gu Miaomiao and said, is it her? Manager who nodded mechanically. Oh, fine then. You can quit your manager position for now and let her take over. Is that okay? Suddenly, manager who felt relieved. It was like the joy of climbing out of the valley. She nodded frantically, boss, I have no objection, it's totally fine. At this moment, she thought that it was just that Xiang Feng didn't want to pursue the matter. Good. Long Qing turned around and nodded to Gu Miaomiao, report to the Human Resources Department tomorrow and submit your credentials. Gu Miaomiao's mind was blank at this moment. Joy that came from heaven. She didn't do anything. He became a manager for no reason. Increase commission, increase year-end bonus, and increase dividends for team members. It's like the joy of winning the lottery. Yes, boss, I will do my best. Long Cheng nodded and said, don't judge a person by his appearance. Those who wear suits and ties have to work for others. If you want to talk about rich people who are truly open-minded, they don't care about people, but things. As a businessman, don't underestimate Long Cheng's observation skills. From the chattering people around, I can hear most of it. Xiang Feng was unwilling to mention it because he was very generous. He could also pretend that nothing had happened to avoid any unpleasantness. But attitude must always be shown. Come on, come to my office and we can talk. Following Long Qing, Xiang Feng went upstairs. Finally, he turned around and said something to the nouveau riche couple who were hiding. Brother, next time you choose gold, be more discerning and try to go to famous jewelry stores to avoid being cheated next time. What? The nouveau riche man hiding in the crowd's eyes trembled. He looked at his wife. No wonder I was wondering why this thing always falls apart. It turns out you bought it for cheap, you loser woman. Fuck. A fierce fight broke out among the crowd. Xiang Feng was too lazy to care. I followed Long Qing into the boss's private elevator. As for that girlfriend, well, everyone knows that what is fake can't be real. Looking at Gu Miaomiao's pitiful eyes, Xiang Feng added her on WeChat. It also satisfies the girl's desire to curry favor with someone powerful. Brother Xiang, if you want the land, you don't have to look for Mr. Zhao. Just tell me and I'll get it for you. In the luxurious office, Long Qing was still thinking about the project that Xiang Feng was about to start. In his opinion, it's just money. It doesn't matter where you invest, as long as the country is backing you up, it's a business that's sure to make money. This is an opportunity, I must find a way to get involved. Sitting on the sofa, Xiang Feng paused as he stretched out his hand towards the snack. Looking for a partner? That seems to be possible. The Gong family is too ambitious. Once the land has been given away, it will be difficult for me to get involved in any project no matter what it is. But for investors like Long Qing, that's not a bad idea. Okay, if you really want to do it, I'll have someone come and let you know when the time comes. You're being too polite. Long Qing rolled his eyes at Xiang Feng. Look here, brother, you're not short of money, are you? Just tell me how much money you need. Is 30 million enough? If it is, I will call you now. He never liked follow-ups. When doing business, the last thing to avoid is procrastination. Since you can do it, you have to insert it now. What? Xiang Feng began to doubt his life. What on earth are these rich people thinking? I didn't give you anything, but you brought the money to your door? In his mind, it seemed that he and Long Qing had only met once. Xiang Feng felt caught off guard by such sudden trust. Of course, he underestimated Ma Shitong's ability. As a big boss in Shanghai, he has to be respectful to Mr. Zhao. And Xiang Feng kept calling him old man. And he is someone who can take out so many antiques and collections at one time. Could it be an ordinary person? Brother, are you really that impatient? Long Qing slid his hand across his bald head out of habit. Brother, when it comes to making money, the sooner the better. Why dilly-dally when you can just get it done right away? Why don't you just forget about the change for your villa? I'll just give you one. The 30 million is considered as investment capital. If there is any sign of success, adding more money is just a matter of a word. Xiang Feng was stunned. Brother, don't be so straightforward, I will be embarrassed. Long Qing slapped Xiang Feng on the thigh and made the decision. If you don't mind me, it's settled. After saying that, Long Qingyu took advantage of the situation. He waved to the general manager and said, "Have you found the villa? Bring it to me quickly." Chapter 84. Get a house for free. The manager spread a picture album on the coffee table. Then he started talking. There are all kinds of villas here, whether they are in the city center, the East River District, or the South Bank District. I knew young Master Xiang wanted a garage, so I specially marked it out. Except for the development area on Jianxi Road in Nan'an District, most of the unowned villas are here. I have to say, within just a few minutes. The only one that can say such tough words is Donglong Group. After taking a few glances, Xiang Feng just kept nodding. The heart is definitely not at peace, with the luxurious home furnishings and elegant attire inside. Let him know that the emotions seen on TV are not fake. It has its own swimming pool and garage. What's even crazier is that even a sports field was built. Of course, the price is definitely not cheap. At first, Xiang Feng felt that he had 20 or 30 million in his arms. He is already considered a wealthy man, and it is more than enough for him to buy a villa. But now, damn it. The average amount ordered is around 30 or 40 million, so his money is useless. Stay calm, you must stay calm. As long as I'm calm enough, others can't tell that I have no money. Brother, do you like any of the villas inside? Long Qing asked, looking at Xiang Feng's indifferent expression. He thought Xiang Feng looked down on him. Not bad, brother. I have 3 plots of land in the South Bank District, and I'm planning to build my company there. Can you find one that's closer? Because Xiang Feng saw it. His side is an area waiting to be developed. The key is that the price of the villa will naturally be much cheaper. In the South Bank area, there are quite a few. The general manager quickly flipped through a few pages and showed them to Xiang Feng. Mr. Xiang, this place is located between Jianxi Road and the city center. There is a lot of traffic here, and it's quiet. Because a lot of the land has not been bought yet, the area is large enough. Xiang Feng caught his eye at the first sight of this villa. Not bad, it's very much to his liking. The villa is big enough and has everything you need, including a swimming pool. The garage can easily hold 20 or 30 cars. The key is that the price is only around 30 million. Apart from some thriving streets around, there seems to be nothing else. They really said it was a gift, but this is not something worth $1,000 or $800. It was around tens of millions, so Xiang Feng was embarrassed to ask for it. Or this one. Anyway, the main thing is that it can be used as a residence, so one doesn't have to sign for the express deliveries in person every time. He craned his neck to take a look. The price is not expensive. I suddenly felt relieved. Brother Xiang, why did you choose such a random house? Are you feeling sorry for me? Long Qing still takes it easy. After all, tens of millions of dollars can be spent at any time. It's nothing to do a favor. At most, it's just a matter of buying fewer antiques. Brother, I really don't need you to send it, just give me a discount. Seeing that Long Qing was not joking, he decided to take it seriously. Xiang Feng was a little confused. Am I, Xiang, a person who likes to take advantage of others? That won't work. Since I've already said it's a gift, why do you need to pay for it? I'm a big shot. Long Qing burst into laughter. If it was a villa somewhere else, he would really be tempted. But a villa worth more than 30 million. In the name of Donglong Group, we laid out our cards and had a talk with the developer. Promise some benefits. This rounding is the same as taking it for free. I'll make the decision for you, Xiaoyang. We'll hire someone to clean up this villa right away. You can talk to someone about the key later. Speaking of this, even if Xiang Feng wanted to refuse, he couldn't get a word in. I'd rather not be so pretentious. Brother, let's not talk about it anymore. Whether or not we can reach an agreement on the project with the Gong family, I'll count you in. Gong family? Are you talking about Gong Shang from the Gong family? Yes. Hearing this news, Long Qing's heart was in turmoil. I really want to give myself a thumbs up for my cleverness. This is what is called a false positive. The Gong family is one of the 4 major families in Magic City. I don't know when, but I actually got in touch with Xiang Feng secretly. Now, many people are looking for this young master of the Gong family. Pay attention to what projects they are planning to do. It's better to follow behind and drink some soup. Ha, Brother Xiang, that's great. I'm waiting for your good news. Xiang Feng said helplessly, okay. The matter of buying a villa was declared a failure. Walking out of the gate of Donglong Group, Xiang Feng didn't know whether to cry or laugh. I originally thought that now that I had money, I should buy a villa and enjoy myself. But when it comes to this, people would rather write themselves a bad check. No one wants to sell the house to themselves. I don't know if all rich people are like this. It's so difficult to spend money. The villa issue has been settled, but it is newly built. The formaldehyde gas has not dissipated yet. Xiang Feng still has to continue living together with Li Lia. According to manager Yang, they will use the most scientific and advanced methods. The formaldehyde smell will be gone in just 1 or 2 days. All we can do is wait. At this time, Xiang Feng's phone rang again. I haven't bought anything online recently. His master's degree certificate in scientific research has arrived. Life should be so simple and plain. Chapter 85, The Bragging Classmate. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving a master-level scientific research certificate. The mall has been automatically refreshed. Holding the red certificate in hand, Xiang Feng was so excited. He has seen many luxury cars and villas. Naturally, you will become more immune. But this is a teacher-level scientific research certificate. If it is the same type as the previous treasure appraisal certificate, this is definitely the perfect way to cultivate a wealthy person. After all, the best blacksmith must have his own tools. Otherwise, even if you have tens of billions, you will be useless. It doesn't feel good to go out. The moment I opened the certificate, the words Master Level Scientific Research appeared before my eyes. Xiang Feng just felt dizzy. The dizziness caused by the previous treasure appraisal certificate was several times stronger. After all, appraising treasures is something that can be done with just one mastery of the skills. If you observe carefully, you can always trace the root of the problem. But scientific research involves many precision parts. Design and assembly require a lot of knowledge of mathematics and physics to be able to take it down. Feel the pain in your head gradually easing. Xiang Feng couldn't help but spit and called him a pervert. I don't know what's going on in the brains of those real scientists. He actually covers so many fields. Could it be that a system was secretly opened? Dizziness and sleepiness. Xiang Feng simply took a taxi and went straight back to the house he shared with Lilia. The world is so big, just lie down for a while first. It seemed like just over 2 hours, and the phone was under the pillow. Just like a death warrant. Vibrating non-stop. Xiang Feng was of course unhappy about being woken up. Ready to see what's going on. The reason was that the chat box in the class WeChat group, which had always been quiet, exploded. Fuck, Lao Kong, you're awesome. You've become rich in just 2 years since graduation. What kind of business is this? Take me with you. This villa must be worth more than 40 million. You must have won the lottery. The topic of discussion is his college classmate Kong Boku. I don't know how much his father loves playing cards that he gave him this playing card name. After reading the news, Xiang Feng roughly figured out what was going on. Kong Boku, who also comes from a commoner family, actually showed off his daily life photos in the class group today. In the photo, he and a beautiful girl were watching TV on the sofa. That's not the point. The key is, those 360-degree photos. The couple is shown in a villa. Smart home, luxurious antique wooden staircase, and even a 3-person high fish tank. Accompanying sentence, I want to buy a shark to raise, but I don't know where to find one. This is the rhythm of the release. No wonder the class group, which had been quiet for a long time, suddenly exploded. Suddenly, a rich man emerged among my classmates. This made many students feel excited. Lick it, and make sure you lick it well. If you can make Kongbok feel good and get closer to him, you might be able to work 10 years less. Kong Boku, classmates, this villa is just like that. Apart from the artificial floor heating, the open-air balcony, and the large garage, there is nothing special. A series of numbers, in the eyes of everyone. It's definitely pretense. If it were in the past, there might have been young and energetic classmates. I look down on you and stand up to despise you for being a patient with advanced stage of pretentiousness. But I have been taught a lesson about the cruelty of reality for a whole year. Today's Kongbok, in their eyes. But it's really awesome. Even Xiang Feng's ex-girlfriend couldn't help but jump out and make a surprised expression. Since Mr. Kong is living in a villa, would you like to take care of us old classmates? All kinds of frying pans, all kinds of flattery. Boring. It looked boring and Xiang Feng was about to block it directly. But Kongbok seemed to be addicted to pretending to be cool. I posted a few more pictures of the villa as a whole. This made Xiang Feng's finger, which was about to click, pause. This villa seems more and more familiar the more I look at it. At first glance, Xiang Feng slapped his forehead. Isn't this the villa that Long Qing gave him? How come you appear in the group? And Kongbok also moved in. Fuck. He didn't believe that Long Chang would deceive him by selling a villa that had already been sold. After all, they transferred 30 million in cash. Could they still play such tricks? It doesn't look the same. Fearing that he had made a mistake, Xiang Feng simply called Manager Yang. Hello, Manager Yang, I want to ask if the villa on the South Bank has been sold. Manager Yang was a little confused. No, the owner of the house has already signed it and is waiting to transfer it to your name. Really? Xiang Feng was a little confused. Well, I'll send you some photos and you can help me check if this is the house. We added each other on WeChat and the photos were sent to each other not long after. Manager Yang replied honestly, Mr. Xiang, how come you have photos of our villa? Xiang Feng. Is this the point? The key point is that there are people living in the villa. And he is showing off with his own house. Manager Yang, take another look at this picture. Is there anything wrong with it? The photo shows Komboko lying on his sofa, eating fruit with a comfortable look on his face. Manager Yang first sent a question mark. Chapter 86, even while lying down. Then he said, what's the problem? No problem. Maybe he really didn't get what Xiang Feng cared about. Xiang Feng was too lazy to play guessing games and just spoke directly. Manager Yang, when we chose the house, we didn't mention that there were other people living here. Xiang Feng didn't know whether the manager was pretending to be ignorant even though he knew the truth. There should be other people living in his own villa. There didn't seem to be any surprises at all. At the other end, it stayed there for a full second. Manager Yang sent a message belatedly, "Mr. Xiang, this person is an employee of our company. We let him move in." Xiang Feng. It was a huge embarrassment. That's what love is. But I remember Manager Yang said before that the formaldehyde in the villa was too high and it would take another day or two. Xiang Feng asked again, "Why are you moving in now? Aren't you afraid of formaldehyde?" Manager Yang, "Mr. Xiang, they are in there to purify the formaldehyde, one in each room, and Kong Bo Ku is the team leader. We use methods such as removing wind and formaldehyde, and artificial respiration. Let Kong Bo Ku go and operate the equipment 24 hours a day. With his own respiratory system, he can quickly expel the formaldehyde." Xiang Feng. I am speechless. Sorry, this kind of operation still exists. It was my ignorance. Master Xiang, do you have any other questions? Looking at Manager Yang's tireless greetings, Xiang Feng felt. It's quite embarrassing. I replied, and that was it. Xiang Feng stared closely at the Kongbok in the picture. While enjoying the smell of formaldehyde in the villa, you have to put on an expression of enjoyment. It's really hard for this child. Sure enough, behind every pretentious story, there is a past that is too painful to look back on. Well, let him continue pretending. Anyway, Kongbok is in charge of the villa. Xiang Feng was not worried that Kongbok would damage any furniture. Although the two of them are not friends, they are classmates after all. Xiang Feng really couldn't bear to expose it. That's nothing. There's a richer guy in our class who also started from scratch, hee. The person who said this was Chu Hong. He is considered an employee of Xiangfeng Company. Seeing that the others kept praising Kongbok, she couldn't stand it anymore. Suddenly, one layer caused 1,000 waves. It was as if he smelled something. The students in the class started to dig into it out of curiosity. More? What's going on? Is it so easy to make money now? No, Hongli was the only rich second-generation guy in our class before. How come he has become a big shot in just 1 year? I haven't seen any news about demolition in Shanghai. That villa starts at least 30 million. If there is anyone richer than Boss Kong, then his net worth must be at least hundreds of millions. Sky-high figures suddenly appeared. This made some students suspicious. Yes, just in this short year. If one of my classmates' house was demolished, he would win the lottery jackpot. It is not impossible to buy a villa worth tens of millions. But he started from scratch and made 100 million in 1 year. An average of 8 million per month, a day. Things that ordinary people dare not even think about. There is no such way to make money in the criminal law. Doubts and rumors abound. Seeing more and more question marks. Chu Hong also got angry. Just when I was about to say Xiang Feng's name, another classmate spoke up. I don't know about others, but I know one person in my class who must have made hundreds of millions a year. This time, it was Zhao Min who spoke. As a former school beauty, Zhao Min's words are undoubtedly more credible. After saying this, the group seemed to be still. The message stopped behind Zhao Min. Incredible. In a class, how many rich people must be produced to be considered complete? It seems like today is the day to torture these hard-working people. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. This is perfectly illustrated in today's scene. As if by coincidence. In the group, almost at the same time. Chu Hong at Xiang Feng, "Boss, what are you going to do?" Zhao Min at Xiang Feng, "Why don't you come out and introduce me to my ex-boyfriend?" In front of the mobile phone screen, Xiang Feng looked at the two messages. My head is so heavy. This is fucking poisonous. It's fine to peek at the screen. Without saying a word, this can still be linked to you. He could still understand Chu Hong, but this Zhao Min. She is a woman who embodies the essence of fickleness. He actually had the nerve to ask him for a speech. On the message box, many classmates are already collating themselves. It took me 3 full pages to add friend information. As for the group, it exploded a long time ago. The Kongbok that had been the subject of so much controversy before had completely disappeared. It was instantly buried in my mind. If it continues like this, it won't be a big deal. Xiang Feng could only helplessly grab the phone and click on a line of words. That's actually not that exaggerated, it's just a small fight. It's the equivalent of a half admission. Now, the atmosphere seems to be even more intense. He was so scared that Xiang Feng simply quit WeChat. Well, being too high profile is not a good thing. Now add your own, who could it be? Apart from Luo Li, Xiang Feng really couldn't remember having any friends to talk to at school. Chapter 87 Counselor borrows money. Add your own and think with your toes. It's definitely not good news. It's nothing more than coveting his own billions. You have to introduce a job yourself, preferably one that allows you to earn money while just eating and lying down all day. To put it more bluntly, borrow money. Talking about this kind of thing is hurtful, but after all, they were classmates, so Xiang Feng didn't feel comfortable saying anything too harsh. Fortunately, I am smart. When I was in college, no one ever left me a phone number. Just as I was thinking this, the black screen lit up. It was as if he was slapping Xiang Feng in the face. Fortunately, it was the counselor calling. Everything is fine. I also felt that the caring counselor Lu Jing just wanted to ask about my situation. Xiang Feng answered the phone. Is this Xiang Feng? I want to borrow money. The extremely straightforward words made Xiang Feng just prepare the words. Not a single word is useful. He was stunned for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Sure, how much do you want?" The other end seemed to be struggling. Xiang Feng could even hear Lu Jing's anxious breathing. It didn't last long, and Lu Jing let out a long sigh of relief. 1 million. Maybe he knew and borrowed money from his students. It's not a very glorious thing, Lu Jing explained hurriedly. Don't worry, the teacher will mortgage the house to you. I really need the money now. For Lu Jing, this money is her mother's life-saving money. Even if I had to sell the old house in my family, the medical expenses for my mother are still far from enough. If we delay any further, it won't be something that can be solved with money. It's her mother's life. On the verge of collapse, Lu Jing saw the discussions in the group. It was like grabbing a life-saving straw. She couldn't help but let go of any possibility in front of her. As a counselor, it is easy to find Xiang Feng's phone number. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Lu Jing's palms. She is scared. I have been rejected by too many friends and relatives recently. Just a former student of mine. The lion asked for 1 million. Even if people have money, they don't spend it like this. However, just as she finished saying that, Xiang Feng's cheerful voice suddenly came from the phone. Sister Jing, I still don't trust you, so forget about the house or anything. It's just 1 million, it's no big deal, just send me the card number. After saying that, Xiang Feng couldn't help but add one more sentence. Sister Jing, you'd better keep my phone number a secret for me. Then the phone was hung up. 2 vibration alerts were sent on WeChat. It was Xiang Feng who was poking him and asking for his bank card number. Lu Jing was stunned. When she called, she was prepared for countless rejections. But I didn't expect that he had just opened his mouth. Xiang Feng nodded and agreed. Didn't even ask myself what was going on. When Lu Jing thought of those cold-blooded relatives, he couldn't help feeling a little self-mockery. I never thought that the person who saved me in the end was actually my student. On the other end, after receiving the bank card number sent by Lu Jing, Xiang Feng sent a voice message. Confirm each other that you are right. I transferred 1 million immediately. Xiang Feng still has a good impression of his former counselor. After all, in college, Lu Jing is definitely the most serious and responsible counselor in their school. A counselor who often helps students. A teacher who provides additional quilts and clothes to poor students in winter. Xiang Feng is trustworthy. Xiang Feng was much more sober now and opened the mall again. The latest item on the mall, Sennheiser earphones with non-blue diamonds, 108 grams, worth 12 million, flash sale price 10 yuan, do you want to buy it? System, I suspect you are exploiting me. It's becoming less and less effective recently. Sometimes little things like this pop up. A pair of headphones can be worth more than 10 million yuan. Only a fool would buy it. Instant kill. Although he was furious, Xiang Feng still decided to get the goods first. He usually doesn't like to listen to songs, he just hums. But now, there is such a good headset. Xiang Feng has begun to wonder whether he should buy a more professional mobile phone. At least such good headphones won't be wasted. I heard that Huawei S is pretty good. While Li Lia hasn't come back yet. Xiang Feng put on his slippers and went out directly. Anyway, the money for buying the villa has been saved, so it should be spent lavishly. It has been a long time since I last admired the streets of Shanghai. Didn't choose to drive. Xiang Feng unhooked a shared bicycle and went out, heading to the physical store. As the saying goes, neighbors talk about valuables. As long as you sell mobile phones, there will always be a good phone to dominate the market. The square dance street not far from the community. There is a mobile phone store. It didn't take long and cost $7,000. Bought a Huawei 10 series mobile phone. Compared to some other mobile phones like Guagua, it is much cheaper. It's a pity that even Xiang Feng was already using his professional bargaining skills. But the price of that phone is fixed like a nail. I couldn't get down no matter what. I bought some vegetables and brought them home. It seems there is nothing else to do except waiting for the delivery. Xiang Feng suddenly thought of the agreement with Lilia. It seems that I promised to pick her up. It seems like it has never been fulfilled. Chapter 88 Gossip. After knowing that Xiang Feng was going to move out, Lilia felt irritated for no reason. An employee knocking on the door made her explode. The employee who was yelled at looked indignant. Knowing that Lilia was easily angry, he started to make trouble in the company. Do you know that Lilia's boyfriend wants to break up with him? Another colleague quickly followed up with a comment. It seems that I haven't seen Ms. Li's boyfriend pick her up recently. Mr. Li won't be dumped, right? I heard that those rich men change clothes as quickly as they change women. He Hanin put his hands on his chest and sneered. I think so. You all know why Lilia was promoted so quickly. It's because the building of our Lewis Den company belongs to her boyfriend. You say one thing and I say another. It quickly spread. Lilia, who was sitting in the office, thought about her attitude just now, which was not very good. He also brought a bag of tea and prepared to apologize to He Hanin. Just as I walked to the water dispenser, hearing these gossips, suddenly, his face turned green. All kinds of things like being abandoned and being cheated on are enough to make people quarrel. Why are you nagging here instead of doing your job properly? The manager immediately became arrogant, and his colleagues had no idea that Lilia was right behind them. They were so frightened that they scattered like monkeys when a tree fell. They all started looking for things to do. He Hanin, what do you mean? No matter who you are, you will feel uncomfortable when your private life is talked about. What's more, He Hanin is still in the company. During working hours, gossip with others. Can it be more boring? He Hanin thinks that as the head of the sales department, she is only one level lower than Lilia. He didn't seem to take Lilia seriously. I say, Lilia, you just became a manager today, why are you so arrogant? She picked at her nails and ignored Lilia's questioning. Isn't it just about hooking up with a rich boyfriend? As for being so cocky or not, Lilia was very angry. She knew that there might be something wrong with her words just now. But He Hanin wouldn't slander herself like that. With a long sigh, Lilia put the small bag of tea on He Hanin's table. If you're mad at me for speaking harshly just now, I apologize. After saying that, Lilia bent down and said, I'm sorry, I was just angry. Tisk. He Hanin snorted coldly. Very disdainful, in her opinion. The only way Lilia was willing to lower herself was to break up with her boyfriend. Having lost a rich man, I know I have to be more restrained in the future. After that, Lilia said again, I also hope you can apologize to me. After all, no matter what, it is not nice to gossip about others behind their backs. I thought I did a pretty good job. But He Hanin didn't buy it at all. Stop being so hypocritical, Lilia. Let me tell you, how come you are a manager and you don't know what you are doing? If the general manager didn't favor you, do you really think you could become a department manager? A girl in her 20s is in charge of us. Do you know how long I have been here? Originally, she had already discussed it with the general manager. I have enough qualifications and my sales skills are not bad either. The position of sales manager will definitely be hers. But after Xiang Feng's disturbance, he directly mentioned the team leader to Lilia. Plus a number of big orders signed in Shanghai. Climbed directly on top of her. Unless Lilia was transferred, otherwise she would be considered old. As long as she stays in this company, He Hanin will have to keep her head down. Lilia bit her lip and didn't want to talk. He Hanin was telling the truth, if it weren't for Xiang Feng. She couldn't be a team leader, especially not with her age and qualifications. Ascend to the position of manager. But she is also working hard, if it weren't for her sales performance improving this month. Will she have a chance to negotiate the deal? The sound of knocking on the door broke the silence in the house. Xiang Feng stuck his head out, holding a bag of takeout. Is Li Lia here? I wanted to prepare a little surprise, but the atmosphere inside seemed a little off. One by one, their eyes widened, knocking at the two people who were staring at each other in the company. What's going on? Xiang Feng, why are you here? Li Lia's anger disappeared and she immediately looked at Xiang Feng curiously. She saw the takeaway food in Xiang Feng's hand. Somewhat surprised, bought it for me? Xiang Feng sniffed and said speechlessly, if it's not you, then who else could it be? The takeout food was brought into the company. You actually ask this kind of question. Hurry up, and Li Lia said with a smile, thank you. Remember, you are my boyfriend now. After whispering something in Xiang Feng's ear, Li Lia then put her arm around Xiang Feng. In the eyes of others, Xiang Feng is his boyfriend. If I act too stiffly, he Hanin will look down on me. At least I will be more excited when speaking it in the company in the future. Xiang Feng was stunned. This woman, why doesn't she change her bad habits? I feel like there's something wrong with the atmosphere in front of me. Xiang Feng didn't expose it either. On a whim, his hand quietly climbed up Li Lia's buttocks. Chapter 89, Show of Love. Oh, you're going to die. Li Lia had never encountered such a perverted harassment before, and she was so scared that she screamed out. Of course, in the eyes of others, this is a perfect show of affection. Moreover, he did it blatantly in front of them. Xiang Feng whispered, didn't you say I was your boyfriend? What's wrong with touching me? No, if you dare to touch me again, I will bite you to death. She thought of the last time, also at the company. Xiang Feng kissed himself in full view of everyone. For the next 2 days, I was teased by my colleagues. Now, let us play it this way again. I am a manager after all, I don't care about my face. Okay, I won't do anything. I can just leave. Xiang Feng gave a sly smile and was about to turn around. How could she just watch Xiang Feng leave? Li Lia immediately gave in. I'm wrong. I'm wrong, okay? If Xiang Feng left at this time, if she was left here alone, she would be laughed to death. Okay, at worst, we can discuss it when no one is around. It was just a joke. Xiang Feng really didn't expect Li Lia to take it seriously. Looking at Li Lia's shy face, Xiang Feng suddenly felt a little guilty. But the movements of his hands were not full at all. He put his hand directly on Li Lia's hips and said loudly, I just happened to come to your company. Please show me your office. Just like that, the two of them were in an extremely ambiguous posture. Slowly walked into Li Lia's office. Inside, the door closed tightly with a bang. It seemed as if it was foreshadowing that something unspeakable was about to happen. But none of this has anything to do with them anymore. And he Hanin was still there. He had a bitter look on his face. I clearly overheard it. Wasn't that woman Li Lia getting angry at her boyfriend? But in the blink of an eye, the relationship between the two became so good. She glanced around. Before, those sisters used to have a great time chatting with each other. Now they all try to avoid her, separating her from the crowd. Even a few colleagues have started to make sarcastic remarks. I really don't know what some people are thinking. They just don't want others to be well. Mr. Li and that rich kid are clearly in love, but they have to spread rumors saying that the other person was dumped. That's right, typical of sour grapes. In an instant, he Hanin became the target of public criticism. Of course, because of her big tongue. Not to mention that all the people were caught by Li Lia. And they are a loving couple. Look, they are very loving. If their boyfriends really wanted to pursue the matter, they couldn't afford to offend these rich people. At times like this, of course, you can only pass the buck. Who asked he Hanin to bring up this topic? In the office, Li Lia slapped Xiang Feng's dirty hands away. How embarrassing. She had never experienced such an embarrassing scene before. In front of friends and colleagues. She walked in with her butt touched. After leaving this door, she didn't know how to face people. What's wrong, Yaya? Why are you so angry? Xiang Feng shamelessly approached him again. It can be said that it has not exploded until now. It kind of refreshed his cognition. He originally thought that according to Lilia's bad temper, maybe she would slap his hand away. What I didn't expect was that he would let me touch him for so long. I have to say, this feel. Wow, it's full and soft, just great. Looking at Xiang Feng's intoxicated face, Lilia was so angry that she couldn't help but hit this bitch. He picked up the bench under the table and started to greet him. You're crazy. Xiang Feng was so frightened that he quickly stepped back and escaped the disaster. But the chair was not so lucky. With a snap, one of the chair legs broke. Ah! Lilia screamed out and squatted down in pain. Hey, stop pretending. I don't buy it. Xiang Feng is not stupid, this woman must be pretending. Just wait for it to pass, and then give yourself a big bite. Lilia let go of her hand, breathing in a trace of cold air. Xiang Feng saw that there was a scratch on Lilia's knee. I have to say, this woman is really unlucky. The chair hit the tiles, and the wood chips that flew out just scratched Lilia's knees. If this is retribution, it came too quickly. Since the other person was injured, Xiang Feng didn't want to care about it anymore. Under Lilia's murderous gaze, he helped her up. You should think it over carefully. If you chase me away now, both of us will suffer. Seeing that expression, Xiang Feng was really scared. He immediately reminded Lilia that if he really used violence, he would not be the only one to fall. Carefully helped Lilia to the sofa. Xiang Feng was worried now. Hey, that splinter is still stuck in your flesh. You need to pick it out quickly. What? Lilia glared and said anxiously, then you should pick out the sawdust quickly. What if it gets infected? Women all love beauty. Naturally, Lilia was also included. She has always been very satisfied with her long legs. Chapter 90 Ambiguity. If there really was another scar, she would definitely bite Xiang Feng to death immediately. It's so easy to get infected. Xiang Feng rolled his eyes and then squatted down. He picked up Lilia's leg and began to check the wound. Yes, it goes in. Do you really want to pick it? It will hurt. Lilia gritted her teeth and said, pick. She tried her best to keep her thighs in good shape. Hey, where's the alcohol? Upon hearing this, Lilia suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. She knew what Xiang Feng meant. For her own good, disinfect in advance. But that thing, if it gets on you. It's so sour and refreshing, it's scary just thinking about it. Can you use a gentler approach? Be gentle? Xiang Feng thought about it and remembered the time when he fell and got injured as a child. My mother's way of dealing with it. Slowly moved his mouth closer. This scene instantly aroused Lilia's vigilance. An evil picture appeared in her mind. He turned his leg and kicked Xiang Feng in the chest. What are you doing? That's what you did, pervert. Xiang Feng, I'm just being nice and helping you blow it first, what do you mean? Only then did Lilia realize her misunderstanding and lowered her head. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought you wanted to do that. What? After thinking about it again, Xiang Feng seemed to understand the evil thoughts in Lilia's head. He pouted and said, come on, stop it. I'm not interested in your stinky feet. Really, who do you think you are? Although those legs look fair and slender. But am I the kind of person who plays with other people's legs? Lilia, who had felt a little sorry just now, suddenly felt unhappy. My feet are smelly, please speak properly to me. Lilia had just felt a little guilty, but that feeling disappeared in an instant. Xiang Feng followed Lilia's meaning and nodded. Yes, your feet smell really good, okay, that's why I came closer, okay? Hurry up, where's the alcohol? If you delay any longer, I think the sawdust will take root in your legs. Following the direction Lilia pointed, Xiang Feng took out a bottle of white wine. There's a little difference, but it's not a big deal. After opening the bottle, Xiang Feng said something first. Hold on. Then he took a sip of white wine and sprayed it onto Lilia's wound. The alcohol mist sprayed on Lilia's wound. Ah! Deafening screams filled the office. Everyone, including those in the company, were frightened by the noise coming from inside the door. Managerly, can't you be more subtle? Even though your boyfriend is here, there's no need to be so anxious. There were quite a lot of noises in the house, including some bumps and bangs. Of course, it also reached the ears of everyone. They were a young couple, so naturally no one would dare to harass them. But this does not mean that we should just pretend they don't exist. Inside the house, Lilia had tears in her eyes. Looking at the blood left by the mixture of wine and water, he opened his mouth and roared. You never say a word with your mouth. At this time, everyone outside the office. I was petrified instantly. No matter how good the sound insulation is, we are still under the same roof. Such fierce words could actually be spoken. Use your mouth, and then scream. That's amazing, I never noticed it before. Manager Lee is such a cool and aloof person, but he also has such a bohemian side. What's going on? The overly quiet voice made General Manager Zhang feel that something was wrong. She came out and asked, What are you doing? What's going on? An employee hurried forward and whispered in Manager Zhang's ear. After all, there's really no way to talk about this kind of thing. After listening to this, the expression on Manager Zhang's face changed again and again. Lilia, vulgar? This is totally unrelated. Besides, this is a company, and there are still people who are so bold. It's not impossible, there is a rich second generation here. Those people just like to find excitement in some new and novel places. The impact is still not good, Manager Zhang sighed and then gave orders. When Lilia comes out later, ask her to go to my office. This kind of thing is better to see it but not speak out. Manager Zhang had no intention of disrupting the situation now, after all, Xiang Feng's identity was there. Inside, Xiang Feng said calmly, Didn't I tell you to be patient? Lilia bit her lower lip and said harshly, Who knew you would spray it directly? Can't you find a cotton swab? Xiang Feng said speechlessly, Aren't you afraid of being lazy and troublesome? Think about it, it's better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. It's better to pour it down with a mouthful than to wipe it off bit by bit. Having said that, Xiang Feng squatted down again. Put Lilia's ankles in your arms. He pinched the wood chip and pulled it out with his backhand. Compared to the previous bite, Lilia is now immune. Although it hurts, it has long been covered up. Do you have any gauze? Lilia shook her head, no. This is the company, there are so many convenient and professional things. But after this incident, Lilia also thought of it. From now on, I must buy a first aid kit for my home or company. Chapter 91 Low Profile. Otherwise, I will meet someone like Xiang Feng who doesn't know how to be gentle with women again. Isn't it completely game over? No, let's leave it like this for now. Looking at Xiang Feng wiping the wound seriously, Lilia said unconsciously. Didn't you find a house? Why are you back? We can't move now. Let's wait a few days. You mean the house has been found? Xiang Feng raised his head and raised his eyelids. Yes, it was given by Donglong Group. It's a villa worth more than 30 million, plus 30 million in cash. What? Lilia widened her eyes and then shook her head. Just brag as much as you can. It's you who's buying the house. How could they give you money? He still knew about Donglong Group. Property sellers throughout Daxia. One sentence can affect the GDP of the entire city. How could he care about Xiang Feng? Without any further explanation, Xiang Feng stood up. All right. Actually, the scar isn't that big. It will be fine after the scar forms in 2 days. It looks like a big wound. It's just a small wound after all. But when she heard about scarring, Lilia still felt a little uncomfortable. I have already made up my mind. I must go to a cosmetics store in a couple of days to take a good look to see if there is anything that can remove scars. I stood up and didn't feel much pain anymore. Xiang Feng said, When did you get off work? I drove here to pick you up today. If you don't tell me, Lilia would have forgotten everything. The two had an agreement before. Xiang Feng has to pick me up from get off work every day. But it seems that this straight man has forgotten about it. He never came here once. What is your relationship with Yuan Yuan? Xiang Feng, what? Covering her forehead, Lilia asked again, It's Jiang Yuan, I think she seems to like you very much, what's going on? With her, we are just ordinary friends. By the way, I am her landlord. I rented the villa he lives in at Riverside Coast to him. Hearing this, Lilia felt depressed again. How can this guy be so capable? Luxury sports cars, brand name villas, everything. If Xiang Feng had dressed more decently during the blind date, she wouldn't have been so ignorant. Okay, go down and wait for me, we'll be off work soon. Xiang Feng looked up at his watch and said, Okay. Just when Xiang Feng was about to open the door, Lilia called Xiang Feng again. Don't keep waiting for me. Xiang Feng. This is said as if he is so unreliable. After making an okay expression, Xiang Feng went downstairs. As for Lilia, it was almost time to get off work. He turned around and started packing up his things. Managerly, General Manager Zhang just asked you to go to her office. Is that so? Lilia didn't take it to heart. Just went there directly. In the office, Manager Zhang straightened out the way he spoke. The bitter mother-in-law said, Leah, I am actually very optimistic about you. You are smart, capable, and have your own independent thinking. Lilia, who didn't know why the manager suddenly said this, was suddenly at a loss. Manager, did I do something wrong? After reviewing the vocabulary again, Manager Zhang still felt that he should be more tactful. Leah, you have to be careful when you do that with your boyfriend in the future. Not to mention in the company, even women shouldn't do that. Look at what your knees have become. Ha! This and that, even Lilia is a newbie who has never been in a relationship. I also know what these words are talking about. When I thought about myself in the office, I shouted a little loudly. Her cheeks immediately turned red as she explained. Manager, things are not what you think. Xiang Feng just wanted to help me clean my wound. Manager Zhang, then tell me, this wound was not there when you went in, but how come you have it when you come out? In one sentence, Lilia was blocked. She really wanted to explain that it was just her bad luck. He accidentally hurt himself with a chair. But once this is told to others, this fake couple will be exposed. The manager, this. The manager gave Lilia a look that said, I understand you, and interrupted her hesitating speech. I've been through this before, and I know that young people like to seek excitement, but this is in the company after all. Look, this has a very bad impact. Lilia was shocked. Everyone in the company knows about it? Looking at the manager's shaking head, Lilia's heart gradually calmed down. If this is true, then she will have no clean record in the company in the future. Would anyone still believe that she is still a virgin? Don't worry, we will keep this a secret for you. As I said before, young man, you should exercise moderation. I will give you an hour off tomorrow morning, so you can come later. The so-called want to cry but have no tears probably describes Lilia's expression at this moment. When the manager said this, he was acknowledging something that the entire company knew. Keep it a secret. What a secret? It's a tacit agreement. Is a confidentiality agreement useful? Just thinking about the strange way her colleague looked at her just now, it turned out to be because of this. Chapter 92 The Unlucky Guy. It's over. I will lose all my face in the company. She didn't know that Xiang Feng came to see her. Such a huge mistake happened. After packing up her things as quickly as possible, Lilia left with the package. It was her holiday, so it was great that she could come to the company in the afternoon. Downstairs, Xiang Feng's Bugatti was parked on the road. In terms of riding comfort, Xiang Feng still prefers this car more. Hey, here. Still angry, Lilia walked up to Xiang Feng. He stomped his feet hard. You did it on purpose. If you know there are so many unexpected things, why would he let Xiang Feng come to pick him up? Nothing good happens every time. Xiang Feng said speechlessly, just think of it as my repayment for your rent, okay? After all, they are a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Standing on the side of the road arguing is naturally eye-catching. What's more, there is also a Bugatti Veyron. As more and more eyes were looking at him, Xiang Feng advised. Let's go back first. If you don't like it, I won't come again. You. Lilia burst into anger and pointed her finger at Xiang Feng, but she couldn't say a word. You're good enough. After getting in the car, Xiang Feng fastened his seatbelt and asked, by the way, where is Zhang Yueyuan? He remembered that they were lying in the same bed yesterday. When I came back this afternoon. But there was no sign of Zhang Yueyuan. Still angry, Lilia hugged him and looked aside. I'm leaving to discuss business with the big boss you recommended. In her heart, Lilia had cursed Xiang Feng thousands of times. I am still angry. He actually cares about others in front of me. This guy is a straight talker. Oh, will she come back for dinner in the evening? Lilia snorted coldly and said unhappily, you care about her so much, why don't you just call and ask? I don't know where this woman got so angry. Xiang Feng narrowed his eyes curiously, is your period coming today? What? Lilia was stunned for a moment, then reacted. You just got your period, your whole family is here. She kept waving her angry little fists towards Xiang Feng. The sports car was so small that Xiang Feng had nowhere to hide. He quickly covered his face with both hands. Hey, what's wrong with you, woman? Why do you just start a fight as soon as you say so? Did I provoke you? I've just been acting with you today. Crazy woman, stop it right now, do you hear me? Xiang Feng doesn't know how to be gentle and considerate to women. He directly grabbed Lilia's hand. He stood up and leaned over. This is my territory. If you keep making trouble, I'll fight back. It was clearly visible that Xiang Feng's breath subconsciously hit Lilia's face. This was the first time the two of them had looked at each other closely. Get out of the way. Get out of the way now. Xiang Feng chuckled. Get up. I'll let you hit me again, okay? I don't know if it was intentional or not, but Lilia always felt her face getting hot. Stop fighting, okay? Let me go. Seeing Lilia give in, Xiang Feng smiled with evil humor. Or, if you call me husband, I will let go. What? Lilia said in shame and anger, get lost, I won't scream. So, in order to escape from Xiang Feng's clutches, Lilia began to struggle desperately. It manifests itself outside the car as a very rhythmic vibration. Lewiston employees walked out from downstairs at the end of the working day. Because Xiang Fengka had been here once, they remembered Xiang Feng's Bugatti. I was thinking of saying hello. But when I approached the car, I just knocked on the glass. Something was wrong, and the pupils suddenly contracted. Why is the frequency of this vibration a bit strange? Or, let's say hello next time. I can only say that the magic of love is too great. A goddess as cool as managerly. I couldn't resist it. This is on my eldest sister. Although the windows of the sports car are well made and airtight, we should always pay attention to the impact. Inside the car, the thudding sound was heard, and several figures appeared at the window. Xiang Feng didn't continue to make trouble. Released Lilia's hands. Your colleague is looking for you. Don't do it again if I let go. After saying that, Xiang Feng shrank back to the driver's seat and rolled down the window. Hey, let me sort it out. But it was too late, the car window was half down. Lilia's messy hairstyle was revealed. Apparently it was after a big battle. Lilia bit her lip and tried her best to act as if nothing had happened. Xiaoli, what's the matter? The employee called Xiaoli shrank her neck and quickly took a few steps back. Manager, it's okay, just continue and leave us alone. I don't know if I have delayed the manager's good things. Everyone was busy wondering if someone would make things difficult for them. He ran away at an incredibly fast pace. Ah. Lilia was about to cry. Why is she so unlucky this time? Nothing good can come of being with this guy. It's all your fault. He rubbed his hair frantically, it was hard to explain himself. Now, in the eyes of colleagues, her image was completely ruined by Xiang Feng. Chapter 93 Strange Couple. The kind that even Guanyin Bodhisattva can't save him. No. Lilia suddenly became serious. It was as if he had made some important decision. Two bright eyes gradually turned towards Xiang Feng. Faced with the sudden danger, Xiang Feng subconsciously covered his chest. What do you want to do? As Xiang Feng looked at her in confusion, Lilia spoke word by word. I want you to be responsible. Xiang Feng. Why? I didn't do anything. Just kidding, he is now a distinguished bachelor. It's a huge forest where you can just turn around and pick whatever you want. Although I have no interest in it at the moment. But Xiang Feng had no intention of being tied to a tree and dying. I don't care. If you don't agree, I'll ask my mother to help me with matchmaking. These days, according to the news, she went to visit Xiang Feng's house. My future mother-in-law likes me very much. This kind of thing can be solved as long as the window paper is broken. Is she still afraid that Xiang Feng will not agree? The only doubt is that Uncle Xiang's family seems to be no different from ordinary people. Of course, except for the freak Xiang Feng. You are just being a scoundrel. You were the one who dumped me in the first place. I remember how arrogant Lilia was when we were on a blind date. He wants a house and a car, but the only thing he needs is money. Now, there are even people forcing CPs. So what? Anyway, I regret it now. If you don't agree, I will ask my mother to help me. It was your mother who arranged a blind date with my family anyway. Don't. Xiang Feng hurriedly stopped Li Lia from taking out her cell phone. He's not ready yet. If I suddenly tell my parents that I have become rich, the total net worth is at least 1 billion. I don't know how scared my parents will be. After all, even if you have a money printing machine at home, you can't earn this much in just a few weeks. In short, not until a certain time. Xiang Feng didn't intend to tell his parents. Okay, I promise to be responsible for you, isn't that enough? Hearing this, Li Lia's eyes flashed slightly. You know, Xiang Feng's pulse point is home. She tossed her head and said smugly. Look at your tone. It sounds like you are being wronged. Although you have a little money, I am not poor either. When I was abroad, the people chasing me lined up from school to Daxia. Xiang Feng curled his lips slightly. No comment, no rebuttal. There is no doubt about this, let us just talk about Li Lia's qualifications. She is highly educated, has fair skin and good looks. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is white, rich and beautiful. However, it also depends on who you are comparing yourself with. As for Xiang Feng now, he is not even a star at Jiang Yueyuan's level. They are just his employees. What does a girlfriend with experience do? Make money? Have the ability and need you to go out to work? As for the beautiful girls, haha. When you throw a handful of money around, everyone will come up to it honestly. At this time, Li Lia asked curiously. You said you agreed to be my boyfriend, so shouldn't we go shopping, watch a movie or something? Looking at Li Lia's curious little eyes, Xiang Feng seemed to have discovered a new world, and said in surprise, don't tell me you have never been in love. Li Lia said this during the blind date. Xiang Feng didn't take it seriously. After all, there are many girls who hide their dating history when going on blind dates. But look at Li Lia's current operation as a complete novice. He was a little shocked. Could it be that Li Lia had never been in love? Li Lia shook her head and frowned in dissatisfaction. Didn't I tell you, really? She was studying at MIT, so she had no time for a relationship. Besides, they are all foreigners. As a person with a homesickness complex, she had absolutely no interest in it. After graduation, I returned to China and started working. I'm so exhausted from work every day, so I don't have time to fall in love. Even when I want to fall in love, I can only rely on blind dates. Xiang Feng's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. He suddenly felt as if he had done what he had agreed to. It seems not so torturous anymore. Female doctor, fair skin and beautiful face, first love. Damn, it's hard to find even with a lantern. The blind date my mother arranged for me is a top-notch guy. Ahem, actually, there are many ways to fall in love. At this time, Xiang Feng used his instincts. Compared to the top student in front of him, its love history is insignificant. It became a teaching template. The yellow Bugatti Veyron was also drifting away in the whirring evening breeze. When getting out of the car, Xiang Feng was holding Li Lia's hand. Li Lia did not have much aversion to this. I have touched things that I shouldn't have touched, so why should I care about these things? Remember, the most important thing when it comes to love is to relax, just unwind. There were only a few passers-by in the neighborhood, and they always turned back to look at the two of them. But Li Lia was tense all over. It's really sad, when there are still more than 60 million single men in China. There are girls who have graduated but have never been in a relationship. I'll try my best. Li Lia took a long breath and calmed herself down. This is the first time that someone looks at me in this way. In the past, her appearance always caused surprise. Like today, being looked at with pointing eyes. It feels weird. Chapter 94 Headphones. When Xiang Feng was going up to the residential building, he received a call from the courier. It was his headphones that arrived. Looking at the STO express order above, Xiang Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. A pair of headphones worth more than 10 million yuan were actually sold on an e-commerce platform. Delivered by STO Express. Well, why don't you go upstairs first and I'll pick up a package. After watching Li Lia go upstairs, Xiang Feng followed the key code. The internationally renowned Sennheiser earphones have 108 equal amounts of non-blue diamonds inlaid on their headphone cables. The earphones are not big, but they feel heavy. Xiang Feng opened the package, wondering why the headphones would be so expensive. The moment I opened it, my eyes widened. The long lines in front of you, this is not a headset. This is a work of art, with both earphone cables placed in an artistic position. On the tangled headphone wires, you can vaguely see lovers formed by blue diamonds. This made Xiang Feng unable to do anything for a while. Afraid of destroying this perfect work of art. Otherwise, let's wait and make money first. After thinking about it, Xiang Feng didn't move for the time being. Because he seemed to understand the system's routine. If you want to make money from flash sales, renting them out is the best way. Such a beautiful pair of headphones, not to mention the sound quality. Just to rent it to young people who want to show off, they would definitely scramble for it. After buying some vegetables, Xiang Feng returned to the house. A world for two people. It can be said that today is also the most awkward day for Xiang Feng. It was a rare moment of silence with Lilia, who was always arguing. Eat and chat quietly. Quietly teaching a grown girl how to fall in love. It feels weird. Of course, it only lasts until bedtime. When Xiang Feng suggested that boyfriends and girlfriends should sleep together. Lilia's true identity was exposed, and she told Xiang Feng to get lost. The next day, Xiang Feng got up early. Because of the city lord's relationship, their scientific research license will be issued soon. The current progress is to start recruiting people and then expand. If Xiang Feng was short of funds before, he is undoubtedly much more relaxed now. The injection of working capital into various companies, plus the 30 million yuan given by Long Qing. It was enough to make Xiang Feng's career explode in an extremely terrifying way. System, open the mall. Ding, the host's potential score for being a rich man has reached 6 points. The mall can be upgraded. Do you want to upgrade? Oh, there's this thing. Xiang Feng felt the accumulated wealth. But most of them are the effects brought by those two certificates. As for the other companies that received the gifts, whether they should make profits or not, it has nothing to do with him. The company ran fast and gave an impromptu speech when it was accepted. As for the entertainment company, they only sent Jiang Yueyuan over. I can only say that it was not wasted. But I didn't expect that the flash sale system could be upgraded. This was something Xiang Feng never expected. System, hurry up, upgrade quickly. Right now, the products sold at flash sales are worth at least tens of millions. Looking forward to it, if it really is upgraded. What will the system send out? Ding, the system is upgrading, loading speed, 0.1. Xiang Feng. Looking at the slow progress, Xiang Feng felt a little regretful. Today is a new day for him. It's a new day for them all. You are so cruel, system. Judging from the trend, it will take at least 10 hours to complete. Xiang Feng put it aside for the time being. Get dressed and get ready to go out. On the table in the living room were soy milk and steamed buns left by Lilia. I have to say, this girlfriend. Sometimes it's quite cute. Picking up the note on the table, Xiang Feng read it out subconsciously. Dear, shy expression. There is breakfast on the table for you, remember to eat it, I'm going to work, and thank you very much for your gift, I like it very much. This feeling is not bad. When I came to my senses, the conditions Lilia proposed during the blind date were not too excessive. She is very outstanding and qualified to choose a boyfriend with good conditions. Thinking of this, Xiang Feng couldn't help but slap himself. So cheap. He still loves the whole family and starts to comfort himself. Suddenly, Xiang Feng seemed to have thought of something. Gift, when did you buy the gift? He thought of the headphones he brought yesterday and seemed to have placed them on the shoe rack. Without caring about the delicious breakfast on the table, Xiang Feng rushed straight to the shoe rack. Look hard, look desperately. But even if he looked at the soles of his shoes, still nothing. It's over. The earphones that were instantly killed by the system were taken away as a gift by that unlucky woman Lilia. Things that are instantly sold out by the system are meant to be used for profit. Otherwise, it will only be valid for 3 days. After that, anything that is not profitable will be automatically eliminated. More than 10 million. I really want to call Lilia and tell her that the headphones are not for him. But when the phone was in his hand, Xiang Feng couldn't press the key. He got up so early and ran downstairs to buy breakfast for himself. I am still a boyfriend. It would be shameful to say such words. The key is that the system is still being upgraded, and I don't know whether the headphones still count. Big head. Chapter 95: The Head Teacher's Phone Call. What can I do if I want to save face? The only thing we can do now is to take one step at a time. It's not good to be too decadent so early in the morning. Xiang Feng decided to go for a run first. He hasn't exercised for a long time since he started driving a sports car. Just a casual outfit, no need to change. The kind that you can move by just running downstairs. Just as I was about to go downstairs, the passion that had been brewing with great difficulty was interrupted again. If it's someone I don't know, no matter who it is, I'll scold him first. Xiang Feng returned to the coffee table angrily. I picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from my counselor, Lu Jing. Xiang Feng frowned. Teacher Lu, what's the matter? On the other end, there was silence and no one spoke. There were intermittent breathing sounds, and Xiang Feng seemed to have thought of something. Teacher Lu, is it because you don't have enough money? Lu Jing said tremblingly. Xiang Feng, can you lend me another 200,000 yuan? Xiang Feng thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, Teacher Lu, can you tell me what happened? Xiang Feng knew the temper of his counselor. She is the kind of person who would rather suffer herself than let others suffer. Besides, I am her student. If it's just for emergency, 1 million is only. To him now, it is just a drop in the bucket. But these things happened one after another, so Xiang Feng couldn't help but be cautious. Perhaps, Lu Jing is not just short of money. In its opinion, it would be very difficult for Lu Jing to spend all the 1 million. Not just as a creditor. Same as a student. Xiang Feng also wanted to know if Lu Jing was in any trouble. I can lend you 200,000, Mr. Lu, don't worry, I'm just worried that you might get involved in loan sharking. Lu Jing had no other ideas. She was just moved, time and time again, and even she felt that she was too thick-skinned. But there was nothing I could do, my mother was still lying in the hospital bed. She had to find a way. Xiang Feng, if you can, please come over. I'm in the Qinghai Pulmonary Hospital building. If you can you bring 200,000 yuan in cash? There was no concealment, after all, Xiang Feng was the creditor. It is normal to have the right to know. It took Xiang Feng more than 40 minutes to reach the pulmonary hospital. I met my former counselor, Lu Jing. At this moment, the dimples that used to show her laughter were gone. Instead, there are dark eye sockets. The long, fine hair looks like it has not been taken care of for a long time. A bit messy. You can imagine the red bloodshot eyes. What bad things did Lu Jing go through during this period of time? Teacher Lu, the money is in the bag. On the bench in the infirmary, Xiang Feng pushed the bag in his hand in front of Lu Jing. He sighed, Hey, Mr. Lu, can you tell me what happened recently? Maybe I have been suppressed for too long and now I have someone to talk to. Lu Jing couldn't help but start talking about what happened recently. It was all caused by her good-for-nothing brother. Because he was fooling around with other people, he was defrauded of 300,000 yuan. And Lu Jing's younger brother is even more direct. He picked up a chair and smashed a hole in the boss's head. Then ran away. The man ran away, but the gangster boss was not willing to let Lu Yong go. Found the residence of Lu Jing's family. The document signed by Lu Yong for borrowing money was placed in front of Lu Jing. Want money? The total amount of debt and medical expenses is 600,000. There was no way Lu Jing was willing to give it, and even if she wanted to, she didn't have that much money. Also because of her brother's disappearance, Lu Jing's mother went to argue with him. He was kicked into the hospital. It was originally just a sprain, but after checking, only then did Lu Jing realize that her mother had already suffered from uremia. This thing requires a kidney replacement. Just for the sake of her sister and brother, she kept it to herself. Until now, the gang leader has been bringing people to harass us and ask for money every few days. And the cost of my mother's medical treatment is another huge sum. The suffocating pressure immediately made Lu Jing breathless. Because of that bunch of hooligans at school. For the sake of her reputation, she was temporarily suspended from her position. Up to now, Lu Jing thought it was her good-for-nothing brother. It was a complete mess. The 1 million yuan borrowed from Xiang Feng was just to transfer his mother to another hospital. Go to a better hospital for surgery. But yesterday, I paid 800,000 yuan in medical bills. She took out the remaining 200,000 yuan and prepared to put it into her medical card for backup. Who knew that he would be encountered by that group of thugs? Without saying a word, he snatched the 200,000 yuan from her hand. What is funny is that in such a huge hospital, no one came forward to help her, not even one called the police. There is only the cost of the surgery, and the initial nutrient solution will not be enough. Going on the operating table would mean death. With no other options, Lu Jing could only find Xiang Feng again. After hearing this, Xiang Feng didn't know what to say. Life is full of twists and turns, and things in the world are unpredictable. The sins committed by her brother fell upon her. In front of me is Lu Jing, who is 2 or 3 years older than me. What he had to bear on his shoulders was beyond his imagination. Hey, let's put the 200,000 in first. Having done so much, Xiang Feng naturally would not leave alone. He looked at Lu Jing and said, "If you trust me, let me handle the group of people who cheated your brother, okay?" Chapter 96: The Brother Supporting Demon. You? Although she knew that Xiang Feng was rich, Lu Jing still didn't dare to ask Xiang Feng to take risks. After all, that group of people only care about money. If we can't reach an agreement, we'll have to take direct action. He has already lent himself 1.2 million yuan, and if Xiang Feng makes any mistake again, she will feel guilty for the rest of her life. Forget it. They are not easy to mess with. I heard that they have someone protecting them. Also, because of this relationship, can act recklessly in the hospital. And no one dared to say anything. Sometimes, rich people are really afraid of this kind of gang. Xiang Feng smiled bitterly and said, "How are you going to pay back the remaining money? Do you really think they can just let it go?" In his opinion, if those people could come for the first time, why would they not dare to come for the second time? He robbed 200,000 yuan, but still had 400,000 yuan left. At this time, Lu Jing lowered her head. The decision that was wavering in his eyes gradually became firm. They said that as long as I went to have a drink with them, the 400,000 yuan my brother still owed could be written off. Oh shit. Xiang Feng slapped himself on the forehead. Do you know what this sentence means? Lu Jing nodded doubtfully. I know, my students told me that they only go to that kind of place to work for a day. In her opinion, it was just a question of whether or not she could drink it. They set up the trap to cheat people. Now that I've got 200,000 yuan, why would I keep holding on to it? You actually believed what those female students said. Xiang Feng was suddenly speechless. It turned out that he was the counselor. After graduation, in addition to being a teacher, no other employment experience at all. A bar girl or a KTV princess, do you know what these people do? Lu Jing raised her pupils and asked, I know. Xiang Feng, you say. It's just drinking. There was really no way to communicate, so Xiang Feng just spoke directly. Miss, you know this is the career you want to do. What? Hearing this, Lu Jing was stunned. Those people actually asked her to do this. Now, are you sure you still want to go? In his eyes, Lu Jing suddenly became a little depressed. Now, she really didn't know what to do. Glancing at Xiang Feng standing aside, Lu Jing gritted her teeth and said, Xiang Feng, what do you think of me? Xiang Feng was puzzled and didn't know why he asked this question at this time. He subconsciously glanced at Lu Jing. Although the skin looks slightly matched, the appearance makes them look even more pitiful. And Lu Jing's lively eyes. It adds a lot of points to her. From a man's perspective, Lu Jing is a gentle type. Teacher Lu, you are fine. After all, she was his counselor for 3 years, so Xiang Feng couldn't be too blunt. The fingers that were clenched tightly together suddenly relaxed. Lu Jing softened her tone and said, Xiang Feng, if you let me do that, I would rather be your girlfriend for a day and let you do whatever you want. By the end, Lu Jing's last words were barely more than a mosquito's whisper. Because of shyness, her head almost drooped into her chin. But Xiang Feng still heard it. Puff. What did I hear? My counselor actually had such an idea. Xiang Feng stood up and looked at Lu Jing very seriously. Teacher, I have a girlfriend. Lu Jing blinked and said, I don't care. I won't tell your girlfriend. We're just together for 1 day anyway. A delicate beauty. Tell you you can do whatever you want. And you don't have to bear any responsibility. Any man would not be able to refuse. As for Xiang Feng, he had just hastily entered into a romantic relationship last night. He put his arm around Lu Jing's shoulders and said seriously, Teacher Lu, I'm not helping you for anything in return. If you ask, let alone the 400,000, I'll even lend you another 1 million. You are a good teacher and shouldn't be so impulsive. Xiang Feng's reason finally overcame his desire. Really, for a moment, Xiang Feng was moved. After all, up to now, he is still a little virgin. Lu Jing was stunned. She didn't expect Xiang Feng to reject her. After all, she knew that she was not bad-looking. In school, there were many students openly pursuing her. Xiang Feng is not short of money, and he is not here to collect debts. Just to help him. The reason he came up with this idea was because he was afraid that he could not pay back the more than 1 million yuan to Xiang Feng. If possible, she really hopes to exchange herself for another 400,000 from Xiang Feng. Teacher Lu, let's go in first. I brought a gift. Let's go see my aunt together. In order to avoid embarrassment, Xiang Feng simply changed the subject. He asked, picking up the fruit basket on the stool. Which room is my aunt in? It's at 1407. I'll take you there. After saying that, Lu Jing seemed to have thought of something. She walked up to Xiang Feng very embarrassedly and whispered, Xiang Feng, there is something else I want you to help me with. Don't be so polite. We are close friends. Don't forget that you are protecting our sister Lu in school. Chapter 97 Making Friends. It was just a joke to ease the embarrassment in Lu Jing's heart. Lu Jing said, Yesterday my mother asked me where the money for the surgery came from. I told her I borrowed it from a student, but she didn't believe me. Xiang Feng nodded and said, Yes, that's the truth. Before this, Xiang Feng was studying in a technical college. They were originally a group of mediocre students. If your family is rich, you can spend money to go to a better university. If you want to borrow money from students, you can easily take out 1 or 200,000. This is too unbelievable. Lu Jing's eyes became evasive, and for a moment she was afraid to look at Xiang Feng. I told my mom that I had a boyfriend and he paid for it. Xiang Feng nodded, Well, it's normal. As long as auntie can be relieved and have the surgery, there's nothing wrong with that. I told her that my boyfriend would come to see him in the next few days. Xiang Feng felt something was wrong. He pointed a finger at himself. You're not going to let me pretend to be your boyfriend. Looking at Lu Jing nodding her head. Xiang Feng didn't know what to say. Is it because I have been too lucky in love recently or what? I used to be single for thousands of years and lead an indifferent life. These 2 days have been broken one after another. Yesterday, Lilia, who had looked down on me before, confessed her love to me. Now, I have inexplicably gained a new counselor friend. It really is true. When you are rich enough, love luck will eventually catch up with you. At this point, Xiang Feng couldn't even say no. He smiled bitterly and said, Well, okay, I'll try to act more realistically later. Thank you. I'm hungry. Lu Jing felt a little embarrassed and asked Xiang Feng for help again and again. Chang pulled himself together and straightened his clothes. Then he walked into the ward. Fortunately, I came to see my counselor today. Xiang Feng at least paid attention to his own image. At least, not in front of the mother-in-law. It's too embarrassing. Mom, my boyfriend is here to see you. The woman lying on the hospital bed, or Lu Jing said. Xiang Feng never thought that it would be Lu Jing's mother. Hair may be caused by long-term fatigue and illness. It has turned gray. I can still walk and dance with my mother every day. They are completely two different concepts. Just the physique alone can be described as frail. He glanced at Lu Jing's profile, which was pretending to be strong. Xiang Feng then understood why Lu Jing, who had always been resolute, would give in. Accept your bottom line. It's really difficult for her. Aunt, it's Jingjing's fault for not telling me earlier, otherwise I would have come to see you a long time ago. Putting the fruit basket on the bedside table, Xiang Feng walked to Lu Jing again. The two of them stayed by Lu's mother's bed together. Hearing this, a slight smile appeared on Lu Mu's wrinkled face. You are Xiang Feng. I thought Xiao Jing was lying to me. You are a very energetic young man. My Xiao Jing is usually very willful. You have to give in to her more. After a few words, Lu's mother couldn't remember what to say. Xiang Feng hurriedly helped her up and put a quilt under Lu's mother. Aunt, please stop talking. Recovering from your illness is the most important thing. Jingjing, please listen to me. I like her willfulness. Seeing the relieved smile on my mother's lips, Lu Jing was touched. I don't know how long it has been since my mother laughed like this. This scene also fell into the eyes of the nurse. She teased, "Auntie, you really found a good son-in-law. The way he serves people looks just like your own son." It's true, Xiang Feng has had experience in the hospital. But that was because I was sick and my mother was taking care of me in the hospital. After a long time, Xiang Feng knew some details. For example, when placing a bed frame, it is best to put a high pillow under it first. But now, my mother didn't enjoy it. It was Lu Jing's mother who came. Mother Lu smiled an old and relieved smile and said to the nurse, "How lucky am I to have such a son? This young man paid for my surgery this time." Ah. Hearing this, the nurse was shocked. This amount of money is worth hundreds of thousands, just for dating, but they are willing to spend so much. Auntie, you are blessed. He knew about Lu's mother's situation. My family is just low-income earners. Now he has found a rich second-generation guy, and it seems that this guy is quite upright. I can only say I was lucky. If it weren't for Xiang Feng, Lu's mother would have suffered from uremia. The terror won't last long. Xiao Xiang, thank you for your help. Don't worry, our family will definitely return the money to you. Xiang Feng smiled lightly and said nonchalantly, "Auntie, my family doesn't lack this little money, and I really like Jingjing, so I'm just waiting for you to get better and take charge of the situation for us." As he performed, Xiang Feng unconsciously got into the state. What a sweet little mouth, it made Lu's mother laugh. Lu Jing saw this scene. It gave her a sudden sense of security. A long-lost warmth. But, she knew. All this is only temporary. The relationship between him and Xiang Feng was just an agreement made by Xiang Feng out of sympathy for her. Hey, why is it so noisy outside? Chapter 98 No more. Somehow, there was a commotion outside. Xiang Feng frowned immediately. Could this group of people be the debt collectors? Because he saw Lu Jing's face suddenly change color. The only people who could make Lu Jingru feel as scared as if she had smelled a tiger were those money-stealing guys. I took some time to give Tianyi a call. Xiang Feng walked up to Lu Jing and patted her shoulder. Don't be afraid, I'm here. The sudden sense of security dispelled much of Lu Jing's fear. She nodded heavily and said, "Well, I believe you. Auntie, let's go out and see what's going on. Tell the nurse to take good care of Lu's mother." Xiang Feng took Lu Jing to the outside of the ward. That bunch of thugs must not be put in the ward. If Lu's mother were to be stimulated again, Xiang Feng couldn't imagine how Lu Jing would collapse. At the staircase on the 14th floor, several thugs with purple tattoos on their arms and thighs were smoking cigarettes. Medical staff came forward to negotiate. But this kind of thing cannot be solved with just a few kind words of advice. I'm telling you, I've checked out the person. He's on this floor. Don't think I don't recognize you just because you moved to another ward. Let me tell you, you owe our boss money, not a single penny less, so pay it back quickly. Lu Jing, come out quickly. We can't let this group of people continue shouting. Xiang Feng took Lu Jing's hand and walked straight to the leader of the gang. Excuse me for making so much noise. There are quite a few patients here. If they continue to make trouble, the families of other patients will also be dissatisfied. When the time comes, it will be Lu Jing who will be embarrassed. The gang leader didn't have any extra frills. He was wearing a gray suit, which made him look quite decent if he was a debt collector. There was a little stubble on his chin, which matched his thin face. It seems that there is a lot more hostility. Wang Jinshui didn't know Xiang Feng and looked at Lu Jing beside him. I kind of understand the relationship between the two. He stared at Xiang Feng with a sinister look. Are you here to help this woman? I just said it yesterday, as long as Lu Jing is willing to go on stage once. Then he can give an explanation to the young master above. Now, if that person knew that there was a man beside Lu Jing. Wang Jinshui could already imagine his boss's anger. Stand out? Judging from this guy's tone, he seems very confident. You guys are causing trouble in the hospital now. What's going on? Are you really planning to rob me? Wang Jinshui said coldly, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. You are not qualified to be a hero and save the beauty. 400,000, take it if you can, otherwise stop talking nonsense. He looked at Xiang Feng's clothes. I don't want to look like a rich person. I just thought Xiang Feng was young and hot-headed and wanted to stand up for Lu Jing. Xiang Feng was amused and he laughed. Since his debut, he has never met anyone more arrogant than him. It seems that this guy must be of some importance. It's just 400,000 yuan, is it necessary to come here and make trouble every day? Upon hearing this, Wang Jinshui narrowed his eyes. You have? Xiang Feng, let's go, you guys like cash, I'll go downstairs and get it for you. Xiang Feng. Lu Jing suddenly became anxious and she grabbed Xiang Feng. This happened in the hospital, and this group of people were so arrogant. If he really goes down there, Xiang Feng will be alone. What else do they have to worry about? Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Giving Lu Jing a reassuring look, Xiang Feng turned his head towards Wang Jinshui. Let's go, dare you to go down. Wang Jinshui showed a disdainful smile. Who do you think you are? You still ask me if I dare? Agu, lead the way. Just kidding, he has been in the world for so many years. When have I ever been intimidated by a boy in his 20s? After going downstairs, Xiang Feng went to get the car first. When Wang Jinshui saw Xiang Feng's cool Bugatti, he was moved. With his knowledge, he could naturally tell how much the car in front of him was worth. Bugatti Veyron, Kirin, Supreme Lucky. The people who can be found in Shanghai are extremely rare. A feeling of uneasiness began to spread in my heart. After all, how could someone who can afford such a luxury car be an ordinary person? Xiang Feng pressed the remote control towards the car and said casually, Are you going to lead the way or am I going to lead the way? Seeing this, Wang Jinshui couldn't help but swallow. Really, he was scared. The reason why she can be so arrogant is because she has a young master backing her up. But now look at the intensity. The man following this woman Lu Jing. This level is not low. He is a gangster and it's true that he keeps his head on his belt all day long. But he is smart enough to know what level of situation he should not get involved in. Brother, I've thought about it, why don't we just forget about it for now? It was impossible to force him, so he had to go back and inform his master first. Xiang Feng snorted coldly. Why, didn't you always ask for money before? Now that I give you money, you are shrinking back instead. I. Wang Jinshui wanted to cry. Now he was like an ant caught in the middle. It's not easy to offend either side. Brother, I don't want this money anymore, okay? No more? Chapter 99. It's related. According to his plan, he wanted to lure this group of people to the place where they could collect the money. Then he called the group of younger brothers that Brother Tian had called. Crowd forward. This arrogant guy instantly realized the cruelty of society. Of course, he has the upper hand. We have to ask them to carefully calculate the medical expenses. But now let me say this. No more. Bullying cowards is not Xiang Feng's style. Boring. Forget it, just pay me back the 200,000 from yesterday, and we'll be even from now on. Also, Lu Jing is my girlfriend now. If you dare to harass him again, you can try to see if these brothers of yours can protect you. After hearing this, Wang Jinshui couldn't help but smile bitterly. Brother, this money has been divided among the brothers. What? Xiang Feng asked in surprise, did you give any points? My heart is bleeding. A full 200,000, and it was just lost yesterday. Just one night, I told him that the division had been completed. This group of people are quite good at their work. It's none of my business whether the money is fully divided or not. Let the people who took the money pay it out again. Wang Jinshui said with a sad face, Brother, this is the rule of our industry. Once you take it in, there is no reason to pour it out again. Their line of work. After getting the money, the first thing that comes to mind is of course to pick up a few princesses and have a good time. Of course, this is without sharing the money. Who would be willing to work with you? Rules are rules, but Xiang Feng doesn't care so much. This is your business. Tonight, I want to see you bring the money to the hospital for me. After saying that, Xiang Feng took out his cell phone. As a deterrent, he pressed the hands-free button. Brother Tian, the matter has been resolved, let's withdraw yours. Dong Tian's hearty laughter came from the other end. Ha, I was wondering who would dare to provoke you. Okay, call me anytime if you have anything. In this small piece of land in Shanghai, I am still the one who makes the decisions. He was frightened by a few thugs on the spot. They don't know what luxury cars are and cannot understand the value behind limited editions. I am still a little confused about Wang Jinshui's change. But Brother Tian, he is a man that is worshipped in their circle. One man, a grandfather-level commander of the Grey Road of Qinghai. It's absolutely the top in the circle. Only now did I realize that I had provoked someone I could not afford to offend. Brother, I still have a few $1,000s here, how about we give it to you? Several people, with stalemate looks on their faces. Full of fear. This also made Xiang Feng realize for the first time the importance of power. A problem that even 600,000 yuan cannot solve. To Brother Tian, it was just a matter of leaking a message. I have come to realize that if I really want to build a business chain of my own, then the other side. The chains that tie up some of the little devils must also be kept up. Finally, tens of thousands of dollars in wrinkled cash. All of them were placed in front of Wang Jinshui. Wang Jinshui kept shaking his head bitterly. In his opinion, no matter how powerful God is, there is always a gun hanging over his head. The truly wealthy people in Shanghai are the ones who dare to pull the trigger of a gun. In his opinion, Xiang Feng is the one who pulls the trigger. It is definitely more terrifying than God. These little brothers really don't know the real talent. Of course, he knew Xiang Feng, but he didn't have much basic knowledge. Having come this far, Xiang Feng couldn't make things difficult for him any further. However, the money still needs to be asked. That's your own money. After receiving tens of thousands of dollars, Xiang Feng returned to the ward. The moment she saw Xiang Feng, Lu Jing wondered if she was dazzled. After all, it's only been a few minutes. Xiang Feng returns safely? Besides, she was actually quite worried about the character of that group of thugs. What if he becomes greedy when he sees Xiang Feng has even more money? Obviously, all these worries were unnecessary. Xiang Feng placed the stack of money in his hand on the counter. He said to Lu's mother, "Aunt, I just went downstairs to get these. If you and Jingjing want to eat anything, just buy them." Mother Lu quickly shook her head and said it was not good. "Xiao Xiang, I know you're a caring kid, but you're just Xiao Jing's boyfriend. You really don't have to do so much for my family." As for the previous sum of money, Lu Jing acted first and reported to the authorities later. After all, the money has been given, so there is no point for Lu's mother to say anything more. But now, Xiang Feng has to spend money again and again. No one's money comes from the wind. Even if Xiang Feng doesn't care, his parents can't help but ask. Xiang Feng quickly put the money into the cabinet. As if he knew what Lu's mother was thinking, he began to explain. "Aunt, don't worry, this money is not from my family. I earned it by starting my own business. Don't worry." Even so, Lu's mother still refused. "Xiao Xiang, you have already paid for the surgery. Our family can handle the rest. You really don't have to worry about me." I feel like no amount of persuasion is of any use. Nothing he said made sense. Xiang Feng looked sad. He looked at Lu Jing for help. After a look of understanding, Lu Jing couldn't stand it anymore. She stood up and said in a shocking tone, "Mom, actually Xiang Feng and I already have a relationship." Chapter 100. There is someone behind. When these words came out, it was not just Lu's mother. Even the nurse looked at Lu Jing with surprise. She had been in love several times, but never something so bold. Mention this kind of thing in front of my mom and my family. Unexpectedly, this woman looks so weak. He spoke so harshly. As for Xiang Feng, he stood there in shock with his mouth wide open. He is just a bystander. When did this happen? Is that so? Mother Lu stared at Xiang Feng until he felt numb all over. He sighed slowly. Alas, a girl can't be kept at home when she grows up. After saying that, he looked at Lu Jing with some reproach. You are such a shameless kid. You can't just say such things casually. Lu Jingshi was hot and blurted out. After she finished speaking, even she wanted to slap herself in the face. Mom, so don't worry, Xiang Feng and I are family. Mother Lu nodded, no longer resisting as before. It is precisely because of this point that Lu Jing said this. She knew that Lu's mother was conservative, and only in this way could she make her mother feel at ease. After sorting out the money, he spent some time with Lu's mother. The atmosphere was awkward and Xiang Feng didn't say anything. After all, Lu Jing did this for her mother. The girl doesn't mind, so what else can he say? Sit alone in a chair outside the house. Xiang Feng was bored and scrolling through his phone. It's still yesterday's WeChat group. I don't know how many messages have appeared. What surprised Xiang Feng was that there was also a friend request message from Kongbok. Why did this guy add me? Xiang Feng nodded in agreement and was about to ask something. The person over there couldn't wait to type a line of words over. Xiang Feng, do you have time? I have a favor for you. Ha! Xiang Feng was happy, for he knew everything about Kongbok. I can only pretend to be cool in front of my classmates. But after all, he is a tough guy who absorbs formaldehyde. There is nothing wrong with taking pictures of your own villa. Xiang Feng made an expression of great interest. What project? Over there, at the Kompok in the South Bank Villas. When he saw Xiang Feng replied, he immediately smiled. Yesterday, he had planned to use this homeowner's house to do some decoration. Who knew that a real big shot would emerge from the group? Although many people did not believe it, Kongbok still kept it in mind. He found out after asking around. Luo Lidu has become the big boss. You know, a month ago. Luo like is just a working man like them. Now he has transformed himself into an entrepreneur in Shanghai. No matter how I think about it, it seems impossible. After careful inspection, he actually found a video on Douyin. One of the people inside was Xiang Feng. Although I don't know what Xiang Feng has experienced in the past year. But there is no doubt that Xiang Feng has become rich now. The real rich type. So, Kongbok started to think about it. After all, I still have a layer of tiger skin on my body. If only I could get some benefit from Xiang Feng. That couldn't be more appropriate. After carefully reviewing the previous plans, Kongbok spoke calmly. Long time no see, I didn't know you were doing so well. Xiang Feng went straight to the point and interrupted Kongbok's idea of reminiscing about the past. If you have anything to say, just tell me. He really wanted to see what was in this Kongbok cord. Xiang Feng, there is an unfinished building in Nanan District, near Yun District. Are you interested? Xiang Feng narrowed his eyes. It seems that this Kongbok is something. The Yun District is where Luo Li built his factory. Xiang Fengke was determined to acquire all the land nearby. Is that land yours? Kongbok, no, but I know the seller. He is going abroad and plans to sell this land at a low price. If you are interested, we can pool our money together to buy it. After thinking for a while, Xiang Feng continued to ask, aren't you rich? How come you can't even buy an unfinished building? The so-called unfinished building is a building that is half developed. The kind where investors withdraw their capital, or developers run away with the money. The project was halfway completed but the workers still hadn't been paid their wages. As long as you accept it, it's all trivial matters. There are definitely quite a few of them. But this type of property is also cheap. For half of them, it would only cost tens of millions. Kongbok had already thought of an answer to this question. Hey, Xiang Feng, all my money has been invested in a project, otherwise I wouldn't have come to you. We are all classmates, so we can trust each other when working together. When the time comes, we can take over the unfinished building, spend 10 or 20 million yuan, and easily get hundreds of millions of yuan with this loan. Very tempting. But Xiang Feng had completely lost interest. He probably knew what Kongbok was thinking. Want to trick him? Xiang Feng's eyes turned cold. Okay, how about we find some time to go and look at the land together? Seeing Xiang Feng agreed, Kongbok immediately got busy. Why don't we find a time? Let's go today and I'll take you to see the real boss. I don't have time today, so let's leave it at that for now. Chapter 101 Misunderstanding. After saying this, Xiang Feng closed the message. There was anger in his eyes. As a classmate, he didn't want to take advantage of anyone. However, he also doesn't like people treating him like a fool. If Kongbok was sensible, he would feel a little guilty. Xiang Feng was too lazy to pursue the matter. But if this guy is blinded by money, he will think he is easy to fool. Xiang Feng will let him know. The cruelty of the world. Over there, the thief is still determined. Kongbok sent several messages in succession. Seeing that Xiang Feng didn't reply, he simply called. Come again. Xiang Feng's eyes narrowed. This guy was given an opportunity, but he doesn't know how to cherish it. He has already planned it. If this guy still wants to fool people, can kill him. Xiang Feng, by the way, after we chatted yesterday, the monitor suggested that we all get together. Would you like to come? Xiang Feng couldn't help frowning. Not interested. Hang up the phone again. Still the same as before, meaningless. Luoli definitely doesn't have time to go, so he goes alone. I can all imagine what the scene will be like at that time. Even with a cell phone between them, Xiang Feng felt his scalp tingling from the harassment. If I really meet those old classmates, I want to know how to refuse them. Played with the phone for a while. I accompanied Lu Jing to complete most of the hospital procedures. It's time for Xiang Feng to leave. Because of the previous warning. He believed that those thugs would not be so blind. Go to the hospital to cause trouble again. After saying goodbye to Lu Jing, Xiang Feng searched for the phone number of the Lord of Qinghai City. Although I have made an agreement with Mr. Zhao. But seeing that old man's shrewd appearance, who knows if he will do anything weird. One is the acquisition site in Nan'an District, and the other is the so-called scientific research license and RD certificate. These two things cannot be taken lightly. Just thinking about these two things gave Xiang Feng a headache. He is just not cut out for this kind of thing. After thinking about it, I decided to give Luoli a call. For something like this, what's the point of just the big boss doing it? He was planning to give all these things to Luoli. Driving his iconic sports car. Xiang Feng came to the Feng Luo Real Estate Development Company, Limited, which had undergone a complete transformation. The sign at the door is quite big. But it will be demolished sooner or later. Change into a technology company. When he arrived at the office door, Xiang Feng did not disturb anyone. Just as I was about to knock on the door, I heard bursts of playful sounds from inside. A man and a woman, their laughter. Oh shit. This guy. In broad daylight, the door was closed during working hours. He also molested female employees. Her life was even more comfortable than his. Without thinking, Xiang Feng turned the door handle. Just rushed in. Sure enough, inside the house. A young girl was sitting on the sofa. And Luoli, one hand was touching someone's lower body. Who knows, this guy actually dares to do it in the company. Xiang Feng smiled awkwardly. Should I consider closing the door? We have to give this guy some face in front of outsiders. Luoli was startled and said nonchalantly. What are you talking about? Come here quickly, let's go together. Xiang Feng frowned. What are you talking about? Two people together. This is too much fun. Shaoluozi, I'm warning you, don't forget about the price of firewood, rice, oil and salt just because you're eating pork. If you want to date a girl, at least take her out with you. No one wanted to pay attention to Luoli anymore. It's only been a short time. He's just a simple boy. I actually got these weird habits. Glancing at the girl. I have to say that Luoli still has a keen eye. He looks to be in his early 20s at most. Her hair falls naturally on her shoulders, making her look youthful and energetic. What are you talking about? Luoli didn't understand and said unhappily, this is my sister. Even if it's you, Xiang Feng wondered if his ears were wrong. Is this your sister? During his 3 years in college, he had never heard that Luoli had a younger sister. But this is not the point now. Xiang Feng asked, your sister, what are you doing? Looking from his angle. The girl was sitting on the sofa, and Luoli was standing in front of her. No matter how you look at it, this is not something a pair of siblings would do. Luoli was speechless. He walked forward and pulled Xiang Feng to the sofa. My sister Luo Rao came to Qinghai for internship. She sprained her ankle when she came here today. I applied some medicine for her. What are you thinking? Take a look. Sure enough, it was where the leather sofa was. The girl took off her shoes and sat on the sofa. Clothes, intact. Of course, we can only say that Xiang Feng was just overthinking. Is he really your sister? Even so, Xiang Feng still found it hard to believe. To be honest, Luoli is not that good looking. Thick eyebrows and dark skin. It is really lucky to find a girlfriend. Such a rough guy actually has such a beautiful sister. At this time, the girl sitting on the sofa took the initiative to speak. Luo Rao blinked her long eyelashes as if she was radiating radio waves. Brother, is this the hardcore boss you mentioned? A clear and moving sound. But it is equipped with a pair of seductive eyes. Just that enchanting posture made Xiang Feng's body soften instantly. Chapter 102 Sister. Is this woman really here for an internship? Before Xiang Feng could think of anything else, Luo Rao directly grabbed Xiang Feng's arm. There was a tone in his voice that a man could not resist. Hey, I heard about you from my brother. You are the boss who started a business with my brother. How about I call you brother from now on? Brother, I heard that you also have a Bugatti sports car, is that true? Luo Rao's expectant look. Like flowing water waves, it stared straight at Xiang Feng. The words borrow a car were almost written in his eyes. It's difficult. Xiang Feng usually has quite a lot of contact with women. Facing beauties like Li Lia and Zhang Yueyuan, he can always remain calm. But facing Luo Rao, Xiang Feng was at a loss for words. She is Luo Li's sister. It doesn't seem right to slap her. But looking at her appearance, this woman must be very good at being friendly. If Xiang Feng really becomes a soft persimmon, he will be at the mercy of others in the future. Luo Li, explain to me what's going on. After coughing, Xiang Feng turned the blame to Luo Li. It's simple, the people you bring. Responsible for solving it yourself. Xiang Feng, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but my cousin is the school beauty after all, and it's great that she accepts you as her brother. It seems that Luo Li has truly doted on his sister. He completely ignored Xiang Feng's request for help. I don't know whether I really don't understand or I'm pretending not to understand. This girl's focus is on sports cars. Luo Rao, right? You can call me brother, but I have something to do now and can't take you out to play. The two huge black pearls in Luo Rao's eyes rolled around, and she poked her chin. Nodding playfully. Brother, why don't I go out and play with Xiang Feng? You can't go out with me anyway since you're in the company. Xiang Feng's eyes widened. Aren't you here for an internship? How come you still have time to play? Luo Rao said something, then waved her hand casually. I asked clearly before coming to Qinghai. My brother is the boss here, otherwise why would I come here for an internship? Xiang Feng touched his chin. So what? How can you be so stupid? Even Luo Li couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He tugged at the collar of his suit. He said to himself, my sister came here for internship because I am here. Isn't the purpose of internship to make money? The salary you offer me is enough to support her for a few years. You mean, she came here for internship, and you support her? The moment Luo Li nodded, Xiang Feng suddenly slapped him on the forehead. It is impossible to tell that Luo Li has become a successful person. The biggest change is that he has transformed into a sister-loving maniac. Luo Rao's reason for coming to Qinghai for an internship is even more bizarre. It's because I don't have to do an internship. What a weird pair of brother and sister. Okay, now let's talk business. Xiang Feng didn't want to care about other things, including Luo Li's sister. He came here today to discuss the company's transformation. Yeah. Luo Li waved his hand indifferently. Let's talk. Look at his expression, it seems that he doesn't understand Xiang Feng at all. Let's talk business. Are you sure your sister is here too? Luo Li said, Xiang Feng, don't look down on my sister. She studied economics in college and is a doctoral student at MIT. Hearing this, Xiang Feng was shocked. Is she a doctor? What's wrong with this era? These PhD students are all freaks. This playful Luo Rao in front of me is actually also a doctoral student? Luo Li smiled mysteriously and nodded. Of course, she hasn't gotten her doctorate yet, otherwise why would she come to Qinghai? There are a lot of people in Shanghai waiting to hire her. When talking about Luo Rao, Luo Li had a hint of pride on his face. Indeed, students who graduated from MIT. There are dozens of people in the top 100 of the rich list alone. It's just what is expressed on the surface. It is totally incomparable to any of the famous schools in Daxia. Well, let her stay here too. Xiang Feng didn't have any objection seeing this. Luo Li had good intentions and brought his sister over to help him. Getting to the point, Luo Li talked about the resources he had sorted out in the past few days. Development rights to surrounding land, scientific research and operation licenses. Of course, the auction scene was not mentioned. After listening to this, not only Luo Li, but also Luo Rao who was sitting upright on the sofa. They all stared at Xiang Feng with their big eyes. Maybe in Luo Li's opinion, this thing is just rare. But as a doctoral student, she is concerned about Daxia and domestic technology companies. What kind of attitude do you have? There are asset requirements and annual income requirements, and the application conditions are extremely harsh. But as long as you pass it, this means that there will be a resource tilt in many projects. Loans, low interest, equipment purchase, low price. Even if many original enterprises cannot obtain qualifications, they can still obtain them under the name of scientific research. There is basically no difficulty at all. Xiang Feng, you are awesome. After hearing this, Luoli jumped up first. He has been complaining a lot recently, but now he feels like a huge pie has fallen from the sky. Chapter 103 Suggestions. Xiang Feng waved his hand to indicate. Low profile, low profile. This is just normal operation. That's pretty much how things are now. Now that I have this thing, I can try to transform the company. At this point, Xiang Feng subconsciously looked at Luoli. When the land was handed over to Luoli, the two of them had agreed that these 3 plots of land in the South Bank District would be theirs in the future. Leave everything to Luoli and do real estate. Although there is a better choice now, Xiang Feng still has to care about Luo's thoughts. Fortunately, Luoli seemed to have no other ideas. He said excitedly, transfer it, you must transfer it, this is something that can really make money. Etc. The person who spoke was Luo Rao, and she was not sure why she would say such a thing. In the puzzled eyes of the two, Luo Rao slowly explained, excuse me, do you have any established projects now? Luoli only has a partial understanding of this issue. The Gong family from the Magic City came here last time. Because we have blue or buried underground, they were ready to cooperate with us. Having said this, Luoli couldn't help but fall silent. Now that you have a certificate in scientific research and management, you can't always do things. It is certain that the project will be established. But they don't seem to have any suitable projects at hand. It's like having a gun in your hand but not being able to find the right bullets. It's very uncomfortable. It's over now. Anyway, the project hasn't been pulled in. What can we do with this change? Although Xiang Feng is very capable, he can get a pass that ordinary people can't get. But this did not prevent Luo Rao from despising it. This kind of thing should be decided when applying for scientific research. Xiang Feng pondered for a while and said, I have the design drawings here, for thermal weapons. Ha? Luo Rao and Luoli, 4 big eyes. All of them were looking at Xiang Feng. Thermal weapons design drawings, that kind of thing. This is a restricted item in Daxia, but Xiang Feng actually has it. There was no further explanation, after all, no one could tell about the system. Anyway, don't worry about the design. I will use the design I have to exchange for some small things to make it work properly first. No. It's Luo Rao again. She raised her little hand and looked at Xiang Feng stubbornly. Xiang Feng was getting a little impatient. What does this mean? The company is your own. Now Luoli had nothing to say and wanted to change his name. Is it really that difficult? Tell me, why not now? We have the business license, but you say we don't have a project. Now we have the design drawings, but they still say it's not possible. However, facing Xiang Feng's questioning, Luo Rao seemed much calmer. You just mentioned that there are also development rights for the surrounding land. Xiang Feng was stunned, yes. Luo Rao then continued, that's it. I took a look before. What you have is 3 acres of land in the South Bank District. It's okay to use it for development, but the land area is still too small to build a scientific research base. There is a sequence to this matter. Your 2 privileges are to develop first and then build, right? After hearing this, Xiang Feng finally understood what Luo Rao meant. I was so anxious to make money that I ignored the steps. The current process should be to buy the land first and then clear out the surrounding buildings. Then we will build a scientific research base. But the question arises again, if we don't transform now, what about explaining to the Gong family? He wants to get involved in other people's projects, but he uses the title of a land developer. This is obviously irrelevant. Since Luo Rao said so, Xiang Feng believed that there would be follow-up to this girl. But she kept pursing her lips as if she wanted to smile. Probably waiting for someone to ask. Unlike what Luo Rao wanted, Xiang Feng just stared at Luo Rao. It made her scalp tingle. A few seconds passed, after all, she was a girl who had just graduated. How could she bear Xiang Feng's unbridled gaze? He immediately curled his lips and continued. We don't need to change the facade yet. We can just use it as a real estate developer's sign while we develop the surrounding land. But we can do scientific research first, find people, set up projects, and discuss cooperation. When the development is complete, we can just put up a new sign. Hearing this, Xiang Feng's eyes lit up. As expected, he is worthy of being a student of a world-renowned university. This is the insight, this is the way of operating. It's full of routines. Using the name of a real estate developer, he does scientific research. No one can control this, and they can catch both ends. For a moment, Xiang Feng couldn't help but get excited. You name a price, and I want you. The slap on the table stunned the Luoli brother and sister. He looked at Xiang Feng with extreme shock. I seem to have heard this line in some place full of lights and revelry. Xiang Feng's face turned awkward, it seemed like this was expressed wrongly. Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. Xiang Feng smiled awkwardly. What I meant is, Luoli, isn't your sister here for an internship? Thanks to our relationship, I gave Luo Rao the job. Cut. Although he was very disdainful of Xiang Feng's shameless way of recruiting people. But as a veteran of the company, Luo Li still strongly agrees. Rao Rao, please consider giving this kid a hard time. Chapter 104 Work. Luo Rao's big eyes rolled around, and no one knew what she was thinking. After a full minute, Luo Rao finally nodded. Sure. The action of turning the head always gives people a playful feeling. Xiang Feng wasn't too worried. Anyway, Luo Rao is here for an internship. As long as you can afford the money, why should you be afraid that Luo Rao will not agree? He has nothing else, so he can just spend the money as he pleases. How much is it per month? Just tell me. I won't bargain. ISNT, there is a saying that goes, rich money makes poor people. Xiang Feng seemed to have this attitude at the moment. Very wealthy. No, I don't want a salary. Luo Rao shook her head and slowly made herself a cup of tea. Hey, Rao Rao, you can work for this guy for free just for my sake. Don't worry, he's a big shot, just give him a lot of severance. Xiang Feng was speechless. Even he could see it. According to Luo Rao's cleverness, she would not ask for any money. There must be bigger ideas. In short, anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. I want 2% of the company. It can be said that he never stops talking until his words are shocking. Luo Li was immediately frightened and stared at his sister in a daze. My sister didn't understand what I just said about cutting off the big investors. Until now, let us not talk about other powers. Just the 3 plots of land that Xiang Feng invested in developing on the South Bank, plus the funds before and after. It would cost at least several hundred million. This opening, 5 points. The starting amount is 5 million. Rao Rao, you are too cruel. Luo Rao did not answer. She looked straight at Xiang Feng, as if she wanted to know what her boss thought. Xiang Feng pondered for a while. There weren't many surprises. This girl has her own value. Going out is not about looking for a job, but about choosing a job. With the attitude of you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb, Xiang Feng nodded. Feasible. Yes? Xiang Feng turned his head and looked at Luo Li again, and continued, since we are talking about shares, let's solve it together. Luo Li, you are the general manager of the company now, and we haven't discussed this matter before. Now that your sister has brought it up, I'll just come clean. I'll give you 8% of the company's shares, and your sister and you will each have 5%. I'll provide all the funds, and you'll just be responsible for helping me manage it. It doesn't matter whether you make money or not, but you must not lose money. After the system upgrade is completed, Xiang Feng believes that there will be even bigger surprises. He doesn't want to be tied down by the company. Wouldn't it be nice to just be an honest and hands-off boss? 10% of the shares will be replaced by Xiao Yaoho. Worth it. Seeing Xiang Feng finish speaking calmly, Luo Rao began to doubt her life. She thought she was quite ruthless. Just one sentence earned him an annual salary of 1 million. I thought Xiang Feng would be worried and might refuse. But looking at that nonchalant look, Luo Rao even had an illusion. Did I raise the bar too low? Xiang Feng, that's not what I meant. Xiang Feng waved his hand, interrupting what Luo Li was about to say. I know, but Luo Li, even brothers have to settle accounts. We are brothers, and I have to think about your future. Anyway, I'll give it out at 10 o'clock. No matter if I make money or lose money, as long as you can calculate the accounts properly, I will definitely not lose money. It is quite clearly pointed out. Xiang Feng doesn't care about these 10 or 8 points. I started a company just because I didn't want to have to deal with things like design drawings in the future. You won't have trouble finding a sales place. This transaction with Gong Hoan can only be considered luck. People are willing to believe him. But if this happens too many times, how will he explain it? Is there a weapons team behind you? He'll be shot in a minute. What about you? Are you okay? After saying that, Xiang Feng looked at Luo Rao, who was pouting. Not only did he get 2 points, but now they are brother and sister. If it adds up to 10%, then this person doesn't have to worry about losing control of the shares in the future? I used to always hear people say that they didn't understand the idea of having money. But Luo Rao always thought it was just like that. But today, she finally saw it. The boss gave a raise, which was something Luo Rao had never expected. She calmed herself down and said honestly, actually, we don't need so much. Xiang Feng disagreed, let's just do this for now. If you do a good job, we can make money together and then we can raise your salary. According to this meaning, the boss himself thinks it is too low. What else can I say? The issue of salary was settled to everyone's satisfaction. What we are responsible for now is actually very simple. The city lord has already sent a message. We just need to take the money and go to negotiate with him. It can be considered as becoming a formal employee. Luo Rao finally joined their small circle of discussion. I have a question. Do I really not need to worry about this money issue? Although Luo Li said it before. Xiang Fengke is a hidden rich man. But once the approval regulations come down, a large amount of funds will be injected. Hundreds of millions is still a small amount. The hundreds of millions of funds will be used to build a scientific and technological construction center. It's not a loss, but it's not a pressure that most people can withstand. Chapter 105: Borrowing a car. After the decision is made, most of the miscellaneous matters are dealt with. Xiang Feng planned to escape alone. However, Luo Rao's eyes became sharper and more ruthless. He squatted directly at the elevator entrance. Xiang Feng had just finished going to the toilet. He won't let this go. It's still the same problem, borrowing a car. I paid you several million, why are you still thinking about borrowing a car? Why not buy one yourself? Luo Rao stared with her big watery eyes. Boss, please feel sorry for your lovely employee. I have never driven a Bugatti. Is that so? Xiang Feng thought about it. If Luo Rao had said this a few minutes ago, Xiang Feng might just leave Luo Rao with his back. But now, they are my employees after all. It doesn't seem to make sense that I don't feel any pain. Sure. Come get it tomorrow. No. Luo Rao's face suddenly changed and she stretched out her hand to block Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng frowned. You've already agreed to it, so why are you reacting so strongly? Seeing Xiang Feng's questioning look, Luo Rao stammered. Well, I want to borrow it today and return it to you after I use it today. That evasive look didn't seem like he simply wanted to borrow the car. Just tell me what's going on. Then, it got strange. Luo Rao, who was always carefree and talkative. It looks like there's still some struggle on his face? Forget it, I'll lend it to you first. Since the other party didn't intend to say, Xiang Feng didn't bother to ask. And a relaxed smile appeared on Luo Rao's face. He smiled with relief, held out his hand and said, "Thank you, boss." Xiang Feng blinked. What are you doing? Didn't you say you would lend me your car? Yeah, I'll lend it to you, but if you take the car, how can I get back? He also planned to go to the hospital to look after Lu Jing in the afternoon. I also planned to make a few excuses. Xiang Feng had already walked towards the elevator on his own. During this time, he waved to Luo Rao with his back turned. If you don't leave quickly, I'll go alone. Snort. Luo Rao stomped her feet and followed after him indignantly. There is no way, the car keys are still in Xiang Feng's hands. Where are you going? After getting in the car, Xiang Feng fastened his seatbelt and then asked. Now that things have come to this, I can't just kick my boss out of the car. Luo Rao bit her lip and spat out an address. Qinghai University. What? Xiang Feng realized it a little later. Didn't you graduate from college? Didn't T. Luoli say that Luo Rao came to Qinghai for an internship? What does it mean to go to school? And you have to go there in a Bugatti. Tear a scumbag apart with bare hands. Looking at Luo Rao's gritted teeth and cold eyes, Xiang Feng seemed to understand. It seems that this car was borrowed to serve as a maintenance person. I didn't ask any more questions since it was Luo Rao's private matter. As a boss, it's not easy to go too deep. The car stopped in front of the gate of Qinghai University. I have to say, it is a real prestigious university. This appearance is no joke, for a poor student like Xiang Feng. It's difficult to get in on weekdays. Just today, when his car was trying to find a parking space at the school gate, the security guard consciously released the parking barrier. She put her face in front of Xiang Feng with a smile on her face. "Brother, please come in, this is our school's parking card." As expected of a big university, even the attitude towards outsiders is so nice. Xiang Feng nodded, no matter what. Since the other person has shown his attitude, you should still smile. Okay, here are the car keys. Call me when you leave. The car stopped at the school, and Xiang Feng wisely did not follow. Since Luo Rao wants to keep it a secret, let her do it. Thank you, boss. Luo Rao took the key. As this was Xiang Feng's first time at Qinghai University, he felt a little dazed. After graduation, it seems that I have never had such a leisurely time. I get up early and go to bed late, delivering takeout early every day. When he thought of this, Xiang Feng couldn't help but tremble all over. Damn, these weren't the good old days. Hey, aren't you the brother who drives a luxury car? Coming forward, 3 little girls walked up to Xiang Feng. There was some confusion on his face, but he greeted me curiously. You are the girls who took photos of my car that day? It's not that he didn't remember it, but Xiang Feng was a little unsure. I remember when he went to get his computer fitted, the Bugatti was parked on the side of the road. There were a few curious kids taking pictures next to his car. For this purpose, Xiang Feng also played the role of a passerby taking photos and casually offered a group photo. But the girl's hair at that time was not as simple as it is now. It was so colorful before, and it wasn't as well behaved as it is now. It's true. Seeing Xiang Feng's expression, the lively girl suddenly cheered. Rich guy, why are you also in Ocean University? You are not from our school. Lu Xinxian approached Xiang Feng very consciously. As the most beautiful girl in the Ocean University, she had some confidence. If someone doesn't recognize me at school, he must be an alumnus of the same school. Xiang Feng was speechless. The world of love is so small that you can meet acquaintances just by taking a walk. No, I came here with a friend to look for someone. Did you dye your hair? How did it change so quickly? Lu Xinxian laughed and said, hee, that was the wig we wore that day. The girl is quite open. I only met Xiang Feng once. The two of them started to hook up. If students passing by didn't understand, they would definitely think that they were a couple. The girl next to her rolled her eyes at Lu Xinxian naturally. He seemed to mind her enthusiasm. Handsome, if you're free, I'll show you around our school. Xiang Feng shook his head, forget it, I still have to wait for someone. Chapter 106 Headphones. Xiang Feng was a little surprised. Because the villa that Long Qing gave him was in this villa area. The Master Gu that Li Lia mentioned is an old master who was over 70 years old. I heard that he was Master Gu's master. Back then in Shanghai, I made suits for bigwigs like Huang Jinrong. And he, the master who has learned all the exquisite skills of his master. A few years ago, I returned to Qinghai because of homesickness. Louis Tun Company where Li Lia works. Every year, they spend a huge amount of money to invite Master Gu to provide them with design guidance at international shows. Hello, Master Gu. Xiang Feng greeted honestly. Xiang Feng has always admired those people with real abilities. Xiaoli, is this your boyfriend? Master Gu looked at Xiang Feng with some surprise. He originally thought that a woman with a strong personality like Li Lia would not fall in love at such a young age. Yes, Master Gu. Today I hope you can make him a set of formal clothes. Master Gu shook his head. Xiaoli, you may not know this yet, but I no longer make clothes for people. Now that I'm old, I still hope to spend more time training apprentices. Li Lia's face froze. She didn't expect that such a simple matter would cause such a big trouble. Xiang Feng grinned. Well, there was nothing he could do now. In that case, let's just assume that we are here to visit the old craftsman. Xiang Feng would not be like those nouveau riche who wanted to use money to attack others and then be humiliated by Master Gu. It's just a piece of clothing. At worst, you can just buy a ready-made one. It is serious enough to wear formal clothes to meet the mayor of Qinghai City. There is no need to go for high-end customization. Master Gu smiled. Young man, you have a pretty good attitude. No wonder a proud girl like Shaoli would fall for you. Xiang Feng scratched the back of his head. He didn't even know what Li Lia liked about him. It's because of his worth. Then Li Lia shouldn't have confronted him at the beginning. Master Gu took the two of them into the studio. Several people of various ages were learning sewing techniques. Xiang Feng suddenly looked at an incense burner on the side. Ha! You actually use a Schwanda furnace. Master Gu, you are much more extravagant than me. Master Gu suddenly became excited. Young man, could it be possible that you could recognize this antique? This is a relic left by my master. I originally thought it was just an ordinary incense burner. Xiang Feng walked up, picked up the Schwanda furnace, and examined it carefully. Yes, this is indeed a genuine product, and it is in first-rate condition. Xiang Feng is qualified to be called a master in the identification of cultural relics. Naturally, they would not make a mistake in identifying a treasure like the Schwanda furnace. Master Gu suddenly bowed to Xiang Feng. To thank you for helping me identify the relics left by my master, I am willing to make an exception and help you once. Really? Thank you so much, Master Gu. Li Lia was very surprised. Xiang Feng was also a little surprised. To him it was just a piece of cake. Master Gu measured the data for Xiang Feng. He promised to finish the work within 5 days. After returning home, Li Lia couldn't help but said to Xiang Feng, you can actually identify, who are you? You are successful in your career and have strong identification skills. Aren't you amazing? Xiang Feng chuckled. Why, are you starting to worship your husband? Li Lia's pretty face turned red and she ignored Xiang Feng. By the way, you should take this headset. Give me $1 a day as rent. Xiang Feng returned the headphones to Li Lia. Anyway, this is considered a profit. The earphones won't be recycled by the system anymore, right? Li Lia was stunned and her face turned a little red. Is this his way of making me feel comfortable accepting the gift? I didn't expect he had such a thoughtful side. Li Lia began to attack herself. Okay, then I'll rent it for a year. Li Lia gave Xiang Feng a red envelope of 360 yuan. Well, the flash sale price is $10. This is already a 30-fold profit, right? Xiang Feng thought silently and returned to his room. The next day, Xiang Feng saw the system prompt as soon as he got up. The new product is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and the flash sale price is 20 yuan. Xiang Feng was overwhelmed with surprise. His sports car was borrowed by that girl Luo Rao. You can't just ride your bike back and forth all the time. Soon the sales center called. Xiang Feng made an appointment with them. I quickly got up and washed up, and the Rolls-Royce driver had already driven the car over. Hello, Mr. Xiang Feng. Your Rolls-Royce Phantom was airlifted in yesterday. Please inspect it. Xiang Feng was wearing pajamas and looked disheveled. The staff looked at the unkempt young man in front of them. I almost doubted whether he was the real buyer. Do rich people not care about their appearance? Xiang Feng shook his head. He signed his name directly on the form. It's just a car, no need to make so much trouble. Listen to what he said, it's just a car. The staff could hardly hold back their smiles. That tree is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. There are no more than 3 in the whole of Qinghai. It turned out to be just a car, as Mr. Xiang said? Sure enough, you can't understand the world through the eyes of rich people. Chapter 107 Encountered a Rogue. I don't know how long it will take Luo Rao to finish the job. Moreover, Xiang Feng now has a girlfriend. You still have to maintain the proper reserve. Okay, how about I go for a walk with you? Lu Xinxing didn't seem to understand the rejection in Xiang Feng's words and still planned to stay with Xiang Feng. Even the little sisters around her couldn't help but pull at the corner of her clothes. Xinxing, we still have to go shopping outside later. The little sister was rolling her eyes madly. I really don't understand why Lu Xinxing has always turned a blind eye to the pursuit of many classmates in school. Why are you so proactive today? Hey, let's go shopping. We can go every day. I'll greet the handsome boy first. After saying that, Lu Xinxin turned around and pulled Xiang Feng. Ignoring Xiang Feng's astonished look, he directly put his arm around Xiang Feng. I started to take him to appreciate Qinghai University. The little sister stomped her feet violently. I didn't expect that this girl would value women over friendship. Lan Lan, look at Xinxin. This guy just abandoned us like that. At this time, there was another little sister beside her. The blue girl was staring blankly at the two people who were getting farther away. Then, he uttered a cry of indignation. Really? This guy is so disloyal. That's right. That's right. You actually want to keep this handsome guy all to yourself. Morong Luo. What are these two guys thinking about? So what do we do now? Should we go by ourselves? Lan Lan rolled her eyes and said unconsciously. Of course I'll go with her. This guy wants to eat alone, no way. Walking and walking. Xiang Feng, Lu Xinxin and the other two walked around in a circle. Of course, it is only an area of the teaching building. This school is really too strict. It would take at least 1 or 2 hours to walk around it. Back to the starting point, where Xiang Feng parked his car. Now, there seems to be some commotion. In the crowd, Luo Rao was cursing at a young man with an angry look on his face. Yang Bo, you still want to deceive me now? Look at your behavior. I was really blind at the beginning. At Luo Rao's feet was a student who looked quite gentle. He hugged Luo Rao's thighs tightly, making it impossible for her to move. The face of the man wearing glasses was covered with snot and tears. He kept begging for Luo Rao's forgiveness. Rao Rao, give me another chance, I can't do anything about it. That person said she liked me, so I played with her, and I don't like her at all. I love you, so please just treat it as if we have always been in a long-distance relationship. I am confused, so please forgive me this time. After listening to the conversations of people around him, Xiang Feng understood what was going on. That person should be the scumbag that Luo Rao mentioned. But what Xiang Feng didn't expect was that Luo Rao would actually fall for such a pretty boy. A top graduate from MIT actually fell in love online. Then, I found the boyfriend I had always admired. He has actually been kept by a rich woman. The key point is that during this period, this guy shamelessly asked Luo Rao for living expenses. What made Xiang Feng even more speechless was that Luo Rao actually returned it to him. Compared to Lilia, she is several levels more stupid. Today, this is the purpose of Luo Rao borrowing the car. She ran directly to Yang Bo's classroom. The momentum of his appearance is comparable to that of a professor. Without saying a word, he slapped Yang Bo in the face. Then, he returned all the little gadgets that Yang Bo had given him to their original owners. It can be said that this is Luo Rao today. He is not from Qinghai University, but he is definitely a hot topic in Qinghai Forum. Although he lost face, Yang Bo is still a man after all. Can this be agreed? Without saying a word, he followed the security guard to the playground. When he saw the car keys and Bugatti in Luo Rao's hands, the security guard is scared. I'm just passing by. With a fixed salary of 4 or 5,000 a month, there is really no need to go against the girls who drive luxury cars worth tens of millions. Moreover, it seems to be a problem with Yang Bo's work style. Compared to the security guard, Yang Bo is more direct. The attitude took a 180-degree turn. Just kneel down and lick it. At the beginning, Luo Rao felt so relieved when she vented her anger. But as more and more students gathered, Luo Rao felt something was wrong. After all, he is just a newly graduated student, so he doesn't feel angry at all. Now I'm entangled by a scoundrel, like a piece of taffy, I can't get rid of it. Luo Rao is in trouble. I told you, we're done, let go now. Luo Rao blushed and wanted to get in the car. But Yang Bo refused to agree. Only then did he realize that he had picked up a treasure. Compared to those old and smelly rich women, Luo Rao is a white, rich and beautiful woman. This is simply his luck in this life. Rao Rao, I won't. If you don't promise to forgive me today, I will never let go even if I die. In the eyes of others, Yang Bo has taken shamelessness to the extreme. But I have to say, this look of pretending to be aggrieved. Very successful. At least it aroused the sympathy of many male compatriots, coupled with Luo Rao's resolute look. Many people have started to criticize Luo Rao. With a blushing face, Luo Rao kicked Yang Bo on the back. Let go quickly, I have nothing to do with you anymore. Chapter 108. Keep an eye on. Xiang Feng was watching from the sidelines, looking at the scene coldly. I have to say that Luo Rao is very quick and efficient in doing things. Unfortunately, when it comes to this kind of sticky stuff, there is a lack of decisiveness. If she really kicked hard, Yang Bo would be in trouble. How could he hold Luo Rao still? Sighing, Xiang Feng took the initiative to embrace Lu Xinxin beside him. Enter the venue. Cousin, this is the person you want me to kill, right? The sound was not loud, but it quickly spread among the crowd. Being able to say something like this in school means you are either showing off or you are really awesome. Second, there is Lu Xinxin, Lan Lan's younger sister, and Moron Luo. Even Xiang Feng had to admit that there were girls like Lu Xinxin who were so beautiful. How can there be no enthusiasm at school? The moment everyone's attention was focused on it. Xiang Feng knew that his goal had been achieved. Wow, Lu Xinxin, the beauty of our Ocean University's economics department, when did you get a boyfriend? Not only that, this guy is also accompanied by Lan Lan and Moron Luo. He is definitely a winner in life. He said he was the beautiful girl's brother, so he must be her protector. Lu Xinxin was not at all restrained about this. It's just right, I can use the rich man's sister to build some relationships. Just when Luo Rao looked confused, Xiang Feng had already walked towards Yang Bo. Looking down from a high position, with a look of contempt. Boy, you're the one who dumped my sister? This strong feeling made Yang Bo stunned. He had heard that Luo Rao had an older brother. But are all these hidden rich people so powerful? Brother-in-law, I was wrong. Damn. Xiang Feng was speechless for a moment. He slapped Yang Bo in the face with his backhand. He has to try it. What makes this guy so shameless? It can be so thick. Unlike Luo Rao's venting, Xiang Feng's slap was a solid one. A big bump immediately appeared on Yang Bo's face. For a moment, he held his teeth. He stammered, yeah, how can you hit someone? This slap directly stunned Yang Bo. As for Luo Rao, he knew that no matter what, Luo Rao was just venting her anger. And how much strength can a woman have? But facing Xiang Feng, this is simply a ruthless act. Xiang Feng pretended not to hear and touched Lu Xinxin's fingers to admire them. What did you call me? This time, Yang Bo learned his lesson and started to speak carefully. Big pot, I. Before he could finish, another slap came on the other half of Yang Bo's face. Brother? She is my sister. What do you mean by calling me brother? Have I agreed to it? Yang Bo almost wanted to cry. 2 slaps on the face made him dizzy. Brother, I don't dare anymore. I don't dare to pester Rao Rao anymore. Snap. Another slap in the face, even Luo Rao himself didn't understand what it was. They have let go. Why are you still bullying people? Then, under everyone's curious gaze, Xiang Feng began to explain. I also call her Rao Rao, follow me and explain. Hearing this, Yang Bo couldn't bear it any longer. Tears welled up in my eyes. He burst into tears. Bullying. Boo means having money, I can't afford to offend you, it's okay if I'm wrong. A college student in his 20s was treated like a child by Xiang Feng. After a few slaps, even Luo Rao felt a little bit reluctant. Look, the child has been beaten to the point of being unrecognizable. Brother, forget it, that's enough of this guy. After all, they are 2 outsiders at Qinghai University. It's not right to be too harsh. Okay. Xiang Feng stood up and looked at Yang Bo coldly again. I'll say it again. My sister dumped you because you cheated on me. A grown man, is it necessary for you to live like a dog for a few cents? Everyone. What they want is a sports car. Okay, let's go first. Pulling Luo Rao along, Xiang Feng borrowed the key to the sports car. Looking at Lu Xinxin next to him, he couldn't help but ask, can you drive? Lu Xinxin looked excited and said, yes, I got my driver's license last year. What an unexpected surprise. I never thought that I could actually ride in a rich man's car. If Xiang Feng were really on the list, then why should she go to KTV to dance in the future? Wouldn't it be better for her to just be a good girlfriend? Well, I'll leave the task of sending her back to the company to you. Pick her up first and then come pick me up. The sports car can only seat 2 people. And at least Lu Xinxin did herself a favor. It's unacceptable to leave people where they are. Ah. Lu Xinxin was a little confused. She wanted to get in touch with Xiang Feng. Don't worry, we are destined to be together. When the time comes, drive over and I'll treat you to a good meal. After hearing this, Lu Xinxin's eyes lit up. You can know the location of Xiang Feng's company and also experience the thrill of driving a luxury car. This doesn't seem like a big loss. After thinking for a while, she pulled Moron Luo aside and started talking in private. Moron, the local tycoon will treat us to a meal later, you have to help me keep an eye on it. Moron Luo was speechless. Is this necessary? They've already said they'll treat us to a meal, so don't worry. Chapter 109, Expensive Headphones. No, I mean help me keep an eye on Lan Lan, be careful that she gets there first. As she spoke, Lu Xinxin glanced at Lan Lan intentionally or unintentionally. He saw that guy's eyes were all on Xiang Feng. I became more vigilant. Moron Luo couldn't help but give a thumbs up and nodded. I didn't realize it before, but our Miss Lu is the kind of person who would pay for her love. Lu Xinxin said indifferently, that's because I met the wrong person before. Look, those who have houses and cars are at least 30 or 40 years old. It's not easy to meet a rich man who is easy to get along with. This is my chance. Sure enough, those who wear slippers are all big guys. Moron Luo agreed. When I first met Xiang Feng, you couldn't tell from his outfit that he was a rich man. I can only say that he is low-key. Later he took photos with them enthusiastically. At least he is a good person. Xiang Feng was unaware of his careless action. He actually captured 2 school beauties. After the negotiation, he handed the key to Lu Xinxin. Snort. When getting in the car, Luo Rao glared at Xiang Feng fiercely. Calling you brother is a sign of cooperation. Today, she came here to break up, but Xiang Feng was so nice. He came directly to school to pick up girls, and he picked up 3 girls at a time. He also planned to get her away. If he wasn't afraid of Yang Bo, he would continue to pester me. Luo Rao really wanted to be a quiet, shining light bulb. I don't know why this woman suddenly got angry. After watching the sports car drive away, Xiang Feng looked at the remaining 2 female classmates again. Okay, you guys should be familiar with this area, so you guys can take care of reserving the seats. In addition, while Lilia was at work, she was enjoying the gift from Xiang Feng. Listen to music. I remembered what it was like on the subway. Lilia turned on Xiang Feng's headphones. She was stunned at just one glance. Is this thing really just a headset? In front of her, this extremely artistic thing actually made her at a loss as to where to start for a moment. And there are those blue sparkly decorations. The moment she put the earphones in her ears, Lilia couldn't help but feel touched. It's a very simple song, just a song sung by a singer she personally likes. She actually thought it was a large-scale concert. And, I don't know why. Many passers-by on the subway would always look at her a few more times from time to time. Of course, as a beauty, Lilia enjoys this kind of treatment a lot. But today, those looks are a little different. There are fewer people who want to chat with me or ask for my WeChat. Most of them just watched secretly from the side. I don't even know if it's an illusion. She actually felt some respect. Not only those passers-by, but also the companies. A colleague who only greets me once or twice when we meet each other. One by one, I don't know what is wrong with them. Pass water and serve breakfast. It's too much affection. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and Lilia was awakened. Come in. Outside the door was a new employee of Lewiston. At this moment, she was looking at the employee with a confused look on her face. What's the matter? New employees who are in the internship period actually go over their level to see the manager. It is actually a very ignorant unspoken rule. Moreover, Lilia didn't think that this employee could have any work reports to her. The girl who knocked on the door was called Mitty. Graduated from Communication University, no other hobbies. I just like listening to music. Of course, as a poor graduate, she had no chance to attend concerts. Others only know that the earphones on Lilia's ears have many blue diamonds and must be expensive. But Mitty knew better about Lilia's ears. How many bags of money are tied up? Sennheiser earphones, inlaid with 108 non-blue diamonds. A limited edition released nationwide in limited quantities. A song recorded by a singer at the peak of his technique. It's a complete feast for the ears. So, here she comes. Out of his love for music, he endured the consequences and knocked on Lilia's door. "Manager, I don't want this month's salary. Can I ask you for a favor?" Lilia was shocked. Why did he suddenly say this? He knew Mitty's family background. If a person works hard in the city, he has to live frugally. Now, you can just say you don't want a month's salary. What kind of difficulties did you encounter? Lilia also took off the other earphone and asked. Tell me what happened. I will help if I can. Manager, I know it's abrupt, but I really want to try it. This nervous look made Lilia a little curious. What on earth is this? I can't even speak properly. She took a deep breath and tried to slow down her tone. Mitty, don't worry, nothing is difficult in the company. I will help you. Mitty hummed, then looked at Lilia's neck. Clench your little fists and muster up your courage. Manager, I want to rent your headphones for one afternoon, just one afternoon. Ah. Hearing this, Lilia was stunned. I thought it was something else. It's just to borrow a pair of headphones, why make such a big deal about it? Chapter 110 Success. Headphones? You don't have to rent them. Use them if you want. Just return them to me before you get off work. Although Lilia didn't know the value of the headphones, she was reluctant to give them up because they were a gift from her boyfriend. Mitty usually works very hard in the company, and Lilia appreciates her quite a bit. After all, both of them are women who work hard alone. So when she heard that Mitty was willing to give up this month's salary in order to lend her headphones, she was very surprised. Lilia even had some doubts. Could it be that Mitty was under too much pressure at work and something had gone wrong at the god level? No. Manager, I can't use your headphones for free. I'd better rent them. Mitty looked very nervous. Because she knows that this headset is not an ordinary headset. A pair of headphones worth tens of millions, can you lend them to yourself for free? She can't bear it. Mitty lowered his head and dared not look up. If it weren't for the fact that she is a music enthusiast, she would have been very envious of this kind of high-end headphones. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have the nerve to find Lilia. No, you. Thank you, manager. But I will pay the rent. Please accept it. Lilia was about to say something else when she was interrupted by Mitty. For Mitty, it was a great happiness that Lilia could lend him the headphones. If she didn't collect rent, I would be very embarrassed. Seeing that Mitty was so persistent, Lilia didn't know what to say. Lended the headphones to Mitty. Then I immediately received Mitty's transfer record. When she took out her cell phone, Lilia was a little surprised. Mitty actually sent a red envelope of 5,000 yuan. You have to know that Mitty is a newcomer in the company and his monthly salary is less than 6,000 yuan. Now, just to borrow this pair of headphones of mine, I actually spent nearly a month's salary. This little girl is too crazy. Lilia thought that even if it was a better pair of headphones, 5,000 yuan would be enough to buy one. After receiving the transfer, Lilia wanted to transfer the money back. But no matter what Lilia said, Mitty was unwilling to accept her transfer. I have to talk about the rental cost of renting headphones. In desperation, Lilia had to accept the rent. At this time, Xiang Feng chatted with two female classmates for a while in the school. Soon, a roar was heard. The roar of the supercar's engine is so intense that you can hear it from a long distance away. The supercar's gorgeous curves and cool appearance immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding classmates. Okay, ladies, have you decided what to eat later? Lu Xinxin has also returned, Xiang Feng said to the two girls beside him. At this time, Lu Xinxin also got down from the supercar. The four of them just stayed together like this, forming an invisible landscape. 3 campus beauties, a supercar, and a boy in ordinary clothes. This immediately attracted many envious glances from people. Since it's the local tycoon who's treating us, we've got to have a good meal. Morong Luo said with a playful look on his face. After saying that, the 3 girls looked at Xiang Feng with playful eyes at the same time. Damn it! Looking at the looks in your eyes, you seem to want to eat me. Xiang Feng shouted in surprise. Judging from the looks of these 3 little girls, I'm afraid they're going to give me a good beating today. Hey, it's not impossible to eat you. Lu Xinxin said with a smile on her face. Okay, you decide what to eat, you drive. Xiang Feng immediately waved his hand. I was thinking that girls nowadays are too open-minded. He said all kinds of ferocious words, which made Xiang Feng a little nervous. However, that scene did appear in Xiang Feng's mind. Three school beauties together. Bah! 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 How could you do such a beastly thing? Okay. Then let's go to the old place? Seeing that Xiang Feng was shy, the three girls looked triumphant. Okay. I haven't been there in a long time. As the three of them talked, they decided on the location where they would slaughter Xiang Feng next. Where are you going? Seeing the three people looking mysterious, Xiang Feng also became curious. But they did not tell Xiang Feng, maintaining a sense of mystery. Having said that, Xiang Feng sat in the passenger seat and let Lu Xinxin drive. Since the car could only accommodate two people, the other two girls had to take a taxi. Just as Lu Xinxin took him into the car, Xiang Feng could clearly feel it. The two beauties looked at him with envy and jealousy. But there is no way, they don't have a driver's license. When it comes to luxury cars, you can only watch as Lu Xinxin snatches it away. They began to feel a little regretful, thinking that they should have taken some time to get a driver's license. Lu Xinxin drove her supercar all the way. After a few minutes, we arrived at a snack street not far from Qinghai University. It was already evening and the snack street was very lively. A variety of snack stalls were set up, and bursts of fragrance filled the air. When Qin Feng saw the snack street in front of him, he suddenly realized. I was wondering what this thing was, it turns out to be a snack street. Xiang Feng said with sudden enlightenment. Lu Xinxin turned around and looked at Xiang Feng with an arrogant look. Humph. You said you were treating us. Even though we are skinny, our stomachs are really big. Chapter 111, Dinner. Okay. You can eat as much as you want tonight. I don't believe you can eat me out of money. Xiang Feng said, patting his chest. When he came to the snack street, Xiang Feng recalled his school days. The most visited place is the snack street. A variety of snacks make it the best place for them on weekends. After arriving at the snack street, Lu Xinxin parked the car on the side of the road. After waiting for a few minutes, Moron Luo and Lan Lan got out of the taxi again. Why are you so slow? I'm starving. After seeing the two little girls arrive, Lu Xinxin was the first to complain. Moron Luo gave Lu Xinxin a cold look. How dare you say that? Don't you see what car you are in and what car we are in? Moron Luo complained. Compared to their supercars, their taxis can't even catch up with their taillights. Naturally, it will be much slower. Okay, let's go eat something. I'm hungry too. While watching the girls quarreling, Xiang Feng's stomach began to growl. At this moment, the delicious aroma in the snack street has filled the four people's sense of smell. Smelling the delicious aroma, the three girls immediately became excited. Go! I want to eat grilled gluten. I want to eat jelly, rice balls, and... Having said that, Qin Feng led the three of them into the snack street. You don't know until you try it. You'll be surprised when you do. After bringing the three people to the snack street, the three girls started frantically choosing their favorite snacks. When the three girls came here, they were like children at an amusement park. Walking here and looking there. In a short while, I bought a lot of snacks. Since the snack street has no storefronts, they can only sit at roadside stalls to eat. A small table was already filled with a variety of snacks. There's so much food, can you finish it? Xiang Feng didn't expect that they would order so many snacks. It's such a waste if we can't finish this. Even though I only spent a few $100s, I can't waste it, okay? Wu, don't worry, we can still finish this little bit of food. At this moment, Lu Xinxin was holding a sausage and eating it. Before he finished eating, he picked up another octopus ball and stuffed it into his mouth. Don't be impatient, slow down, no one is going to snatch it from you. Seeing the way they ate, Xiang Feng couldn't help but remind them. Unexpectedly, these three little girls are actually little foodies. If you don't know them, you would never have thought that these three beauties would eat so ugly. But Lu Xinxin and the other two didn't care about that. When it comes to delicious food, they don't care about their eating manners. Seeing them eating so happily, Xiang Feng picked up a bowl of cold noodles and started eating. This was his favorite snack during his college days. To the extent that after graduation, when I was working as a delivery boy, I often didn't have time to eat properly. A bowl of convenient and quick cold noodles became his best choice to replenish his energy after work every day. While eating this bowl of cold noodles, Xiang Feng was filled with emotion. From a poor boy delivering takeout to now driving a luxury car and living in a villa. Such a transformation took only a very short time. If it weren't for the bragging I made during the blind date, I might still be delivering takeout now. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a shrill voice came from beside them. Hey, isn't this Miss Lu? Why are you eating at a roadside stall here? Following the direction of the voice, she saw a yellow-haired man with logos all over his body looking at Lu Xinxin with a playful expression. He glanced at the two girls next to him with a lustful look in his eyes. When he saw Xiang Feng, he was a little surprised at first. I didn't expect that these three beauties would actually go out to eat with boys. But when he saw Xiang Feng in ordinary clothes, his eyes became even more sarcastic. Yang Ji, please don't disturb us while we are eating. After seeing this man, Lu Xinxin's face immediately fell. It was obvious that she hated the yellow-haired man in front of her. No way, Miss Lu, I'm just concerned about your diet. Look how dirty this roadside stall is, and the environment isn't good either. How about I take you to find a restaurant? It's better than being poor and eating at a roadside stall here, right? Yang Ji said with a playful look on his face. He and Lu Xinxin are from the same school, and he had pursued Lu Xinxin before. But she rejected me coldly, and I felt very unconvinced. You have to know that Yang Ji's father is an executive of an entertainment club and he has some money. When he was in college, his family bought him a car for transportation, which made him always show off in school. There are a lot of people around me who flatter me. That's right. With young Master Yang driving us around every day, we can also eat out. Isn't that better than street stalls? At this time, a boy with pockmarks on his face and a serval look next to Yang Ji also echoed the sentiment. I wonder what's going on. Wild dogs have been barking freely lately. No wonder the urban environment is so bad now. At the same time, Xiang Feng, who was sitting next to him, suddenly spoke. Puff. After Xiang Feng finished speaking, the three beauties immediately laughed out loud. Yang Ji and his lackeys who were standing aside had not yet reacted. I don't know what they are laughing at. Brother Yang, he called us stray dogs. Chapter 112 Royal Throne KTV. Suddenly, Yang Ji's lackey reacted suddenly. After hearing what the lackey said, Yang Ji finally understood what Xiang Feng meant. How dare you scold me, you stinky loser? Yang Ji, who reacted, was furious. In school, no one ever dared to provoke me like this. Yang Ji, who had always been surrounded by a group of lackeys, could not stand such humiliation. Xinxin, let's go. This wild dog seems to be sick. Let's not get infected by him. Seeing Yang Ji like this, Xiang Feng continued to mock him. The three little girls sitting next to Xiang Feng were already beaming with joy at this moment. They didn't expect that Xiang Feng would be so good at hurting others. And Yang Ji was extremely angry. He was just about to mock this loser, but before he could open his mouth, Xiang Feng retorted. Look at how poor he is, compared to myself. Yang Ji was very unconvinced. You stinking loser, you dare to scold me. You probably don't want to be here anymore. You look so poor, you don't have more than $100 on you, how dare you go out? You probably don't even have a car? You also have the nerve to take a girl out to eat at a roadside stall, isn't that too embarrassing? Poor bastard. Yang Ji shouted viciously. At this moment, he thought to himself that he could only use this point to mock the other party. At least judging from the way he's dressed, he must be a poor bastard. Compared to those who could drive a Mustang sports car during college, he is naturally much more proud. Just your shabby car? Can it compare to my brother Xiang Feng's? At this time Moron Luo also stood up. He really couldn't stand Yang Ji's arrogant look. An ordinary person might feel embarrassed to hear Yang Ji's ridicule. But now it's Xiang Feng, it's completely different. Hey! My Mustang is a junk car? This stinking loser doesn't even like it? What's the matter? What car do you drive? A bus worth millions? Or a subway worth hundreds of millions? Hearing this, the smile on Yang Ji's face became even more teasing. If someone said that Xiang Feng in front of him was a rich man, Yang Ji would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. How could a rich person dress so plainly and eat at a street stall? After all, Yang Ji learned a lot from his father and became an executive of an entertainment club. Recognizing people is the most important thing, so Yang Ji confirmed it the first time he saw Xiang Feng. This guy is definitely a loser. Lu Xinxin, do you think you can be full just by eating this with this loser? I'll drive you to eat something good, and then we can go to Huangshui KTV to sing in the evening. My dad is a senior executive there, so I'll pay for everything. When talking about Huangshui KTV, Yang Ji looked even more confident. Huangshui KTV is the most luxurious entertainment club in Qinghai City. Most of the people who spend money there are wealthy people, and the cost of a private room ranges from tens of thousands to millions. Young people like them have never been to such high-end places. When Yang Ji's lackeys heard the word Royal Throne KTV, their eyes immediately lit up. An expression of special anticipation. But after hearing this, Lu Xinxin felt nothing at all. Because they know that Xiang Feng drives a supercar worth hundreds of millions. In front of him, Yang Ji's Mustang was not even enough to cover the purchase tax. When Xiang Feng heard the word Royal Throne KTV, he was also a little surprised. Royal Throne KTV? What is your dad doing there? Xiang Feng asked curiously. Seeing that Xiang Feng also showed a curious expression, Yang Ji became even more arrogant. What's wrong, you loser? You haven't been there, have you? That's right, you look so poor, how could you have been to such a high-end place? Now apologize to me and admit your mistake. I might be happy to take you there to see the world. My father is the vice president of that place, and everyone in the throne has to respect me when they see me. Speaking of this, Yang Ji seemed even more proud. This is the only thing he can show off, and it is also the reason why his classmates and friends around him become his lackeys. No wonder. It's normal that the vice president, such a junior manager, doesn't know him. Xiang Feng murmured. Little boy, your father is going to lose his job. Xiang Feng raised his head and said lightly. After saying this, Yang Ji still looked arrogant. You're talking bullshit. Who do you think you are? You say you're unemployed, so you're unemployed. Do you think you're the boss of Huangshui? Yang Ji laughed disdainfully. You discovered all this. After Xiang Feng finished speaking, he took out the mobile phone from his pocket. Made a phone call. Does our club have a vice president named Yong? Yes, tell him not to come starting tomorrow. Why? Let him ask his precious son. After saying a few simple words, Xiang Feng hung up the phone. Yang Zhizhen looked at Xiang Feng with disdain. You still have it installed? Still the boss of the Royal Throne Club? And fired my dad? I want to see how long you can perform. Boy, I have to say that you are a pretty good actor, but you should consider the situation when you brag, right? Huangshui KTV, such a big industry, you said it's yours, why is it so dark now? It turns out that someone blew the cow up to the sky. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, Yang Ji laughed even more playfully. His target at this moment was Lu Xinxin and her girlfriends, if they were not present. Maybe he had already fought with Xiang Feng. Chapter 113 Singing. Just as Yang Ji and his men were laughing wildly, his cell phone rang. He took out his new iPhone and took a closer look. It turned out to be his father. At this moment, Yang Ji's heart skipped a beat. I thought, no way? Is it really such a coincidence? But soon, Yang Ji calmed himself down. Impossible, there is absolutely no way this kid can fire my dad. With such a shabby look, he definitely can't be the owner of Royal Throne KTV. My father told me that my current boss is a mysterious tycoon who is extremely rich. It definitely couldn't be the poor boy in front of me. Dad must have something to talk to me about. Thinking of this, Yang Ji felt much more relaxed and answered the phone. Hey, Dad. As soon as I picked up the phone, I heard a burst of angry curses from the other end. Yang Ji was confused. The roars made Yang Ji's face immediately darken. It was only after hearing his father's angry scolding that Yang Ji finally understood. His dad was really fired. It was the boss behind the scenes who called and asked for the dismissal. He only left a sentence, telling him to ask his son himself. After hearing this, he finally understood. Something must have happened and his son somehow offended the boss behind the scenes. Now that he has lost his job, he can only call his son to question him. No. Dad, I just met a poor boy today, and he was the one who provoked me first. Yang Ji tried his best to explain. When his father heard about a poor boy, he finally understood. This is not a poor boy, he is a big boss. Although he had never seen the big boss behind the scenes, he had heard of him. The big boss is a very low-key young man. Now hurry up and apologize to him. If he doesn't forgive you, you won't get any living expenses in the future. And don't come to me again. On the other end of the phone, Yang Ji's father's tone was very firm. After saying that, he hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ji stood there helplessly. Hearing what my father said, he was definitely not joking. If I don't listen to him, my living expenses and money to pick up girls will be cut off in the future. After putting down his phone, Yang Ji stood there in a daze. He didn't expect that the ordinary dressed young man in front of him was actually the boss behind the Royal Throne KTV. This is going to be a tough one. At this moment, his lackeys were still flattering him. I was thinking that I could go to Huangshui KTV with him tonight and have some fun. Young Master Yang, what did your uncle say? Can you take your brothers out to have some fun tonight? The lackey stood aside and asked in a very flattering manner. Bang! Suddenly, Yang Ji raised his right hand and slapped the lackey in the face. The lackey touched his burning face in confusion. Young Master Yang! What are you doing? Hi! Hi, you idiot! All you do is have fun. Yang Ji was extremely angry at the moment and was worried that he had no place to vent his anger. This lackey is just venting his anger right at his doorstep. After being slapped in the face, the lackey didn't dare to say anything. After all, he had to follow Yang Ji around and eat and drink for free every day, so he could only bear the anger. Now his father has given him a death order. But he didn't want to lose face in front of so many beauties. This put Yang Ji in a dilemma. The three beauties standing by were also confused when they saw this scene. I thought that Yang Ji might be crazy. Okay, now that we're full, let's go. At this time Xiang Feng stood up and spoke to the three people. Seeing Xiang Feng preparing to leave, Yang Ji became even more anxious. If Xiang Feng is not given leniency now, his father will lose his job. The salary for a position like that of a senior executive at the Royal Throne Club is very high. His family's financial resources all depend on his father. If his father lost his job, it would mean that his family would lose its source of income. Mr. Xiang, wait a minute. Seeing Xiang Feng and the other three preparing to leave, Yang Ji gritted his teeth and shouted at them. Yang Ji's tone now was much better than before. This made the lackey beside him look confused, and he was looking at Yang Ji in surprise. But he didn't dare to say anything, because if he spoke at this time, he would probably get into a fight. After hearing Yang Ji's words, Xiang Feng stopped and turned around to look at Yang Ji in confusion. The three beauties beside him also looked confused. How come Yang Ji, who was so arrogant just now, suddenly became so easy to talk to? Hey, what's wrong with young Master Yang? I'm not used to you calling me like that. Looking at Yang Ji, Xiang Feng said with a mocking look on his face. At this moment, Yang Ji lowered his head and walked over slowly. Mr. Xiang. Yang Ji lowered his head and spoke hesitantly. Don't call me that. I'm just a poor loser, not a rich kid, right, Mr. Yang? At this time, Xiang Feng was speaking in a sarcastic tone. Faced with Xiang Feng's ridicule, Yang Ji didn't dare to say anything, let alone lose his temper. Please don't say that, Mr. Xiang. I was blind just now. I offended you. Please don't be angry. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Ji finally gritted his teeth and apologized to Xiang Feng. Young Master Yang? What are you talking about? Can you speak more clearly? Wasn't what you said just now quite clear? Chapter 114, Playing the Hooligan. Seeing Yang Ji suddenly become so servile, the three girls standing by couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. This was the first time they saw Yang Ji, who was so high-spirited at school, bow his head and admit his mistakes in front of others. This is big news. If it were put in a learning forum, it would definitely blow up. Mr. Xiang. I was wrong just now. I was blind and provoked you. It's all my fault. Please don't be angry, give me a chance. Seeing Xiang Feng like this, Yang Ji lowered his head and shouted again. This time, Yang Ji's voice was very loud. Everyone around could clearly hear Yang Ji's apology. No, young Master Yang, that's not what you said just now. Didn't you say that a poor loser like me has never been to such high-end places? Having said that, Xiang Feng started to sneer again. Snap. 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 Suddenly, three crisp sounds were heard. Yang Ji just stretched out his hand and slapped himself hard on the face. 3 full slaps. The sound is very crisp. After 3 slaps, a clear slap mark appeared on Yang Ji's face. At this moment, Yang Ji no longer cared about his own face in order to make Xiang Feng calm down. because he knew that the person in front of him was the boss of the royal throne. I heard that the boss of Huangzhou is a very powerful man. This time he offended Xiang Feng and his father lost his job. If this young master still doesn't calm down after this incident, then his family might have a hard time in Shanghai. No matter what, he had to make this young master calm down. Mr. Xiang, are you relieved now? If not, then I will continue. As Yang Ji spoke, he raised his hand again, ready to slap himself in the face. Goodbye, young Master Yang, please don't do this. If people see me, they will think I am bullying you. Has Mr. Xiang calmed down? Seeing that Xiang Feng had changed his mind, Yang Ji asked cautiously. Xiang Feng didn't answer. He just smiled faintly and turned away. Master Xiang. Master Xiang. When Yang Ji saw him about to leave, he immediately chased after him and wanted to continue apologizing. But no matter how Yang Ji shouted, Xiang Feng did not turn back. This time, Xiang Feng did not choose to send Lu Xinqing back to school, but instead sent the three of them into a taxi. I got in my Bugatti Veyron and drove off. Only Yang Ji, who was standing behind, was left with a face full of shame. When he saw the Bugatti Veyron, Yang Ji was completely desperate. Sure enough, the gap between him and Xiang Feng is more than just this little bit. If I had seen him earlier, I would have known he was driving a Bugatti Veyron. Even if he had 100 courages, he would not dare to provoke this young master. The reason why Xiang Feng was in a hurry to leave was very simple, that was Li Lia was about to get off work. He had to hurry to pick up Li Lia from get off work. Xiang Feng doesn't dare to stand Li Lia up now. You know, Li Lia's teeth are so sharp. Driving the Bugatti Veyron in the city, there was a roar. Fortunately, the car had good performance and it drove to the downstairs of the office building in no time. After arriving downstairs of the office building, the security guard had already memorized the car. The car stopped at the entrance of the office building, and the security guard saluted respectfully towards Xiang Feng in the car. When it was time to get off work, the staff in the office building came out one after another. Xiang Feng was lying in the car and taking a nap. At this time, Li Lia also came out with her colleagues, talking and laughing. As soon as they walked out of the office building, the dazzling Bugatti Veyron caught their attention. Li Lia's colleagues are no longer surprised by this car. Hey, Lia, your boyfriend is here to pick you up again. I'm so happy. I wish I had a boyfriend like you. Stop being so funny, I'm leaving now. Bye. Although Li Lia didn't say anything, she felt very happy in her heart. Looking at the envious eyes around her, Li Lia felt very satisfied. When she came to the car, Li Lia found that the door was not locked and got in directly. Sitting in the car, Xiang Feng was sleeping soundly. Looking at Xiang Feng sleeping on the chair, Li Lia suddenly thought of something. She immediately opened her bag, took out a lipstick and looked at Xiang Feng. He. After taking out the lipstick, Li Lia lay on Xiang Feng and started to make fun of him. Not long after, Xiang Feng felt something soft pressing against him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Wake up instantly. Oh my God. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Li Lia's face standing in front of him. Xiang Feng was shocked. Ah, it's okay, he. Seeing Xiang Feng wake up, Li Lia immediately shrank back as if she had succeeded in playing a prank. Seeing Li Lia like this, Xiang Feng was a little confused. But he didn't ask any more questions and prepared to start the car. At this time, Li Lia also took out the headphones that Xiang Feng gave her in the morning and prepared to listen to music. I don't know why, after using this pair of headphones, Li Lia only then realized that listening to music with headphones was such an enjoyable thing. Seeing this pair of headphones, Xiang Feng started to ring again. If it doesn't generate revenue, this headset will be gone. He didn't know at the moment that Li Lia had already rented out the headphones in the afternoon. In fact, the task has already been completed. Xiang Feng didn't think too much about it and leaned towards Li Lia. Chapter 115 Angry. Xiang Feng slowly approached Li Lia. Li Lia felt a little scared. Stop it, we're still outside. Facing Xiang Feng's teasing, Li Lia suddenly said something shyly. Oh shit. There is something else behind this. Xiang Feng had a helpless look on his face and pulled Li Lia's seatbelt. What are you talking about? I'm just helping you fasten your seatbelt. Let's go. Looking at Li Lia, Xiang Feng looked innocent. You. Hooligan. Seeing Xiang Feng like this, Li Lia was so angry that her face turned red. I was thinking in my heart, Li Lia. What are you thinking about? How can you think about this? Xiang Feng looked at the shy little girl and thought she was quite cute. With a faint smile, he started the car. They drove the car to the downstairs of Li Lia's house and arrived home. Along the way, many passers-by looked at Xiang Feng with smiles on their faces. Xiang Feng thought, could it be that his handsome face has become even more handsome? Even the aunt would laugh when she saw herself. It was not until he returned to Li Lia's house and was about to wash his hands. What the hell? What the hell is this? I saw in the mirror that my face was covered with red spots and had two panda eyes. At first Xiang Feng thought he was dazzled. I didn't know until I touched it with my hand. It turns out that I have come this far not because I am handsome. It turns out that this is all because of the weird marks on my face. Thinking back to when he was taking a nap in the car just now, Li Lia leaned on him. Only then did he react. It turns out that she is the culprit of all this. Thinking of this, Xiang Feng walked out of the bathroom. Diameter came to the kitchen. At this moment, Li Lia was wearing headphones and listening to music while cooking, and did not notice Xiang Feng's arrival. Xiang Feng was a little confused when he saw that she was wearing headphones. Sure enough, these headphones worth more than 10 million are different. They allow her to wear them like this all the time. The sound quality from this headset should be considered the best in the world. What would this little girl's expression be if she knew the price of these headphones? Xiang Feng was a little curious. But now, his target is not this headset. Then Xiang Feng slowly leaned towards Li Lia, and when she was not paying attention, a pair of evil hands suddenly placed on Li Lia's waist. She was attacked suddenly and reacted immediately. But at this moment Xiang Feng was already tickling Li Lia's waist. Well, you little girl, you dare to challenge the emperor. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Xiang Feng lectured Li Lia as he spoke. Li Lia had no room to resist. She had to hold the spatula in one hand and try to dodge Xiang Feng's attack at the same time. Stop it. I'm cooking. Okay, I was wrong. I was wrong. Li Lia soon couldn't stand Xiang Feng's trick anymore. Li Lia completely lost the ability to resist. He could only keep begging Xiang Feng for mercy. But Xiang Feng would not let her go so easily and continued to tease Li Lia. Under Xiang Feng's tyrannical power, Li Lia finally chose to surrender. At this time Xiang Feng also let go of his evil clutches and quickly hid in the bathroom. Because he knew that he succeeded. Li Lia will definitely not let me go. It's better to hide first to avoid being hurt by her sharp tongue again. It just so happens that I also need to go to the bathroom to wash off this beautiful makeup. 10 minutes later, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Xiang Feng's face was completely cleaned. When I walked out of the bathroom, I saw 3 plates already on the dining table. Wow, it smells so good. When he came to the dining table, Xiang Feng couldn't help but be attracted by Li Lia's cooking skills. Although she was harassed by herself while cooking, she still made delicious food. Xiang Feng, who had just eaten, felt hungry again. At this time, Li Lia also brought out 2 bowls of white rice from the kitchen. Seeing that Xiang Feng still had red marks on his face, he couldn't help but laugh. Pfft, this can't be washed clean with water. You're still laughing? Do you want to do it again? Xiang Feng said this and stretched out his evil hands once again. Seeing this situation, Li Lia subconsciously took a step back, her face flushed. No. I'm scared of you. I'm just saying that lipstick can't be washed off with water. I'll use makeup remover to wash it off for you after dinner. Look at you now, it's even funnier than before. Seeing the lipstick on Xiang Feng's face that had not been washed off, he suddenly felt funny. Qin Feng didn't care too much about these. He nodded, looked at Li Lia with a blushing face and said with a smile, I didn't expect that your weakness is being ticklish. Hee, I know how to deal with you in the future. You dare. Believe it or not, I will bite you to death. Li Lia said this and showed her sharp fangs to declare her sovereignty. Eat. Seeing that she had used her killer move, Xiang Feng didn't dare to say anything. Immediately changed the subject. As a result, he put down his bowl and chopsticks and started eating with big mouthfuls. Snort! In fact, Li Lia was not really angry. On the contrary, she slowly began to feel the same as before. It seems like there is still some expectation. Chapter 116 Zhang Yuan is here. Xiang Feng's rhetorical question directly shut Kong Lingwei up. although he thought Xiang Feng could not beat director Zhang. But who says Xiang Feng is the boss? His decision trumps everything else. As long as Xiang Feng makes a decision, he must execute it unconditionally. You can't talk back. You should know that Xiang Feng has 100% absolute control over this entertainment company. If you dare to talk back to Xiang Feng, it means you simply don't want to do this job anymore. No. Kong Lingwei had beads of sweat the size of soybeans on her forehead as she answered repeatedly. That's it. Tonight, except for me, other artists must win for me. Tell them that if they fail to win, they will be banned indefinitely. Xiang Feng ordered directly. You know, this is a competition that concerns the company's reputation. If these artists don't take it seriously, the company's reputation will be ruined. Although Xiang Feng is just a hands-off boss, this is his own business after all. I can't just watch it fall. Not to mention, it was he who personally recruited Jiang Yueyuan at that time. If it weren't for this incident, Director Zhang wouldn't have found fault. Ever since I heard that Jiang Yueyuan was banned because of Director Zhang, Xiang Feng has always wanted to meet this so-called Director Zhang and find out who he is. We can take advantage of this opportunity to have a good relationship with him. Feng, Mr. Xiang. Why are you here? Just as Xiang Feng was thinking about this, a delicate voice came from behind him. Xiang Feng was very familiar with this voice. Hey, Miss Jiang, don't you have any announcements today? Are you so idle at the company? Turning around, Xiang Feng looked at Jiang Yueyuan and smiled. Before, Jiang Yueyuan was used to calling him Mr. Landlord. But after joining Xiang Feng Company, I found out that he was the boss of the company. I just got used to calling him Xiang Xiao as everyone else did. Although she had avoided the upper and lower level relationships, Jiang Yueyuan was still very casual when she met Xiang Feng. She is not at all as reserved as Kong Lingwei. I've been so busy these past few days. I finally got a break today, but you bumped into me. You actually said I was free, huh? Jiang Yueyuan said this, pouting. It was like a child who had been wronged. I'm just teasing you. Since you have nothing to do today, come with me later. Xiang Feng said with a smile. Go? Where to? Want to go play? I haven't gone out to play in a long time. When Jiang Yueyuan heard that Xiang Feng was going to take her out, the smile on her face became even brighter. Ever since I came to work at Xiangfeng Company. Although I have become busy. But there are announcements every day, so the work is quite busy. I no longer have the leisure time I had when I was hidden away before. When I met Xiang Feng this time, he actually wanted to take me out. No matter what she goes to do, Jiang Yueyuan is looking forward to it. Finally I can go out and get some fresh air. I'll take you to meet an old acquaintance. Xiang Feng answered with a mysterious look on his face. An old acquaintance? Just when Jiang Yueyuan was looking confused, Kong Lingwei came over. Mr. Xiang, the show is about to start, we can set off now. Kong Lingwei stood aside and spoke respectfully. Okay, send me the address and I'll drive there myself. After saying that, Xiang Feng turned around and looked at Jiang Yueyuan. Let's go, Miss Jiang. Having said that, he took Jiang Yueyuan towards the elevator. Originally, Kong Lingwei was planning to arrange other work for Jiang Yueyuan today. But when she saw Xiang Feng bringing her along, Kong Lingwei didn't say anything else. After sending the address to Xiang Feng, he immediately took a few people to the live broadcast site. Xiang Feng took Jiang Yueyuan with him in his Bugatti Veyron. We drove all the way according to the address sent by Kong Lingwei. Today is the last live broadcast of the show. Therefore, the program team chose to broadcast live in the Shanghai Stadium. The huge stadium was completely booked by the program crew. At this moment, the entrance of the stadium was already filled with various types of nanny cars. The celebrity guests had already arrived and were ready. Today's show is live, and there are a lot more security personnel outside the stadium. Ordinary vehicles are not allowed to enter the venue without an entry and exit permit issued by the program team. But these security guards are all veterans. When I saw a limited edition Bugatti Veyron coming in, they didn't slack off at all. I felt relieved immediately. Although they didn't have a pass, they knew. Those who can drive this kind of car are more important than those celebrities. Maybe it's the sponsor of this program. Even if they are not sponsors, they would not dare to offend someone who drives such a luxury car. all the way to the entrance of the venue. But Kong Lingwei has not arrived yet. After all, Xiang Feng's car has good performance, and they are riding in the company's business car. It is impossible to catch up with Xiang Feng. After getting off the car, Xiang Feng didn't know where the backstage of the show was. So he took Jiang Yueyuan and waited at the door. Just as the two were standing at the door waiting, a huge nanny car slowly drove over and stopped in front of them. After the car stopped, the driver jogged over. After opening the car door, Xiang Feng smelled a strong scent of perfume. The person coming towards me was a woman with heavy makeup and very revealing clothes. Wearing a pair of big frame sunglasses, he held his head high and looked very cool. Then, a group of men in black suits got out of a business car behind her and surrounded her. "Get out of here! Don't block our Yang Fei's path." Chapter 117 No Power. Surrounded by the crowd, he walked into the venue with Yang Fei. This kind of pomp and circumstance is comparable to the appearance of top-tier celebrities. At this moment, there was no one in front of the venue. Not even reporters. Under such circumstances, such a scene happened. It is conceivable how much this artist named Yang Fei cares about her reputation. As she was walking into the venue surrounded by bodyguards. Then I saw Jiang Yueyuan and Xiang Feng standing aside. "Hey, isn't this the new artist in our company?" "Jiang Yueyuan, what are you doing here?" "Today is my home game. The company spent a lot of effort to let me host this show. Are you here just to make a cameo appearance?" Seeing this, Yang Fei slowly walked towards the two of them. He even took off his sunglasses a little and spoke in a very contemptuous tone. "Yang Fei is a second-tier artist of Huiyu Entertainment. His fame has soared recently after starring in a TV series. So she was invited to act as a host in this program." When he saw Jiang Yueyuan, his eyes showed more disdain. After all, they are artists from the same company, and he is very popular now. Naturally, he looked very proud. "Yang Fei? Does our company have such an artist?" Xiang Feng was a little confused. After all, I had just taken over this company not long ago and had been acting as a hands-off manager. So many artists in the company don't even know each other. Besides, Xiang Feng usually doesn't pay attention to these entertainment programs at all. It's normal not to know Yang Fei. "Hey, Jiang Yueyuan, is this your new assistant? From our company? You don't even recognize me in the company?" Yang Fei's tone was very sarcastic. She originally wanted to use this occasion to mock Jiang Yueyuan. But she didn't expect to be ignored by the people around her. You know, as an artist, being told that someone doesn't know you is a very embarrassing thing. Originally, Jiang Yueyuan wanted to explain to her that the person standing next to her was not an assistant, but the company boss. But Xiang Feng gave her a look and told her not to speak. Xiang Feng also wanted to see it very much, as a little star. How arrogant can they be? In the show, each of these stars has a naive and innocent character. The attitude towards others is very good. When he saw Yang Fei like this, he also understood it. So this is all fake? Why? Are you famous? Seeing the other party's arrogant tone, Xiang Feng asked in a playful tone. "You? Is this your assistant? Don't let me see him in the company starting tomorrow." After hearing this, Yang Fei became even more angry. Now I am a celebrity in the company. Even the general manager would be more polite to me when he saw me. Now he was being criticized by a small assistant. This was really unbearable for her. "Wang Jingji. Did you hear that? If he's still in the company tomorrow, it will be harder for me to receive future announcements." After Yang Fei finished speaking, she did not forget to give some instructions to her agent beside her. Okay, Sister Yan." At this moment, Yang Fei's agent was like a follower. He nodded repeatedly in agreement. No way. Who says Yang Fei is so popular now? As her agent, she receives a lot of notices. You can also earn a lot. So you must be nicer to this cash cow of yours. Are you new here? I haven't seen you before. Go to the Human Resources Department tomorrow to handle your resignation. Do you hear me? After agreeing to Yang Fei's requests repeatedly, the agent immediately turned to Xiang Feng and said with a dark face. At this moment, he had no choice. Who made this blind man want to anger the young lady? He can only blame himself for his bad luck. Fire me? This is the first time someone has said that to me. After hearing what the agent said, Xiang Feng couldn't help but laugh. After taking over the company for so long, this is the first time someone dares to speak to me like this. What? Do you think I'm talking nonsense? Go to the finance department to collect your salary tomorrow. Seeing that an assistant was so arrogant, the agent became even more angry. Excuse me, what right do you have to fire me? You are the HR director? Xiang Feng didn't seem angry at all and asked back. You know, he's just an agent. Although I have accepted a popular artist. But we don't have the right to fire anyone. This made Xiang Feng a little confused. Are all entertainment companies so chaotic? Wang Jingji, can't you even handle such a small matter? It seems that I really need to apply to the company to change to a capable agent. Yang Fei was a little angry that her agent was left speechless. He whispered a reminder beside the agent. It would have been better if he hadn't said this, but once he did, Wang Jing became a little nervous. Because he knew that Yang Fei was currently in the rising period of her career. With her current popularity, she can definitely find a reason to change her agent. If she changed her agent, it would mean she would lose a lot of sales. This won't do. Thinking of this, Wang Jingji immediately looked at Xiang Feng with a dark face again. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and made a call. Hey, hello, Mr. Zhang. I'm Xiao Wang from the agency department. Yes, it's like this. I was accompanying my Yang Fei to attend an announcement. A little assistant here provoked my Yang Fei. She is very unhappy now. It has affected the announcement. I suggest that this ignorant assistant be fired immediately. Chapter 118, Changing Face. The person Wang Jingji called was the company's human resources director. The other party naturally understood what Wang Jingji meant from his words. I just want to open one person. Considering the interests of the company, the other party will naturally agree to this request. Oh, yes. It's Jiang Yueyuan's new assistant. After hearing the other party's agreement, Wang Jingji's expression became obviously much better. But when the other party heard this, he became a little confused. Jiang Yueyuan's new assistant? When did she get a new assistant? Is Wang Jingji kidding? What's your name? Wait a moment, I'll ask. After hearing the HR director's question, Wang Jingji covered the phone and looked at Xiang Feng again. What's your name, kid? Wang Jingji's tone was very arrogant, as if he was sure of winning. I was thinking to myself, let us see whether you live or not this time. How dare you argue with me? Xiang Feng. Seeing the other party so arrogant, Xiang Feng said his name slowly. Hey director, he said his name is Xiang Feng, this guy. Tell him not to come tomorrow. After hearing his name, Wang Jingji picked up the phone again without any hesitation. But when the other party heard these two words, suddenly there was silence. It would be a good thing if Wang Jingji didn't know Xiang Feng. As the company's human resources director, he still knows his boss's name. Hello? Mr. Zhang. Can you hear me? Wang Jingji thought the signal was bad, so he shouted again to the person on the other end of the phone. But what awaited him was not the response from the HR director. What was heard was a roar. If you want to die, don't drag me along. Get lost. Don't even mention you called me. After a roar, the phone was hung up. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Zhang, the HR director, broke out in sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, I didn't agree to the other party so easily. If you agree immediately, the other party will still be your boss. Then my career is over. Wang Jingji was also confused after the call was suddenly hung up. He just agreed in a very good attitude, but why did his expression change after he said his name? Could it be that this young assistant has a background? Thinking of this, Wang Jingji felt a little nervous. There are many people with backgrounds in the entertainment industry. Even the HR director doesn't dare to offend him. Could he be some big shot? At this time, Wang Jingji also began to constantly recall the name Xiang Feng. It sounds very familiar, but I can't remember where I've heard it. At this time, a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle also drove over. A man in a suit got out of the car. Everyone looked over there. They are all very familiar with this car. That is the car of the company's general manager Kong Lingwei. When Yang Fei saw the appearance of this car, he seemed to see hope again. The heavily made up face immediately became gloomy. Instantly, tears welled up in my eyes. I was thinking, let us see whether you can live or not this time. Xiang Feng accidentally saw the changes on her face. I can't help but sigh. This is a real actor. Immediately afterwards, after the car stopped, Kong Lingwei got out of the car. He is the general manager of the company, so he is naturally very authoritative in front of other people. After seeing him appear, Wang Jingji immediately ran to the car and helped Kong Lingwei in a flattering manner. Mr. Kong, slow down. Wang Jingji looked very fawning, just like a complete idiot. Just after Kong Lingwei got out of the car, Yang Fei walked over with a very aggrieved look on her face. Boss Kong, you have to make the decision for me. Yang Fei ran to Kong Lingwei with a tearful look on her face. Looking at her like this, it seems like she has suffered a lot of injustice. Kong Lingwei, the old fox, has naturally seen many such scenes. He just replied calmly, "What's the matter?" Boss Kong, Jiang Yuan and his assistant teamed up to bully me. They even scolded me. I'm totally in no mood to host the next show. You have to help me figure it out. Yang Fei's words were very clear. I've been bullied. If you don't help me save my face, I won't host the next show. It's up to you. Kong Lingwei has seen many cases of artists quitting their jobs at short notice. Isn't it just a requirement? As long as it's not too much, just agree to it. But she said that it was Jiang Yuan and her assistant who bullied her. Didn't Jiang Yuan come here with the boss? When did you bring an assistant? What's more, the boss's car can only seat 2 people. Soon, Kong Lingwei looked forward. When he saw Jiang Yuan and Xiang Feng, his expression changed immediately. The dignified look Ben had in front of his subordinates immediately turned into a smiling face. He pushed Yang Fei and Wang Jingji away and trotted over. Yang Fei and Wang Jingji were a little puzzled when they saw this. I thought Kong Lingwei was going to scold someone on my behalf. But the next scene completely shocked them. Kong Lingwei was seen running towards the person they thought was the assistant. She leaned forward slightly and looked at him with a smile on her face. Sorry, Mr. Xiang, I kept you waiting for so long. Chapter 119 Expulsion. When everyone saw that Kong Lingwei was so humble to this young man. Totally surprised. No way, after all, Kong Lingwei is also the general manager of Huiyu Entertainment. In the entertainment industry, there are only a handful of people who can have the same attitude as him. Why is he so respectful in front of this young man? Boss Kong, what are you doing? Isn't he just a small assistant? At this time, Yang Fei hadn't reacted yet. He asked Kong Lingwei in great confusion. Shut up. When Kong Lingwei heard what Yang Fei said, she got angry. He turned around and glared at Yang Fei fiercely. I was thinking, how could this little girl be so stupid? You already have this attitude and you still add fuel to the fire. I really don't know how this idiot could become so popular. After being yelled at like this, Yang Fei was also confused. I am very famous now, and no one in the company dares to speak to me loudly. Now Kong Lingwei is yelling at herself for a young man? Etc. Young people. Yang Fei seemed to suddenly think of something. Just a while ago, when I received a notice while abroad. The company seems to have notified us that the company's boss has been replaced. He seems to be just a young man. At that time, I told my colleagues that we must find an opportunity to catch this big boss. But what is it called? Yang Fei was so nervous that she couldn't remember anything. At this moment, Wang Jingji suddenly understood. The young man in front of me seems to be my boss. Xiang Feng. He finally remembered. It seems that the new boss of the company has this name. No wonder it felt so familiar to him. No wonder the HR director was stunned when he heard the name and hung up his phone. They just reacted now. It turns out that the person next to Jiang Yuan was not an assistant at all, but the company boss. But this boss is too low-key. It's fine if he doesn't even bring a bodyguard with him when he goes out. They were all wearing cheap clothes. No wonder they thought Xiang Feng was just a little assistant. No matter how you look at him, he doesn't look like the boss of a big company. Mr. Xiang, I'm sorry. They were overseas receiving notices before and may not know you. Please don't be angry. Kong Lingwei apologized to Xiang Feng repeatedly. After all, these are all company people, and they don't even know the boss. This was a complete dereliction of duty on his part as general manager. Kong Lingwei was very nervous at this moment. Xiao Kong, I handed the company over to you, and this is how you manage it? Xiang Feng did not answer directly, but questioned Kong Lingwei instead. I'm sorry for my negligence. Please punish me. After hearing this, the sweat on Kong Lingwei's forehead became more obvious. Why don't you come and apologize to Mr. Xiang? After saying that, Kong Lingwei yelled at Yang Fei and the others again. I'm still thinking about the trouble you two have caused. Do you want me to carry it all for you? The most important thing now is that the young master does not get angry. This was the first time they saw Kong Lingwei like this. He is usually decisive and resolute in the company, but now he is so afraid of Xiang Feng. This made Yang Fei realize that this matter was no small matter. After being stunned for a moment, the two men hurriedly ran to Xiang Feng. Bow and lower your head. Mr. Xiang. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I didn't mean to offend you, please forgive me. Wang Jingji spoke first. The attitude is very sincere. Because he knew that he was just an ordinary agent and he dared not provoke a person like Xiang Feng. What's more, I had no choice. I was forced by Yang Fei. Yang Fei on the side was even more daring. He simply pulled up Xiang Feng's right hand, held it tightly in his arms, and rubbed it constantly. Mr. Xiang, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you. Please don't be angry, okay? As long as you're not angry, I can do anything you ask me to do. Yang Fei spoke very bluntly, and Xiang Feng could clearly feel his arm touching something soft while she was speaking. I have to say, this slut Yang Fei is quite good at coaxing people. Even Kong Lingwei secretly admired her. This little girl not only apologized, but also had the opportunity to hook up with the big boss. Sure enough, there is a way. Especially her last sentence, she would do anything you ask her to do. What if? But Xiang Feng didn't buy it. Now he can still distinguish different occasions. Didn't you just want to fire me? I can't accept your attitude now. After Xiang Feng finished speaking, he turned and looked at Kong Lingwei again. Xiao Kong, are our company's second-tier artists also grand now? I've never seen such a grand ceremony when I go out. It seems that our company is still well-funded. Although Xiang Feng's tone was very relaxed, Kong Lingwei knew that he was questioning her. Look, Yang Fei brought so many bodyguards, including assistants, there are more than a dozen people in total. But the expenses for these dozen people must be paid by the company. Although I am very rich now, I can't waste it like this. Xiang Feng is quite experienced when it comes to saving money. What's more, she is just a second-tier star. There is no need for so many manpower. Isn't this a waste of resources? This is my negligence in management. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiang. I will correct it immediately. Chapter 120 Announcement. Wang Jingji, who gave you the right to use such a grand ceremony? Have you forgotten the company's rules? Turning back, Kong Lingwei questioned Wang Jingji. At this moment, the bodyguards nearby were also confused. Originally, they belonged to the company's security department. Usually, I am responsible for maintaining order when some of the company's celebrity artists appear. When they first saw Xiang Feng, they all thought he was just a small assistant. A set of no-name clothes and a pair of slippers. No matter how you look at him, he looks like a poor loser, and he doesn't even know how he got into the company. After all, they are a big company, so they should at least pay attention to their clothing. Now they understand. So this is the big boss. Dressed so casually. This boss is too low-key. Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiang, this is our problem, we will definitely change it. We will definitely change it. At this moment, Wang Jingji looked as pale as death. If you offend the boss, how will you survive in the future? At this moment, Yang Fei was thinking about how to use all his tricks to take down this big boss. Faced with her proactive advances, Xiang Feng was unmoved. This also made Yang Fei a little confused. Under normal circumstances, I don't know how many people would have been taken down because of this trick of mine. Also, she was arranged to host this event? Xiang Feng asked again. Kong Lingwei nodded repeatedly. After all, this live broadcast has attracted a lot of attention. The host who can do this can get huge exposure. So the company spent a lot of effort to get this position. It was handed over to Yang Fei, who is quite popular now. Let her go, and let someone else host this show. Xiang Feng didn't think too much about it, he just simply disliked Yang Fei. Ah. Mr. Xiang, this position was obtained with a 10 million yuan sponsorship from our company. Look. Kong Lingwei looked a little ugly. After all, the position has been finalized a long time ago, and now it can be cancelled. Then the 10 million would be wasted. 10 million, that really cost a lot of money. Hearing that so much money had been spent, Xiang Feng couldn't help but feel a little distressed. I didn't expect it would cost so much to grab a hosting position. This is too luxurious. However, the traffic generated by hosting this show can make the company earn more than 10 million. But if Yang Fei is not allowed to host the show now, wouldn't the money be wasted? Thinking of this, Xiang Feng glanced at Zhang Yueyuan standing beside him. Suddenly, I had an idea. Then let's change someone else. Change people? Mr. Xiang. Kong Lingwei was a little confused at first. Where should he find the substitute at midnight? But when he looked at Xiang Feng, he instantly understood what he meant. Isn't there a perfect one next to Xiang Feng? Moreover, Zhang Yueyuan was recruited by Xiang Feng himself. It definitely means special training. Thinking of this, Kong Lingwei coughed. You guys go back and reflect on yourself first. We don't need you to host this show anymore. Kong Lingwei said coldly to Yang Fei. Boss Kong. Master Xiang. At this time, Yang Fei still wanted to keep him. She really wanted the opportunity to host this event. She had prepared for this event for a long time in advance. But now, because of Xiang Feng's words, he had given up such a good opportunity. It was Zhang Yueyuan, the person he had just mocked. This was hard for her to accept. Don't leave yet. Kong Lingwei didn't give her any chance to stay. Since the big boss has spoken, he naturally dare not neglect it. Seeing such a firm tone, Yang Fei had no choice but to stamp her feet and turn away. After this happened, Kong Lingwei naturally didn't dare to care about Yang Fei anymore. What she didn't know was that offending the big boss this time would make her future career as an artist very difficult. Mr. Xiang. Don't be angry, she is ignorant, don't bother with her. Kong Lingwei explained again. Xiang Feng didn't say anything more. After all, Yang Fei could still make money for him. Under the guidance of Kong Lingwei, Xiang Feng came to the rest area prepared in advance. At this time, the show was still half an hour away from starting, and the backstage was busy. Get ready, you will be the host later. Zhang Yueyuan was stunned when she heard Xiang Feng say this. So the reason why he asked Yang Fei to leave just now was to let himself be the host of this event. For Zhang Yueyuan, who does not have much hosting experience, this is a great opportunity. This is a large-scale live broadcast. I never had such a good opportunity in my previous company. I didn't expect Xiang Feng to give it to me. Let me do it? Zhang Yueyuan was a little surprised. Such a large-scale hosting, Xiang Feng actually wants to give himself? Aren't you afraid that you'll mess up the hosting of this event? Who else? But I don't have much experience. If I mess up. Zhang Yueyuan explained, because she had heard it just now. This is an opportunity that the company spent 10 million to get. If I really messed it up, I would be so sorry to Xiang Feng. But Xiang Feng looked indifferent. Anyway, whoever is the host, it will be the same no matter who replaces him. It's okay, just go. There is a notice fee for this show. If you don't make more money, what will I do if I don't have money to pay my rent? Chapter 121. The sky is high and the earth is high. You miser. So all you care about is your rent. Zhang Yueyuan shouted, waving her pink little fists. I thought Xiang Feng wanted to give himself a chance to exercise. But what she didn't expect was that Xiang Feng actually wanted her to use the extra money she earned to pay his rent. Zhang Yueyuan was originally feeling warm in her heart, but her feelings disappeared immediately after hearing Xiang Feng's words. Humph. Go ahead. Who's afraid of who? You can't blame me if you mess up. Zhang Yueyuan said this and followed the staff to the backstage. The show was about to start, and she needed to change her clothes and get ready. At this time, Xiang Feng was sitting in the rest area, and Kong Lingwei also came over. Explain to Xiang Feng some details about the upcoming game. In this competition, Huiyu Entertainment had a total of 3 artists competing. In order to prepare for the final game, the company also conducted devilish training for the three of them, to ensure that they don't lose face in this game. Moreover, Kong Lingwei also specifically instructed that the big boss would be present in person at the game. If they were to embarrass themselves, their career as an artist would be over. Therefore, they did not dare to neglect it. In Kong Lingwei's report, she also specifically emphasized Director Zhang's strength. He was a Special Forces soldier and had won a Muay Thai championship, a 9th degree in Judo, and a black belt in Taekwondo. It sounds like it's very strong. If it were someone else, they would immediately get stage fright after hearing this. But Xiang Feng remained calm when he heard this. Muay Thai? Judo? Taekwondo? Is there any that can compare with Chinese martial arts? In front of Chinese martial arts, all of this is rubbish. At the same time, Director Zhang and his assistant also came to the venue. Director Zhang was seen wearing sportswear, even though he was already in his 40s. He walked around the venue with a stern face. Soon, Xiang Feng and Director Zhang's eyes met. It would have been fine if their eyes hadn't met, but they did. There was an immediate strong smell of gunpowder. Director Zhang was seen walking slowly towards Xiang Feng. Compared to you, you are Mr. Xiang, right? When he came to Xiang Feng, Director Zhang asked in a very friendly tone. After all, these two people will be the ones going on stage soon. He thought that since Xiang Feng had put his face in front of him, he could hit him. Now we can't not give him face, right? Yes, you are the big director, right? Xiang Feng also stood up in a very polite tone. I am not very talented. I have indeed made some films, but I cannot be called a great director. Director Zhang smiled, knowing that his directorial abilities were widely recognized in the industry. The two held hands together, although they were chatting. But his hands were secretly competing with each other. Director Zhang held Xiang Feng's hand with considerable force. But he unexpectedly discovered that Xiang Feng seemed to be struggling. No matter how hard I held his hand, it felt like I was holding onto a rock. Oh, that's right. I haven't heard of any of your works. It seems you still need to work harder. Xiang Feng said directly. These words immediately changed the expressions of the people behind Director Zhang and Kong Lingwei. Xiang Feng is really good at talking. You have to be polite at least. He actually said directly that he had never heard of Director Zhang's works. And let him work harder? Oh shit. If it were someone else, Director Zhang would have lost his temper a long time ago, right? But now Director Zhang just frowns on this. Okay, let's meet in the ring later. Once we're in the ring, I won't let you down just because you're young. Director Zhang's tone was very calm. Everyone can hear that Director Zhang is definitely angry. But for the sake of face, he did not get angry. I'm glad you said that. I was thinking that since you are old, I should give way to the elderly. When these words were spoken, Kong Lingwei, who was standing by, laughed out loud without even recognizing him. This Mr. Xiang's words are so funny. But seeing that so many people were still there, Kong Lingwei forced herself to take it back. Now be serious. Yes, serious. Although the game has not started yet, Xiang Feng has the upper hand in the conversation. Director Zhang's face turned even uglier when he heard this. Humph. Young man, don't be so stubborn. Let's face it in the ring later. After saying that, Director Zhang let go of her hand and turned away. After letting go of his hand, Xiang Feng could see it clearly. Director Zhang's red right hands. This old guy insisted on competing with me in strength. In the end, you're the one who suffers. Although Director Zhang's hands were swollen and uncomfortable, he still held back for the sake of his reputation. Director Zhang also thought, isn't it just that the hands have a little strength? When you get into the ring, you don't have to rely on brute force. It depends more on brains and fighting skills. Judging from Xiang Feng's appearance, he must be just a brainless rich second generation. Fight in a ring? That must be even more clueless. He is so eloquent now. When we get on the stage, I will show you how I will teach this ignorant young man a lesson. After Director Zhang walked away, Kong Lingwei finally couldn't hold it anymore. Ah, Mr. Xiang, you're so funny. Are you kidding? I'm only telling the truth. Xiang Feng waved his hand. He was clearly telling the truth. Why does Director Zhang look so angry? But you have completely angered him. You must be careful in the game next time. Chapter 122 Entertainment Company. At your age, you really have to be careful and not use too much force. If you beat him to pieces, I can't afford the compensation. Xiang Feng murmured, beginning to become worried. Kong Lingwei's face was even more unhappy at this moment. I really don't understand what the rich second generation are thinking nowadays. Soon, the live show began. Zhang Yueyuan stood in the center of the ring and spoke some opening words to the camera. From time to time, his eyes would glance at the viewing area specially prepared for Xiang Feng by the program team below the stage. Listening to the boring opening, Xiang Feng couldn't help yawning. Sure enough, the programs nowadays are basically the same. After a long hosting, we finally got to the point. It's a competition between celebrities. The first competition was between an artist under Xiang Feng's company and an artist under director Zhang. Director Zhang was sitting right opposite Xiang Feng. The two of them could see each other as long as they looked up. Director Zhang was also staring at Xiang Feng at this moment. An expression of confidence in victory. Seeing Director Zhang staring at him, Xiang Feng felt a little uncomfortable. Is this old guy out of his mind? He keeps looking at me. I'm not gay. Xiang Feng complained and continued watching the game. As soon as the competition started, Director Zhang's artists gained the upper hand. With a height of 1.9 meters, he kept suppressing the attacks of Xiang Feng's artists. But it didn't last long before the flaw was discovered. Due to the height problem, the movement is not very flexible. After being caught making an offensive mistake, he was knocked out directly. When Director Zhang saw his first artist being knocked out, he was extremely surprised. When did the people from Huiyu Entertainment become stronger? But fortunately, we only lost the first game. There are still a few competitions to come, and they will naturally be able to regain their face. Maybe it was because Xiang Feng was willing to give the death order. The following games played by Huiyu Entertainment artists were all extremely exciting. And he successfully knocked out his opponent in every game. This made Director Zhang completely unable to sit still. Sit in your own viewing area. Xiang Feng looked at his furious expression. He was still cursing at me as a piece of trash. This was supposed to be the last episode. He also hopes to use the show to promote his new movie. But he was very angry that his artists were so disappointing. At this moment, Director Zhang was in the viewing area and had already greeted the ancestors of all his men. At such a critical moment, he actually embarrassed himself. But fortunately, I still have one last game and can save some face. Otherwise, I would have lost all my face today. Soon, all the artists' competitions in the early stage were over. In this competition, Huiyu Entertainment won the championship of the last episode with a perfect record. At this moment, Xiang Feng was sitting in his seat with a smile on his face. Director Zhang looked like a defeated rooster with a stern face. Next, it's time for the highlight of this episode. It will be a friendly match between Mr. Xiang Feng, the chairman of Huiyu Entertainment, and Director Zhang. Zhang Yueyuan said this. The whole audience was in an uproar. No way, the chairman of Huiyu Entertainment is also going to come up and compete? I didn't expect that people like them in the upper class also like to play this? And Director Zhang, they are all big names in their circle. For a moment, the audience who thought the show was over started paying more attention. Then, Director Zhang took off his sports jacket. A body of strong muscles was displayed in front of everyone. I didn't expect Director Zhang to be still strong and healthy. Yes. It's not easy to maintain such a good figure at such an old age. Hey! Where's the chairman of Huiyu Entertainment? Didn't you say you wanted to challenge him? It is said that Huiyu Entertainment changed its chairman some time ago. I don't know who the chairman of Huiyu Entertainment is yet. The person who can buy such a big company must be extraordinary. He must be about the same age as Director Zhang, right? At the scene, the audience also started talking. At this moment, Director Zhang has also stood on the stage, but he has not seen the figure of the legendary chairman of Huiyu Entertainment. Just when everyone was confused, the host Zhang Yueyuan suddenly spoke. Then let's welcome our contestant Xiang Feng to the stage. After Zhang Yueyuan finished speaking, the light turned to Xiang Feng. I saw a young man in ordinary clothes slowly walking towards the ring. Director Zhang also looked very embarrassed at this moment. I was thinking that you didn't introduce me when I went on stage. Xiang Feng came on stage and was introduced with lights on. Isn't this pure kindness towards himself? But it's okay. No matter how great the halo is given to Xiang Feng now, if he is brought back, Xiang Feng will fall miserably. Director Zhang still understands the issue of overpraising someone to death. When Xiang Feng walked towards the stage, the whole audience was in an uproar. Xiang Feng was seen on the ring, wearing ordinary sportswear. From top to bottom, it couldn't be more ordinary. And he looks very young, completely different from Director Zhang in age. He just looks quite handsome. No one dared to believe it. This is actually the chairman of Huayu Entertainment? If you say he is just an ordinary staff member, everyone will believe it without hesitation. But saying that he is the chairman of Huayu Entertainment is totally unbelievable. Chapter 123 Question. Director Zhang was also stunned when he saw that Xiang Feng actually dodged his attack. Didn't he expect this kid to have such a skill? It seems that I underestimated him. Didn't he expect that a rich second generation like Xiang Feng actually knows some kung fu? This made the audience feel incredible. Everyone thinks that being the chairman of such a large company must be very busy. How can I find time to learn martial arts? Moreover, Director Zhang's punch just now was extremely fast, and anyone without some martial arts skills would have been unable to handle it. This shows that Xiang Feng is not a layman at all. Not only did he block Director Zhang's attack, he also cleverly used his strength to push him out. However, Director Zhang believed that it was because he reminded Xiang Feng that he finally reacted. From now on, as long as I work harder, Xiang Feng will definitely not be my match. After adjusting his condition, Director Zhang once again seized the opportunity to launch an attack. This time, Director Zhang did not give any reminders. Instead, he jumped up and kicked Xiang Feng fiercely with his right foot. Director Zhang put in his full effort this time. I underestimated Xiang Feng before. Director Zhang didn't expect that he would have to be so serious in dealing with such a young man. Director Zhang's move is extremely explosive. Both the speed and strength are much stronger than before. At this moment, the audience all thought that Xiang Feng would definitely not be able to escape this time. But what was unexpected was that Xiang Feng just turned sideways. He dodged Director Zhang's whip kick. Bang! There was a loud crash and Director Zhang's whip kick missed. Director Zhang, you can't do this. It's boring. On the stage, Xiang Feng looked at Director Zhang with amusement. A mocking expression on his face. I thought he was so awesome. But I didn't expect that this was all he was capable of. This sentence directly angered Director Zhang. This is the first time someone says he can't do it. Boy, don't be so arrogant. Director Zhang said angrily. Then he launched a series of attacks on Xiang Feng. But after a few moves, he couldn't touch Xiang Feng at all. At this moment, Director Zhang has already launched a series of attacks. Xiang Feng, on the other hand, had not made any movement yet. Forget it. I won't play with you anymore. It's boring. Xiang Feng sighed. He didn't expect the competition to be so boring. I thought it would be just like in the TV series, very exciting. As soon as Xiang Feng finished speaking, Director Zhang threw another hook punch. This time, Xiang Feng did not choose to hide. Instead, he caught the opponent's fist with both hands again and stepped back. The strong and powerful Director Zhang was pulled in front of Xiang Feng. Immediately afterwards, Xiang Feng took action. Xiang Feng made his move in an instant, at an extremely fast speed. Crackling. The rapid attack dazzled the audience. The speed is too fast. Seeing Xiang Feng's figure, the knowledgeable audience also exclaimed. It's Bajiquan. It's our national martial art Bajiquan. I didn't expect that Xiang Feng is actually a master of Chinese martial arts. I knew it. Just now Xiang Feng used Tai Chi to skillfully neutralize Director Zhang's attack. Now he uses Bajiquan. He is definitely a master of Chinese martial arts. Sure enough, in front of Chinese martial arts, those foreign moves are nothing. The audience was excited to see such pure Chinese martial arts. Didn't expect that Xiang Feng, who looks ordinary, actually knows so many things. It is indeed a lot of wealth. In the ring, Xiang Feng's boxing was very fast. In less than 10 seconds, a set of punches was thrown out. Xiang Feng put his hand away. Director Zhang, who was standing in front of him, was already seeing stars. His eyes were unfocused and he could no longer see Xiang Feng clearly. Xiang Feng's attack made him unable to defend himself. At this time, Director Zhang was standing on the stage. He forced himself to hold his body together and not fall down. But it is still slowly retreating. After a while, Director Zhang fell on the stage. 10, 9, 8. 1. Seeing Director Zhang at the bottom, the referee immediately stepped forward to make the decision. After the countdown explanation, Director Zhang still did not stand up. Although, he always wanted to strengthen his will. Stand yourself up. However, after suffering such a powerful attack from Xiang Feng and having already expended a great deal of effort in the attack, he had already lost the strength to stand up. The winner of this game is Xiang Feng from Huiyu Entertainment. Seeing that Director Zhang could no longer stand up, the referee simply announced Xiang Feng's victory. Yeah. After the referee made the announcement, Jiang Yueyuan shouted excitedly. At this moment, Con Lingwei was also standing blankly on the stage. He was originally worried that Xiang Feng would be bullied by Director Zhang on stage. Even if he wasn't beaten up by Director Zhang, he would definitely have lost the game. But what was unexpected was that Xiang Feng actually won. And it's a one-shot kill. Director Zhang was beaten so badly that he had no chance to fight back. At this moment, Director Zhang fell on the stage. Although he was very unwilling in his heart. But there is no other way. I remembered that I had said harsh words to Xiang Feng before the game. He began to regret it. Now he is so embarrassed that he just lets his men lose. I was actually knocked out instantly. Still got KO'd by a young man. This is a huge joke. I will definitely be laughed at in the circle in the future. Who in the circle doesn't know that he and Jiang Yueyuan have a grudge? Now Jiang Yueyuan's boss has knocked him out. This is no different than slapping yourself in public. Chapter 124 Finding a Place. After announcing the victory of the match, Director Zhang's assistant quickly called the staff to bring a stretcher. Want to carry Director Zhang away? This action made Director Zhang even more angry. Do I still need a stretcher? This is not the way to embarrass yourself. Director Zhang began to doubt his assistant's IQ. However, Director Zhang tried to force himself to get up and leave the stage. But I found that I couldn't stand up at all. Xiang Feng's Bajiquan is so powerful. In desperation, Director Zhang was carried away on a stretcher. This scene was also recorded by the audience. I guess after today, there will be many emoticons on the internet about Director Zhang being caught or lying on a stretcher. Hearing that the game was over, Xiang Feng also prepared to leave. Mr. Xiang. Please wait a moment. Just as Xiang Feng was about to leave, Jiang Yueyuan's voice stopped him. Because, after the game there will be an interview with the winner. Xiang Feng was naturally no exception. What's more, he is the boss of the company, so naturally there are more interviews with him. Mr. Xiang, do you have anything to say about your victory over Director Zhang this time? After taking the microphone, Xiang Feng thought for a while. Well, actually beating him is nothing. After all, he's old and can't do it anymore. Xiang Feng speaks very directly. It caused an uproar in the audience. Xiang Feng is too direct in his words. Xiang Feng is the first person in the entertainment industry who dares to speak like this. But Xiang Feng didn't care, after all, he was not in the entertainment industry. Besides, Huiyu Entertainment is just one of his businesses. After hearing this, Jiang Yueyuan couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth a little. But after all, it was still a show, and Jiang Yueyuan still controlled her emotions. Master Xiang, can you tell us how you defeated Director Zhang with just one move? Everyone was shocked when they saw you take action just now. It's nothing actually. It's very simple. As long as everyone learns how to connect, transform and distribute, everything will be very simple. Xiang Feng's words made everyone laugh. Receive, transform, and send? ISNT. This the famous quote from Master Ma, who was very popular on the internet. Xiang Feng's words were obviously a mockery. After the show ended, Xiang Feng took Jiang Yueyuan away. In this show, Huiyu Entertainment has achieved many highlights. Especially Xiang Feng KO'd Director Zhang, which attracted a lot of traffic to the company. The rest of the matter will naturally be left to Con Lingwei to handle. If Xiang Feng wasn't the boss of the company, Con Lingwei would have wanted him to make his debut. With Xiang Feng's ability, it is very easy for him to become a top-tier celebrity. A Bugatti Veyron was speeding on the road. The huge roar of the engine filled the entire street. The return rate is 100%. The roar of the engine can be heard from hundreds of meters away. There was no car within a 10-meter radius around the car. This is not because there is less traffic on the road now. Instead, when the people around saw Xiang Feng's car, they consciously backed away, turned off the engine, and pulled the handbrake. Everyone knows that if this car is hit, then you have to sell your house and car. Thinking of Director Zhang's miserable look just now, I can't help but want to laugh. Sitting in the car, Zhang Yueyuan smiled. Xiang Feng, you are so amazing. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. After coming out of the venue, Zhang Yueyuan was like a little bird. It keeps chirping. It was also because I saw Director Zhang being KO'd. I finally let out some of the anger I had previously felt. Xiang Feng, thank you. Thank me for what? Of course you're venting my anger. Zhang Yueyuan looked at Xiang Feng and spoke seriously. Hearing Zhang Yueyuan's words, Xiang Feng's face turned black. I just wanted to try out the system's ability to kill instantly. But this little girl thought she was helping her vent her anger. It's okay. If you want to thank someone, be more practical. Don't just say it with your mouth. Xiang Feng also answered without any politeness. Since you think so, I'll just go along with you. After calling Director Zhang, Xiang Feng became even more excited. What better capabilities will the next system provided flash sales have? Then let me treat you to a meal. Zhang Yueyuan said with a smile. Then I have to eat something good. By the way, do you have money? Xiang Feng was not polite since he was treating him to a meal. Then I can save money on a meal. But she began to worry about Zhang Yueyuan's wallet again. Will this little girl be unable to take out the money when the time comes to pay? Who are you looking down on? I have a lot of announcements to make during this period. Tell me. What do you want to eat? You're welcome. Zhang Yueyuan took out a bank card from her pocket and said to Xiang Feng with a proud look on her face. You choose a location, somewhere quiet. After all, Zhang Yueyuan is a star, and he took Zhang Yueyuan out to dinner in such a swaggering manner. If the paparazzi saw it, there would definitely be a lot of trouble. So he specifically asked them to find a quiet place. Speaking of eating, Xiang Feng couldn't help but touch his stomach. After a busy day, I feel a little hungry. Since Zhang Yueyuan is treating us, we have to treat her well. After all, I lost a lot of money by renting the villa to her. Chapter 125, So-Called Luxury. Following Zhang Yueyuan's navigation, Xiang Feng drove all the way to a club in the suburbs. Although it is quite far from the city. At first Xiang Feng thought there would be some small shop in such a remote place. But after coming here, he found out that he was wrong. Although in the suburbs. But this club is decorated in a very classy way. After entering the parking lot, Xiang Feng discovered that the parking lot was full of luxury cars. Cars like Mercedes-Benz look very common here, and supercars like Lamborghini and Ferrari can be seen everywhere in the parking lot. And boss cars like Rolls-Royce and Bentley are everywhere. But a car like Xiang Feng's Bugatti Veyron, which costs hundreds of millions, is still unique. Let's go. This is the most upscale club in the Magic City, and the food inside is delicious. After parking the car, Zhang Yueyuan began to introduce. Let me make it clear first. I don't have any money. Seeing Zhang Yueyuan brought him to such a high-end club, he hurriedly explained. Humph. Miser. Zhang Yueyuan rolled her eyes at Xiang Feng. She was speechless. A rich man like Xiang Feng was so stingy. After the car was ready, the waiter came to open the door for the two of them. Welcome to the Magic City Club. Please follow me for dinner. After getting off the bus, Xiang Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It is indeed a high-end club, with such good service. Led by the waiter, the two of them were the first to walk into the door of the club. The clubhouse adopts ancient-style architecture. The entire club looks like a palace, and there are golden dragons with bared fangs and claws carved on the gate. Once you enter the club, you will find that the decoration is very different from the exterior. The magnificent hall is brightly lit. Even the waiters were all dressed in suits and cheongsams. However, Xiang Feng was wearing casual clothes, which was completely different from the decoration inside the club. If the waiter hadn't seen him driving a Bugatti Veyron, he would have been kicked out by the security guards long ago. After entering the club, the waiter took the two to a private room. Since it is a high-end club, most of the customers are wealthy people. Therefore, the club adopts private rooms to ensure the privacy of customers. Zhang Yueyuan used to come to this club frequently for social events. Plus, because she was a star, she was recognized by the waiter as soon as she came in. Miss Jiang, is it still the same as before? A waiter in Cheongsam came in and asked. After hearing this, Zhang Yueyuan turned her gaze to Xiang Feng. The waiters in the club naturally understood what she meant. He immediately brought a tablet computer and handed it to Xiang Feng. It seems you are a regular customer, so I'll listen to you. After taking the tablet, Xiang Feng spoke directly without even looking at the menu. After all, Xiang Feng doesn't come to clubs like this often. The names of the dishes inside are even more varied. For example, a tofu soup is called silver thread and white jade soup. It's just a plate of tofu soup. You have to speak so nicely. So Xiang Feng didn't want to make any more trouble and directly asked Zhang Yueyuan, a regular customer, to order the food. Seeing Xiang Feng say this, Zhang Yueyuan smiled. Then let's stick to the old rules. After saying that, the waiter nodded and walked out of the private room. Zhang Yueyuan is quite famous. When the waiters saw her and a boy in ordinary clothes, they started discussing in a low voice. Everyone thought that the man Zhang Yueyuan brought was his rumored boyfriend. The efficiency in the club is very high. In less than 20 minutes, the waiters brought in the dishes one by one. According to Zhang Yueyuan's order, their main course is steak. There are also some seafood and desserts. The service at the club is very good, and the steak served is not a whole piece. Instead, it had already been cut into small pieces for them and served with a pair of knives and forks. Mr. Xiang, please try it. This beef Wellington is something I always eat. It tastes really good. After the dishes came, Zhang Yueyuan began to introduce them. This time, she ordered all of her favorite dishes. But looking at the dish of beef Wellington, Xiang Feng was hesitant to start. What's wrong? Is this not to your taste? Zhang Yueyuan asked curiously. At this time, Xiang Feng's action left Zhang Yueyuan speechless. Xiang Feng just raised his hand and shouted to the waiter. Waiter, give me those chopsticks. Xiang Feng actually wants to use chopsticks. You know, they are eating Western food today. Western food is usually eaten with a knife and fork. And this weirdo Xiang Feng actually wants to use chopsticks. The waiter was stunned for a moment when he heard this. But he immediately brought him a pair of chopsticks. After all, the customer is God. At this moment, the waiter began to feel a little disdainful. I was thinking, this is just a country bumpkin, right? Coming to such a high-end club, you actually need chopsticks? However, as Xiang Feng was a customer, she did not dare to show it. I was just mocking him endlessly in my heart. That's it. After taking the chopsticks, Xiang Feng felt much more at ease. He picked up the chopsticks and started eating. This amount is too little. Soon, Xiang Feng finished the whole plate of steak. He ate the caviar on the side. And this caviar was only a pitiful sip. The flavor is gone before you even taste it. After hearing Qin Feng's words, the waiter also began to explain. Excuse me, sir. We charge 500 yuan per gram for this caviar. If you need more, you can order more. Chapter 126, Expecting a Kill. After the waiter finished speaking, he thought about it for a while. This is such high-quality caviar, and the small bite you just took cost thousands of dollars. You still don't say it's enough? If you want to eat, can you continue ordering? When you heard the price, you must have been shocked, right? At the same time, Xiang Feng spoke. 500 per gram? So expensive? After Xiang Feng finished speaking, the waiter's mouth corners raised slightly. I knew that this country bumpkin would be shocked when he heard the price. I don't know how Zhang Yueyuan liked this country bumpkin. Aren't they all canned? Just give me a can. After thinking for a while, Xiang Feng said directly. The waiter was stunned when he heard this. Are you sure you want a can? The waiter said in surprise. You know, a can of this high-quality caviar costs 15,000 yuan. Most customers order by gram. If someone wants a can at a time like this, he must be a rich man. Yes. Anyway, the big star Jiang is treating us, so she has plenty of money. Xiang Feng said with a smug look on his face. I don't have to pay for it anyway, and the caviar tastes so good. This is just a little bit, and it is definitely not enough for me to eat. Seeing Xiang Feng's mean expression, Zhang Yueyuan's face turned black. Miser. Are you going to squeeze me dry today? Zhang Yueyuan said unhappily. But she didn't stop Xiang Feng from ordering food. After all, she can still afford these tens of thousands of dollars. What's more, his current job opportunity and house were given by Xiang Feng. Even though I have to pay the rent. But it is also much cheaper, so I should really treat him to a meal to thank him. After hearing this, the waiter brought a whole box of caviar as Xiang Feng instructed. After opening the caviar, Xiang Feng picked up the spoon and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Well, this is enough to eat. Xiang Feng felt very satisfied as he ate caviar in big mouthfuls. How could it be just a tiny bit just now? The waiter beside him couldn't help but feel distressed when he saw this. Eating like this is such a waste of food. It's like eating caviar as pickles. Just one bite would cost you several $1,000s. After the dish has 5 flavors. Xiang Feng leaned back in his chair and burped. It's okay, it tastes better than the food stall I usually eat at. Xiang Feng said with satisfaction. After hearing this, the waiter's face turned completely black. This is a high-end club, how can it be compared to a street stall? Brother, this is a club. If the food isn't as good as that at a food stall, would it be able to be so big? Zhang Yueyuan rolled her eyes. She just looked at the bill, and it cost a full 40,000 yuan. A meal that cost 40,000 yuan was only slightly better than that at a food stall. This made Zhang Yueyuan not know what to say. The waiter was even more confused. Why did Zhang Yueyuan invite him to dinner? After all, she is a big star, and there are many people who want to treat her to a meal. But Zhang Yueyuan wanted to treat him to a meal and chose such a good place. After eating and drinking, Xiang Feng took Zhang Yueyuan away. Until they were sent to the parking lot. The waiter finally understood. Why did Zhang Yueyuan invite him to dinner? The moment when Xiang Feng took out the key to the Bugatti Veyron from his pocket. The waiter finally responded. It turns out that this ordinary-looking guy actually drives a limited edition sports car. After working in the club for a long time, the waiters are no longer surprised by seeing luxury cars. After all, people who go in and out of such clubs always drive luxury cars, and supercars are even more common. But this was the first time she had seen a car like the one Xiang Feng was driving. I've seen it on my phone before. Everyone knows that there are only 3 of these cars in the country, and they are still in short supply. The person who can drive this kind of car is definitely not an ordinary person. I thought all wealthy people were very low-key, but they are not that low-key. From the way he dresses to his behavior, he has nothing in common with the word rich. But he happens to be so rich. Sure enough, the world of rich people is not something they can understand. Miser. You really want me to treat you when I say so? You really have no emotional intelligence. After getting in the car, Zhang Yueyuan started complaining. She didn't expect that she would ask for the treat. Xiang Feng actually asked me to treat him, and he had no intention of paying the bill at all. Normally, there are so many directors and fans who want to treat me to a meal. Xiang Feng doesn't have any gentlemanly manners at all. Huh? Originally you said it was your treat, why do you want me to pay? Xiang Feng was bewildered. I don't know what this little girl is thinking. If you hadn't said you were going to treat me to a meal, no one would have run so far away from you. Seeing him like that at this moment, Zhang Yueyuan had nothing to say. I didn't expect Xiang Feng's EQ to be so low. I really don't know how he will find a girlfriend in the future. However, Xiang Feng doesn't need to worry about this at all. If it were back when I was delivering food, I might not have been able to find a girlfriend. It's different now. With daily flash sales, there are girls coming to you almost all the time. It was difficult for Xiang Feng to refuse. After sending Zhang Yueyuan all the way back to the Sea View Villa, Xiang Feng refused Zhang Yueyuan's invitation to go in for a cup of tea. Instead, I continued driving all the way to the hotel to rest. This is not because he didn't want to sit in Zhang Yueyuan's boudoir. But he knew that a new instant kill would appear in the system soon. Chapter 127 Time is up. How can a woman have an instant killer sent? It is impossible to pick up girls. The only way to make a living is to have sex instantly every day. Xiang Feng drove all the way to the downstairs of the hotel, and the hotel staff had already memorized the car. A special parking space was also set up for him in front of the hotel gate. After stopping the car, the hotel manager came running over to flatter me. Mr. Xiang. You are here. The manager looked very flattering. After all, Xiang Feng is their big client, so the service must be in place. We can't offend this young master. Xiang Feng nodded and ignored the manager. After returning to the room, Xiang Feng leaned back on the sofa and took a rest. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the night view of the entire Qinghai city comes into view. Xiang Feng let out a long sigh. The busy day is finally over. Soon, it was past 12 o'clock. Xiang Feng couldn't wait to open the flash sale mall. Ding! The flash sale mall has been updated. Flash sale item, an unfinished residential complex. Current market value, 10 million. Flash sale price, 10 yuan. Is it an instant kill? After seeing this instant sale item, Xiang Feng was a little confused. An unfinished residential complex? What's the point of killing it instantly? Xiang Feng was very puzzled that the system actually produced such an item. It would be fine if you just give me some individual products. This unfinished building is obviously one that cannot be sold. It has absolutely no value. Moreover, the market value of 10 million includes the price of the land. Although it is very cheap according to the current market. But there must be a reason for the bad ending. If I were to take over this unfinished building, the price of $10 would be very cheap. But it is very difficult to generate profits. Kill it instantly. After hesitating for a while, Xiang Feng decided to buy the unfinished building immediately. After all, it's something you paid $10 for, so why not waste it? As for how to create revenue, let us think about it. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing off the unfinished residential complex. After a series of prompts, the system fell silent. Forget it, don't think too much about it for now. At first, Xiang Feng didn't think too much about it. So he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Xiang Feng, who had nothing to do, prepared to have a good sleep. But before 10 o'clock, Xiang Feng's cell phone started ringing continuously. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! The bursts of noise woke Xiang Feng up from his sweet dream. Who is so annoying so early in the morning? After being woken up, Xiang Feng complained helplessly. It seems I have to turn my phone to silent mode before sleeping. When I opened my phone, it was full of messages from Kanbok. I don't know if this old classmate is having a seizure or what. I sent myself messages frantically early in the morning. Xiang Feng. How are you thinking about the project I told you about last time? I contacted the boss there today. How about we go and talk? Let me tell you, this project is definitely profitable. I just don't have enough money. We are old classmates, so I want to make money with you. After reading these messages, Xiang Feng finally reacted. It turned out to be the unfinished building project that this guy had told him about a few days ago. But Xiang Feng knew that this Kang Boku was just an ordinary office worker. I just like to pretend to be cool on weekdays. How is it possible to invest? But seeing his anxious look, Xiang Feng smiled faintly. It doesn't matter anyway, I might as well go and see how this old classmate shows off. Okay, send me the location and we'll meet there. Xiang Feng directly replied to a message. Soon Kanbok sent the location over. He also specifically reminded me that he had already made an appointment with the other party's boss and they could go there to talk today. Xiang Feng did not reply further. So I got up and washed up directly. While washing up, the hotel waiter knocked on Xiang Feng's door. An express package was delivered to Xiang Feng. The waiter knew it just by looking at the express envelope. This boss bought another house. This is not the first time that Xiang Feng has signed for such an express delivery. So the waiter was quite bland. I thought to myself, this big boss is so rich. Buying land at any time. As a result, Xiang Feng opened the express package and took a quick look. Sure enough, it was the title deed and some certificates for the unfinished building that was sold out in seconds last night. All of them have been transferred to my name. Xiang Feng didn't think too much about it, it was just an unfinished building anyway. He took the title deed downstairs and put it in the car. After arriving at the location address of Kangbokfa, Kanbok had not yet arrived. Xiang Feng sat in the car and waited for a while. Not long after, Xiang Feng saw a familiar figure getting out of a taxi not far away. He walked all the way to the roadside and took out his cell phone only after the taxi had gone far away. Xiang Feng was very familiar with this figure. It's Kanbok. His appearance hasn't changed much over this long time. So Xiang Feng recognized it at the first sight. Xiang Feng, I'm at the door, where are you? See the message from Kongbok. Xiang Feng also got out of the car and walked towards him. At this time, Kongbok did not realize that Xiang Feng came in a Bugatti Veyron. Come buck. After walking in, Xiang Feng shouted. When Kongbok turned around and saw Xiang Feng, he also smiled. Old classmate, long time no see. Chapter 128, Keep Pretending. Kongbok said this with a smile on his face, his eyes still fixed on Xiang Feng. There is not a single brand name piece of clothing on him. This made him doubt whether what the two beauties said in the group at that time was true, that he was now the big boss. Look at Kongbok, he is covered in famous brands. The big logo seems to tell everyone that he is wearing all branded clothes. Of course, only Kongbok knew. Everything he's wearing is high-quality imitations. My driver took a leave today, and I don't know how to drive my stretched Maybach, so I asked a friend to drive me here in a Bentley. I was delayed on the way, sorry. Kongbok said with a smile. The tone was full of boasting. What about the extended Maybach and Bentley? Are all Bentleys made into taxis now? Xiang Feng smiled secretly in his heart. But he didn't point it out to the other party, as he wanted to see how he could pretend. I just arrived too. Xiang Feng said lightly. Did you drive here by yourself? Mr. Xiang, let me tell you something. We are all wealthy people, so we should at least hire a driver. It's just embarrassing to drive by ourselves. Kong Boku pretended to be a big boss and spoke. As if he was really a wealthy man. Okay, let's talk business first. Didn't you say we should talk about the project? Xiang Feng went straight to the point. After hearing this, Kongbok also smiled. Yes. Yes. Let's take a look at the place first. It's this neighborhood. Let's check out the place first. Kongbok pointed to the completed community behind him. Everything has been built, they are all small 6-story houses. There are only 6 buildings in total, but it is located in a remote area. The house simply couldn't be sold. So much so that it's now unfinished. There is no security guard at the door now. Kongbok first took Xiang Feng on a tour of the community. Also, because there is no property management in the community, there are weeds everywhere. Very messy. But the house is pretty good and has been fully built. How is it? Not bad, old classmate. The developer told me that he spent tens of millions just to build these houses, not to mention the land. If he hadn't had cash flow problems recently, he wouldn't have given it up with such a heavy pain. This piece of land definitely has room for appreciation. Kongbok kept explaining to Xiang Feng as if he were a salesman. The developer is only selling this piece of land for 10 million now. It's a bargain price. If you buy it, it will definitely appreciate in value within 2 years. You mean 10 million? How much are you going to invest? Before Kongbok finished speaking, Xiang Feng interrupted him. Kongbok scratched his head and pretended to be serious. I recently started a project abroad and invested all my money. I wanted to complete it by myself, but the funds for the project abroad were not available all of a sudden. So, I thought that it would be good to keep the good things in the family. It would be bad if such a good thing were to be taken advantage of by others. Since we are old classmates, why not let this good project be given to you? Don't thank me, just treat me to a meal. Kongbok pretended to be generous and righteous. It was as if he was giving up something with great pain to help his brother make money. After hearing what he said, Xiang Feng finally understood. It turns out that he is trying to make me the scapegoat. Just spend 10 million to buy a few dilapidated buildings. Still appreciating? Is there any room for appreciation in such a remote place? And this Kongbok is just an ordinary employee. I was just surprised to hear the developer of this community complaining that he built this community but couldn't sell it and it ended up being unfinished. Anyone who can help him sell it will be given 1% as a thank you fee. This made Kongbok think of the big boss Xiang Feng that everyone in the class group was talking about at that time. And I just happened to show off in the group often. I just take this opportunity to get in touch with Xiang Feng. What if I succeed in fooling him this time? If you buy this community, you can also get a thank you fee of 100,000. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Ha, our President Kong still needs funds? Didn't you move into a new villa a few days ago? Do you still have 10 million yuan in small change? After hearing what he said, Xiang Feng also started to act out the performance. Because only he knows that this villa belongs to him. Kanbok is just a poor guy who is helping himself to clear the formaldehyde in there. After hearing this, Kanbok smiled awkwardly. I just bought this house, and they want to invest there. I threw away hundreds of millions of liquid funds, and they haven't come back yet. Well, it doesn't matter that I haven't worked hard in the past few years. I only have this much money. Unlike you, Mr. Xiang, you are doing very well. Kanbok explained with a roar. The way he spoke, it sounded like the truth. Xiang Feng couldn't help but admire him. This Kanbok really brags without blushing. You are so shameless to say that the villa is yours. That's still quite a bit of liquid funds, over 100 million. If bragging has levels, he would definitely be the strongest king. At the same time, a middle-aged man walked into the community gate. Look! The developer is here. Wait here for me, I'll go say hello to him. After Kong Boku finished speaking, he trotted towards the group of people. Chapter 129 Going to the Club. Kong Boku ran over and greeted the middle-aged man. It was obvious that the middle-aged man did not recognize Kanbok. And Kanbok was bending over and saying something to him with a smile on his face. A few minutes later, Kanbok came over with the middle-aged man. Xiang Feng, let me introduce you to this is the developer of the community I told you about, Mr. Wu. Kong Boku said with confidence at this moment. It was as if he had a very good relationship with Mr. Wu. Xiang Feng was also a little curious about how such a person could be so shameless. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Mr. Wu didn't know Kanbok at all. Hello? Xiang Feng still greeted him politely. Then, Kanbok started talking on the side. Mr. Wu, I just took my friend to see your community. It's pretty good. Kong Boku went straight to the point and started talking about Xiang Feng. And Xiang Feng hasn't even agreed to buy this unfinished building. This time Kong Boku took the initiative. But before Xiang Feng could explain, Mr. Wu started talking. Yes, the community is good, but it's a pity. But I sold it yesterday. Thank you, Brother Kong, for your help. Mr. Wu still spoke very politely. After all, this Kanbok also brings customers to himself. In addition, Mr. Wu was in a very happy mood because the community that he had been holding on to for so long was finally sold. So he also gave Kanbok a lot of face. What? It's sold. Mr. Wu, didn't you say that there were no customers? After hearing this, Kanbok was shocked. If this community is sold, my 100,000 yuan thank you fee be gone? Yes. A mysterious customer suddenly bought it yesterday. I didn't expect that. Mr. Wu said with a smile on his face. Okay. I just came here to take a look. After all, I developed it myself. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After Mr. Wu finished speaking, he turned and left. At this time, Kong Boku was confused. He was thinking that he could make 100,000 yuan for free. Just gone like that. I even took some time off and spent a lot of money on a taxi. This is simply a case of losing both the wife and the army. Boss Kong, it seems like your friend is a little unreliable. He didn't even tell us before the sale. Isn't this a waste of our time? After hearing what Mr. Wu said, Xiang Feng also spoke up. At this moment, Xiang Feng suddenly remembered the unfinished building that was sold out in seconds last night. At that time, the market price seemed to be 10 million. It can't be such a coincidence, right? If this is really the case, then it looks like a big loss. After looking around, even Xiang Feng, a layman, couldn't figure it out. Who will buy the house here? Kong Boku touched his forehead awkwardly. This developer is too much for not telling us in advance. It's a pity to waste such a good project. Forget it, it's my fault for not understanding it clearly this time. Next time you come to my villa, I'll treat you to a meal to make up for it. Seeing that the business couldn't be done at this moment, Kong Boku still pretended to be indifferent and spoke. Still pretending? Hearing him say this, Xiang Feng became excited. It's already this time, and you still have to pretend? I'm hungry, why don't we go now? I also want to visit your big villa. Xiang Feng laughed and said directly. But how could Kanbok really invite him to dinner? The villa was not his, so Kanbok was just being polite. I didn't expect that Xiang Feng actually took it seriously. My nanny is on leave today, and I'm still trying to figure out what to eat. I'm used to eating all kinds of delicacies every day, and you tell me, I don't even know what to eat. Kong Boka smiled awkwardly and began to explain. Xiang Feng continued to tease him. It's okay. I can cook. If you don't have any suggestions, I'll make it for you. Xiang Feng pretended to be indifferent. At this time, Kong Poker became even more nervous. I had originally thought that after the deal was done, I would ask Xiang Feng to treat me to a good meal. Let us go have fun at night. I have already agreed with my friends that I will treat them tonight. I haven't figured out how to explain this to my friends yet. Now Xiang Feng keeps talking about going to his own villa to commit the crime. This left him a little overwhelmed. Just then, Kong Poker's cell phone rang. Finally, someone came to the rescue. Kong Poker answered the phone without saying a word. Hello? Mr. Liu. What? Going to the Throne Club now? Oh. I've been drinking too much lately. I don't want to drink anymore. No, what do you mean I have to go? Look at you, okay, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Kong Poker pretended to be very helpless. Look, these bosses are either in a club or a club every day. They have to go every day and ask me to go with them, saying that they can't have fun if I don't go. What do you think? Kong Poker pointed at the phone and said. Okay, since you have something to do, let's make an appointment next time. Next time, you must take me to visit your big villa. Xiang Feng said playfully. Kong Poker patted his chest and made the guarantee. But I was thinking about it in my heart. Show you around? This isn't my house, why do you take my pretense seriously? As they talked, the two of them arrived at the gate of the community. After a simple goodbye, Xiang Feng walked to his parking spot and prepared to drive away. Chapter 130 Inspection Work. After starting the car, Xiang Feng slowly drove towards Kong Poker. At this moment, Kong Poker was standing on the roadside waiting for a taxi. The roar of a sports car could be heard from a distance. When I saw a Bugatti Veyron come into view, I quickly took out my cell phone to take a picture. I was thinking that I could use these photos to show off to my friends later. I saw the Bugatti Veyron slowly driving towards me, and it actually stopped beside me. This made Kong Poker a little confused. Then Xiang Feng rolled down the car window. When Kong Poker saw that it was Xiang Feng sitting in the car, his eyes were wide open. He just heard that Xiang Feng was rich. But I didn't expect he was so rich. He actually drives a supercar worth hundreds of millions. Boss Kong, what are you waiting for? Seeing Kong Poker's surprised expression, Xiang Feng spoke first. I'm waiting for my driver. My Bentley should be here soon. At this moment, Kong Poker still pretended to be like this. Although he was now beginning to envy Xiang Feng in his heart. He was almost kneeling down to ask Xiang Feng what good project he was working on recently and whether he wanted to take him along. He was originally planning to take the bus back to the company and wanted to ask his leader if he could cancel his leave for today. Now that he met Xiang Feng again, he had no choice but to continue pretending. After all, I have already pretended to be a big shot in the group. If I ask Xiang Feng for help at this time, wouldn't I lose all my face? If other students knew about this, I would lose all my face. They might even laugh at you. Really? It's so hot, and your driver is too unreliable. I'll leave first. Xiang Feng smiled. At this moment, Kong Poker really wanted Xiang Feng to take him to experience this supercar. But I insisted that my driver would pick me up. Kong Poker wanted to slap himself twice. Why am I so rude? How proud it would be if I could own this Bugatti Veyron. At this time, Xiang Feng prepared to drive away. Suddenly he thought of something and rolled down the window to look at the other person. By the way, Mr. Kong, I have to thank you for absorbing the formaldehyde for my family. Otherwise, I don't know when I can move into my villa. And the community here is not bad. I was planning to come and see it after I bought it. Thank you for taking me to see it. After Xiang Feng finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator without waiting for the other party to answer. Only Kong Poker was left standing there, his face covered in dust. After Xiang Feng left, it took Kong Poker a long time to come to his senses about what he left behind. Thank you for helping his family absorb formaldehyde? When did I go to his house? Villa? At this time, Kong Poker finally reacted. It turns out that the villa belongs to Xiang Feng. Thinking of this, Kong Poker couldn't help but slap himself in the face. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. The villa where he took photos to show off turned out to be Xiang Feng's. And this community was also bought by Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng actually knew all this. I must have known that I was just an ordinary office worker. It turns out that all this is just a joke on myself. At this moment, Kong Poker felt like a clown. Trying to show off in front of a real rich person only to find that the other person knows everything. I am still pretending. If I had known so much earlier, I would have stayed by Xiang Feng's side for a long time. With his abilities, you can just be his dog. As long as I can be with him, I will have all kinds of things to show off in my circle of friends every day. You can definitely make a lot of money. But now it's too late. Kong Poker looked very ugly at this moment. Looking at Xiang Feng's fading voice, I felt only deep regret. After Xiang Feng left, he did not return to the hotel. Instead, he drove all the way to the company that was handed over to Luoli for management. After arriving at the company, Xiang Feng discovered that there were many more employees. The company is gradually getting back on track. All the way to Luoli's office. Luoli was also busy at this moment. Hey! Isn't this Mr. Xiang? Even a busy man knows to come. Seeing Xiang Feng appear, Luoli also started talking playfully. Xiang Feng, who was rarely seen on weekdays, actually came today. This is a rare thing. Master Xiang, are you here to inspect the work? Luoli then started to speak in a sarcastic tone. After all, the two have known each other for so long, and he is not as respectful to Xiang Feng as others. Xiang Feng naturally wouldn't care about these things. Get lost. I have a project for you, take care of it. As Xiang Feng spoke, he threw the package in his hand to Luoli. After receiving the express package, Luoli immediately opened it and took a look. There was only a title deed and a transfer contract inside. Holy crap! You got another piece of land. You must have gotten fucking rich recently. Luoli said with a look of disbelief. The 3 pieces of land he owns are already very valuable. Now there is a piece of land available. Does that mean this land is free? And it's a built-up community. Stop talking nonsense. Let's find a way to deal with this community these days. If you can sell one house, then sell it. I need it urgently. Even if you sell the security booth at the gate, it will be fine. Xiang Feng said directly. This neighborhood is not an easy place to buy. According to the system's requirements, he must generate profits within 3 days. Even just a little bit will do. Otherwise, this community would be bought in vain. Chapter 131 Manor. What? It's going to be sold in the next few days? Seeing Xiang Feng's anxious tone, Luoli was a little confused. You know, buying a house is not like buying vegetables. How can it be sold so easily? What's more, the location where Xiang Feng threw the ball was not very good. There is no way to sell it. Yes, it's urgent. Anyway, let's finish this in the next few days. Xiang Feng said bluntly. After all, there were only 3 days left, so Xiang Feng was naturally very anxious. Seeing that he was so anxious, Luoli didn't say anything else. After explaining the matter. While Xiang Feng was chatting with Luoli and the company, Mr. Dong called suddenly. On the phone, Mr. Dong invited Xiang Feng to attend an auction at their antique city later. Ever since Xiang Feng took out the painting last time, Mr. Dong has contacted Xiang Feng frequently. Ask him to help look at the new antiques that have arrived at the power line, or ask Xiang Feng if he has any other good things. This time, the antique city held another auction. Those who came to participate were all from Qinghai. The painting that Xiang Feng collected last time became famous in Qinghai Antique Street. So when such an occasion occurred, Mr. Dong contacted Xiang Feng first. Thinking that he had nothing to do, Xiang Feng agreed. After explaining the unfinished residential complex to Luoli, Xiang Feng drove his Bugatti Veyron to the antique street. The car sped all the way to the antique street. As soon as he heard the huge roar of the car, Mr. Dong knew that Xiang Feng was coming. So I waited at the street corner early. Mr. Xiang. As soon as Xiang Feng got out of the car, Mr. Dong came over very enthusiastically. After all, we don't know how many classic antiques he has. Build a good relationship with Xiang Feng, so he can rent one of his works to you. That would generate a lot of revenue for my antique shop. Mr. Dong, why are you suddenly holding an auction today? Are there some new interesting things? Xiang Feng smiled. Xiang Feng was very knowledgeable about things like antiques. After all, the ability to kill instantly was here. If you can find a bargain, you can make a lot of money. As long as he can make money, Xiang Feng is very excited. You don't know this. Today is our regular auction. Our antique city holds it every once in a while. All the wealthy people in Shanghai, big and small, come to participate. In fact, it's just a social event under the guise of an auction. Old Dong explained. Every once in a while, an auction is held here. Of course, the auction was just one of the highlights of the banquet. What everyone values more is being able to expand their social circle at this auction. Rich people want to know richer people. The rich want to make more useful friends. So whenever an auction is held, many wealthy people will come to participate. There are also many people who want to make connections and try their best to get in. Of course, there will be all kinds of beauties at the banquet. They are here to catch rich men. If you can be noticed by a rich man, you can save decades of hard work. After hearing Mr. Dong's explanation, Xiang Feng finally understood. So this isn't mainly for the auction. When I was still preparing to pick up a bargain. Xiang Feng doesn't care about any social gatherings. What he hated most was communicating with these so-called upper-class people. Some wealthy people put on a wealthy face and always like to do dirty things. It's not comfortable at all to talk to them. Someone like Xiang Feng who is used to being casual. I'm not used to this. It seemed as if Mr. Dong saw through Xiang Feng's thoughts. He quickly explained, Mr. Xiang, there are many heavy items in the auction house today. I am not very good at seeing, so please help me take a look. I like several of the items. Mr. Dong said with a smile on his face. Seeing that Mr. Dong was so enthusiastic, Xiang Feng did not refuse. After agreeing, Mr. Dong's face was full of smiles. Soon, under the leadership of Mr. Dong, the two came to a manor behind the antique player. At this moment, many people have arrived in the manor one after another. Everyone was dressed gorgeously. There are also many women wearing revealing clothes, holding wine glasses and looking for their targets. When the two entered the manor, many people were walking slowly towards them. Mr. Dong is here. Mr. Dong. I saw several young men in formal attire coming over to say hello. Many middle-aged men were also very polite to Mr. Dong. After all, Mr. Dong is still famous in the antique street. Mr. Dong smiled and nodded at them. However, many people did not know Xiang Feng who was beside Mr. Dong. I saw that he was dressed in ordinary clothes, not even in formal clothes. Everyone still thinks that Xiang Feng is Mr. Dong's assistant. Mr. Xiang, the auction hasn't started yet. Please come with me and have a rest first. Mr. Dong said very politely. Seeing Mr. Dong's attitude, everyone around was shocked. Why is Mr. Dong so polite to this young man? This is too incredible. You have to know that in this venue, even the richest people have to give Mr. Dong some face. And Mr. Dong was so polite to this young man who was dressed so ordinary. Who is this young man? This made the people in the manor begin to wonder. Chapter 132, Battle of Wisdom and Courage. Amid everyone's surprised gazes, Mr. Dong took Xiang Feng into a room. This room is Mr. Dong's exclusive rest area. Generally, only important people are invited in for tea. This time, Mr. Dong was so polite to invite him. This surprised everyone even more. He seems to be the young man from the last auction. Suddenly, someone in the crowd recognized him. Xiang Feng is the man who took out the authentic flower rolls last time. Moreover, people offered 200 million to buy it, but he refused to sell it. You know, that's almost 200 million. It completely exceeds the value of his painting. He was not moved at all. It depends on Mr. Dong's attitude towards him now. One can imagine how powerful this man is. Came to Mr. Dong's private lounge. There was a tea table in the small room. Xiang Feng recognized it at the first sight. This wooden tea table and several chairs are all objects from the Ming dynasty. Even the purple clay teapot on the tea table has a history of at least hundreds of years. After sitting down, Mr. Dong took out a pack of top-quality dahongpo. Mr. Dong is really generous. The things in this room are all valuable. Xiang Feng said bluntly. After hearing this, Mr. Dong also smiled faintly. It turned out that Xiang Feng was a man who knew what was good. Mr. Xiang has good taste. You are the first one to see that this is my secondary tea table. Mr. Dong said with a smile. Soon, Mr. Dong brewed a pot of fragrant and top-quality dahongpo. The rich aroma of tea wafts out. Xiang Feng drank it in one gulp, and the rich aroma of tea surrounded his mouth. Good tea. Xiang Feng couldn't help but say. If Mr. Xiang likes it, just take some away later. Fortunately, no one else heard what Mr. Dong said. You should know that this top-grade dahongpo costs 100,000 yuan per gram. And there is no demand for it. He actually said he would give it to me. Okay, then take 1 pound. I can't finish more than that. Xiang Feng said frankly. Hearing this, Mr. Dong almost spit out the tea in his mouth. This Xiang Feng is really rude. The first thing he asked for was 1 pound. That would cost a full $1 million. Okay. Although Mr. Dong agreed with a smile, his heart was already bleeding like a river. But I can use 1 million to build a good relationship with Xiang Feng. In that antique like before rent to yourself. Then this 1 million is nothing. Master Xiang, I'll have to ask you to help me with some things later. I will reward you handsomely after the work is done. Mr. Dong also went straight to the point. At this auction, I took a fancy to several bronze artifacts from the Qin dynasty. But I was also a little unsure. So I specially invited Xiang Feng to help out. Of course, he knew that this was not a free invitation. If he could really get these items, Mr. Dong would naturally not miss out on Xiang Feng's benefits. After hearing what Mr. Dong said, Xiang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at him with a smile on her face. No need to thank me, but I wonder if Mr. Dong has any intention of renting a house recently? At this moment, Xiang Feng thought of the unfinished residential complex he had just taken over. I'm worried about how to generate revenue. If you keep it in the company and sell it outside. It's another unfinished building and I don't know when it can be sold. It's obvious that Mr. Dong is not a man who is short of money. Now it just so happens that he has something to ask of me again. It would be better to just rent a house to him. This can also generate income for yourself. Rent a house? After hearing what Xiang Feng said, Mr. Dong was a little confused. Could it be that Mr. Xiang has been working as a real estate agent again recently? I'm not satisfied with what Mr. Xiang said. I have several properties in Shanghai. If there is a good one, I can consider it. Mr. Dong smiled. Renting a house doesn't make any sense to him, not to mention that he already has a lot of properties. If he wants to buy a house, he will definitely consider it. After all, buying a house now is also an investment. And it is a business that is sure to make money. Well, I acquired a residential complex a few days ago. If Mr. Dong is interested, I can rent a few units to you at a low price. You can also open a branch store. As Xiang Feng spoke, he took out his cell phone from his pocket, pointed out the location of the community and handed it to Mr. Dong. Mr. Dong took the phone and looked at it. His face looked a little embarrassed. He knew Xiang Fengfa's position. This community has been built for a long time, but it has never been sold. They have all become unfinished buildings. He was a little confused as to why Xiang Feng wanted to buy this unfinished building. There is absolutely no point in investing, okay? Besides, the traffic there is not high, opening a store there is simply courting death. Mr. Xiang, this. Mr. Dong hesitated. If Xiang Feng gave him a house at random, he would definitely agree without hesitation. But this is just an unfinished building. Is there something wrong, Mr. Dong? Xiang Feng also became confused. I originally planned to rent it out at a low price and take over this community under my control first. No. At this time, Mr. Dong's eyes rolled up and he thought for a while. Master Xiang, I will definitely rent your house. Just consider it as supporting your business. Then please help me keep an eye on it later. Chapter 133 The key is hobby. Mr. Dong's calculations were also very shrewd. As long as Xiang Feng can help me look at those objects, it would be easy to rent his house myself. What's more, Mr. Dong knew that the rent in that area was very cheap. This was a piece of cake for him. See, Mr. Dong agreed. Xiang Feng was very excited. No problem. I'll have someone prepare the contract after the auction. After solving the problem of unfinished buildings, Xiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that attending an auction would help me solve this big issue. At the next auction, helping Mr. Dong to look at items will be the easiest task. Relying on your own abilities, it is also a very good choice to pick up one or two bargains. Soon after the two chatted for a while, the auction began. Following the staff's reminder, Xiang Feng and Mr. Dong returned to the manor. The auction here is different from usual. There are a dozen or so medium-sized sandalwood square tables placed in the courtyard. There were several people sitting at a table, and on the table were porcelain cups from the late Qing dynasty. The scene was very luxurious. Xiang Feng followed Mr. Dong and sat at the square table in the middle. The table nearby was already filled with guests who came to attend the auction. Sitting at the same table with Xiang Feng were Mr. Dong and two middle-aged men in Zhongshan suits. Mr. Zhang. Mr. Wu. Long time no see. After sitting down at the table, Mr. Dong greeted the two people sitting next to him. The two of them responded to Mr. Dong with a smile on their faces. Mr. Xiang, let me introduce you. After Mr. Dong finished speaking, he turned and looked at Xiang Feng. This is Mr. Zhang from our Qinghai construction group, and this is Mr. Wu, the leader of Qinghai's catering industry. After Mr. Dong finished speaking, Xiang Feng simply shook hands with the two of them. And they knew that they could have Mr. Dong keep them by his side personally. Definitely not an ordinary person. So his attitude towards Xiang Feng was also very good. Soon the auction begins. The first item taken out was a painting from the Ming dynasty. Xiang Feng took a quick look and didn't think it was of much value. The guests on the scene were very interested. The starting price was 500,000, but they raised the bid to 3 million before giving up. Mr. Dong just sat in his seat and never called out a price. Because he is waiting for the object he wants to come out. The second object was a black gourd. According to the host, this is a black gourd from the late Qing dynasty. In the past, it was used by the royal family to play with katydids. Everyone knows that at that time, many royal children love to play with katydids. However, the age of this object is not very long among antiques. So collecting doesn't mean much to them. The starting price was only 50,000 yuan. But as soon as this object came out, Xiang Feng discovered something different. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary black gourd. But he discovered from Xiang Feng's sharp eyes, this is not as simple as a black gourd. After the bidding started, Xiang Feng was the first to raise his hand and bid 50,000 to buy the item. Seeing Xiang Feng taking the photo, Mr. Dong didn't say much. After all, the price is cheap, and if Xiang Feng likes it, it doesn't matter if he takes a picture of it for fun. $50,000 for the first time. $50,000 for the second time. As expected, no one cared about this object at all. Just after Xiang Feng made his bid, no one in the audience continued to bid. Because they know that this is just an ordinary object. But just as the host was about to strike the hammer, a voice stopped him. 60,000. I heard a female voice coming from behind. She held up the sign in her hand and shouted. Someone raised the price. I saw that there was actually someone who wanted this black gourd. The guests present couldn't help but be a little surprised. When I turned around, I saw a lady in a dress. The diamond jewelry she wore sparkled. She looks very delicate even with light makeup. He looks to be in his early 20s. But she exudes a strong aura of a noble lady. 80,000. See someone bidding against you. Xiang Feng added 20,000 without hesitation. Because he knew that the price of this gourd was much more than this price. Just as Xiang Feng finished speaking, that lady seemed to be getting angry. 100,000. The lady raised the price again, which surprised the guests even more. A black gourd from the late Qing dynasty, in top quality condition, would cost between 60 and 100,000 yuan. This black gourd looks of very ordinary quality. Totally not worth the price. But she directly shouted 100,000. It seems that he is having a conflict with Xiang Feng. 150,000. Xiang Feng didn't hesitate at all and directly added 50,000 yuan. At this time, Mr. Dong on the side could no longer sit still. Master Xiang, this black gourd is not worth it. Mr. Dong reminded in a low voice. Because there is such a rule in the auction house. When it comes to antiques, it all depends on your taste. Others are not allowed to interrupt. But considering the relationship between Xiang Feng and himself, Mr. Dong had no choice but to remind him. What's more, Xiang Feng is also a man who knows what's good. Such low-level mistakes should not be made. But Xiang Feng's next words made Mr. Dong speechless. I just like this thing, the price doesn't matter. Chapter 134 Bidding. When Xiang Feng called out a price of 150,000, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone was thinking that the young man brought by Mr. Dong really didn't know what was good. He actually asked for such a price for an ordinary black gourd. You totally don't understand what's going on. It must be a young man who doesn't know anything about this. The guests on the stage all started to laugh. 200,000. But just when everyone was discussing it, the lady sitting in the back called out the price again. This immediately excited the guests present. It seems that this is not just an ignorant person. There is also a young man who doesn't know anything about this. Many people present also knew the lady who was bidding. That was none other than Gong Lily, the daughter of the Gong family in Shanghai. A rich girl like this naturally has no shortage of money. She just thought the black gourd was pleasing to her eye and wanted to buy it. Sure enough, girls' mindsets are different. As long as you like this thing, it doesn't matter whether it is useful or how much it costs. She must get it. After hearing Gong Lily call out this price, Xiang Feng couldn't help but look back. Originally, I just wanted to spend 50,000 to get a big bargain. Now that she has done this, I have to spend so much extra money. But Xiang Feng had no intention of giving up. 400,000. Directly doubled the price. After the price was called out, the guests present were completely at a loss as to what to do. This price is several times higher than its value. Is Xiang Feng crazy? If you buy this thing, you will end up wasting your time. Seeing Xiang Feng offered this price, Gong Lily stopped talking. Although 400,000 is not a lot for her, but it would be a shame to spend so much money on a broken gourd. You will definitely be scolded by the elders at home. But she was very dissatisfied with this. There are actually people who dare to confront me. You know, she is the center of attention at home. Even outside. As long as others know that I am the daughter of the Gong family, they have to give me some face. Now, Xiang Feng actually dared to confront him. It made her feel a little aggrieved. 400,000. The host was stunned when he heard the price. This black gourd can be sold at such a high price. Even he himself didn't expect it. I thought this item might still be unsold. Unexpectedly, the black gourd not only did not fail to sell, but was sold at several times the price. 400,000, once. As he spoke, the host's mouth corners trembled slightly. Although the price is not high, but the item can be auctioned for several times the price. This is still very rare. After all, this is just an ordinary object. 400,000 for the second time. 400,000 for the third time. Deal. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the collection. The host quickly brought down the hammer. I was afraid that Xiang Feng would regret it later. However, at the auction, now that the price has been called out, there is no room for regret. After taking the picture of the black gourd, Xiang Feng smiled with satisfaction. And everyone is laughing at themselves for being stupid and rich. But only Xiang Feng knows the real price of this black gourd. Soon, the staff delivered the black gourd to Xiang Feng. Picking up the black gourd, Xiang Feng held it in his hand and examined it carefully. After confirming that it was correct, he placed it on the table. The cost of this black gourd will be paid after the auction ends. Guests who are able to attend this kind of auction are not afraid of running away with their orders. What's more, Mr. Dong is here and he is so nice to Xiang Feng. Naturally, no one would worry that Xiang Feng had no money to pay. Just after the black gourd was delivered to Xiang Feng, Mr. Dong was also very curious and borrowed it to take a closer look. But no matter how you look at it, it's just an ordinary gourd. There is nothing special about it at all. But Mr. Dong didn't want to ask any more questions. Xiang Feng said that he liked this thing. At this moment, a boy in a tuxedo walked up to Xiang Feng. He has a very elegant appearance and his manners are very dignified. Sir, can you sell me this gourd? I'll pay double the price. The man's voice was not loud, but people around him could hear it. When he said this, even Mr. Dong was a little surprised. Double the price? As soon as I got it, I made 400,000. Just a few minutes, a 100% return rate. This is too incredible. Many people present were also very surprised. How could this broken gourd be so valuable? Could it be that they were really dazzled? Not for sale. Xiang Feng's receipt is simple and clear. Why should I sell you something I just got? Sir, you should know that this black gourd is not worth the price at all. I am very considerate of you to offer double the price. If Lily didn't like it, this thing would be wasted on you. The man spoke again. It was then that everyone realized that it was not the black gourd that was so valuable. It's simply because Gong Lily really liked this thing just now. And this boy is also one of Gong Lily's suitors. Also because of the influence of the Gong family, many boys want to pursue Gong Lily. It depends on whether Gong Lily was able to take pictures of what she liked. I bought it back at a high price. In his opinion, he would definitely be able to win Gong Lily's favor. Chapter 135, at a loss. At this moment, the man did not expect that the other party would still refuse to sell even though he offered twice the price. I was originally thinking that this trick would definitely be able to take down Gong Lily. But the words have been spoken, if you don't buy the black gourd. That's just slapping yourself in the face. Your price is too low. Xiang Feng did not give any further explanation, but simply responded calmly. The price is low? Xiang Feng's words left the man a little confused. 800,000 is not enough to buy a black gourd? You know, with these 800,000 yuan, you can buy 10 black gourds like this one. In the eyes of everyone, this is already a sky-high price. Xiang Feng was still not satisfied. Is it because this man wants to pick up girls and is prepared to ask for a high price? Sir, the price is 1 million. If you can't accept this price, then you will really lose it. The man's tone was very calm. But in my heart, I have already bought Xiang Feng hundreds of times. He actually took advantage of this opportunity to blackmail me. But there is no way. As long as I can hook up with the daughter of the Gong family, this little money is nothing. If you don't have money, don't bid. I won't sell it. Xiang Feng's tone was very playful. You want to buy it for 1 million? After saying this, the man could no longer save face. Boy, don't push your luck. No one in the world can offer a higher price for this black gourd than me. The man was a little annoyed. It's not black. After hearing the man's words, Xiang Feng said indifferently. It's not black? Could it be red? I'm not colorblind. The man said disdainfully. After hearing what Xiang Feng said, everyone started talking. This is obviously a black gourd, so why isn't it black? Could it be that there is something wrong with Xiang Feng's eyes? Since you all don't believe it, let's make a bet. If it's black, I'll give you this gourd for free. If it's not, you give me 1 million. Xiang Feng smiled. Although the appearance of this gourd is black. But he was the only one who could tell that this was not a black gourd at all. Let's bet, everyone is here to testify. It's not that I don't give you the money, you want to give it to me. If this is really not black, I will eat up this table. Seeing this, the man quickly agreed. He also made bold statements, looking as if he was sure of victory. I had originally wanted to spend a lot of money to make Gong Lily happy. Now it seems that there is no need to spend money. It can also make Gong Lily have some good feelings towards me. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Mr. Xiang, you. Young man, don't be impulsive. Even Mr. Dong said that this is just an ordinary black gourd. How come you, a young man, don't believe it? At this time, the 3 people sitting with Xiang Feng began to persuade him. Even they thought that Xiang Feng was digging a hole for himself. It's okay. Mr. Dong, please lend me some tung oil. Xiang Feng waved his hand. Although, everyone thought that Xiang Feng was definitely dazzled. But he still looked very confident. I asked Mr. Dong to borrow tung oil. At this time, all the guests focused their attention on Xiang Feng's table. Everyone was looking forward to how Xiang Feng would be slapped in the face. Even the auction was suspended for a while. Just to see if what Xiang Feng said was right. After getting the tung oil, Xiang Feng asked for a clean rag. Pour a little tung oil onto the rag and gently wipe a part of the black gourd. After wiping for a while, the gourd still appears black. At this time the man smiled. What? Isn't this still a black gourd? Can you change color? The man shouted teasingly. The guests nearby also started laughing. In their opinion, Xiang Feng's efforts were in vain. No matter how you wipe it, black is still black. The only way to change its color is for him to bring paint. Before everyone finished laughing, the next scene left everyone silent. I saw that the place where Xiang Feng had been wiping was rubbed by the tung oil. Gradually, a light red color appeared. This. No way, it's really red. It's changed color. It's changed color. The guests watching saw the gourd being rubbed with color. They all exclaimed. This gourd is actually not black. Then, a piece of the gourd was rubbed a deep red. The original appearance of the gourd was presented to everyone. Although, only a small area of color was wiped out. But it can be proved that this gourd is really not black. Seeing this scene, the people who had been laughing at Xiang Feng just now stopped talking. Even old Dong put on his reading glasses and looked at the gourd in Xiang Feng's hand with shock. It seems that we are really blind. This is not a black gourd at all, Mr. Dong said with a look of disbelief. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on this gourd. They knew if it wasn't the black gourd, the price really needs to be reconsidered. But the man standing aside was stunned at this time. He still couldn't believe it, even the auctioneer said it was a black gourd. It's not. Thinking of the confident boast he had made just now, he was at a loss for a moment. Chapter 136, Misjudgment. Thank you for the 1 million. Also, this table is made of solid wood. You must be a little sleepy if you eat like this. Do you want me to prepare some dipping sauce for you? When everyone was paying attention to this gourd, Xiang Feng looked at the man next to him with an amused expression. Xiang Feng had not forgotten what he had just said. Lian asked the man. The people on the side shifted their target. Those who were laughing at Xiang Feng just now are now looking at this man. He just said with great confidence that he would eat the table. At this moment, the man looked very embarrassed. Looking at this solid wood table, I don't know what to do. Originally, I just wanted to show off in front of Gong Lily. Now not only did he fail to act tough, he also messed things up. Gong Lily behind her was also covering her mouth and laughing at herself. Now he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. What? You're not eating yet? Seeing that the man didn't move, Xiang Feng reminded him again. At this time, the man got excited. He grabbed the chair with one hand, thinking of throwing away the whole thing. At the same time, Mr. Dong spoke. Mr. Xiang, forget it. Our chairs are all made of mahogany and are quite expensive. Forget about eating them. Let him apologize to you and transfer the 1 million to you. You can be magnanimous and forgive me. Mr. Dong immediately ran out and sat down to mediate. After all, it is totally impossible for him to really eat the table. Someone has to give way. Seeing that Mr. Dong stood up, Xiang Feng agreed. After all, he still has to rent his own house. The man saw that Mr. Dong stepped forward to resolve the embarrassment. He immediately bowed to Xiang Feng and apologized. After apologizing, he left the auction in disgrace. After something like this happened, he naturally felt embarrassed to stay at the auction. After giving Xiang Feng a fierce glare, he left in a hurry. At the same time, everyone's eyes were directed to Xiang Feng's gourd. Everyone knows that black gourds were very popular in the late Qing dynasty. But if it's a red gourd like this, it's most likely not from the late Qing dynasty. Master Xiang, can you show me your black gourd? Naturally, Mr. Dong was very excited to see such a surprising object. So he asked Xiang Feng to borrow it so that he could take a closer look at it. Xiang Feng handed the gourd to him without hesitation. Because he knew, he could tell the age of the gourd. But it would be more convincing if Mr. Dong came to see it in person. This can also sell for a good price. After taking the gourd, Mr. Dong, who was wearing reading glasses, looked at the red part carefully. After looking at it for a long time, Mr. Dong put down the gourd. Mr. Dong, did you see anything? At this moment, Mr. Wu, who was standing by, was very curious. Is such a small gourd really so valuable? After putting down the gourd, Mr. Dong did not answer Mr. Wu's question. Instead, he looked at Xiang Feng. Mr. Xiang, you really have a good eye. It seems that I am really old. Mr. Dong sighed. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone understood. It seems that this gourd is really not an ordinary black gourd. I didn't expect Xiang Feng to have such a sharp vision. He could see this. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Just be more careful next time. Xiang Feng smiled. And if he didn't have the ability to appraise treasures, he would definitely not be able to see it. But how do you tell this to others? This is not a black gourd from the late Qing dynasty, but a mahogany gourd from the Sui dynasty. Then, Mr. Dong spoke. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the group was stunned. This is actually an artifact from the Sui dynasty. The gap is too big. You have to know that there is a gap of thousands of years between the late Qing dynasty and the Sui dynasty. Just based on its age, the price of this gourd is worth hundreds of times. Mr. Dong, is this true? Did this kind of gourd also exist in the Sui dynasty? At this time, Mr. Wu on the side was a little bit unbelieving. That's right. Grasshoppers are not only popular in the Qing dynasty, but also in the Sui dynasty. And things made of mahogany like this could only be used by the emperor at that time. This means that this item belonged to the emperor of the Sui dynasty. Then, Mr. Dong's words once again ignited the guests present. It is also an object of Emperor Huangdi of the Sui dynasty. This is too incredible. No, Mr. Dong, didn't you just say that this was an item of the late Qing dynasty imperial family? How come it has now become an item of Emperor Huangdi of the Sui dynasty? At this time, some people were puzzled. It was clearly said just now that it belonged to the Qing dynasty royal family. Now that the color has changed, has it changed so much? Hearing this question, Mr. Dong smiled. He gently lifted the gourd and pointed to the red position. Look carefully. The dragon pattern on this gourd was not used in the Qing dynasty. It was a pattern exclusively used by the emperors of the Sui dynasty. Perhaps as time went by, this object changed hands too many times, and the color of the mahogany itself gradually faded. Good objects like this were also good things in the Qing dynasty, so they naturally passed to the hands of the royal family. Mr. Dong explains seriously. At this time, many knowledgeable people also looked carefully at the red patch on the gourd. It was discovered that the dragon pattern above is indeed in the style of the Sui dynasty. Plus the sense of the times. This is definitely an artifact from the Sui dynasty. It seems that they really made a mistake this time. This is absolutely a top-notch item. Chapter 137, Picking Up a Bargain. After many antique lovers carefully examined it, it is absolutely certain that this is the object of the Sui dynasty emperor. No wonder Xiang Feng refused to sell it even though the price offered was 1 million. It seems that he really is not asking for too much. But this gourd is worth much more than this price. Mr. Xiang really has good vision. It's true that the younger generation is pushing the older generation forward. I'm really getting old. Mr. Dong couldn't help but sigh. Xiang Feng spent 400,000 to buy this black gourd and made more than a little profit. He knew that any item from the Sui dynasty would cost at least millions. What's more, this is the emperor's thing. Although the item is small, it is well preserved. After wiping it with tung oil to reveal its original appearance, it can be sold for more than 20 million. A full 50 times the profit. If the original owner of the gourd knew this, he would be so angry that he would faint. But this is the rule in the antique world. Once an item is traded, there is no regret. Even if the other party takes advantage of a big loophole, there is nothing you can do. The people on the side couldn't help but look at Xiang Feng with envy. The young people who were thought to be ignorant turned out to be the most knowledgeable. Hello, stuff from the Sui dynasty has always been my grandfather's hobby. Do you think you can give it up? You name the price. I won't bargain. At this time, Gong Lily suddenly spoke. Such a rare item is not often found. In addition, the old man of the Gong family is very fond of things from the Sui dynasty. That's why Gong Lily came over. I don't know the price either. Why don't you tell me a price and I'll consider it? Xiang Feng responded indifferently. I can only tell the quality of the items, and I don't understand the prices very quickly. 20 million, just consider it as making friends. What do you think? When you see the other party, you should make your own offer. Gong Lily thought about it and then said it. Of course, this price is not low. If it were put on an auction house, it would definitely fetch more than 20 million. But after deducting some service fees, the total amount received was only 20 million. Besides, it is very troublesome to submit it to the auction. There are very few people who can pay so much money at one time. Now Gong Lily can directly quote the price, which saves a lot of trouble. Okay, for your brother's sake, I'll sell it to you. Xiang Feng agreed immediately. Gong Lily was also a little confused. You agreed so readily? I thought Xiang Feng would continue to bargain. I'm also prepared to have a good talk. But I didn't expect Xiang Feng to be so straightforward. Well. Okay, give me your card number and I'll arrange for someone to transfer the money to you later. Seeing Xiang Fengdu was so straightforward, Gong Lily did not hesitate either. You are much more straightforward than your brother. I will have to ask him to treat me to a meal when the time comes. Xiang Feng continued with a smile. Do you know Gong Shan? Hearing this, Gong Lily was also a little confused. In the family, the only one older than him is Gong Shang. And he is the most favored one in the family. Due to his great abilities, many things in the family were handed over to Gong Shan to manage. He is different from the rest of the family. Those who can become friends with him are all business elites. He didn't expect that Xiang Feng also knew him. Oh, yeah, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. He and I are planning to start a company together. Xiang Feng smiled. If he hadn't met Gong Lily, he would have almost forgotten about the development of the 3 plots of land under his control. That's a lot of money. Fortunately, Gong Lily reminded me. After hearing what Xiang Feng said, Gong Lily was even more confused. No matter how you look at it, Xiang Feng looks like an ordinary person. He was able to start a company with his brother. It seems that this is no ordinary person. After leaving Xiang Feng's contact information, Xiang Feng didn't say much. He handed the gourd directly to Gong Lily. He also reminded her to transfer the money. If it were someone else, he would definitely pay the money and receive the goods. But he is not worried about Gong Lily. If she didn't send the money, he would go to his brother to ask for it. When the people around heard this, the way he looked at Xiang Feng changed. The fact that he can work with Gong Shan means that they must have a good relationship. You know, the Gong family is a big family. There's no comparison with those ordinary rich people. It's a family business with a very rich foundation. I didn't expect that such a young man not only has a good vision, but also has great strength behind him. The 2 CEOs who were originally sitting together suddenly became much more polite. He asked Xiang Feng about his well-being. At this moment, Xiang Feng had no intention of paying any attention to them. Thinking about it, I made a lot of money in such a short time. After spending 400,000, we still made a profit of 19.6 million. I will have some money to use again. After this little incident ended, the auction returned to normal course. Continue to take out various items for auction. Ever since I saw Xiang Feng picked up this big bargain. Whenever Mr. Wu and his companions saw something coming out, they would ask Xiang Feng a few questions. Is this item worth buying? Is this object real? Various problems. He completely treated Xiang Feng as a master. Even Mr. Dong, who was holding a plate, was overshadowed. As long as Xiang Feng found something that interested him, they would start bidding as well. Thinking I could also pick up a big bargain. Chapter 138 Rejection. Soon, half of the auction was over. Ever since the black gourd, Xiang Feng hasn't been able to find an item that satisfies him. Mr. Wu and his companion are different. They are under the guidance of Xiang Feng. Also bought a few items. Immediately afterwards, the item that Mr. Dong had been waiting for came out. It is a bronze vessel from the Shang dynasty, covered with thick dust. At first glance, it is a newly unearthed cultural relic. As soon as this bronzeware came out, Mr. Dong's eyes began to light up. This was one of his favorite items at the auction. After a long wait, it was finally served. Then the host began to introduce the age of this object. The starting price is 10 million yuan. For a bronzeware like this, a starting price of 10 million is already very low. That's why Mr. Dong also noticed this. But the moment the bronzeware was brought up, Xiang Feng discovered that this was not from the Shang dynasty at all. When Mr. Dong was about to raise his hand to bid, he was stopped by Xiang Feng. Mr. Dong, you still need to think carefully about this. Xiang Feng smiled. At this moment, many guests on the scene were already arguing fiercely for this bronzeware. Everyone wants to buy it at such a cheap price. What do you mean? Seeing that Xiang Feng actually stopped him, Mr. Dong was also confused. This is an object that he has been eyeing for a long time. The era definitely exists. What's more, so many people want to receive this thing. If you stop yourself at this time, you might be photographed by someone else. That would be such a pity. You see, this bronzeware looks quite old, and the craftsmanship alone is perfect, but there is one thing about it, it is too perfect. Xiang Feng explained. After all, Mr. Dong still has to rent his own house. Since you have helped me complete this task. Xiang Feng didn't want to let Mr. Dong suffer any loss. Impossible, this cannot possibly be a modern replica. After understanding this, Mr. Dong also said with a firm look on his face. Although Xiang Feng has a sharp eye, he has been engaged in antiques for many years after all. You can tell at a glance whether it is a modern imitation. When Mr. Dong heard Xiang Feng's words, he looked unconvinced. I never said it was a modern replica. What does that mean, young Master Xiang? Mr. Dong became even more confused. Since it is not a modern replica, why do you say there is something wrong with this bronzeware? Isn't this just shooting oneself in the foot? You can go up and take a closer look at its texture and the density of the bronze. Xiang Feng reminded. He didn't point it out directly because the item was being auctioned. It was just a kind reminder to Mr. Dong. Oh? After hearing this, Mr. Dong hesitated. He walked forward again and looked at the bronzeware carefully. After careful observation, I finally realized what was going on. This is certainly not a modern imitation. It's an ancient imitation. In other words, this is a bronzeware from the Shang dynasty imitated by the Ming dynasty. Although it has both the appearance and the sense of age. However, the density and texture of bronze are completely beyond the reach of the Shang dynasty. So, this item is an ancient replica. However, even if it is a replica of the Ming dynasty. But it is not without value. It's just that it's not as valuable as everyone imagines. At this time, Mr. Dong suddenly realized and nodded repeatedly at Xiang Feng. For an antique enthusiast like Mr. Dong, what he cares about is not the value of the object. It's about its age and authenticity. Although this bronzeware still has some profit at this price. But after all, it is not a real Shang dynasty object. It has absolutely no collection value to him. If I had taken a picture of it and exhibited it as a shopping mall item, it was spotted by people who knew the business. That would be a huge loss of face for me. If Xiang Feng hadn't reminded me, I might have really taken a picture of him. Thank you, Mr. Xiang. After seeing the object clearly, Mr. Dong expressed his gratitude repeatedly. This almost made me lose face. It's okay, Mr. Dong, just don't forget about my business. Xiang Feng waved his hand and smiled. Now I have done you such a big favor. This little thing of mine must be nothing to you, right? After hearing this, Mr. Dong smiled and nodded. Don't worry, these are just small matters. Mr. Dong patted his chest and assured. The two people sitting next to them looked confused. What are these two people talking about? They didn't understand at all. Soon, this bronzeware was bought by Mr. Wu at a price of 15 million. After taking the photo, he looked at Mr. Dong with a smile on his face. Mr. Dong, isn't this something you've always wanted? Why don't you give it to me? If you like it, you can put it in your store to show off your wealth. At this moment, Mr. Wu was like a victorious rooster. Showing off to Mr. Dong. Although he doesn't know much about antiques. But I did inquire about it before the auction. This bronzeware is the highlight of this auction. If you can take a picture of this item, it will definitely appreciate in value by more than double. But what he didn't expect was, this is just a fake. At the price he got it, he should be thankful that he can make sure he doesn't lose money. Mr. Dong did not point it out to the other party, but refused with a smile on his face. Chapter 139 Comfortable. After getting the bronzeware, Mr. Wu felt like he had found a big bargain. His face was filled with joy. Next, Xiang Feng also helped Mr. Dong look at a few items. Mr. Dong did not gain nothing from this auction. With Xiang Feng's help, I also received several items I liked. After the auction, Xiang Feng politely declined Mr. Dong's invitation to dinner. Instead, he asked Luo Li to send someone to deliver the rental contract immediately. He rented several stores in his community to Mr. Dong. And it's not just Mr. Dong. After the auction, many bosses wanted to add Xiang Feng's contact information. Even invited him to dinner. But they were all rejected by Xiang Feng. At this auction, many bosses in Shanghai did get to know Xiang Feng. But he doesn't want to make friends now. There is still a lot of things waiting for him. Now, the community has also been rented out by myself. I don't have to worry about the problems of this unfinished community. Anyway, they are all killed instantly. Now it's just a matter of time. After the auction, it was already evening. Xiang Feng suddenly received a call from his high school classmate Wang Jian. Xiang Fengke can remember that Wang Jian has been his best friend since junior high school. The two have always had a good relationship. It's just that I didn't perform well in the college entrance examination. Not close to a prestigious university. As a result, I had less contact with Wang Jian. When I received a call from Wang Jian, he said that he was going to get married in a few days. Xiang Feng was also very surprised when he received the news. I haven't contacted my best friend for such a long time, but now he is getting married. This is a good thing. But Wang Jian's tone on the phone didn't seem very good, as if he was worried about something. Xiang Feng called Wang Jian over the phone. Have a midnight snack together. It just so happened that I was a little hungry. The two of them settled down behind a small stall that was their favorite place to eat in high school. Xiang Feng drove off. Driving fast all the way, Xiang Feng soon arrived at the roadside stall in front of the high school. There are quite a few diners sitting in the stall at this moment. The smell of barbecue is very fragrant. After parking the car on the side of the road, Xiang Feng went straight to the barbecue stall. Wang Jian hasn't arrived yet. Xiang Feng ordered some barbecue and waited for him. After a while, a black Volkswagen stopped by the roadside. After Wang Jian got off the car, he walked towards Xiang Feng excitedly. Fengzi. Wang Jian seemed very happy after seeing Xiang Feng. It had been a long time since I last saw my old friend, and Xiang Feng also felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Congratulations, boy. You're getting married. Xiang Feng blew on the other person's chest and laughed. Wang Jian waved his hand. Don't mention it. It's my family who's pushing me so hard. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to get married. Wang Jian said this with a very helpless look. The boy is doing pretty well now. He has bought a car and a house and married a beautiful, rich woman. After sitting down, Xiang Feng also started to tease. Most of these classmates have just graduated for a year. Xiang Feng also knew Wang Jian's family situation very well. It's just an ordinary family, both parents work in factories. Look at Wang Jian's current state, it's only been a year. I have already bought my own car. You can tell at first glance that he is doing quite well. And Xiang Feng, if it weren't for this instant kill system, I still don't know when I can drive my own car. Hey! Don't mention it. After graduation, I joined an investment company. I'm doing okay, but they don't like me. Wang Jian had a very helpless expression. Although I graduated from a prestigious university and got a good job right after graduation, the salary is also higher than that of people of the same age. But his girlfriend's family doesn't like it at all. Although Wang Jian has already bought his own car. But the girl's family still thinks he is not good enough. After all, Wang Jian comes from an ordinary family and everything is achieved through his own hard work. There was no help at all from home. This time, the girl's family made things even more difficult for them. Therefore, Wang Jian's tone on the phone was not very good. Oh, it's okay, it's like this when you grow up. No matter what, getting married is a good thing. Hearing Wang Jian's explanation, Xiang Feng also sighed, picked up the cup and poured a drink. After the two clinked glasses, Wang Jian started talking again. You don't know how much my girlfriend's family cares about face. They want a 5-star hotel and a luxury car for the wedding. This wedding alone has used up all my savings, and now it's not enough. Her family insists that I rent a luxury car as the lead car, and they insist that it must be at least a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Wang Jian complained for a while. Now everything for the wedding has been almost arranged. Now the girl's family has changed their mind again. The lead car was originally a BMW. It was Wang Jian who shamelessly asked his leader to borrow it. Now the other party thinks the BMW is not cool enough. I have to change to a cool car. This made Wang Jian very distressed. At this time, where can he borrow a cool car? Hey, I just wanted to complain to you. It's been a long time since we last met. What have you been doing recently? After complaining for a while, Wang Jian also felt unprecedented comfort. Although the other party offered many conditions, Wang Jian had no choice. Now having a friend to listen to my complaints is the most comfortable thing in this period of time. Chapter 140, Borrowing a car. Me? I haven't done anything lately. Xiang Feng said. He did not tell the other party directly that he had acquired several pieces of land and opened several companies. This is also because they are afraid of scaring Wang Jian. After all, both of them have just graduated for a year. If he heard that he had accomplished so much in just 1 year, I will definitely think a lot. So Xiang Feng simply didn't mention it for the time being. Isn't it just a cool car? Don't worry, I have a solution. Seeing Wang Jian looking distressed, Xiang Feng smiled and comforted her. Isn't it just a car? Isn't your Bugatti Veyron cool? Compared with the Mercedes-Benz S-Class, it is far ahead of it. Do you have a solution? After hearing Xiang Feng's words, Wang Jian was a little surprised. But after thinking about it, he shook his head. After all, Xiang Feng said that he has no job recently. He was very familiar with Xiang Feng's situation. His family doesn't have a Mercedes-Benz, and he has no relatives who drive one. He knew that Xiang Feng really wanted to help him. But he understood that this kind of thing couldn't be put on the list just by helping. I don't have a Mercedes, but I can lend you another one. Then Xiang Feng explained it again. Anything else? But my mother-in-law's family only recognizes Mercedes-Benz. If I could change to something else, I wouldn't be so distressed. Wang Jian explained. His mother-in-law's family is very powerful and has issued a death order to maintain face. The lead car must be a Mercedes-Benz. What about the Bugatti Veyron? Xiang Feng spoke again. After hearing Xiang Feng's words, Wang Jian, who was eating lamb skewers, was stunned. He looked at Xiang Feng with surprise. What did you say? Wang Jian thought there was something wrong with his ears. But Xiang Feng repeated it again. I said, Mercedes doesn't have it, but Bugatti Veyron doesn't have it? Bugatti Veyron. When Xiang Feng said the name again. After being stunned for a while, Wang Jian burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Fengzi, why don't you talk about the spaceship? Stop kidding. Thank you. I know you want to help me, but this kind of thing is really not easy. I'd better go find the company leader tomorrow and see if he can help me borrow it. Wang Jian smiled. If Xiang Feng had mentioned a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW, Wang Jian might have believed it. But he said Bugatti Veyron, which made Wang Jian not believe it at all. After all, a car worth hundreds of millions of dollars like this can't be borrowed just because you want to. Not to mention borrowing it, there are very few chances to see it on the street. But the Wang family did not have the slightest intention of blaming Xiang Feng. After all, the two have known each other for so long, it is normal for them to joke with each other. But at this moment, Xiang Feng suddenly took out a key from his pocket. Suddenly, a car not far from the barbecue stall lit up. The car's headlights and ambient lights are on. In the dark night, the appearance of the Bugatti Veyron appeared before everyone. Because it was night, we had to keep a certain distance. People couldn't tell what kind of car it was. But now, the light frame on the car is on. The smooth lines of the car appeared in front of Wang Jian. The matrix headlights are very bright. Even from a distance, it looks so beautiful. It's like a work of art. When Wang Jian saw the Bugatti Veyron not far away, he was completely stunned. The drink in his mouth sprayed out. He looked at Xiang Feng in disbelief. What are you looking at? There's nothing on my face. Seeing Wang Jian's surprised expression, Xiang Feng smiled. He knew that it was normal for Wang Jian not to believe that he could own this car. After all, among his classmates, Wang Jian is considered to be doing quite well. I just drive a Volkswagen worth about 200,000 yuan. And Xiang Feng, who couldn't even get into a key university, actually drives a supercar worth hundreds of millions. No one would dare to believe this. You. At this moment, Wang Jian was stuttering when he spoke. You know, this is a supercar among supercars. A supercar that is limited to only 3 units nationwide, and the owner of one of them is right in front of him? You got rich? For a moment, Wang Jian was unable to organize his words. He really couldn't imagine how Xiang Feng bought this car. Could it be that Xiang Feng has been doing something illegal recently? Seeing Wang Jian's expression, Xiang Feng quickly waved his hand. No, no, no. Don't look at me like that, this car is not mine. Xiang Feng hurriedly explained. He knew that no matter how he explained it to Wang Jian, he definitely won't believe that he is so rich now. It would be better to just say directly that the car is not yours, which can solve a lot of troubles. This belongs to my boss. My boss drank too much today and I just sent him home. For a moment, Xiang Feng couldn't think of any suitable reason. So I thought about getting away with it quickly. Boss? Didn't you say you didn't have a job? My work isn't that good, I'm sorry to tell you. He. Xiang Feng explained reluctantly. After hearing this, Wang Jian also nodded. Now that you put it this way, it seems to make some sense. Seeing that Wang Jian believed what he said, Xiang Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said to him, if you don't have a suitable first car for your marriage, drive this one. Chapter 141 Encounter with the Anchor. This is not good. Although this Bugatti Veyron is very cool, it can be said that when getting married, this car is cooler than 10 Mercedes-Benz cars. But Wang Jian thought, this was boss Xiang Feng's car after all. Would it be a bad idea to lend it to myself? Xiang Feng saw through his thoughts at a glance. He continued to explain, it's okay, our boss is a very nice person, I'll tell him and he will definitely lend it to me. Xiang Feng patted his chest and assured. Seeing Xiang Feng said so, Wang Jian also nodded. He raised the glass to him. That's great. Thank you so much, Fengzi. My mother-in-law's relatives will be so jealous when they see your car. Wang Jian smiled. You know, with this car as the lead car. Those people from my mother-in-law's family who said they wanted a Mercedes-Benz would definitely not dare to say anything anymore. After all, the first car at a wedding symbolizes face. It's a relief to have this supercar worth hundreds of millions as the lead car. That's not enough face. And just as the two of them were chatting, a girl was holding up her mobile phone and broadcasting live. Look, my friends, what is this? I saw this seemingly innocent girl doing a live broadcast. Keep talking on the phone. When she passed by the Bugatti Veyron, she stopped. Shoot the car down. Oh my god. Bugatti. What a magical car. There are only 3 of them in the whole country, and you actually came across one. How rich must one be to be able to drive a car like this? In the live broadcast room, the audience was also very surprised when they saw the car. If this were an ordinary supercar, perhaps it wouldn't be so surprising. After all, there are quite a few people driving supercars in live broadcasts nowadays. But a car like this one is not ordinary. This is a mobile 100 million. This Bugatti Veyron National Limited Edition is equipped with a 12-cylinder engine and can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in less than 2 seconds. It's simply a land fighter. The host was also explaining the performance of this car. The host was seen filming around the car. After all, this kind of car is not common. Using this car may bring me some popularity. The host's name is Yang Shi. He is a small anchor on the Dosha platform. Originally, she wanted to make some name for herself in the live streaming circle with her good looks. But what I didn't expect is that nowadays live streaming is not popular just because it looks good. The host also needs to give various hints so that the sponsors will like to watch it. But Yang Shi was a straightforward person, and she could never accept being asked to do that kind of thing. As a result, her popularity is not very high. This led to him having a miserable time in the entertainment sector. I was forced to switch to outdoor live broadcast. Today is the first day of her outdoor live broadcast. With no experience in outdoor live broadcasting, she could only wander around on the road. There are less than 5,000 people in the live broadcast room. There are even fewer comments in the live broadcast room. But after I took the photo of the Bugatti Veyron here. However, there are more and more comments in the live broadcast room. So Yang Shi wanted to seize this opportunity to attract some popularity. At the same time, Xiang Feng and Wang Jian had almost finished their meal at the barbecue stall. The two chatted happily. After eating, I prepared to leave. Wang Jian drove away first in his Volkswagen. Before leaving, he specially thanked Xiang Feng. I was able to solve such a big problem for myself. After Wang Jian left, Xiang Feng drove back. Just as I was walking towards my car, I saw a girl standing in front of my car talking on her cell phone. It seems that this girl didn't notice me. Xiang Feng also became a little interested and stood behind the girl to observe what he was trying to do. At this time, Yang Shi was chatting about this car with his friends. Suddenly I turned around and saw someone looking at me. Yang Shi was also shocked. What the hell? It's a ghost. Seeing someone standing behind him, Yang Shi couldn't help but shout out. In the middle of the night, he suddenly stood behind me. Yang Shi thought, could he be a pervert? You, what are you doing? You're scaring me so much in the middle of the night. After recovering from his shock, Yang Shi looked at the other person. Wearing casual clothes and slippers. Although he didn't look like a bad guy, I was scared. Naturally, Yang Shi didn't speak to him in a good tone. At this time, she found that Xiang Feng was also looking at the car behind her. I understood something in an instant. After all, luxury cars like this are the most eye-catching. Young man, this Bugatti is not cheap, you can't get it by working hard. Yang Shi explained to Xiang Feng. She said it well. A car like the Bugatti Veyron is not something you can buy just by working hard. The value is as much as 100 million. This first requires a small goal in mind. However, even such a small goal is something that many people cannot accomplish in their lifetime. Besides, who would have 100 million to buy this car? This car is worth 100 million yuan, and I don't have any more assets. Then I really won't buy this car. Chapter 142. I can't afford to pay for it. After Yang Shi finished speaking, Xiang Feng just smiled faintly. Walked to the car. Be careful, I tell you, if you scratch this car even a little bit, it will cost you a lot of money. Seeing Xiang Feng approaching the car, Yang Shi quickly reminded him. Judging from Xiang Feng's appearance, he should be just an ordinary person. Although everyone likes this kind of car very much. But if you accidentally get some of it, it would be no small matter. Really? Is this car expensive to repair? After hearing what she said, Xiang Feng also became a little curious. After he got the car, he has never had an accident. Looking at this little Nizi, she seems to understand what is going on. This car is made entirely of carbon fiber. There are no spare parts in China. Even a screw has to be customized overseas. Tell me, is it expensive to repair this car? Just a simple repaint costs the same as an ordinary BMW. Yang Shi explained, and did not forget to say a few words to the phone. I didn't expect this little girl to know so much about cars. Not bad, you are quite knowledgeable. After hearing her explanation, Xiang Feng nodded and smiled. Then Xiang Feng took out the car keys from his pocket. The unlock button was pressed. Yang Shi was speaking to the screen and was not paying attention to Xiang Feng's actions behind him. Suddenly, the car lights came on. The matrix headlights shone straight out, startling Yang Shi. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room also saw the car suddenly light up. No way! Could this car belong to the passerby just now? This car light is so bright. Fuck, no way, the anchor actually ran into the car owner? Anchor, don't look at it, this car is not something you can get just by working hard. For a moment, the audience in the live broadcast room also began to mock. I remembered what the host said to Xiang Feng just now. At this moment, Yang Shi turned around and looked at Xiang Feng in surprise. No way? This car is actually his? Looking at his outfit, he doesn't look like the owner of a Bugatti Veyron at all. Are some people so low-key now? You. At this time, Yang Shi also looked incredulous. I actually ran into the car owner. And you just talked about him? At this moment, Yang Shi wished time could go back. If I knew he was the owner of the car, I would lick him even if I had to kneel down to lick his ass. A sponsor like this. Just build a good relationship and then come to your own live broadcast room to play. There will definitely be a lot of moves. I need the support of a financial sponsor right now. Otherwise, eating will be a problem this month. But now it seems that I have offended the other party. I don't know what other reason I have to take the initiative to approach her and talk to her. Can you give me a ride? After seeing Xiang Feng get in the car, Yang Shi hurried forward. Knocked on Xiang Feng's car window. Hey, didn't you say to be careful? If you scratch it, it's not something you can get compensated with just a little money. Xiang Feng said with a mocking look on his face. Yang Shi also looked embarrassed at this time. You see, I've been watching your car for a long time. I'm afraid your car might get hit. Yang Shi explained reluctantly. Now I wish I could ride in Xiang Feng's car. Not only can it explain the performance of the car to the audience, it also adds some highlights. You can also take the opportunity to build a relationship with this big boss. Well, it's so late now. It's dangerous for a girl like me, don't you think? Yang Shi tried his best, thinking that he must get on this car. You know, it's very rare to come across a car like this. It is even more rare to meet the car owner. If you don't seize the opportunity, you will never have another chance in the future. Seeing that the other party was so difficult to deal with, Xiang Feng also sighed. Okay, can you drive? Xiang Feng spoke. It was so late, and Xiang Feng was a little tired. This kind of supercar is a bit tiring to drive. Xiang Feng thought that it would be a good idea to let this girl be his designated driver. Besides, she seemed to know a lot about cars, so asking her to explain them to me could be a good way to pass the time when I'm bored on the road. Hearing Xiang Feng say this, Yang Shi nodded quickly. You actually want to prescribe it for yourself? This is even better. This is the car that many people dream of experiencing. Even if it's not your own car, you can drive it a few laps. It can be considered as fulfilling a dream. Okay, get in the car. Seeing that Yang Shi could drive, Xiang Feng didn't say anything else. After sitting in the passenger seat, he let Yang Shi drive the car. Since he had never driven this kind of supercar before, Yang Shi spent a long time studying it before starting the car. Xiang Feng navigated directly to the hotel where he was staying. When Yang Shi saw the navigation destination, his heart skipped a beat. Hotel? What do you want to do? Yang Shi spoke directly. I was thinking, is Xiang Feng going to drive me to get a room? Although I am a humble anchor, I don't have to be so humble. He wanted to take me to a hotel just minutes after we met. That's too casual. Are all rich people so casual? But I'm not ready yet. Yang Shi's words were also heard by the audience in the live broadcast room. Oh my god. Is this anchor going to be kept by someone? That's not even possible. He drives a Bugatti. Anchor, your chance to reach the pinnacle of life has come. If you're rich like this, why would you still do live streaming? In the live broadcast room, there were many comments expressing envy. If they weren't men. No one wants to get a room with Xiang Feng, but they don't have the chance. Chapter 143 Mall. Hearing what the other party said, Xiang Feng's face turned black. Although this girl is pretty, I don't have any ideas about her at all. After playing like this, I just want to go back to the hotel and have a good sleep. What is this woman thinking about? Did I say I would take you there? You can leave after you drop me off. Xiang Feng said this speechlessly. Originally, Yang Shi was still fantasizing whether he should sacrifice himself for money. But Xiang Feng's words interrupted her thoughts. It turns out that he really thinks of himself as a driver. Can I leave after it's delivered? No words of thanks at all? At this moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room became even more lively. I thought the anchor was being noticed. The result is that I was used as a driver. It seems that the host has a high opinion of his own appearance. Drive all the way to the hotel downstairs and park the car. The waiter was very tactful and came over to open the car door. When I saw that there was a girl sitting in the driver's seat, the waiter smiled knowingly. Sure enough, the girls in rich cars will never disappoint. Okay, you can go now. After getting off the car, Xiang Feng said to Yang Shi. Originally, Xiang Feng wanted to charge some money for the taxi fare. After all, you can't let others ride for free. But come to think of it, it seemed like she was driving the car. It seems that collecting money is not very good. So, after saying a few words to Yang Shi, Xiang Feng turned around and walked into the hotel. Only Yang Shi and the waiter were left with confused faces. What's going on? This girl doesn't look bad. Xiang Feng actually left her downstairs and went back by himself? Is there something wrong with Xiang Feng's sexual orientation? The waiter looked puzzled, but didn't dare to step forward to ask. Yang Shi stood where he was and stomped his feet. If it weren't for the live broadcast, I would have wanted to go up and curse at them. I'll drive you myself. You didn't even say a word of thanks, nor did you leave any contact information. This is just a waste of time driving the car for so long. But now, Xiang Feng has gone far away. Yang Shi had no choice but to swallow this humiliation. After returning to the hotel, the flash sale mall was refreshed again. Xiang Feng couldn't wait to open the flash sale mall. And checking the flash sale mall every day is what he looks forward to most. Ding, the flash sale mall is refreshed. Flash sale item, 1 million live broadcast consumption quota, flash sale price, 10 yuan. May I ask if the host can kill instantly? Tip, the spending amount of the flash sale can provide a 10% cashback amount after the system specifies the spending amount. When I first saw this spending limit, I was a little confused. What do you need these quotas for? Could it be that I start a live broadcast and spend all the money on myself? Even if you start a live broadcast and spend all the quota on yourself. According to the rules of the live broadcast platform, I am not a contracted anchor. You can only get 10 to 30% of the profit. In other words, you can only get 300,000. It is very troublesome to register as an anchor and also to start live broadcast. It is very cumbersome in itself. But the last prompt from the system made Xiang Feng interested again. As long as you finish the consumption, you can get 10 times the cash back. In this way, after you spend the money, you can also get a cash back of 10 million. This is better than business. Instant kill. Thinking of this, Xiang Feng chose to kill instantly. Ding. Flash sale successful, the spending amount has been received, please use it within 1 day, it will be invalid after the expiration date. Then, the system prompted again. Finished the day? This is too fast. Originally, Xiang Feng was thinking that he could use the 1 million yuan to play around on the live streaming platform. He also occasionally watches live broadcasts. There are still some hosts that I like better. But it's already late at night, and most of the anchors have gone off the air. If I want to spend it all so quickly, I can only find some unfamiliar hosts. Thinking of this, Xiang Feng suddenly thought of someone. The girl who just drove me seemed to be doing a live broadcast on Dosha. As soon as he thought of her, Xiang Feng immediately took out his cell phone. Because it is too late, there are not many anchors broadcasting live on the live broadcast platform. Soon, Xiang Feng found her at the bottom of the live broadcast platform. I saw that the title of her live broadcast was very funny. The humble anchor is asking for protection online. It seems like her live broadcast room is not very popular. When I clicked on it, I saw that the popularity was only over 10,000. There are less than 50 people on the reward list. The highest reward is 200 shark fins. In the shark fight live broadcast, the value of shark fin is the same as in reality. That means one shark fin costs $1. And her number one was only $200. It is conceivable how humble this anchor is. There was no one in the VIP seats. In the Dosha platform, you can buy noble levels with money. The higher the VIP level, the closer you can sit to the VIP seat in each live broadcast room. This is also provided to satisfy those big guys who like to watch live broadcasts. As long as you are willing to spend money to buy the title of Yellow Emperor, it doesn't matter which live broadcast room you go to. He is treated like a father by various anchors. All kinds of licking and flattering. Chapter 144 Live PK. Generally, viewers who like to watch live broadcasts will choose to open a swordsman. Because it only costs 30 yuan to activate a swordsman account, and the monthly renewal fee is only 15 yuan. And if you activate this, you can get a 30 yuan rebate on your spending every month. In other words, opening the nobility does more than just change your title. You can also get the same consumption amount. This is a good thing that kills two birds with one stone for viewers who love watching live broadcasts. But the audience likes to watch live broadcasts. There was still no noble in Yang Shi's live broadcast room. Now you know how miserable she is here. Xiang Feng as Fighting Shark is still a new account. I have never given any gifts to the anchor and I don't have any noble title. Therefore, after entering the live broadcast room, only the host can see simple prompts. Most anchors will basically ignore this kind of rookie account when they see it. After all, people with this kind of account have never consumed anything, and probably don't have any desire to consume. Therefore, most anchors will turn a blind eye to it. Welcome to the Wind Chaser. But just after Xiang Feng entered the live broadcast room, Yang Shi actually recited his own Dosha ID. This surprised Xiang Feng a little. It seems that she is really at the end of her rope. Whenever he sees a user appearing in his live broadcast room, he will gently call out his ID. Just after entering Yang Shi's live broadcast room, Xiang Feng also discovered it. She is not continuing to broadcast live outdoors now. Instead, he returned home and sat in front of the computer to play the show. A small anchor like her doesn't get much commission from gifts every month. I can only rely on live streaming to stabilize my salary. For such new anchors, the live broadcast platform will also provide good newcomer benefits. As long as you complete a fixed amount of live streaming time every month, you can get a guaranteed salary. This guaranteed salary is a considerable benefit for Yang Shi. What kind of live broadcast room is this crowded? After entering the live broadcast room, Xiang Feng deliberately teased the other party. In the empty barrage in the live broadcast room. Finally, someone spoke. After hearing what the netizen said, Yang Shi was not angry. After all, it is quite normal for trolls to appear during live broadcasts. What's more, the other party hasn't started to criticize yet. It's a nice thing to have someone talking to me so late at night. Maybe everyone is asleep. After all this, why is Brother Foam still not asleep? Is he also a night owl? Yang Shi spoke very gently. There wasn't a trace of displeasure on his face. You are indeed a lowly anchor. Why are you still broadcasting when your popularity is so low? Just come with me and steal batteries. Immediately afterwards, Xiang Feng typed this sentence in the barrage. When seeing her last sentence, Yang Shi couldn't help laughing. She covered her mouth with her little hands and laughed. I have to say that Yang Shi is not very popular. But her smile is quite sweet. It may also be that it was not recommended by the platform. That's probably why its popularity has been so low. In the quiet night, there is someone to chat with and relieve boredom. Yang Shi also felt that it was not so boring anymore. Just as Yang Shi was about to continue speaking, a host sent her a PK invitation. During live broadcast, PK is a way for anchors to interact with each other. The victory is also determined by the gifts given by the audience. And at this moment, it is the platform's monthly PK day. There will be a PK competition every hour, and the champion will receive top traffic support from the platform. Naturally, Yang Shi had no hope for this kind of PK match. For a small anchor like her, she should be thankful to win the next game. I don't even think about the top-level traffic support that the champion gets. Plus, it's still evening, so the audience is sparse. Whether someone gives you gifts is a question. But as a platform requirement, she still has to participate in the PK. The anchor who sent Yang Shi a PK invitation naturally knew that her live broadcast room was not popular at all. So I thought of picking on the weak ones first. After accepting the PK, the opponent's image soon flooded in. I saw that the other party was also a female anchor. She had heavy makeup on and was wearing a low-cut dress. At first Xiang Feng thought that the host on the other side was wearing the backless dress backwards. Hello, lady over there, please be gentle when you hit me. After the PK, Yang Shi spoke first. The meaning of fighting is naturally the gifts given by the opponent during PK. Yang Shi also wanted the sponsor on the other side to give fewer gifts. If the other party has a lot of gifts, and you don't have any gifts, that would be extremely embarrassing. The other party also nodded very politely. The PK will begin soon. As expected, no one gave Yang Shi gifts. The PK bar on the opposite side is growing rapidly. Although the data is not much, there are only gifts worth a few $dozen. But compared to Yang Shi's PK bar of 0, it still presents an overwhelming suppression. Soon, some viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Brushed a few groups of fishballs. Fishballs are free gifts on the platform. As long as you complete the platform tasks, you can get fishballs. But a few groups of fishballs were not enough to catch up with the opponent. The opponent's PK bar still shows an overwhelming advantage. Chapter 145, Stealing the Tower. Is there any brother who can help Xiaoxi get some gifts? We can't beat them all. Yang Shi shouted at the screen. Although she knew that no one would give her gifts. But she still shouted out. What if there's a mysterious big brother who gives you gifts? Brother Foam, why don't you get me a fan queue? Then, Yang Shi thought of the man who was still chatting with him. Yang Shi's demands were not high, he just hoped that the other party would give him some gifts. And a fan card only costs $5. Although I can't catch up with the other party, at least I can save some face. But at this moment, Xiang Feng did not reply to his message. And Xiang Feng was still in her live broadcast room. This is not because Xiang Feng ignored her. But at this moment Xiang Feng was looking for the recharge entrance of Dosha. He had never recharged gifts before and almost couldn't find the recharge entrance. If the system hadn't given him a credit line of 1 million, Xiang Feng would probably have been a freeloader for the rest of his life. After operating for a while, Xiang Feng finally found the recharge entrance. At the recharge counter, the maximum recharge amount is only 10,000 yuan. Xiang Feng directly chose to place a custom amount. 1 million. After confirming it again and again, Xiang Feng clicked on the recharge. After all, the system only gave me 1 million, and I might have typed an extra zero because my hands were shaking. If you put 10 million into it, you will suffer a big loss. After all, it's not like I don't have the 10 million even if I'm stuck with the card. Select recharge, confirm recharge, recharge successful. Soon, 1 million shark fins appeared in Xiang Feng's account. And I didn't receive any deduction information on my bank card. It seems that the system's rewards are really used. There was a full 1 million shark fins in the account, and the zeros on the account went beyond the screen. After the recharge was completed, Xiang Feng returned to Yangxi's live broadcast room again. At this moment, she only had half a minute left for PK. And there are only 1,000 points on her PK bar. That's just $10. The other side reached 18,000 points. The color of Yang Shifang's PK bar can no longer be seen on the PK bar. At this time, Yang Shi was still talking to the screen. But time was running out, and she had long since given up hope. But there were less than 5 seconds left in the PK. A golden rocket slowly rose towards Yang Shi's live broadcast room. PK suddenly turned around. The situation was reversed in an overwhelming manner. For a moment, Yang Shi was a little confused. What is happening? I actually won the PK? The other host looked victorious at first, but in the end the winner of the PK was Yang Shi. Also stunned. It took them a moment to react. On Yang Shi's side, it seemed that a super rocket appeared in the last few seconds. Thanks to brother Fengzhong Zhuifeng for the super rocket. Thank you. After realizing what was happening, Yang Shi covered his mouth and shouted to the live broadcast room. This is the first time I have received a gift like the super rocket since the live broadcast. A super rocket is worth 2,000 yuan, which is the most expensive gift on the Douxia platform. Generally, those who send this kind of gift are the big names in live streaming. In addition, when you receive such a gift, you can also broadcast it to the whole war. It can bring you a lot of popularity. At the same time, the popularity of Yang Shi's live broadcast room continued to soar. 666,666. Boss is awesome. Super hot boss. 666 plus 10086. Because the gift is so popular, users can receive a gift package after a few minutes. Therefore, the popularity of Yang Shi's live broadcast room has skyrocketed. Upon seeing this, the host on the other side immediately pretended to look very pitiful. The guy on the other side actually stole the tower and beat me so hard. I have to pay for his medical treatment. The female anchor on the opposite side saw that someone actually sent a super rocket. She immediately started to act coquettishly. You know, a super rocket costs $2,000. According to the platform, many big guys help their anchors win in PK. They will give some medical expenses to the host on the other side. The other side euphemistically calls it medical expenses, but they just want a share of the pie. Brother Feng, the other side wants medical expenses. I saw the host on the opposite side looked pitiful. Yanqi shouted with a smile. Xiang Feng, on the other hand, was recalling the past indifferently. I don't have that habit. Xiang Feng's response was very direct. Although this consumption is given by the system. But Xiang Feng didn't like the live broadcast on the other side. A very seductive look. It doesn't suit Xiang Feng's taste. My brother Feng said he doesn't have that habit, sorry. Yang Shi helped Xiang Feng pass the message. After saying that, the two ended the PK. At this time, a user with the Duke ID entered Yang Shi's live broadcast room. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room, he sat directly in the first seat of the VIP seats. Yang Shi saw a Duke appear. Immediately shouted a welcome. But after this user came in, he said something very arrogantly. I thought he was some mysterious big shot, but it turns out he's a user that even the nobles don't have. Pretending to be this cool cost you a month's living expenses, right? After winning this PK, there's still the next one. Let's see how you win. You've taken out all your capital to give as a reward, haven't you? Chapter 146, Fight for Money. This Duke user is a fan of the previous anchor. I had promised the other party that I would definitely help him win the PK. But I didn't expect it to be stolen in the last few seconds. It made him lose face. So I came to Yang Shi's live broadcast room to see who this person who sent the super rocket was. I found out that Xiang Feng was just a newbie account. I became even more furious. A newbie like him, why does he have to join in the fun? Faced with such ridicule, Yang Shi didn't dare to say anything. Although Xiang Feng gave himself a super hot reputation. But the other party is a duke, and his spending power is definitely much higher than that of Xiang Feng of Xiaobaiho. I dare not offend the other party. But Xiang Feng is a user who gave himself gifts. We can't just stand by and watch the sponsor being criticized. Calm down, this is the first time our Feng brother has watched my live broadcast, so it's normal for him to support me. Yang Shi explained. Little did they know that just when the other party finished speaking so arrogantly, Xiang Feng has already opened the page for becoming a noble. A total of 7 symbols of nobility. Ranging from 50 yuan to 180,000 yuan. Each noble has different privileges. Xiang Feng chose to activate Super Yellow Emperor without saying a word. Among the nobles, the king is considered to be at the top. But just before that, Dosha launched the Super Emperor Noble. It costs 180,000 yuan to activate it in the first month. The subsequent renewal fee will only be 120,000 yuan per month. So expensive. I saw that the cost of opening it for a noble would be a full 180,000 yuan. Xiang Feng was a little surprised. It's just a title in front of the ID, but it costs so much. This made Xiang Feng feel a little distressed. Fortunately, it was reimbursed by the system. Otherwise, he would be reluctant to recharge. After activating the Emperor's account, the system will return 120,000 noble shark fins. It can be used to give gifts to the account. With this calculation, I can get so many shark fins after becoming an emperor. Xiang Feng clicked the activation button without any hesitation. Congratulations to Feng Zhongjue Feng for opening the Super Emperor account in Xiaoxia's live broadcast room. Congratulations to Feng Zhongjue Feng for opening the Super Emperor account in Xiaoxia's live broadcast room. Congratulations to Feng Zhongjue Feng for opening the Super Emperor account in Xiaoxia's live broadcast room. After the launch of Super Emperor, all platforms began to broadcast the news. See Xiang Feng open Super Emperor. Yang Shi was completely stunned. Although opening the Super Emperor account is not about giving yourself gifts. However, as long as it is opened in the anchor's own live broadcast room, the anchor will generally be rewarded with a bonus of 20,000 yuan. After renewal, you can get a bonus of 10,000 yuan. This makes much more money than the super rocket just now. I have never received such a high bonus since I became a host. Just after Xiang Feng opened the Super Emperor, the Duke left Yang Shi's live broadcast room instantly. He didn't expect it. He thought he was just an idiot who was just trying to show off. But he is a real big shot. The Super Emperor was activated in a moment. This guy is really rich. Wow. Congratulations to Brother Feng for becoming the Super Emperor. Yang Shi also shouted in shock. This was the first time she had seen a Super Emperor. For a while, the popularity in the live broadcast room increased. Where is the person who was barking just now? Brother Feng is awesome. He slaps me in the face without saying anything else. Ha, the little duke dared to mock, and was instantly slapped in the face by a Super Emperor. Brother Feng, are you still missing any accessories? For a moment, the audience also began to laugh. The duke just now was so awesome. Now Xiang Feng directly activated the Super Emperor and slapped the opponent in the face. At this moment, Yang Shi was also very grateful to Xiang Feng. Although she didn't know yet, the owner of this account was Xiang Feng. But with his appearance, the popularity of Yang Shi's live broadcast room suddenly increased from 10,000 to 100,000. It has increased tenfold. Yang Shi must keep this financial sponsor. Soon, Yang Shi entered the second round of PK. In the second round of PK, there were some anchors with good popularity. Some are even the top anchors of the platform. In the second round of PK, Yang Shi was matched with Ansheng, a female anchor who has been popular recently in the Star Show group. Ansheng's popularity in the Star Show group has soared thanks to her bold dancing. There are many male audiences who like to watch her dance. At this moment, the popularity of her live broadcast room has reached more than 400,000. As soon as I connected with Yang Shi, I heard a dynamic music coming from her live broadcast room. I saw Xing lying in front of the screen, panting and wearing fancy clothes. The clothes reveal a hint of spring from time to time. You can tell from the looks of it that this is another anchor selling sex. Of course, everyone likes to watch this kind of anchor. If I win this PK, I will continue to dance for my brothers. And Xing gasped and spoke to the screen. Seeing that the host on the other side was so tempting, many viewers chose to jump to the other side's live broadcast room to get it for free. If you can get something for free, who wouldn't want to? As soon as the PK started, the other party's live broadcast room began to send gifts crazily. Gifts of all sizes filled the screen of Xing's live broadcast room. In order to see Xing continue dancing, the netizens were also very crazy. Just a few minutes after the start, the other party received gifts worth nearly 1,000 yuan. Seeing this situation, Xiangfeng slowly fired 2 super rockets. Chapter 147, Spend Money Again. After 2 super rockets were sent out, the PK bar directly crushed the opponent. Although the other party has a lot of fans giving gifts. But it was not as powerful as Xiangfeng's 1 super rocket, let alone the 2 he gave. The opponent is so strong, they crushed us in an instant, come on brothers. In the live broadcast room, the host shouted at the screen. She didn't expect that the other party would be so generous. Although Xing is now a popular anchor. But it is very rare for someone to send a super rocket. I didn't expect that a small anchor like him would have such a big sponsor. Xing was a little confused. If these are my own fans, it doesn't matter whether they are in a PK match or just live streaming. Can support a lot. In Xing's live broadcast room. I don't want to lose the PK. Come on, brothers, win this PK. I will continue to dance for you. Half of the time has passed, but the progress on the PK bar is still less than half of Yang Shi's. Xing was a little anxious. I danced for half an hour for this PK. If we lose now, all the hard work before will be in vain. You should know that winning a PK game can get you a wave of traffic support from the platform. In other words, more people can see your live broadcast room and attract more fans. This way, you will have the opportunity to become a big-name anchor. By then, your signing fee will be even higher. Xing acted coquettishly in front of the screen. Many viewers couldn't sit still. For a moment, in Xing's live broadcast room, a super rocket and 2 ordinary rockets were spawned. There were 15 planes. Sure enough, being coquettish is useful. This immediately caused many viewers to start sending gifts like crazy. Thank you. Thank you brothers for the gifts. Seeing the gifts being given out in the live broadcast room, Xing also smiled with satisfaction. Even if I fail in the PK this time, I can still get a lot of commission from this gift. But it wasn't long before she took the lead. Xiangfeng continued to swipe out 5 super rockets. A full $10,000. Wow, thank you. Thank you brother Feng for the super rocket. I saw the other side suddenly spawn 5 super rockets. Yang Shi was so excited that he couldn't speak. I can only say that this guy named Feng Zhongjue Feng is really rich. Not counting the money for opening the Super Emperor. He has already spent 20,000 yuan just on gifts. The ID Xiang Feng had never appeared before. After all, on live streaming platforms, the hosts and viewers all have an impression of some of the generous spenders. But Xiang Feng appeared for the first time. A rich man appeared out of nowhere and kept giving Yang Shi gifts. This made Yang Shi a little flattered. Many netizens were attracted by Xiang Feng's lavish spending. They were all watching the big boss take action. Brother Feng is awesome. In less than an hour, he has already spent 200,000. Fuck, 200,000, this guy is really rich. Brother Feng, what do you do? Can you let me follow you? I'll even be your lackey. The one upstairs, take me with you, I'll sign up too. In the live broadcast room, netizens were discussing frantically who this Feng Zhongjue was. At this moment, some of the viewers in Xing's live broadcast room were depressed. You have to know that even with so many people, none of them could beat Xiang Feng. Although Xing was constantly acting coquettishly. But the audience is not stupid. The other party has already spent 10,000 yuan each. No one with a bad brain would impulsively continue to confront the other party. After all, his shots are like super rockets, and he delivers them so casually. If someone were to confront him, there's no telling how much the other party would swipe. After all, Xiang Feng is the one who opened the Super Emperor. There are at least hundreds of thousands of shark fins in the account. There are many bigwigs around anchors like in Cheng who are willing to spend money. But they still don't have the confidence to fight against a super emperor. You should know that the super emperor is on the dosha platform. Apart from the operations of some guilds, there are only a handful of others. And they were just little dukes. Wanting to compete with a rich man who suddenly appears is simply courting death. Soon, and Cheng was in the VIP seat in the live broadcast room. Many viewers who started shouting louder quietly left the live broadcast room. Because at this moment, and Cheng was acting like a spoiled child in front of them like crazy. After all, these users often show off in the live broadcast room. Now that they have encountered a tough opponent, they are reluctant to part with their wallets. You can only pretend you didn't see it, or exit the live broadcast room directly. Soon, the PK ended. Yang Shi won the victory in an overwhelming manner. After winning the PK, Yang Shi was stunned. She didn't expect that she could win 2 games in a row. You have to know that I have never won a PK before. Therefore, many anchors like to play PK games with her. But today, she actually won. And he also defeated a popular anchor. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Fong, this is my first time winning a PK match. In the live broadcast room, Yang Shi didn't know what to say except thank you. Chapter 148 Crazy Behavior. What's the point of just thanking? Let's do something practical. Seeing that the other party kept thanking him, Xiang Feng playfully typed out a barrage of comments. After activating Super Emperor, all the barrages typed by Xiang Feng will appear on the top layer. It is also covered with a golden card, which makes it look very luxurious. The host will also see the barrage he sends out at the first moment. This is the benefit of opening the Super Emperor. Generally, when there are many barrages, it is impossible for the anchor to read every barrage. But it will be different if the nobility is enabled. Especially a Super Emperor like Xiang Feng. After the barrage is typed out, it is not only very conspicuous. Each barrage stays on the screen for a very long time. What kind of talent do you want to see, Brother Feng? Only when the other party spoke did Yang Shi react. Basically, if a user sends a gift, the anchor will perform some talents as a thank you. Especially the female anchors. Many viewers gave gifts just to see them perform some talents. Before this, Yang Shi was completely overwhelmed by the joy brought by the gifts. For a moment I forgot this happened. After Yang Shi finished speaking, he didn't wait for Xiang Feng to speak. The barrage of comments began to swirl across the screen frantically. The anchor is dancing. Why don't you sing a song? The host looks pretty good, so he should sing well. Why don't you dance for us, Mr. Feng? This anchor is so ignorant. If it were someone else, they would have started dancing long ago. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments was scrolling like crazy. Many netizens really want to see Yang Shi dance. After all, for them, this is the joy of watching female anchors. But Xiang Feng said something that Yang Shi could not accept even more than dancing. The anchor should stand on his head and see. Xiang Feng's words made all the netizens laugh. I didn't expect Xiang Feng to be so funny. Just let the anchor stand upside down. This is too weird. Generally, after giving gifts, the sponsors will ask the anchor to sing a song or dance. But I didn't expect Xiang Feng to have such a strong taste. Make the anchor stand upside down. It's a good idea for him to come up with this. Originally, Yang Shi found it difficult to accept. But it was indeed Xiang Feng who opened the door. And I gave myself so many gifts. Yang Shi was a little confused. At this moment, the comments in the live broadcast room were filled with crazy messages asking the host to stand upside down. Okay. Since Brother Feng has spoken, I will listen to you. At this moment, Yang Shi couldn't refuse. After all, so many gifts have been swiped out. No matter what request the other party makes, Yang Shi will agree to it. Then, Yang Shi stood up. Push the chair aside. After standing up, Yang Shi stretched. I feel a little tired after live streaming for so long. But as soon as he stretched his waist, his fans went crazy. Fuck, the host is starting to hint. The host is hinting at Mr. Feng like crazy. See you at home tonight. This figure is too good, sorry my brother is awake. Brothers, I'm fine, how about you? For a moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room exploded. Yang Shi stretched out his body lazily. Show off your figure directly. The audience couldn't stand it after watching it. And Yang Shi didn't expect that he was just stretching. The audience can also say the same thing. Wow! What are you talking about? Seeing the strange comments, Yang Shi was a little confused. Okay, let me perform a handstand for Brother Feng first. Yang Shi didn't think much about it. Standing directly against the wall. With a plop, he propped himself up and stood on the wall. But he didn't hold on for long before he fell down. With a plop, Yang Shi fell to the ground. Ouch! When the bird fell down, Yang Shi also made a special dubbing. When he fell, Xiang Feng in front of the screen also laughed out loud. This little girl is too naive. After falling, Yang Shi sat back in front of the screen with his clothes covered in dust. Fortunately, the fall was not serious and no one was injured. At this time, Xiang Feng once again rewarded with a super rocket. It can also be considered as medical expenses for her. Seeing Xiang Feng giving him another reward, Yang Shi, who had been feeling very painful, suddenly became excited again. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Feng, for the super rocket. After seeing the gifts, Yang Shi acted as if nothing had happened. Indeed, money can cure all diseases. At the same time, the PK competition entered the final round. As long as we win this game, we will win the championship. Yang Shi was very nervous at this moment. This is her first time to enter the finals of the PK competition. What is more, the other party is the top anchor of their Star Show section, Kaka. Xiang Feng had also heard of Kaka's reputation. She is a celebrity among shark fighters. Known as one of the 3 great shark fighters. The popularity has always been very high. The fan club has reached more than 1 million. The number of fans alone is much higher than Yang Shi's. She didn't expect to beat Kaka. After all, he is a top anchor like Kaka. But it's not something that can be won with just 1 or 2 super rockets. On normal days, there are many users who send her super rockets. Not to mention this well-prepared PK match. So, Yang Shi was already very satisfied at this moment. She was also very happy to receive so many gifts. You know, this is the day he received the most gifts since his live broadcast. Chapter 149 Dizzy. In Kaka's live broadcast room. Kaka was talking frantically to the screen. The phone was used for private chats with a few netizens. This PK has been prepared for a long time. Naturally, those wealthy sponsors all have contact information. On the phone, Kaka was also acting coquettishly. I hope they can all help me win this PK. And in Kaka's cell phone, there is a man named Shi Huang. He is a well-known super emperor financial sponsor of Dosha platform. Kaka is acting like a spoiled brat to the king of the West at this moment. She was almost taking off her clothes to show him. Under Kaka's coaxing, Shi Huang also agreed to help her in this PK match. This made Kaka very excited. With Shi Huang here, she is sure to win this PK. At this moment, Xiang Feng did not expect that the final round of PK would come so soon. But he has only spent more than 200,000 yuan so far, and there is still more than 700,000 yuan in his account that has not been spent. After watching the live broadcast for so long, Xiang Feng also felt noticeably sleepy. Now he is thinking about consuming these shark fins quickly. Go to bed early. Wang Jian's wedding was held during the day, so he had to get up and attend. This was the first time that Xiang Feng felt that it would take so long to spend so much money at one time. Soon, the PK between the two began. Kaka had a confident expression. Although she knew that the other party had a very wealthy sponsor. But now she has the Emperor of the West to support her. In Dosha, there is no anchor who doesn't know Shi Huang. He has been hanging out in various live broadcast rooms for many years. As long as there is a live broadcast room where he appears, even if you just watch it for a while, a rocket will be sent. Shi Huang is also known as the most generous user of Dosha. Plus, there are many big brothers in his live broadcast room. A person facing each other. Kaka is naturally not weak at all. PK begins. Many big brothers in Kaka's live broadcast room started giving gifts crazily. Various planes and rockets are flying in the sky. In Yang Shi's live broadcast room, many viewers also started sending gifts. Xiang Feng's appearance brought her a lot of popularity. In this PK, Xiang Feng hasn't started yet. Many viewers started giving gifts. But he can never catch up with the users in Kaka's live broadcast room. You should know that the users in Kaka's live broadcast room are all old sponsors. It is impossible to get Yang Shi's fans who have just followed her in her live broadcast room to give her a lot of gifts at once. The PK opinion crushed Yang Shi. Xiang Feng has not yet made a move. Many netizens are anxious. Why hasn't Mr. Feng taken action yet? Is it because he was scared of meeting a big anchor? Seeing this, Yang Shi also felt a little disappointed. Although I didn't think I could beat the opponent, at least I wouldn't lose badly. After all, Xiang Feng is here. But 1 minute after the PK started, there was still no movement from Xiang Feng. Does he really not want to brush it anymore? I saw many audiences starting to follow the rhythm. Yang Shi also started to speak for Xiang Feng. Everyone, stop leading the pace. Brother Feng has already won a lot today. It doesn't matter. If we lose, we lose. Yang Shi's words also came from the heart. After all, the other party has given me so many gifts. If he had to continue brushing, Yang Shi would feel a little embarrassed. As soon as he finished speaking, another message popped up on Yang Shi's screen. Congratulations to Feng Zhongjue Feng for renewing his membership in Super Emperor in Xiaoxia's live studio. Congratulations to Feng Zhongjue Feng for renewing his membership in Super Emperor in Xiaoxia's live studio. Congratulations to Feng Zhongjue Feng for renewing his membership in Super Emperor in Xiaoxia's live studio. As prompts came one after another, Kaka in the opposite live broadcast room was stunned. Because the renewal of Super Emperor will be broadcast throughout the site. At this moment, the broadcaster Xiang Feng renewed the barrage of Super Emperor. I actually swiped 6 of them. In other words, Xiang Feng was in Yang Shi's live broadcast room. Renewed Super Emperor 6 times. This one move costs more than 700,000. Although renewals cannot be counted towards the PK bar. But the corresponding shark fin can be refunded for renewal. In other words, Xiang Feng recharged more than 700,000 yuan at one time this time. When the renewal fee was posted, everyone was surprised. It turns out that Brother Feng didn't run away. Instead, I went to renew my subscription. A total of more than 700,000 yuan, which is what an ordinary person would have to save up in decades. Brother Feng is so generous. Thank you for the renewal. Brother Feng is awesome. Seeing Xiang Feng renew several times in a row, Yang Shi shouted in surprise. I didn't expect that Brother Feng is so generous. By this calculation, Xiang Feng has spent nearly 1 million in her live broadcast room. Just as everyone was surprised, Xiang Feng took action. Xiang Feng directly produced 100 super rockets. Feng Zhongjue Feng sends the Anchor Super Rocket X10. Feng Zhongjue Feng sends the Anchor Super Rocket X10. Feng Zhongjue Feng sends the Anchor Super Rocket X10. The messages were not only flooding the screen in Yang Shi's live broadcast room. Instead, it was swiping the entire platform like crazy. In the PK bar, he directly crushed Kaka. After seeing this super rocket appear, Yang Shi was completely stunned. Looking at the golden rocket appearing on the screen, Yang Shi even thought he was dreaming. Chapter 150, Super Hot. Yang Shi couldn't believe that he received so many gifts. Just a few hours ago, I was still working hard on outdoor live broadcasts. No gifts have been received yet. But now, I unexpectedly received a gift that I would never receive in a whole year. The strong sense of gap and joy made Yang Shi overwhelmed. Kaka saw that the other party gave out so many gifts at once. As a big anchor, she was stunned. Give out gifts worth 200,000 at one time. This kind of record was only set by Principal Wang back then. Since Dosha was founded, gifts have been given in this way. Still the first time. Brother Shi Huang, I've been beaten, why don't you help me? After being crushed by the opponent, Kaka quickly asked Shi Huang for help. In this situation, we can only ask for help from the Western Emperor. After all, he is the only one in the live broadcast room who can make such a big move. Brothers in the live studio, please come and help us. We can't lose. Kaka kept shouting at the screen. For a moment, the fans in Kaka's live broadcast room also ignited their fighting spirit. After hearing what Kaka said, he started sending gifts like crazy again. At this moment, the Western Emperor also took action. Originally, he just agreed to come to the live broadcast room to take a look. I thought that it was already so late and there wouldn't be much to show for it. But he didn't expect that such a rich person would appear. Now he has come to Kaka's live broadcast room. Many netizens also licked themselves for a long time. You've already pretended to be so arrogant, but you're just going to slip away like this. Then where would he put his reputation as the richest man in Dosha in the future? After Kaka finished speaking, the Western Emperor also gritted his teeth and sent out 100 super rockets. The PK bar was restored a little bit. Plus the gifts from other viewers in Kaka's live broadcast room. Now he is barely taller than Yang Shi. After sending out 100 super rockets, Kaka acted coquettishly towards the Western Emperor. There were many viewers in the live broadcast room shouting awesome. This made the Western Emperor smile with satisfaction. In Fighting Sharks, anyone who sees me has to call me Mr. Shi. Many female anchors are willing to devote themselves voluntarily. Shi Huang has long been accustomed to the feeling of being praised in Dosha. Just after he caught up with the opponent's super rocket, feeling very proud. In his opinion, these 100 rockets should be the limit. Even if the other party continues to give gifts, he probably won't give so many. But what he didn't expect was, this time, Xiang Feng actually directly used 200 super rockets. At this moment, Yang Shi's live broadcast room completely exploded. The popularity directly rose to 13 million. Fighting Sharks in the early morning, it is already very scary to achieve such a high popularity. Even in the Golden Age, those who could reach more than 10 million popularity were all top anchors. And now at this late hour, Yang Shi can achieve such popularity. It has already broken the record of Fighting Sharks. And all of this is because of Xiang Feng's appearance. Many people who were preparing to take a break saw someone on the internet saying that a mysterious rich man appeared in Fighting Shark. They all picked up their phones and entered the Shark Fighting app. At this moment, Yang Shi was visited by many visitors who came here because of its reputation. The popularity exploded, and the number of subscriptions reached 1.3 million. The number of subscriptions has increased more than 100 times from less than 10,000 at the beginning. Xiang Feng's 200 super rockets were launched. Kaka was completely confused. Could this person chasing the wind be a dog? This time, 300 super rockets were released. Doesn't this really mean not treating money as money? Even the Western Emperor was stunned. This move is worth $400,000. Even Shi Huang, who is known as the richest man in shark fighting, was a little scared. This kind of PK method. He brushed 100, and Shi Huang was even better. As a result, he immediately swiped another 200. Even if I try my best to keep up, what if the other party directly sends 400 super rockets? Besides, I had been planning to come and take a look. This time, the amount has reached 200,000. It's impossible to make myself follow along. Brother Shi Huang, the opponent is too strong, can you help? Kaka shouted at the screen again. She doesn't want to lose the PK this time. I had no choice but to shout at the screen. At this time, Kaka took out his cell phone. Sent a message to the Western Emperor privately. Brother Shi Huang, if you can help me win this PK, I will come to you for 3 days tomorrow and do whatever you say. After Kaka sent this message, he also added a shy expression. I thought to myself that I had already hinted at that. You have to help me anyway, right? But the Western Emperor didn't have time to consider. In Yang Shi's live broadcast room, Xiang Feng once again produced 100 super rockets. This made Shi Huang, who originally wanted to help chase the enemy, completely silent. Another 100? This was supposed to win the PK, but Xiang Feng actually gained so much. Isn't this a waste? Seeing that the opponent's gift was completely overwhelming, Kaka became very anxious. I want to ask Shi Huang for more help. But at this moment, Shi Huang quietly left the live broadcast room. This is what the Western Emperor was thinking at this moment. He's so fierce and you still want my help? This is totally not on the same level. If I don't slip away now, are I waiting to embarrass myself here? Chapter 151 Boldness. I saw the PK bar quickly caught up, and even exceeded it by a few hundred yuan. Although there was a big shot like Xiang Feng in charge of the situation, some individual votes soon followed. As the name suggests, scattered tickets are small gifts given to people of lower ranks except for the big brother in the live broadcast room. And Xing widened her eyes. The popularity of the other party was less than 100,000, but the rate at which the gifts were growing was faster than hers. Seeing this, Yang Shi covered his mouth and showed a surprised expression. Thank you, brother Fengzhong Zhuifeng. And everyone, thank you. Next, without Xiang Feng taking any action, this kind of atmosphere alone was enough to encourage many knights to give gifts. In just over 10 minutes, Yangxi's live broadcast room attracted tens of thousands of vests with titles. Xiang Feng, who has the title of Super Emperor, naturally ranks first. As an anchor recommended by a live streaming platform, how could Cheng not have a few big brothers? Although Yangxi's side seems to be a one-sided trend. But on the other hand, many big brothers have tightened their wallets and pressed the recharge button one after another. It feels like 10 super rockets sent by Cheng's husband. Cheng looked at the PK bar that had reached tens of thousands and yelled loudly. Then I felt sad in my heart. He was just a new anchor, and he dared to be arrogant to me just because he had a big brother by his side. Xiang Feng looked at the opponent's posture and wanted to fight him to the end. Just 10 super rockets, and Xiang Feng followed closely behind. Yangxi didn't have time to chat with everyone, his eyes were fixed on the numbers on the PK bar. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, million, dad. The big brothers in Cheng's live broadcast room didn't say much, and directly fired a super rocket. There are 3 emperors alone. Announcements of sending out super rockets continued to appear on the homepage of the live broadcast platform. Cheng's live broadcast room has attracted nearly 1 million viewers. On the other hand, Yangxi couldn't keep anyone at all. Although he looked nice, he couldn't stand the opponent's main player's play. Seeing her popularity rising, Cheng started dancing again without hesitation, her enchanting dance moves set to dynamic music. Even Xiang Feng, who didn't like this style very much, couldn't help but take a few glances. If you don't take action, the other side will win. Why is this anchor so dumb and silent? I guess she was scared by Feng Zhongjue Feng. Didn't she only have tens of thousands of subscribers? So many people came at once. I would be stunned too if it were me. Seeing that there were only 6 minutes left in the PK, Xiang Feng was still taking his time. But his hands never stopped. Except for a few seconds of cooling time, he kept clicking on Superfire. The platform's super administrator even noticed them. Under normal circumstances, Cheng's dance would have been banned long ago. But these millions of PK bars immediately dispelled the idea of super management. Yangxi came back to his senses from the shock, looked at the scene in front of him, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Brother Feng Zhongjue Feng, please don't send us off. They have more people, so if we lose, we lose. Xiang Feng never expected that Yangxi would flatter him and want him to help win the PK. Who knew that before he even wanted to stop, he was stopped by Yangxi? Nowadays, fans are all family members, so why not let family members send gifts? No matter if you are a White Lotus or a saint, what Yangxi said can be said to be a breath of fresh air in the live broadcast industry. The family members who had gathered in Cheng's live broadcast room to get free stuff quickly returned. This caused Cheng, who was dancing, to make several mistakes, greatly reducing the degree of temptation. You said so. Goodbye. Xiang Feng had a wicked smile on his face. Since Yangxi didn't need it, why should he bother trying to please someone who didn't want him? Also, check to see if what I just said is true or false. Yangxi's eyes were firm, as if he had made a great decision. Bye, brother Feng Zhongjue Feng, good night. I will be live streaming every day, remember to come and see me often. Wow, the talkative player met the serious player. Cheng's big brother had already created a secondary account and came to Yangxi's side, so he naturally saw the conversation between the two. Without his big brother, Yangxi's live broadcast room immediately became deserted. Morale plummeted, as most people came here just for this magical super emperor. Cheng's interest was immediately aroused, and she began to move in an exaggerated manner, twisting her slender waist continuously. The PK bar could no longer withstand the pressure and fell to Cheng's side. And its popularity is approaching 1 million. Yangxi felt a little disappointed. Although she didn't want to be a White Lotus, instead of losing, she might as well use other ways to increase her popularity. After all, she had never thought that Xiang Feng alone could defeat multiple emperors on the opposite side. Xiang Feng returned to the homepage. The system required him to spend all the shark fin today, otherwise the tenfold cashback would be invalid. He had no choice but to spend his money in various live broadcast rooms. Just click on any female anchor, as long as she is pretty, she will become very popular. Xiang Feng didn't even bother to listen to the words of thanks and just left. In just a few minutes, Doshai's live broadcast ID, Zhuifeng in the Wind, became known to everyone. The female anchors all changed into bold clothes and waited for the big brother to arrive. Xiang Feng looked at the shark fins worth more than 500,000 yuan. It was a worry that he had too much money to spend. Chapter 152 The Curtain Falls. The PK between Yang Xian and Qing finally came to an end, and Cheng won with an absolutely overwhelming trend. It also successfully obtained the platform's homepage recommendation. It was not until the end that the super administrator banned the live broadcast room for 5 minutes as a warning. After this PK, Cheng made a lot of money. Although Yang Xi also has an income of tens of thousands of yuan, it is nothing compared to the other side. Thanks to Cheng's husband for sending the super rocket. Yang Xi read out this passage with difficulty, even the medical expenses were super hot. Only then did she feel that she had overestimated her own abilities. Xiang Feng visited almost the entire dosha and the female protagonist who was broadcasting live. This makeup and beauty filter made him a little face blind. When I opened Yang Xi's live broadcast room again, the PK was over. That's all? I thought your eldest brother was so awesome. I prepared tens of thousands of dollars, but I didn't expect to only give out this little. Your eldest brother can't do it either. Xiang Feng, who had just entered the live broadcast room, saw at a glance that several big brothers wearing emperor vests and Cheng brand were mocking and sneering. Are you sure you want to use your assets to challenge my pocket money? Xiang Feng typed out these words calmly, being extremely arrogant. Seeing brother Feng Zhongjuefeng coming back, Yang Xi seemed to have gained confidence. It's just a PK, why are you coming here to talk nonsense? And Qing, who had just finished dancing and sat down, also clicked into Yang Xi's live broadcast room, wanting to see where this small anchor with tens of thousands of fans got such a rich big brother from. Now the entire dosha is going to explode. No big brother has ever been seen who could make hundreds of thousands of dollars in one night and spread the money all over the platform. You know, most big brothers will only give gifts to individual hosts they like. Those who play like this are either nouveau riche engaging in revenge consumption, or they are wealthy sponsors with endless money to spend. Before one wave of troubles is over, another wave of trouble arises. And Qing's fans actually openly provoked Yang Xi in his live broadcast room. There were quite a few super administrators gathered in the two live broadcast rooms, but none of them was in charge, they were all just watching the show. If you have the guts, ask your big brother to fight you again. You can't challenge my pocket money. You stinking loser, you only spent tens of thousands of dollars. Can a super emperor defeat so many of our emperors? Faced with such provocation, Xiang Feng was not at all panicked. There are actually people who want to compete with him to see who has more money. Ridiculous. Just thinking about the system killing these 1 million shark fins in seconds, I'm afraid the opponents won't be able to withstand it. It's going to be spent anyway, so why not go with the flow? Xiang Feng lightly clicks the maximum value and can send up to 100 superfires at a time. In that case, come on. Thanks to brother for Zhongjuefeng for the 100 superfires. The boss is so generous. Who the hell is this? 200,000 RMB. Boss, no, Dad, I'm your long-lost daughter. Even the super moderator of Dosha was stunned. In all his long years in the job, he had never seen anyone send out 100 super hotshots at once. Slapping them in the face is the best way to respond to this group of people. The several accounts of emperor titles that had just been clamoring were all stunned. I didn't even have time to exit the live broadcast room. What was going on? Did I really need a rich guy? Yang Xi was a little angry at first and wanted to fight back against Qing's fans. But when she saw Xiang Feng taking action, she immediately shut up. This war without the smoke of gunpowder has nothing to do with her anymore. It's a battle between these big guys. Now, she only needs to maintain the morale of big brother Feng Zhongjuefeng at all times. Brother Feng Zhongjuefeng, come on, I promise to watch your performance immediately this time. Yang Xi gave a sweet smile and made a gesture of encouragement. As soon as Qing entered the live broadcast room, she saw 100 super popular push notifications. If this had been given during the PK just now, even if she had many big brothers on her side, they would not be able to withstand such a bombardment. Who is this person? He spends money like water and doesn't even take money seriously. Why can't I find such a rich brother? And Qing whispered softly, but the sound in the live broadcast room was amplified several times. The sound card was accidentally adjusted to 100 while she was dancing just now, but she didn't care at all. Still immersed in beautiful fantasies, constantly thinking about how to pull such a big brother into his live broadcast room. Little did she know that her complaint had been heard clearly by everyone in the live broadcast room. Although everyone knows that the richer the man, the more ruthless the female anchor who dances and sells her body will be. But he said it in front of his fans, right after everyone helped him finish a PK match. The people in the live broadcast room are not fools, and they all started to act like keyboard warriors. What do you mean, host? Even though I didn't spend much just now, I only left money for instant noodles, and I spent it all. If you weren't pretty, there's no way I would have given you a plane. You are just a sex anchor. What right do you have to say that about us? And Xing had just finished complaining when she looked back to find that her own live broadcast room had exploded. Family members, please listen to my explanation and don't leave. Chapter 153 Unexpected. And Xing's mood suddenly fell from heaven to the bottom. She had wanted to increase her popularity through this PK, but now things have turned out badly. Several older brothers who usually came to see her left her after saying stinking bitch and disappeared. As the saying goes, those who enjoy watching the fun never mind the big things. At this moment, several super administrators of Dosha automatically started a PK between Yang Xian and Qing. Originally, both parties in the PK could kill themselves, but with the super administrator, the reject button turned directly gray. Unless you go offline now, you can't refuse it. However, the anchors have a live broadcast time limit. If they cannot complete it, their income will be deducted according to a percentage. And Qing made so much money tonight, how could she be willing to give it up? I had no choice but to bite the bullet and take on this impossible to win battle. Even lost the popularity of PK. When Xiang Feng saw the PK started again, he burst out laughing. If I don't use some ruthless tactics on you, I'm afraid you don't know my great name, Xiang Feng. Having said that, Xiang Feng directly clicked the super rocket again, firing another 100 shots without any delay. Less than 10 seconds after the PK started, Yangxi's PK value directly reached nearly 10 million. And Qing only had a few inconspicuous little gifts, which were all sent out by Xiaobai, who had just entered the live broadcast room. Yangxi was once again in shock. 200 super rockets, just sent out like that? She and this big brother only exchanged a few sentences, but he actually sent her more than 500,000 in a few minutes. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. I don't know how to thank you. Why don't you send me a private message to tell me where you are and what your name is, and I'll treat you to a meal. Yangxi looked at the screen excitedly, waiting for Xiang Feng's reply. People watching the show in the live broadcast room sent out barrages of exclamation point. Everyone understood what Yangxi said. He was talking about eating, which was undoubtedly sending a cannon 1,000 miles away. Having money really allows you to do whatever you want. The beautiful anchor even pays for money. Boss, I have a friend. Brother Zhuweifeng, I'm also going to do a live broadcast, can you give me some super fire? Brother, you are so lucky. I think this anchor must be a beauty in real life. There was a hint of amusement at the corner of Xiang Feng's mouth, but Yangxi didn't know it yet. The big brother chasing the wind is Xiang Feng, who drives a Bugatti. Okay, I'll private message you later. After typing, Xiang Feng sent out the remaining tens of thousands of shark fins using a super rocket. And Cheng stared at Yangxi's live broadcast, her eyes seemed to be bleeding. The super rocket push across all platforms hit her again and again. Let alone dancing, she can't even stand up now. The host of a dance area would just stare at the screen, and even the big shot who had just come in would leave immediately. As soon as Yangxi said this, he regretted it. Because what she really wanted was to have a meal and get to know each other. Although she is indeed a female anchor, she also likes rich men. But she has always been chaste, and no matter what she says, she will never really sell her body. So many people in the live broadcast room heard it. If I refuse now, my image will collapse immediately. There was no choice but for Yangxi to compromise and look very satisfied. Okay, brother, I'll wait for you. That's all for today's live broadcast. See you every day. Seeing that the minimum time for his live broadcast was up, Yangxi quickly ended it. And Xing, who was in the PK page with her, couldn't retreat or not retreat. He was left out like this and completely ruined himself. Now, in Xiang Feng's account, there are only tens of thousands of shark fins given to him when he recharged the Emperor. However, the remaining amount given by the system did not even have the system activated for cashback. Looking at Xing opposite him, Xiang Feng thought for a moment and decided to go over and give her some medical expenses. Thank you, brother Fuzhong Zhuweifeng, for sending me the 20 super fires. Thank you very much. Family members, please pay attention to my brother. He should get a brand. I also do live broadcasts every day. Before Xing could say anything, the screen showed that Feng Zongzweifeng had exited the live broadcast room. As soon as Xing's live broadcast room was launched, the system as cashback rewards were paid into her account. looking at the text message reminder of 10 million incoming money on the phone. Xiang Feng nodded with satisfaction, turned over and fell asleep. Yang Shi couldn't sleep at night, his mind was full of the ID Feng Zhong Jue Feng. But the private message panel in the background did not receive any message. For some reason, I felt a sense of loss. No words were spoken that night. The early bird catches the worm, but Xiang Feng was disdainful. It was not until near noon that the sun became blindingly bright, shrouding the entire room in sunlight. Xiang Fengkai finally woke up from his sleep and stretched out his body. I picked up my phone and saw that it was already past 1 o'clock. Ding dong. An advertisement suddenly popped up on the phone. Xiang Feng was about to swipe away, but a few big words caught his attention. Last night on the Dosha Live broadcast platform, a local tycoon spent over $1 million, and almost all the broadcasters received super rockets. Xiang Feng smiled calmly. He didn't expect that just a mere 1 million would attract so many major media outlets to report on it. Chapter 154 Return without success. There must be some shady manipulation on Dosha Live involved. But his account was just a white account, and his personal information was empty. Apart from the ID Fengzhanschweifing, no one knows who this rich man is. After having lunch at the hotel, Xiang Feng drove his Bugatti Veyron and came to the company that was entrusted to Luoli for management again. Although it is lunchtime now, everyone's enthusiasm for work remains unabated. After all, if the money is there, people can do anything. However, when he arrived at Luoli's office, Xiang Feng saw at a glance that everyone was working except Luoli. He actually crawled on the huge office desk and fell asleep, his saliva was about to flow out. Your mother is calling you home for dinner. Xiang Feng slapped the table and shouted in Luoli's ear. Luoli, who was driving a luxury car and hugging a beautiful woman in his dream, was suddenly awakened. The person has recovered, but the soul is still in the dream. Mom, let's eat. Luoli looked at Xiang Feng in front of him with a frown on his face. You refused to come before, why are you coming again? Xiang Feng was too lazy to pay attention and went straight to business. How's the house I asked you to sell? Did you sell it? Seeing Xiang Feng's serious face, Luoli knew that he was not joking. Don't worry, I've already sent out countless advertisements. Whether they have money or not, I guarantee that everyone will know that we're selling a house here. Although Luoli didn't take it seriously on the surface. But since Xiang Feng received a call from Mr. Dong yesterday and left in a hurry, Luoli took action immediately, without even telling his employees, and started posting advertisements. After his investigation and integration of nearby housing prices and locations, he finally came to the conclusion. Their cheapest unit only costs 1.2 million. In the local area, this is like a pie in the sky. There will definitely be a lot of real estate speculators who want to get the first-hand properties here. But according to the price I offered, someone should have come to ask about it. But not a single call came in the whole morning. Luoli said this, lowering his head. Xiang Feng also understood what he meant. It seemed that there must be some unspeakable secrets about this piece of land. Although it's not sold, the fact that no one even inquired about the price is a bit mysterious. You keep an eye on this place. I'll go check out the property myself. After saying that, Xiang Feng pushed the door open and walked out, heading directly towards the unfinished residential area. It was not until Luoli stared at the computer screen and felt sleepy again that he discovered a stupid problem. Before Xiang Feng bought the land, he didn't even look at it? How rich and inhumane. As the Bugatti Veyron stopped steadily at the entrance of the community, Xiang Feng could finally see the name on the entrance clearly. Jing'an District. The overall ecology of this community has been built, but all the buildings are just a skeleton. In addition to the imposing gate, greenery is also in place. It is not difficult to see that if this community is built, it will definitely not be related to resistance. Who are you looking for, young man? Did you buy a house here? An elderly man jumped out from the gate. 2 words were printed in large letters on the shirt, security. Xiang Feng was not surprised and immediately acted as if he was familiar with the person. Old man, where is the developer here? Why is the project unfinished for no apparent reason? And you said you bought one too. Could it be that the house here has already been sold? The old man looked at Xiang Feng's loser outfit, even though the Bugatti was right next to him. But in the eyes of the old man, it is just a nice-looking car. So the old man's first impression of Xiang Feng was that he was a poor boy. Don't ask around, or you'll get into trouble. The more the old man talked, the more interested Xiang Feng became. There must be some hidden story behind this, otherwise why would the developer bear to leave the project unfinished in such a good location? Xiang Feng thought about it again. Could it be that he made a mistake in this instant kill? Was it a loss-making deal? I can only tell you that the developer has run away. Many people who paid deposits came here every day to make trouble, but they have only stopped in the past few days. After saying that, the old man turned around and went back to the security office. But now Xiang Feng finally understood what the old man meant. It is not uncommon for developers to run away. Nowadays, there are many people who value money over their lives. After learning about the situation, Xiang Feng drove the car again and returned to the company. The only thing that Jing'an district lacks now is its reputation. As long as it is taken over in the name of the company and sold off, construction can be started immediately. If we can bring this unfinished building back to life, we won't have to worry about no one buying it. But he needs to complete all this within 2 days. If we miss these 2 days, this unfinished building will be a waste of money. To make a profit in such a short period of time is not something that can be achieved by simply throwing money at it. Thinking of this, Xiang Feng returned to Luo Li's office again. Not long after Xiang Feng left, the old man remembered the call from the developer. This property has been outsourced, and all we know is that the new owner drives a very rare sports car. Luo Li was busy with advertising matters in front of the computer. Seeing Xiang Feng coming back so soon, I thought he had returned empty-handed. Chapter 155. Let's talk. It's okay, brother. Don't worry for a day or two. I'll think of a way. Xiang Feng was not surprised to hear Luo Li say this. He has not mentioned the system matters to anyone, nor will he mention them. Contact someone immediately and spread the news about Jing'an district. In the name of the company, the more excited the better. It must be implemented this afternoon. I bet someone will come and pay tomorrow. After hearing this set of explanations, Luo Li was completely confused. But since the boss said so, he had no choice but to do it. Xiang Feng naturally knew the value of this community, otherwise he wouldn't have cared so much about it. Not to mention the hardware facilities, just based on the location and surrounding environment, the housing prices here will not be low. As long as he manages well, he can make tens of millions in a minute. I thought the system had thrown him a mess, but now it seems. As long as Xiang Feng has brains, this will not be a losing business. I have to say that this old classmate of his is absolutely a king when it comes to winning people over. In less than half an hour, before the tea on the table had even cooled down, Luo Li had already contacted the construction team. Where's your boss? Call him out. Luo Li was about to go out to stop them, but Xiang Feng waved his hand and persuaded him to stop. When I arrived outside the office, the security guard outside the door kept pulling a beautifully dressed woman. You looking for me? Seeing Xiang Feng coming, the security guard let go. The woman didn't waste any time and directly took out a proof of purchase. It says Jing'an district above. Xiang Feng was confused. It couldn't be possible. I had just been listed and someone came to me. How many people did the original developer of Jing'an district offend? Why don't you continue to build the house after I paid the deposit? You are all profiting from the blood of others. This is the money I have saved for most of my life. He is only in his 20s, but he can actually pay a deposit for a house in such a location. It really made Xiang Feng look at him with new eyes. Sister, I'm here. We won't leave until we get an explanation today. I only heard another voice coming from outside the door. But this time, Xiang Feng felt somewhat familiar. Is it you? She looked at Xiang Feng in front of him in surprise. Wasn't this the man who asked her to drive him to the hotel yesterday? A man who did nothing in the end and embarrassed himself? So you are the boss of this company. It turns out that all men are bad. Xiang Feng's face was full of black lines. He just spent more than 500,000 yuan in this little girl's live broadcast room yesterday. Yesterday he was calling me brother, but today he called me none of you good guys. A large-scale double-standard scene. I just took over this piece of land. It's written in black and white. Take a look and then come talk to me. Having said that, Xiang Feng turned around and went into the office. He is busy with sales in Jing'an district now and has no time to deal with them. But this also indirectly shows that the news that their company accepted Jing'an district should have been successfully released. When are we going to pay the 3 million construction deposit? As soon as he entered the office, Luo Li was hit hard. 3 million, although it is nothing to Xiang Feng now. But if this is a 10% deposit, that would be 30 million. I wonder why you are so efficient. It seems like money makes the world go round. Luoli grinned innocently. We don't need it, buddies. We have to make money in 2 days, so we have to pay a little. On the other side, the Yangshi sisters played to their strengths as women. I don't care whether you are right or wrong. What we women want is attitude. Why should I grit my teeth and swallow it? Get out of here. What's your attitude? Do you think you're great just because you drive a luxury car? The security guard almost carried the two women away. No matter how much we persuade him, he won't leave and he insists on staying here. You want us to leave? Just one, pay me back. There are so many employees in the company now, and most people are no longer satisfied with what these two people are doing. Get out of here now, don't you see our boss doesn't want to bother with you? She's pretty, but she doesn't have much brains. I beg you, please go away now. You are disturbing me while I am working on the spreadsheet. The Yangshi sisters made up their minds and thought that since things had already come to this, they might as well just go for it. They paid more than 600,000 yuan as a deposit, but they don't have the house and can't get the money back. It really was all in vain. You are a live streamer after all, aren't you afraid that I will take a picture of you and upload it online? Xiang Feng wanted to explain everything to them, but it was obvious that the other party did not give him this opportunity. Seeing Xiang Feng's amused expression, Yang Shi panicked. Yesterday she was lucky enough to get a big brother on the list. If her reputation is ruined, she will be back to square one. Wait. Let's talk. Chapter 156. It works. Xiang Feng smiled slightly. It really worked. The three of them entered Luo Li's office together. This office was previously occupied by the big boss, and it is decorated extremely luxuriously. The Yangshi sisters were stunned. But Luo Li's attention was completely attracted by the two sisters. Mr. Xiang, who are these two beauties? Luo Li did not hide his lustful eyes at all. You are the boss of the company, right? Yangshi's sister had a look of contempt on her face. She raised her head high and looked at Luo Li with her nose up. Good man, he starts off by showing me how to look down on others. Hey, beautiful lady, it's wrong for you to talk like that. Also, our real boss. Before Luo Li finished speaking, Xiang Feng made a hush gesture. What are you talking about? Tell me. Xiang Feng sat down on the leather sofa beside him and crossed his legs. Yangshi's sister still hasn't figured out the situation. After all, Xiang Feng's dress doesn't look like that of a big boss. That's why he recognized Luo Li as the real boss. But Xiang Feng's every move revealed a hint of a successful person. For a moment she was totally disoriented. Yangshi was originally immersed in the format artworks lined up on the wall, but her thoughts were brought back when she heard her sister's words. Only then did she realize what had happened, from the first time she met Xiang Feng until now. Xiang Feng did not show any financial resources, just a car and a few words. Could it be that all this is just pretense and he is just a small driver? We don't have any other intentions. We just don't want to buy this house anymore and want you to return the money. But we only talk to the real bosses. Others may not have a say. As soon as Yangshi opened his mouth, he became a hermaphrodite. Xiang Feng just felt that the two people in front of him seemed to have prepared a good show for him. Seeing the big boss sitting on the sofa in silence, Luo Liming understood his intention. He has to be the one to do this kind of public-facing stuff. I am the boss here. We will not refund the deposit because we were not the previous developer. But now that we have taken over, we will definitely complete the project as quickly as possible. You just need to ensure that there are no problems with the subsequent payment. Luo Li spoke in an official tone, and with the suit he wore, he really looked like a big boss. When the Yangshi sisters heard this answer, they ran to the side and discussed something in a low voice. Sure, kid, you look good. Xiang Feng put his arm around Luo Li's neck and joked. After about half an hour, the Yangshi sisters finally made up their minds. This house is where Yangshi's sister plans to get married, so there can be no mistakes. This money is the result of hard work over the years by her, the man's family, and herself. If this deposit of 600,000 yuan were used somewhere else now, it could only buy enough space for a shower. In this case, why not take a gamble? Okay, we'll wait. If you guys are lying, we'll call the police. Xiang Feng was speechless. Was he easier to deal with than the previous developer? They are causing trouble now and calling the police next time. What kind of logic is this? Luoli was very happy, and all he could think about was how to get some discounts from Xiang Feng and hook up with a beauty like Sister Yangshi. That's good, I'll give you another 100,000 discount. I wonder if this lady would be so kind as to have a meal with us. The Yangshi sisters rolled their eyes together. This is my wedding room. Luoli was in tears until the two sisters left the office. Mr. Xiang, I was wrong. Can we get this 100,000 back? Xiang Feng shook his head and said helplessly, you have to do it yourself, I won't take care of you. Luoli shouted and threw himself into his work. With his current salary, it would take at least 2 months, otherwise where would he steal the 100,000 yuan? Yangshi was so angry that she thought she was being fooled by a tall, rich and handsome man, so she could only swallow her anger. I didn't expect that Xiang Feng was just a driver who was just using his boss's car to show off. There were so many people watching the live broadcast at that time, it was so embarrassing. Don't let me see you again. Yangshi gritted his teeth and said this before leaving with his elder sister. But of course, these words were not said in front of Xiang Feng. Even if he is a driver, beating a dog still depends on the owner. She scolded her subordinate in front of her boss. If she doesn't get skinned alive today, she might not be able to walk out alive. The sunset covered the entire sky, and Luoli had already explained all the construction matters clearly. Moreover, Jing'an District has been renamed Dingfeng District. The previous name was simply a thorn in the real estate industry. It would be better to just change it. At least no one would cross it out because of the name. You've got Mr. Xiang. This is a brilliant move. All the major real estate forums are going crazy about it now. Everyone is discussing this Jingfeng district. Although everyone is still a little cautious, I believe that as long as someone takes the lead, it will definitely sell out. The curve of Xiang Feng's mouth was enough to explain his mood at the moment. Let's go drink. Chapter 157 Club Invitation. Luoli looked at the name of the food stall in front of him and asked in confusion. No way, Mr. Xiang, you are so rich but you still eat at a roadside stall. Although he said so, Luoli still sat down with a smile. After 3 rounds of drinks, their faces were already rosy. Just as they were about to clink glasses, Xiang Feng's phone rang. Hey brother Feng, I'm getting married tomorrow. Have you got the car yet? The person who called was Wang Jian, and from his voice, he seemed to be lacking in confidence. Come to think of it, Xiang Feng is now just a small clerk in Wang Jian's eyes. Whether it's borrowing a car from your boss or your brother getting married, it would seem unreal to anyone. No problem, just wait. Hearing Xiang Feng say this, Wang Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He has already broken up with his girlfriend, as well as his relatives and friends. He said that the lead car for his wedding was already ready, and it was even more luxurious than a Mercedes-Benz, and even incomparable. There are only a few limited edition Bugatti Veyrons in the world. Although no one believed it, they were even more sarcastic towards him. But Wang Jian relied on this brotherhood and made a solemn promise that he believed Xiang Feng would not make such a boast lightly. Thanks, brother. I'll wait for you at 8 o'clock tomorrow at Haitian Hotel. After hanging up the phone, Xiang Feng didn't care and continued drinking. It was almost midnight when Xiang Feng waved his hand, admitted defeat, and prepared to go back. In fact, it's not that he can't drink, it's just that the mall is about to refresh, and he has to rush back to the hotel to see what today's flash sale is. How could he miss the moment he looked forward to the most every day? He didn't stand up until the designated driver rode his electric scooter to the roadside stand where Xiang Feng and his friend were drinking. When Xiang Feng handed over the Bugatti key, the driver's eyes widened. The designated driver quickly put on white gloves and carefully opened the car door. Oh my god, brother, we are about the same age, can you teach me how to make the money? Xiang Feng, feeling a little dizzy, did not answer. He sat down in the passenger seat and casually said the address of the hotel. In the hotel suite, Xiang Feng pushed open the door and had an intimate contact with the toilet. And time stopped at 12 o'clock midnight. The notification sound of the mobile phone instantly sobered Xiang Feng up. Ding! The flash sale mall has been refreshed. Flash sale item, unlimited supercar club, flash sale price, 10 yuan. May I ask if the host can kill instantly? Reminder, there are nearly 100 luxury cars in the supercar club. If you reach a profit within 3 days, you are not allowed to sell them. If it had happened before, Xiang Feng's first thought would definitely be to pull out a taxi. Anyway, no matter how much the profit is, as long as there is profit, it is enough. But after so many flash sales in the mall, Xiang Feng's ideas gradually matured. If he remains as short-sighted as before, it will take years to realize these assets. There are so many places where supercar clubs can operate. Besides, who would be so stupid as to drive a supercar as a taxi? Instant kill. After receiving the bank's deduction reminder, Xiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Flash sale successful, the club owner has been changed, please obtain the proceeds within 3 days, otherwise the system will automatically reclaim them. Hearing the system's second prompt, Xiang Feng suddenly thought of Wang Jian. He is getting married tomorrow, and we are just borrowing the first car from him, so where will the bridesmaids sit? It would be better to use this opportunity to hold a wedding and ask Wang Jian to pay less money. You can also help your good brothers get married and gain profits, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Xiang Feng picked up his phone and called Wang Jian. What's wrong, Xiang Feng? Why are you calling me so late? Although it was already very late, Wang Jian tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. He always thought that Xiang Feng agreed so easily, and he wondered how much effort he had put in behind the scenes to be able to borrow such a good car. And I can't give anything except a few words of thanks. So when he received the call from Xiang Feng, he had actually already made preparations for the possibility that Xiang Feng would fail in the negotiation. I'm worried about you only borrowing the first car from me. How about I give you the whole fleet? But I don't have that much money, so you pay me 2,000 and I'll help you with the rest. Before Xiang Feng could finish his words, Wang Jian jumped up from the bed. I thought Xiang Feng called to talk about the first car, but I didn't expect he called for the convoy. He has contacted relatives and friends and borrowed a few ordinary cars. Only then did he barely get through the girl's house, and he still spent tens of thousands of dollars. Xiang Feng directly equipped the entire fleet of vehicles, and it only cost 2,000 yuan. No need, brother. You've helped me enough. It's really not necessary. Xiang Feng had already guessed that Wang Jian would refuse, so he didn't give him the chance at all. It's settled then. You don't have to cancel if you've made the arrangements. It will be more fun with more people. After saying that, Xiang Feng hung up the phone. I pressed the power button contentedly, turned over and fell asleep. Just as Wang Jian was about to call back, the phone on the other end was turned off. Xiang Feng, who usually sleeps until noon every day, got up early today for the first time for Wang Jian and the supercar club. As soon as the sky was getting light, Xiang Feng got up and began to wash. Today is a good day. Chapter 158 Assembly. While humming a little tune, he picked up the hotel room card and went out. Xiang Feng drove the Bugatti and had a smooth journey. Nowadays, people are used to not sleeping at night and not getting up in the morning. At this time, even ordinary office workers are still in dreams. When we arrived at the door of the No Limits Supercar Club, we found the door was closed tightly. But through the glass, Xiang Feng still saw several supercars lined up inside. Ferrari 488, Lamborghini Peugeot, they are all younger brothers here. Have you ever seen a supercar club with Lamborghini Bull as the base? Xiang Feng couldn't help but exclaim that the value of this flash sale was no less than that of a school district house. Who are you? A woman wearing a black OL professional suit, black stockings, and high heels walked in front of Xiang Feng. I didn't expect to rent a car so early. As she spoke, the woman ignored Xiang Feng standing beside her, squatted down and opened the door of the club. Xiang Feng looked down at his attire. He was standing next to the Bugatti. Didn't he look like a big shot? I really should clean myself up when I have time. It's not good to let others think I'm a poor loser all the time. Seeing Xiang Feng following her in, the woman said unhappily. Hey, go out and wait. Have you ever seen a supercar club open so early? Xiang Feng seemed not to hear what the woman said and walked straight to a Porsche 918. This car looks good and can be used as a wedding car. Hey! Can't you hear me? I told you to go out and wait. This time Xiang Feng turned around, walked up to the woman step by step, and was about to get close to her. Hey, didn't your mother teach you how to speak? Xiang Feng's powerful aura forced the woman to retreat again and again. You, don't come over here, I'm calling the police. The woman was horrified, and her entire face, which was covered with foundation, became distorted. What are you doing? Outside the door, a burly man in a suit pointed at Xiang Feng and shouted loudly. Where did you come from, you idiot? How rude to our sales consultant Nana. Please get out. There was a big tag with the word manager hanging on the man's clothes, which let Xiang Feng know the identities of the two people. So your name is Nana. How can you be a sales consultant if you can't even speak? It's not time to go to work yet, so pack up and go home. Xiang Feng showed no mercy. If Nana had tried to persuade him in a nice way, he would definitely not say anything. But her condescending tone would make people who didn't know think that the club was opened by her. The man looked at Xiang Feng in confusion. Did he need a fool so early in the morning? Please go out, sir, we don't accept psychopaths here. As soon as he opened his mouth, Nana immediately agreed. That's right, this is a supercar club, not a mental hospital. Xiang Feng just smiled indifferently, not overestimating his own abilities. Didn't you receive the notice that the owner of the Unlimited Supercar Club is going to be replaced? The expressions on the man and Nana's faces suddenly became embarrassed. This is inside information, how could an outsider know it so quickly? Could it be that this young man in front of me is the new boss? You are, Mr. Xiang? The man's eyes were filled with fear. He had been working here for so many years and had finally become a manager not long ago. If he was fired just because of a few words, he would want to die. Nana on the side was even more frightened. She lowered her head and didn't even have the courage to raise it. Xiang Feng. With just 3 words, the two people who had been so arrogant just now immediately became timid. Master Xiang, I was wrong. I was too short-sighted. Please don't fire me. As she spoke, Nana moved towards Xiang Feng and hugged his arm. Although Xiang Feng likes beautiful women, he is not interested in all kinds of women. He didn't even want to look at the kind of woman who wouldn't dare go out without 3 centimeters of foundation. Feeling the softness coming from his arm, Xiang Feng immediately shook it off. Pack your things and get out. After hearing Xiang Feng's words, Nana didn't dare to stay any longer and ran out of the club sobbing softly. The man next to him had a smile on his face, but he was still shocked. He never expected that the owner who took over the club would be so young. He was dressed so low-key, but if Xiang Feng was a little more high-profile, he would not be completely unprepared. Arrange 10 cars for me and find drivers. I want to see them parked downstairs of the Haitian Hotel before 8 o'clock. Xiang Feng left after saying this. He really didn't want to stay in this place for even a second. What the hell was this? A sales consultant. It's all thanks to her that the club didn't go bankrupt. The man breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Xiang Feng open the door and sit in the Bugatti Veyron. Fortunately, he was not too arrogant just now, otherwise he would have to leave with Nana today. Don't judge a person by his appearance. He took over the supercar club at such a young age and drives a Bugatti Veyron. Even if a car like this is placed in a club, it will be the best car. After calming down, Xiang Feng drove to Haitian Hotel first. All the wedding cars are decorated uniformly here, and then assembled to pick up the bride at her home. Chapter 159 Incompetence. At this time, a large banner had been hung at the entrance of the hotel. Warmly congratulate Mr. Wang Jian and Ms. Liu Mo on their marriage. May you have a long and happy marriage and may you have a baby soon. This marriage is nothing more than a face-saving project. It's quite a big deal. Could it be that the woman is still not satisfied? As soon as the car stopped, Wang Jian followed a woman out of the hotel. Wang Jian immediately spotted the Bugatti Veyron parked at the door and hurried forward. Xiang Feng, you are here. Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Liu Mo. I have to say that it's no exaggeration to give Liu Mo an A for her appearance and figure. The two of them standing together can't be said to be a good match. Could it be that Wang Jian was marrying above his station after all? Xiang Feng also quickly got out of the car and stretched out his hand. Hello, I'm Wang Jian's childhood friend, my name is Xiang Feng. Liu Mo looked at Xiang Feng's outstretched hand, but had no intention of holding it. I heard Wang Jian talk about you. You're a driver for some company, right? The scene became awkward for a moment, and Xiang Feng's outstretched hand remained in mid-air. After all, the person opposite was his brother's wife, so Xiang Feng didn't care. He just smiled and handed over the key. Oh, by the way, Wang Jian, this car is for you, drive it yourself. Wang Jian took the key and got into the car nervously. As for Xiang Feng, I'm leaving now. I'll send her back first and come back later. Li Mo's face was still full of disdain, but when he got into the car, his eyes lit up. Although Xiang Feng didn't have a good first impression of his brother's wife, it was their own life after all and had nothing to do with him. Hurry up and leave. What's there to talk to a driver about? Wang Jian started the car, but Liu Mo beside him was still restless. At least Xiang Feng tried his best to help him, but his wife, on the other hand, kept making sarcastic remarks. That's enough of you. I don't want to say anything about you in front of outsiders. He's my best brother. Liemo snorted coldly and closed his mouth, but he was still not convinced in his heart. She didn't do anything, but this man turned his elbow outward. If they really got married, she would be so wronged. Xiang Feng watched Wang Jian walk away. He stood at the door with nothing to do, so he called Luo Li. If you don't go to work, when will I be able to sell my house? Luo Li was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. Just as he was about to hang up, he saw the name and quickly picked up the phone. If Mr. Xiang's phone is cut off, his life will be in danger. My dear Mr. Xiang, who goes to work at 7 in the morning? Don't we clock in at 9 in our company? Before Luo Li could complain, a provocative voice came from Xiang Feng's side. Hey, isn't this our old classmate Xiang Feng? You're dreaming so early in the morning. Where the hell did you steal it from? You are still attending Wang Jian's wedding at the Haitian hotel. Aren't you ashamed? Xiang Feng hung up the phone casually. He recognized the voice immediately. Wang Hao, a well-known rich second generation at that time, was extremely arrogant and had played with countless girls. The school also continued to help him suppress the girls, and those girls had no way to complain because they could not do anything about it. At that time, Xiang Feng was just a poor loser and was often bullied by Wang Hao. Wang Hao, oh, the new girl. How long have I been with him? Don't you know that he is impotent? After leaving school, the only two people who can still stay with Wang Hao are either greedy for money or lustful. But when these words were spoken, the girl next to him was still a little touched. What's up, girl? You regret it now. Run quickly. There's still time. Wang Hao was so angry at Xiang Feng's words that his ears turned red and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. It's not that he's really impotent, he just got given this nickname at school for some reason and it's been there for years. Except for one class, few people knew about it. TSK, you are a loser, and you dare to call me brother Wang Hao. Xiang Feng was in a state of helplessness. Are all girls nowadays so shameless? I'm dying of laughter, that's it? Wang Hao's face seemed to be restored, and he had a grim smile on his face. When Luo Li saw Xiang Feng hang up the phone immediately, he jumped out of bed and rushed to Haitian Hotel. What the hell are you? You dare to speak rudely to me, young Master Xiang? You are looking for death. The Supercar Club's mighty fleet of supercars has already assembled. Their target is Haitian Hotel. After sending Liemo off, Wang Jian had no idea what was happening in the hotel and was immersed in the impact brought by the supercar. Also heading towards Haitian Hotel. Xiang Feng didn't take Wang Hao's provocation seriously. To him now, Wang Hao is just an ant. A bitch and a dog will be together forever, two people who don't know the height of heaven and earth. Wang Hao was furious that the loser who used to be so timid in school now dared to talk to him like this. Just wait for me. In Xiang Feng's view, Wang Hao's rage and frustration were simply impotent rage. This kind of rich second generation who bullies the weak and fears the strong and has no real ability is the most disliked. I'm right here, I'm not going anywhere, what can you do to me? A lot of people had gathered around, most of them were Wang Jian's friends. Of course, there were many classmates from that time among the crowd. Chapter 160 Fighting Incident. Isn't this Wang Hao? Why did he fight with this guy? Xiang Feng? That loser in school? How long has it been since he graduated? How can he be so confident when facing Wang Hao? TSK, there's going to be something interesting to watch. I wonder where today's protagonist Wang Jian is. Is he afraid and hiding? Hey Wang Hao, beat him up, he's just a loser. I don't know who shouted this out of the blue. Wang Hao had never lost face like this in his life. When provoked by others, he really had the urge to take action. Brother Hao, this stinky loser keeps looking at me. Wang Hao, who was already almost at his limit, was encouraged by the girl next to him and threw a punch without saying a word. Xiang Feng, I want you to die. In a flash, Wang Hao's fist stopped in mid-air. Xiang Feng's leg had already kicked out, hitting Wang Hao's knee directly. Feeling the pain, Wang Hao knelt on one knee and immediately became weak. Don't worry, you're going to punish me, aren't you? What's the point of kneeling down? Now, the people around were silent. Because they only saw Wang Hao's fist swinging out, and when Xiang Feng kicked out, it was just a faint afterimage. The girl who had just been holding Wang Hao's arm stepped back a few meters. Only when you get really close can you know how terrifying Xiang Feng's kick is. You. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and was ready to throw a second punch when he saw the situation. With so many people present, he couldn't just give in like that, otherwise he wouldn't know where to put his face in the future. Let's see who dares to touch young Master Xiang. Outside the crowd, everyone's attention was focused on Xiang Feng and Wang Hao. No one noticed that dozens of supercars formed a convoy and rushed towards the Haitian hotel. The leader is the limited edition Lamborghini Veneno. There are no more than 3 in the whole of China. The person who just spoke was the manager of the supercar club. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted by these dozens of supercars. Fuck, Lamborghini Venom. Porsche 918. Koenigsegg. Pagani. Isn't this guy in the lead the manager of the No Limits Supercar Club? Xiang Feng looked at these dozens of supercars and nodded with satisfaction. As expected of a club manager, the show is quite fitting. Wang Hao took a look and saw it was Manager Chang. He had gone through a lot of trouble to join the No Limits Supercar Club. But people simply looked down on him. Although he owned a Ferrari 458, it was nothing compared to the other cars in the club. Anyway, after the encounter, it is just a good opportunity to suppress Xiang Feng's arrogance. Wang Hao hurriedly stood up, but staggered and fell heavily to the ground. Manager Chang, look at this loser. He actually hit me in front of so many people. You have to stand up for me. When Xiang Feng saw Wang Hao like this, he thought he was just a pug. It wagged its tail as if it had seen its owner. When people around see this situation, the big guys on the opposite side can immediately call in dozens of supercars. This Wang Hao knows someone else again, and Xiang Feng is really showing off this time. Just when everyone was ready to see Xiang Feng make a fool of himself, Manager Chang walked right past Wang Hao and came to Xiang Feng's side. Mr. Xiang, the cars have been assembled. They are all top-notch supercars in the store. The sound of Mr. Xiang undoubtedly made others drop their jaws in shock. What? Xiang Feng is wearing cheap clothes and doesn't he even wash his hair before going out? He could actually make a supercar club manager call him Xiao. Everyone was still in shock, and Wang Hao quickly got up, looking at Manager Chang with a smile on his face. Manager Chang, you must be mistaken. This guy is nothing but a loser. What, Mr. Xiang? I think he is just a big asshole. That's why Wang Hao is disliked by others. He doesn't even use his brain when he goes out. Sir, if you continue to speak rudely to our boss like this, I will call the police. Also, don't even think about joining the club with that Ferrari 458 of yours. It's embarrassing enough. Manager Chang's words made Wang Hao look ashen. Just him? Why? Why? If these are not enough to make Wang Hao give up, then Luoli is definitely a guy who harms others and does not benefit himself. How dare you disrespect me, young Master Xiang? Stand up and speak first. Luoli walked out of a Volkswagen car, wearing a neat suit, looking like a real big boss. It is not difficult for those who know the business to see that this is not an ordinary Volkswagen, but Volkswagen's high-end commercial vehicle, the Phaeton. A car like this is a truly low-key car for the big boss. This is terrible. I thought Xiang Feng was going to be defeated, but I didn't expect him to be so secretive. I bullied him when I was in school. What should I do? Damn, I want to be high profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. Everyone looked at Wang Hao lying on the ground, and everyone started to praise Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng tried hard not to laugh out loud. You, stop embarrassing yourself and go back to find a class to attend. Kill people and destroy their hearts. Wang Hao is now completely isolated and helpless. Chapter 161. This car is so cool. Even the girl just now left him and ran away. If he offended the boss because of this ATM, how would he be able to catch a rich husband? Wang Hao finally couldn't stand the pressure from the people around him, and dragged his painful right leg, slowly faded out of the crowd. He came to his Ferrari 458 and was about to unlock it. A Bugatti Veyron was right behind it. Hey Wang Hao, the wedding hasn't started yet, where are we going? Wang Jian got out of the car, looked at the embarrassed Wang Hao, and asked puzzledly. He had no idea what had just happened. Xiang Feng and his group all looked over here. Hey Wang Hao, don't get hit by my car. Wang Hao is the light of righteousness. Dozens of supercars are yours, including the Bugatti Veyron? The world might as well revolve around you. Before Wang Jian could come to his senses, Wang Hao got into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away in shame. Luoli looked at the piles of supercars, his face full of question marks. "No, Mr. Xiang, where did you get so many supercars?" Xiang Feng did not hide his smile at all. "You know, the Unlimited Supercar Club belongs to us now." Luoli was about to scream in surprise, but Xiang Feng saw Wang Jian coming and immediately signaled him to be patient. Yesterday he was a clerk in a company, but today he has transformed into the owner of a supercar club. Xiang Feng was afraid that Wang Jian couldn't withstand this impact. "What happened, Xiang Feng? Wang Hao just left like that? And doesn't this car belong to your boss? How did it become yours now?" Wang Jian's questions were always tricky, leaving Xiang Feng at a loss as to how to answer them. "More and more people are gathering around us. If this continues, we will be exposed. Hey, have you decorated your hotel? I've got all these cars for you, why don't you decorate them?" Xiang Feng's words immediately diverted Wang Jian's attention. Although he invited Wang Hao to attend the wedding, he knew very well what kind of person this man was. "Just leave, there's nothing to worry about." It was not until everyone entered the hotel that Luoli shouted out excitedly. "Master Xiang is awesome. He has set up a supercar club. Shouldn't he get one for me to play with? Even if you don't care about your brothers, our company drives a shabby Volkswagen every day, which doesn't make us look good." Xiang Feng didn't want to get entangled with this kid Luoli, otherwise he would let go later. "I'm afraid this Lamborghini Venom won't appear in the club tomorrow. Don't worry about it. Let's sell my house first, and then we can talk about this." Luoli rolled his eyes and said, "Humph, so stingy." After saying that, he opened the door of the phaeton, which was making strange noises, and drove towards the company. When everything was ready, it was finally time to pick up the bride. Originally, there were cars that Wang Jian used to contact relatives and friends, plus dozens of supercars prepared by Xiang Feng. That's a total of 24 cars. Whose wedding reception could have such a grand ceremony, with Bugatti Veyron leading the way? Even the Lamborghini Veneno can only rank second. The entire convoy caused quite a stir in the city. Even some media followed the event closely and speculated on who was behind the wedding. The woman's family. Just now when Wang Jian drove the Bugatti Veyron to give someone a try, he already impressed the other person. "I thought the son-in-law was just boasting, but I didn't expect he really got such a nice car." But in the eyes of Wang Jian's mother-in-law, these things are ultimately not worth mentioning. No matter how good a car is, it is just rented or borrowed. She knows Wang Jian's worth better than anyone else. A grand wedding, but the days that followed were still poor. "Momo, don't be blinded by a nice wedding car. You have to control the financial power of the family when the time comes." Liamo has heard these words countless times. This mother has been saying these words ever since she started planning to get married. "Don't worry, Mom. If Wang Jian dares to bully me, I'll come back right away. I won't go back unless he comes to beg me." Wang Jian's mother-in-law was satisfied and kept combing Limao's hair, wanting her to look her most beautiful. Try to save face in front of these old ladies. Limao's home is not far from Haitian Hotel. The location of this hotel was also specially chosen by Wang Jian for the convenience of picking up the bride. Soon, the convoy gathered in this small community. It is also Limao's home. The people here had never seen so many luxury cars before, and they all stopped to look. "This car looks so cool, it must be worth at least 200,000, right?" An old man pointed at the Porsche 918 and asked puzzledly. Chapter 162. Please help. The girl's relatives were stunned. This was a top-of-the-line sports car that could only be seen on TV. They all appeared here and served as wedding cars. Not to mention anything else, just renting it for one day would cost at least hundreds of thousands, right? The bridesmaids were all excited and started to choose, wanting to sit in the most luxurious car. Liamo and his mother were sitting in the house at this time and had no idea what was going on outside. Just waiting for Wang Jian and others to knock on the door and stuff a few red envelopes in. Xiang Feng and several people who were responsible for driving served as best men. Followed Wang Jian upstairs. "Momo, I'm here to pick you up, open the door." Wang Jian was standing at the door with his best man, holding a big bouquet of roses. Hearing the noise, Liamo hurriedly stood up and pretended to open the door. But he was immediately stopped by his mother. "How can you open the door without a red envelope? Give me a red envelope first." Hearing what his mother-in-law said, Wang Jian immediately took out the red envelope he had prepared and stuffed it into the crack of the door. I thought it was just a formality, after all, elderly people pay more attention to customs. But what his mother-in-law said next made Wang Jian dumbfounded. You're just this young, and you want to take our Momo away? Xiang Feng, who was standing by, felt embarrassed for Wang Jian. Many relatives and friends gathered in the room, all waiting for the bride to appear. Who would have thought that because the red envelope was too little, people would simply close the door? He has already stuffed the largest number of red envelopes that can fit into the door, at least a few thousand. Mother-in-law, Momo, stop making trouble, let's go first, the wedding is about to start. Liemo disagreed and still wanted to open the door. Mom, what are you doing? What will others think of us when we go out? My mother rolled her eyes and said that young people nowadays just care about face. I don't understand at all that only when you hold the money in your hands is it real. Who is your mother doing this for? It's for you. If she doesn't leave you some money, where will you go if you get bullied? Xiang Feng looked at his phone and saw that the wedding was scheduled to start at around 9 o'clock. It's almost 9 o'clock. If we don't set off now, the hotel will be waiting anxiously. Just when Wang Jian was anxious, Xiang Feng extended a helping hand in time. There's 50,000 yuan in this card. Give it to me first and we'll talk about it later. Wang Jian looked at the bank card in his hand. He didn't know how much Xiang Feng had helped him with his marriage. Now even the relatives have to be helped by their brothers, and I feel very sorry about it. Without waiting for Wang Jian to say anything, Xiang Feng stuffed it in. There's 50,000 in this card. Open the door. At this time, Xiang Feng's impression of the girl's family had plummeted. He always felt that his brother was being cheated. Was he selling his daughter or getting married and living together? This card immediately became a stepping stone. In just a few seconds, the door opened. With makeup and this white wedding dress, Li Mo looks very charming. Wang Jian hurriedly took it away, fearing that his mother-in-law would take it away again. After going downstairs, Li Mo looked at the sports cars filling the yard and exclaimed in surprise. Ah, Wang Jian, where did you get all these nice cars? They're so cool. Wang Jian just smiled and said, as long as you are happy. Xiang Feng's mouth twitched. He was afraid that apart from this, there was nothing else that could make this woman happy. The mother-in-law was also shocked when she saw the scene in the yard. My goodness, let alone Mercedes-Benz, which one doesn't T look better than Mercedes-Benz? After picking up the bride, the farce finally ended. The bridesmaids chose the sports car in the front, making the guy driving in the back have to make a wasted trip with an empty car. Most of these bridesmaids are Li Mo's close friends, and they have never seen so many luxury cars. I wish I could squeeze my way into the best-looking one. Xiang Feng came this time in a Lamborghini Veneno. The roar of this car's engine is no less than that of his own Bugatti Veyron. Since he has nothing to do in the future, he will change his car. If you always drive such a flashy car, you should be low-key occasionally. Lamborghini Veneno means low-key, well, that's fine. Follow the car in front closely. It's a Bugatti. It's really beautiful. It's a pity that I can't sit in it. As soon as Xiang Feng started the car, a bridesmaid opened the door and got in. But when I heard this, it seemed that he didn't take his Lamborghini seriously at all. All the attention was on Bugatti. This bridesmaid is cute and has a slightly plump figure. She looks very attractive in a white bridesmaid dress. But Xiang Feng had seen all kinds of storms and waves, but this? It couldn't even stir up any waves. Just drive your car. Why are you looking at me? I'm just a driver at a wedding. Don't think you can take advantage of me. Xiang Feng kept crying out for injustice, saying that he had never even looked at the bridesmaid since she got into the car. He can even say such things, he must be suffering from some kind of delusion. Miss, fasten your seatbelt first, shut your stinky mouth, and wait for me to take you over. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you out. When has this bridesmaid ever suffered such humiliation? After all, she is the spoiled daughter of the family. Hey, you are such a lousy driver, why are you going to teach me? Xiang Feng let out a long sigh. Today was his brother's wedding, and he absolutely could not spoil the fun. Okay, take the bus if you want, or not. If you don't want to take the bus, get off early. Chapter 163 Female Star. Wang Jian finally got a chance to show off in front of the girl's family. A fleet of more than 20 luxury cars, the Haitian Hotel, paid 50,000 just for the opening. Everyone thought that Li Mo's family had found a rich son-in-law. After leaving the community, everyone started discussing it. Look at that old woman. She found a rich son-in-law to show off to her. TSK, this Li Mo is such a bitch. It's unlucky to marry her. How good can such a stingy old woman teach her daughter? I think that young man was deceived. Li Mo's family doesn't have a good reputation, especially her mother. They often offend their neighbors, and everyone originally wanted to help this single-parent family. Who knew that it would be a thankless task every time, and after so many times, it was their family that became unpopular. Finally they arrived at the hotel and Xiang Feng got out of the car. The smell of this cheap perfume filled the entire car. Even with all the car windows open, it still wouldn't go away. Stinky driver. The bridesmaid got out of the car, slammed the door, and did not forget to mock Xiang Feng. If that dog bites you, would you bite it back? The wedding went smoothly and Xiang Feng sat at the front table. The host's loud shouts mixed with noise continued to be heard. Less than 2 meters away is a speaker as tall as a person. The bridesmaid who had just sat in Xiang Feng's car sat at the same table with Xiang Feng because she wanted to see it up close. The look the bridesmaid gave Xiang Feng was always mixed with contempt, as if she had suffered a great injustice by sitting at the same table with him. Finally, the vibration from the cell phone freed Xiang Feng from the scene. When he arrived at the hotel bathroom, Xiang Feng answered the phone. Mr. Xiang, the house has been sold. I don't know which big shot it was, but he paid the full amount. Over 12 million. We bought the biggest and most expensive one. Our company's phone is about to be blown away by calls. As the money entered the account, the system prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for making a profit from the unfinished building within 3 days. Lu Oli was calling Xiang Feng while also answering calls from people who were looking to buy a house. Because they had never done these tasks before, the current company has directly transformed into a sales department. The phone has been ringing non-stop since I started working. Yes, I'll pay you the 100,000, but don't even think about the car. After Xiang Feng finished speaking, he hung up the phone and returned to the scene. After all, he will go on stage as the best man to give blessings, and it will be so embarrassing if he can't be found then. Lu Oli thanked God. What stingy thing to say, I, young Master Xiang, am the most generous person. The wedding finally ended with the sound of gongs and drums. However, everyone's focus doesn't seem to be on the newlyweds. But it was the fanatical boss who had just slapped Wang Hao in the face, Xiang Feng. However, this was something Xiang Feng had not expected. He had only said less than 2 polite words on the stage. The cheers from below were even louder than bowing to heaven and earth. After everyone had dispersed, Xiang Feng found Wang Jian, who was already drunk and unconscious. He has to pay these $2,000, otherwise the supercar club will still not make a profit. Wang Jian, get up and pay the taxi fare. Xiang Feng patted Wang Jian, but he didn't wake up. Instead, Li Mo came over. I was wondering, how could a lousy driver get so many luxury cars? I think you just want to get kickbacks. It's a waste to buy so many cars. Li Mo looked at Xiang Feng with disdain, took out a red envelope at random and threw it on the table. These red envelopes were sent by relatives and friends, and their names were written on them. No matter how much it is, it's a token of my love, so I just gave it to him. Xiang Feng was speechless. The thickness of the red envelope could not even be 1,000 yuan. This woman really keeps pushing Xiang Feng's limits. However, what made him angry was not the amount of the red envelope, but the name attached to the red envelope. I really don't know why Wang Jian found such a brainless wife. Okay, I'll take it on behalf of our boss. After saying that, Xiang Feng walked out without looking back. If he stayed any longer, he would be pissed off to death by this woman. Where did you make such a friend? He asks for money for helping me. He must be obsessed with money. Li Mo is one of the few people who can make Xiang Feng curse out idiot from the bottom of his heart. So you have to be careful when getting married. If you get a wife like this, you will definitely suffer in silence. However, as a man with tens of millions of assets, the last thing he lacks is women. Marriage? Not possible. Landlord, no, Mr. Xiang? Xiang Feng was just about to go out when he unexpectedly ran into Zhang Yueyuan. Why are you here? Now that Zhang Yueyuan has Xiang Feng's support, she can be considered a first-line star. The location of Haitian Hotel is not remote, but few celebrities visit it. As soon as Zhang Yueyuan showed up, many people were ready to leave, and some even started their cars. After hearing some rumors, they all turned back. Unexpectedly, I saw Jiang Yueyuan taking the initiative to greet Xiang Feng. As expected of a big boss who is obsessed with God, he even knows Jiang Yueyuan? I just seemed to hear what Jiang Yueyuan said. Landlord? Even Jiang Yueyuan has to call him Master Xiang. How powerful is his background? This female star is just different. I thought Liamo was pretty today, but now I see she's so far behind. Chapter 164. Pay attention to the atmosphere. Jiang Yueyuan's appearance brought the wedding to its climax. Many hotel residents came just to catch a glimpse of Jiang Yueyuan's true appearance. See if she's as beautiful as she is on TV. I received a call and came over here. You're not going to get married? As Jiang Yueyuan spoke, her tone became aggrieved, even with a hint of tears. How come you were calling me darling just 2 days ago, but now you want to marry someone else? Xiang Feng looked at Jiang Yueyuan helplessly and pointed at the brooch on the best man's chest. Where are you looking at? Can't you see the best man? Hearing this, Jiang Yueyuan's mood immediately improved. Talking about feelings with the actors, they act out the feelings until you question your life. Hey, you scared me to death. I was wondering why our Mr. Xiang would get married. The conversation between the two reached the ears of everyone, including Jiang Yueyuan, a goddess on the screen. She is flirting with Xiang Feng here. Aren't you afraid of the paparazzi and the media? Liamo is also a senior drama fan and he did not expect to meet his idol here. But Jiang Yueyuan seemed to have such a good relationship with Xiang Feng, and she had just mocked Xiang Feng. Wouldn't it be a bit awkward to go up and ask for an autograph now? Goddess Jiang Yueyuan, can you sign an autograph for me? Goddess, I love you so much. Xiang Feng and I are old classmates. Goddess, can you give me an autograph? In just a few minutes, a group of people gathered around Jiang Yueyuan. People are trying their best to get a signature. But Jiang Yueyuan automatically blocked out the others, as if there were only her and Xiang Feng in the entire hall. I was just planning to join in the fun, but I didn't expect to run into you. Would you like to come to my room and sit down? Jiang Yueyuan's words were like a bomb, detonating these people. What? My goddess actually invited a man to her room? No way, sir, why can't I get such a good thing? How could everyone have imagined that Xiang Feng was the real boss? Seeing Jiang Yueyuan's face full of shyness, she didn't care about the eyes of people around her at all. As a first-line celebrity, if you speak like this in public, the media will have a lot to say about you. Now that Xiang Feng has agreed, all major media outlets will definitely give him an identity as a rumored boyfriend tomorrow. Just when he was about to evade the question, Liamo lost his temper. He's my idol. If I miss this opportunity, I'll never have another chance to see him so close. Well, I really like watching your plays. Can you sign an autograph for me? Liamo took a small notebook and stuffed it in front of Jiang Yueyuan. Xiang Feng was standing nearby, and Liamo was obviously a little flustered. Jiang Yueyuan saw the bride's brooch on her body. It was someone else's wedding, so she couldn't spoil the fun. Okay, Mr. Xiang, I've signed it, okay? However, Jiang Yueyuan did not take it directly, but asked Xiang Feng. People around cast envious glances at them. No, for this signature, I am getting married today too. Mr. Xiang, I am your long-lost brother. Please let the goddess sign an autograph for your brother. This guy has such a high position of authority that he even has to ask for the goddess autograph? Naturally, not many people know about Xiang Feng, a big boss behind the scenes. For an artist like Jiang Yueyuan who is always in the limelight, it is natural that her performances are very grand. Even though Liamo had just spoken rudely to him, Xiang Feng was not so petty. It's just an autograph, why are you asking me? As if getting an answer, Jiang Yueyuan said oh softly, picked up the pen and wrote her name on the notebook. But Liamo was so excited that he kissed the notebook directly. Thank you goddess. I'm so happy. You don't know how much I like you. Looking at Liamo's appearance, Jiang Yueyuan smiled slightly. You should thank Mr. Xiang. I wish you a happy wedding. After saying that, Jiang Yueyuan grabbed Xiang Feng's arm and started acting coquettishly. Let's go, I haven't eaten yet. Xiang Feng turned around and glanced at Liamo calmly, then followed Jiang Yueyuan out of the hall. Although there was not a hint of sharpness in his eyes, they still pierced Liamo directly. She now began to doubt whether Wang Jian, a small employee in a company, had cheated her. How is it possible that he knows his idol and they seem to be so close? Don't say this is love, I love you like a flower seller. Amid the hostile looks from the people around them, Xiang Feng and Jiang Yueyuan left the hotel together. At this time, all the people in the supercar club were waiting outside, and no one dared to leave without the boss's order. Mr. Xiang, you finally came out. May I ask if these cars should be sent back? When Manager Chang saw Xiang Feng coming out, he immediately went to greet him. But in the blink of an eye, he saw Jiang Yueyuan on the side. Damn, a goddess? However, Manager Chang's high professionalism did not make him as excited as the people in the hotel before. See if there are any relatives or friends who can't go back, and be responsible for picking them up and dropping them off. Remember to collect the money. Jiang Yueyuan rolled her eyes. Why did such a big boss care so much about the fare? If Xiang Feng heard this, she would have to reflect on it. Otherwise, where do you think my company came from? Chapter 165 Excitement. Jiang Yueyuan was still very excited when she sat in Xiang Feng's Bugatti again. I really love this car. I will definitely buy one in the future. Hearing Jiang Yueyuan say this, Xiang Feng really didn't want to discourage her. With her current salary, she would have to save up for several years to be able to afford it. Even if you have enough money, there are only a few of them in the world and you can't buy one just because you have money. Just sit down. Tell me where you want to eat. The two were about to start the car when a few honks broke the silence. Through the car window, Xiang Feng caught a glimpse of Wang Hao standing not far away. He was leaning against a Rolls-Royce. So it took Wang Hao so long to borrow a car? Hey, Xiang Feng, do you see what this is? A Rolls-Royce. I heard from someone that you are just a lousy driver, yet you are trying to show off to me. Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because Manager Chang has recognized the wrong person? Xiang Feng pushed open the car door, got out, and slowly walked in front of Wang Hao. He said this in a tone of impatience and even disgust. Don't let me see you again. It's just a broken car. A good dog doesn't block the road. I wanted to go out for a bite to eat with Jiang Yueyuan and chat, which was also a good choice. Who knew that Chen Yaojin would suddenly appear and be such a brainless person? I heard it from someone else, I don't know who said it. He forgot everything he had just seen and insisted that Xiang Feng was just bragging. He borrowed a Rolls-Royce from his father's company and went straight to the Haitian hotel. I want to regain the face I just lost. Without even looking at his appearance, Xiang Feng didn't take him seriously at all. Wang Hao stared at Xiang Feng in front of him, and always felt that as long as Xiang Feng opened his mouth to speak, his momentum would be at a disadvantage. You, don't be so arrogant. If you have the guts, call Manager Chang right now and see if he recognizes you. Xiang Feng sneered. To him, a person like Manager Chang was nothing. But in Wang Hao's eyes, it was so important that he had already lost from the beginning. Seeing Xiang Feng arguing with the man, Jiang Yueyuan, who was hungry, had to get out of the car. Who is this Mr. Xiang? Wang Hao, who had been arrogant just now, saw Jiang Yueyuan getting out of Xiang Feng's car. Suddenly I am no longer calm. Something's wrong, something's wrong. It might be okay if I could just fool other girls. But who is this? This is the popular actress Jiang Yueyuan. How could she just get into someone else's car? And this title, Xiang Xiao. You actually lied to my goddess. Goddess, don't believe him. This car is not his at all. Wang Hao held on to the last glimmer of hope and tried to expose Xiang Feng's disguise. Others may not know, but Jiang Yueyuan knows Xiang Feng's strength very well. But this Wang Hao is not as handsome as Xiang Feng, nor does he have high emotional intelligence, and he doesn't seem to be very smart. No one would say that the boss is fake and pretending in front of his employees. You are not a fool. Jiang Yueyuan said this helplessly, and then pulled Xiang Feng aside. Let's go, Mr. Xiang. This person is not worth your stop. Now in Jiang Yueyuan's eyes, Wang Hao is just a fool, but her reminder made Xiang Feng react. He could just ignore Wang Hao. Instead of wasting time here, he might as well go and have a tryst with the beauty. Wang Hao stood there in a daze. This was undoubtedly like someone slapping you in the face. And then you insist on stretching your face over to let him do it again. Don't bother me again, or I don't mind letting you feel my revenge. After saying this, Xiang Feng drove away with Jiang Yueyuan. Until the roar of the Bugatti faded away. Wang Hao finally reacted and made a phone call. Fuck, aren't you Xiang Feng a lousy driver? How come you're with Jiang Yueyuan now? Have you ever seen a star chatting and laughing with a driver? Is he crazy? A female voice came from the other end of the phone. If Xiang Feng was present, he would have easily heard it. The owner of this voice is Liam O. I had wanted to use the phone number I got from Wang Hao earlier to teach Xiang Feng a lesson. Who knew that she had just learned that Xiang Feng was not an ordinary person and had not yet reminded Wang Hao to be careful. The two of them had already met each other. Wang Hao was humiliated again and felt so bitter that he couldn't say anything. I'm sorry, Brother Hao, I didn't expect that he knew Jiang Yuan, but this doesn't mean anything is wrong. Maybe the goddess was deceived. Anything is possible. Liam O was also unwilling to give up. He was just frightened by Xiang Feng's look, and now he was even more determined. Although she knew in her heart that Xiang Feng was not someone to be trifled with, she still couldn't swallow this anger. It was obvious that she overestimated Wang Hao's strength and even wanted to encourage him to take revenge. Why don't we just do this? After listening to the person on the other end of the phone, Wang Hao pressed the hang-up button angrily. Ideas in my mind are constantly emerging. Chapter 166, Cold Style. While humming a little tune, he picked up the hotel room card and went out. Xiang Feng drove the Bugatti and had a smooth journey. Nowadays, people are used to not sleeping at night and not getting up in the morning. At this time, even ordinary office workers are still in dreams. When we arrived at the door of the No Limits Supercar Club, we found the door was closed tightly. But through the glass, Xiang Feng still saw several supercars lined up inside. Ferrari 488, Lamborghini Peugeot, they are all younger brothers here. Have you ever seen a supercar club with Lamborghini Bull as the base? Xiang Feng couldn't help but exclaim that the value of this flash sale was no less than that of a school district house. Who are you? A woman wearing a black OL professional suit, black stockings, and high heels walked in front of Xiang Feng. I didn't expect to rent a car so early. As she spoke, the woman ignored Xiang Feng standing beside her, squatted down and opened the door of the club. Xiang Feng looked down at his attire. He was standing next to the Bugatti. Didn't he look like a big shot? I really should clean myself up when I have time. It's not good to let others think I'm a poor loser all the time. Seeing Xiang Feng following her in, the woman said unhappily. Hey, go out and wait. Have you ever seen a supercar club open so early? Xiang Feng seemed not to hear what the woman said and walked straight to a Porsche 918. This car looks good and can be used as a wedding car. Hey! Can't you hear me? I told you to go out and wait. This time Xiang Feng turned around, walked up to the woman step by step, and was about to get close to her. Hey, didn't your mother teach you how to speak? Xiang Feng's powerful aura forced the woman to retreat again and again. You, don't come over here, I'm calling the police. The woman was horrified, and her entire face, which was covered with foundation, became distorted. What are you doing? Outside the door, a burly man in a suit pointed at Xiang Feng and shouted loudly. Where did you come from, you idiot? How rude to our sales consultant Nana. Please get out. There was a big tag with the word manager hanging on the man's clothes, which let Xiang Feng know the identities of the two people. So your name is Nana. How can you be a sales consultant if you can't even speak? It's not time to go to work yet, so pack up and go home. Xiang Feng showed no mercy. If Nana had tried to persuade him in a nice way, he would definitely not say anything. But her condescending tone would make people who didn't know think that the club was opened by her. The man looked at Xiang Feng in confusion. Did he need a fool so early in the morning? Please go out, sir, we don't accept psychopaths here. As soon as he opened his mouth, Nana immediately agreed. That's right, this is a supercar club, not a mental hospital. Xiang Feng just smiled indifferently, not overestimating his own abilities. Didn't you receive the notice that the owner of the Unlimited Supercar Club is going to be replaced? The expressions on the man and Nana's faces suddenly became embarrassed. This is inside information, how could an outsider know it so quickly? Could it be that this young man in front of me is the new boss? You are, Mr. Xiang? The man's eyes were filled with fear. He had been working here for so many years and had finally become a manager not long ago. If he was fired just because of a few words, he would want to die. Nana on the side was even more frightened. She lowered her head and didn't even have the courage to raise it. I, Xiang Feng. With just 3 words, the two people who had been so arrogant just now immediately became timid. Master Xiang, I was wrong. I was too short-sighted. Please don't fire me. As she spoke, Nana moved towards Xiang Feng and hugged his arm. Although Xiang Feng likes beautiful women, he is not interested in all kinds of women. He didn't even want to look at the kind of woman who wouldn't dare go out without 3 centimeters of foundation. Feeling the softness coming from his arm, Xiang Feng immediately shook it off. Pack your things and get out. After hearing Xiang Feng's words, Nana didn't dare to stay any longer and ran out of the club sobbing softly. The man next to him had a smile on his face, but he was still shocked. He never expected that the owner who took over the club would be so young. He was dressed so low-key, but if Xiang Feng was a little more high-profile, he would not be completely unprepared. Arrange 10 cars for me and find drivers. I want to see them parked downstairs of the Haitian Hotel before 8 o'clock. Xiang Feng left after saying this. He really didn't want to stay in this place for even a second. What the hell was this? A sales consultant. It's all thanks to her that the club didn't go bankrupt. The man breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Xiang Feng open the door and sit in the Bugatti Veyron. Fortunately, he was not too arrogant just now, otherwise he would have to leave with Nana today. Don't judge a person by his appearance. He took over the supercar club at such a young age and drives a Bugatti Veyron. Even if a car like this is placed in a club, it will be the best car. After calming down, Xiang Feng drove to Haitian Hotel first. All the wedding cars are decorated uniformly here, and then assembled to pick up the bride at her home. Chapter 167 Supercar. At this time, a large banner had been hung at the entrance of the hotel. Warmly congratulate Mr. Wang Jian and Ms. Li Mo on their marriage. May you have a long and happy marriage and may you have a baby soon. This marriage is nothing more than a face-saving project. It's quite a big deal. Could it be that the woman is still not satisfied? As soon as the car stopped, Wang Jian followed a woman out of the hotel. Wang Jian immediately spotted the Bugatti Veyron parked at the door and hurried forward. Xiang Feng, you are here. Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Li Mo. I have to say that it's no exaggeration to give Li Mo an A for her appearance and figure. The two of them standing together can't be said to be a good match. Could it be that Wang Jian was marrying above his station after all? Xiang Feng also quickly got out of the car and stretched out his hand. Hello, I'm Wang Jian's childhood friend, my name is Xiang Feng. Li Mo looked at Xiang Feng's outstretched hand, but had no intention of holding it. I heard Wang Jian talk about you. You're a driver for some company, right? The scene became awkward for a moment, and Xiang Feng's outstretched hand remained in mid-air. After all, the person opposite was his brother's wife, so Xiang Feng didn't care. He just smiled and handed over the key. Oh, by the way, Wang Jian, this car is for you, drive it yourself. Wang Jian took the key and got into the car nervously. As for Xiang Feng, I'm leaving now. I'll send her back first and come back later. Li Mo's face was still full of disdain, but when he got into the car, his eyes lit up. Although Xiang Feng didn't have a good first impression of his brother's wife, it was their own life after all and had nothing to do with him. Hurry up and leave. What's there to talk to a driver about? Wang Jian started the car, but Li Mo beside him was still restless. At least Xiang Feng tried his best to help him, but his wife, on the other hand, kept making sarcastic remarks. That's enough of you. I don't want to say anything about you in front of outsiders. He's my best brother. Li Mo snorted coldly and closed his mouth, but he was still not convinced in his heart. She didn't do anything, but this man turned his elbow outward. If they really got married, she would be so wronged. Xiang Feng watched Wang Jian walk away. He stood at the door with nothing to do, so he called Luo Li. If you don't go to work, when will I be able to sell my house? Luo Li was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. Just as he was about to hang up, he saw the name and quickly picked up the phone. If Mr. Xiang's phone is cut off, his life will be in danger. My dear Mr. Xiang, who goes to work at 7 in the morning? Don't we clock in at 9 in our company? Before Luo Li could complain, a provocative voice came from Xiang Feng's side. Hey, isn't this our old classmate Xiang Feng? You're dreaming so early in the morning. Where the hell did you steal it from? You are still attending Wang Jian's wedding at the Haitian Hotel. Aren't you ashamed? Xiang Feng hung up the phone casually. He recognized the voice immediately. Wang Hao, a well-known rich second generation at that time, was extremely arrogant and had played with countless girls. The school also continued to help him suppress the girls, and those girls had no way to complain because they could not do anything about it. At that time, Xiang Feng was just a poor loser and was often bullied by Wang Hao. Wang Hao, oh, the new girl. How long have I been with him? Don't you know that he is impotent? After leaving school, the only two people who can still stay with Wang Hao are either greedy for money or lustful. But when these words were spoken, the girl next to him was still a little touched. What's up, girl? You regret it now. Run quickly. There's still time. Wang Hao was so angry at Xiang Feng's words that his ears turned red and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. It's not that he's really impotent, he just got given this nickname at school for some reason and it's been there for years. Except for one class, few people knew about it. TSK, you are a loser, and you dare to call me brother Wang Hao. Xiang Feng was in a state of helplessness. Are all girls nowadays so shameless? I'm dying of laughter, that's it? Wang Hao's face seemed to be restored, and he had a grim smile on his face. When Luoli saw Xiang Feng hang up the phone immediately, he jumped out of bed and rushed to Haitian Hotel. What the hell are you? You dare to speak rudely to me, young Master Xiang? You are looking for death. The Supercar Club's mighty fleet of supercars has already assembled. Their target is Haitian Hotel. After sending Li Mo off, Wang Jian had no idea what was happening in the hotel and was immersed in the impact brought by the supercar. Also heading towards Haitian Hotel. Xiang Feng didn't take Wang Hao's provocation seriously. To him now, Wang Hao is just an ant. A bitch and a dog will be together forever, two people who don't know the height of heaven and earth. Wang Hao was furious that the loser who used to be so timid in school now dared to talk to him like this. Just wait for me. In Xiang Feng's view, Wang Hao's rage and frustration were simply impotent rage. This kind of rich second generation who bullies the weak and fears the strong and has no real ability is the most disliked. I'm right here, I'm not going anywhere, what can you do to me? A lot of people had gathered around, most of them were Wang Jian's friends. Of course, there were many classmates from that time among the crowd.